Dragon God Supreme Chapter 30:16 to Chapter 30:96. Yi Qingyu's terrifying sword swept over. She was definitely invincible. Yi Xian's ancient immortal technique couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yi Xian couldn't withstand the terrifying power of this sword. If this was a battle of life and death, Yi Xian would definitely die. However, this wasn't a battle of life and death, so Yi Qingyu naturally didn't kill him. The ancient immortal sword finally stopped at Yi Xian's neck. The sharp sword qi left a shallow wound on Yi Xian's neck. Yi Xian's face was extremely pale, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at the cold Yi Qingyu in shock. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Yi Xian lost. Although Yi Xian wasn't injured, this battle could be considered a crushing defeat. In front of Yi Qingyu, Yi Xian couldn't resist at all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yi Xian finally experienced what it felt like to be crushed. Even when facing the powerful Chu Shitian, Yi Xian didn't lose so badly. At least he could injure Chu Shitian. From this, it could be seen that Yi Qingyu's strength wouldn't lose to Chu Shitian. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone's terrified eyes fell on Yi Qingyu. Their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, everyone from the Heavenly Court and the Paramount Shrine experienced Yi Qingyu's terrifying strength. Yi Xian, you've lost, Yi Qingyu said coldly. She slowly withdrew the ancient immortal sword. Yi Xian looked at Yi Qingyu in horror and asked, Qingyu, what happened to you in the past few years? Where did your movement technique, sword technique, and this mysterious power come from? Yi Xian knew that he had lost. He was extremely unwilling, but he also wanted to know what had happened to Yi Qingyu. There had to be a reason why Yi Qingyu had become so powerful in just a few years. Since you've lost, you're not allowed to threaten my grandfather from now on. You can do whatever you want with the others, Yi Qingyu said coldly. Then she turned to leave, ignoring Yi Xian's question. Qingyu! Yi Shuihan hurriedly shouted. He was filled with regret. Even the elders and higher-ups of the Paramount Shrine were filled with regret. They had given away such a stunning genius with both hands. I've already severed my ties with the Paramount Shrine. After all these years, I've seen your true colors, Yi Qingyu said coldly. Yi Qingyu, you can't leave yet. Yi Mo blocked her way. Yi Mo. I know what you want to do, but do you think anyone in the unparalleled shrine can stop me? Yi Qingyu said coldly. She had completely given up on her brother. Then how many people from the Heavenly Court do you think you can handle? Yi Mo asked darkly. The threat was obvious. Yi Qingyu glanced at the upper echelons of the Heavenly Court and asked coldly, Yi Mo, are you saying that I can't leave even if I beat Yi Xian? Manor Master Yi's face darkened as he said in a low voice, you shouldn't have won against Yi Xian. What? Was the young master of the Heavenly Court a sore loser? Or are you afraid that the Heavenly Court will become the laughingstock of the ancient Heavenly Court? Yi Qingyu said coldly. She glanced at Yi Xian with disdain. The dignity of the Heavenly Court cannot be trampled on by anyone. Since you have defeated Yi Xian, all the more I cannot let you leave, Headmaster Yi said in a low voice. As a transcendent power of the ancient Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Court was a rather powerful existence in the ancient immortal realms. How could Headmaster Yi allow the Heavenly Court's reputation to be tarnished? Once news of Yi Xian's defeat spread, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of countless cultivators? Yi Qingyu said coldly, Yi Xian, do you know why I would rather die than marry you? Because you are a hypocrite. The entire Heavenly Court is a hypocrite. So what if you are from the Heavenly Court? So what if you are a genius? So what if you are strong? I don't deny that many people want to marry you and change their fate with the Heavenly Court, but I, Yi Qingyu, am not one of them. Yi Xian's face darkened. This was the first time he had been humiliated by a woman. Yi Qingyu. You've got guts. How dare you humiliate the Heavenly Court? An expert with the seniority of a martial uncle shouted angrily. Humiliate? Yi Qingyu said in disdain, is the Heavenly Court worthy? Yi Qingyu. Don't think that just because you defeated Yi Xian, you can ride on the Heavenly Court's head. An elder shouted angrily as he glared at Yi Qingyu. It's a baseless accusation. Yi Qingyu said in disdain, I'm just speaking the truth. Moreover, the truth is right in front of you. Do you not dare to admit it? Yi Qingyu. You shut your mouth. Do you want to die? Yi Shuihan shouted angrily. His face was hideous. Yi Shuihan was not worried about Yi Qingyu. He was worried that Yi Qingyu would bring disaster to the heavenly court. My life and death have nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry about me, Yi Qingyu said coldly. Her words were cold and emotionless. You won't die. You will become my wife. I love you so much. Why would I kill you? Yi Xian said coldly. He was no longer as courteous as before. Have you shown your true colors? Shameless. Yi Qingyu scolded. Yi Xian sneered, Qingyu, I'm afraid you don't know that regardless of whether you win or lose, you can forget about leaving the heavenly court. If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. Yi Qingyu was not afraid at all. She had cultivated a terrifying movement technique and had the strength of an 8-star ancient immortal supremacy. Even Palace Mastery might not be able to stop Yi Qingyu. No matter how powerful your movement technique is, you won't be able to escape the heavenly court's enchantment. Yi Xian sneered. The heavenly court's strength was terrifying. Why would they be afraid of an 8-star ancient immortal supremacy? Yi Xian clasped his hands together and shouted, colorless black enchantment. Open. A huge blood-red enchantment instantly covered the entire heavenly court. Qingyu, you won't be able to escape. Yi Xian sneered as if he was certain Yi Qingyu would be defeated. Yi Qingyu, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape. Why bother? Yi Mo sneered. Boom. Pfft. Yi Qingyu glanced at him coldly and attacked with her palm. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power caused Yi Mo to spit out blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. Mo-er. Yi Shuihan turned pale with fright and quickly ran out. I have nothing to do with you now. If you dare to act disgusting in front of me again, I'll kill you. Yi Qingyu said coldly. The cold killing intent was terrifying. The 3 elders of the Supreme Shrine and the others were frightened by the murderous aura. Yi Qingyu had already given up on the unparalleled divine palace. Although I don't know how you obtained such great strength, nor do I know how you obtained a top ancient immortal technique, you are no threat to the heavenly court palace no matter how strong you are. Today, I will show you that your strength is not enough to humiliate the heavenly court palace. Yi Palace Master said menacingly. The heavenly court palace's palace master, Yi Xianxia, was an 8-star ancient immortal venerate with terrifying strength. In the entire ancient heavenly court, only Chu Shi could contend against it. An 8-star ancient immortal venerate was only Yi Xianxia's strength on the surface. His true strength was even more terrifying. This old thing is extremely powerful, comparable to Chu Shi. It's a pity that the heavenly court palace is too shameless. Feng Wuchen shook his head as he looked at the screen. For the sake of the heavenly court palace's dignity and face, this old fart actually wants to personally take action. How shameless! Long Xinjian cursed. The more powerful a force is, the more they value their dignity and honor. They won't allow anyone to trample on them, Nian Luan said. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, it's a pity that the more they value their dignity and honor, the more they have to do shameful things and hide them. Aren't they tired? They don't feel tired, Xinyan said. I hope Chu Shi can resolve this smoothly. Feng Wuchen sighed. With Yi Xianxian personally taking action, everyone present held their breaths as their eyes were fixed on Yi Xianxian. Yi Qingyu, you will soon be the young madam of the heavenly court palace. I'll give you a chance. Don't resist and obediently marry Xian Yi Xianxian said proudly. As the palace master, he naturally didn't want to take action. In your dreams. Yi Qingyu said coldly. Humph. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Xianxian said coldly as a vast and terrifying aura suddenly burst out. At that moment, it was as though the air had frozen. Everyone felt a domineering aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was so heavy that everyone couldn't move. Even Yi Qingyu felt that she was almost out of breath. What a terrifying aura. This old fart's strength is truly terrifying. Yi Qingyu thought. Qingyu, give up. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for my father. Moreover, you won't have the chance to break the barrier and escape. Xian advised with a smug smile. Even if I, Yiqingyu, die, I won't marry you. Just give up. Yiqingyu shouted coldly. That's not up to you. Xianxia shouted angrily. Then, he suddenly shot out at an extremely fast speed and arrived before Suchen in an instant. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared before Yiqingyu. Chu Shi? Seeing who it was, Xianxia's expression changed. He immediately stopped and looked at Chu Shi in shock. The person who had come was the strongest expert of the ancient heavenly court, Chu Shi. Ancient heaven temples Chu Shi. The upper echelons of the heavenly court and transcendent shrine were shocked. Yi Shuihan frowned deeply and thought, Chu Shi knows Qingyu? What is he doing here? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He could also tell that Chu Shi seemed to know Yi Qingyu. Otherwise, she would not have shielded Yi Qingyu behind her. No one knew why Chu Shi had come. Chu Shi was in the barrier. Clearly, she had arrived long ago. However, she had been hiding in the dark. Why is Chu Shi here? What's his relationship with Yi Qingyu? The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Court frowned in confusion. Xianxia's expression turned serious as he asked, Chu Shi, do you know Yi Qingyu? Who in the ancient Heavenly Court doesn't know the prodigy of the Transcendent Shrine? Chu Shi smiled faintly. Thank you, Lord Chu Shi, Yi Qingyu hurriedly expressed her gratitude. You are Lord Feng's subordinate. I will ensure your safety, Chu Shi smiled faintly. At this moment, even a fool could tell that Chu Shi had come for Yi Qingyu. Chu Shi, what do you mean by this? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. His old face was extremely ugly. Xianxia, for my sake, let this matter go, Chu Shi smiled faintly. Impossible. Yi Xian immediately refused. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Palace Master Chu Shi, this is a matter of the heavenly court. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Qingyu is my fiancé. Aren't you looking down on the heavenly court by doing this? Yi Xian, since you have lost, you should accept your loss. As one of the major forces of the ancient heavenly court, does the heavenly court not have any credibility? Chu Shi said indifferently. Chu Shi looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, what's the point of bullying a girl? When my son lost, I jumped out. When did the heavenly court become so shameless? You. Xianxia was instantly enraged. Chu Shi did not give him any face at all. Xianxia, no matter what, I am the guardian of the ancient heavenly court. If I don't intervene in this matter, won't I be struck by lightning? All right. Give me some face and let this matter go, Chu Shi smiled. Although she seemed casual, she was very domineering. As she spoke, she wanted to take Yi Qingyu away. Chu Shi. I did not agree to it. Xianxia said gloomily. What? Xianxia, do you still want to fight with me? Chu Shi grinned and said, you know how ruthless my methods are. Why do you want to make trouble for yourself? Chu Shi. Are you really going to protect Yi Qingyu? Xianxia asked gloomily. His monstrous anger exploded. That's right. Chu Shi said without hesitation. She looked at Xianxia with a smile. She was not afraid at all. The strong smell of gunpowder had already spread. Everyone began to feel nervous. Yi Shuihan and the others did not dare to make a sound. After all, Chu Shi was the guardian of the ancient heavenly court. She was the strongest ancient immortal sovereign under the ancient immortal sovereign. For Yi Qingyu, are you going to become enemies with me? Do you know how many people will laugh at the heavenly court if you let her go? Xianxia shouted angrily. A terrifying killing intent had already erupted. Normally, Xianxia and Chu Shi had some friendship. But now, for Yi Qingyu, Chu Shi chose to become enemies with Xianxia without hesitation. This made Xianxia extremely angry. It made him feel that their friendship was not as good as Yi Qingyu's. Xianxia, I'm only speaking nicely because I'm giving you face. I don't want to cause any unpleasantness with your heavenly court. However, don't forget that I'm no weaker than you. Who do you think is the enemy here? Chu Shi said coldly. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out. In an instant, Chu Shi had become a completely different person. Humph. I want to see how much you have improved over the years. Xianxia shouted angrily. He wanted to fight Chuxi. You can try. Chuxi grinned. She was not afraid at all. Palace Master, please wait. The Great Elder quickly stopped him. Palace Master, you must not offend Chuxi because of Yiqingyu. Don't forget that she has the ancient immortal sovereign behind her. The Great Elder's words made Xianxia give up instantly. No matter how strong the heavenly court was, it was not stronger than the ancient heavenly palace and the ancient immortal palace. Chuxi, I'll give you face today. Take her away. Xianxia said angrily. Let's go. Chuxi smiled faintly. She waved her hand and easily broke the barrier. Qingyu, don't even think about escaping from me. I don't believe that Chuxi can protect you forever. Yixian said viciously. End of chapter. After Chuxi left with Yiqingyu, Xianxia and the heavenly court's elders and upper echelons all looked extremely gloomy. No one had expected Chuxi to fall out with them for Yiqingyu. Qingyu, no matter where you go, I'll bring you back. Yixian gritted his teeth. His face was so ferocious that no one dared to look at him directly. How does Yiqingyu know Chuxi? There's no reason for Chuxi to fall out with us for Yiqingyu, Grand Elder said in confusion. Could it be that Yiqingyu and Chuxi? Third Elder guessed. Impossible. Yixian immediately denied. Qingyu isn't that kind of person. Third Elder smiled awkwardly. Chuxi isn't that kind of person either. Something must have happened in the years that Qingyu disappeared. The Supreme Shrine doesn't have the movement and sword techniques that she cultivates, as well as that mysterious ancient power. Chuxi protecting her probably has something to do with Chuxi, Yixian guessed. The First Elder nodded slightly and said, Young Master is right. Palace Lord, Elder, such terrifying movement and sword techniques, as well as that mysterious power. If we can get them, the heavenly court's strength will definitely increase greatly, an ancient immortal supremacy expert said. No, Yixian hurriedly said. It's definitely not a fortuitous encounter for Qingyu to obtain these. It's obvious that the person who gave them to her is extremely powerful. Chuxi must know who it is to protect her. Let's investigate this before making a decision. Mother is right. If that's really the case, the person behind Yiqingyu is definitely not weaker than father, Yixian agreed. Humph. Chuxi, since you don't give me face and insist on making things difficult for me, don't blame me for not caring about our past relationship, Xianxia said fiercely, his eyes flashing with cold-killing intent. Xianxia wasn't weak and wasn't afraid of Chuxi. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. If not for the ancient immortal supremacy behind Chuxi, Xianxia definitely wouldn't have let Chuxi take Yiqingyu away. Grand Commander, pass down the order. Destroy the Water Immortal Palace and the Mystic Emperor Immortal Palace immediately. Let Chuxi know that even he can't protect those who offend the heavenly court. Xianxia ordered coldly. Yes. Palace Lord, the Grand Commander said respectfully. Venerable Gongsun, immediately bring people to the Supreme Immortal Realm and take control of it. Kill anyone who disobeys. Xianxia ordered. Yes. Palace Lord, Supremacy Gongsun. Orders were issued one after another. The ancient heavenly court that had been sleeping for a long time was about to undergo a great change. Chuxi, from today onwards, I'll take back everything that you've taken from me. Xianxia said coldly as a supreme and domineering aura spread out. Chuxi was in charge of the ancient heavenly court. As he was the strongest general under the ancient immortal supremacy, Xianxia also gave him face. Many factions that offended the ancient heavenly court were ignored by Xianxia. In order to maintain a good relationship with Chuxi, they even agreed to hand over the supreme immortal realm. Many experts from the imperial palace also withdrew from the various regions of the ancient heavenly courts. The strength of the ancient heavenly court had shrunk quite a bit as a result, but Xianxia did not care. However, who would have thought that Chuxi would directly fall out with the heavenly court because of Yiqingyu? Since that was the case, Xianxia would naturally not give Chuxi any face. He would naturally take back what he had lost. Palace Lord Yi, you gave birth to a good daughter. Humph. Xianxia said coldly and left. Yi Shuihan was embarrassed. His face was filled with helplessness and sadness. It was too late to regret. Let's go back, Yi Shuihan said sadly. He regretted it as if he had aged a few decades. If they valued Yi Qingyu, the heavenly court would surpass the heavenly court. Unfortunately, they missed the chance. Yi Mo, send someone to watch Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu is very powerful. Don't let her find you. You should know what to do if you find the chance, Yi Xian said. Don't worry, brother Yi. I won't let that bitch go. I know her weakness. Yi Mo said. Yi Qingyu didn't kill him, but she was ruthless. Yi Mo almost died. Don't worry, Yi Qingyu's power will be yours. I'll give you a pill from the ancient immortal monarch to help you increase your cultivation, Yi Xian said. Thank you, brother Yi. Yi Mo sneered in his heart. Yi Xian must be interested in Yi Qingyu's sword technique and that mysterious power. This is a good opportunity. Ancient Heaven Palace. Chu Shi appeared with Yi Qingyu in tow. Welcome, great guardian. The people of Ancient Heaven Palace greeted. Whoosh. A young man appeared. He was dressed in white brocade and had fair skin. He was handsome. More importantly, he emitted a terrifying aura. He was a 7-star ancient immortal monarch. This person was none other than Ancient Heaven Palace's young master, Chu Shitian. He was known as the #1 genius of the ancient heavenly court and the strongest genius. Father, what happened? Who fought Yi Xian? This person is very powerful. His battle prowess increased by 2 stars. His power is also very domineering, Chu Shitian asked anxiously. At the same time, he noticed Yi Qingyu and nodded. As a top genius of the ancient heavenly court, Chu Shitian naturally knew about Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu was a super beauty and was quite famous in the ancient heavenly court. It's her, Chu Shi said with a faint smile. Yi Qingyu? Chu Shitian's eyes widened in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Yi Qingyu, was that power really yours? Chu Shitian asked in shock. Yi Qingyu nodded. Amazing. Too amazing. You've surpassed me. When you've recovered to your peak, we'll fight, Chu Shitian said with surprise and joy. He wanted to fight Yi Qingyu immediately. It was clear that Chu Shitian was a battle maniac. I'm afraid I'm not young Master Chu's match, Yi Qingyu said softly. Tian where are the elders? Chu Shi asked. Father, Lord Ancient Immortal Monarch just sent news. The elders have all gone to the Ancient Immortal Palace. Something big must have happened, Chu Shitian said hurriedly. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter? Chu Shi said angrily. Father, you can't blame me for this. I told you to go deal with Lord Feng's matter, and Lord Ancient Immortal Monarch said it was more important and couldn't be neglected, Chu Shitian said innocently. Yi Qingyu was scared senseless by Chu Shitian's words. Who was Feng Wuchen? Lord Ancient Immortal Monarch was so wary of Feng Wuchen, Chu Shi sighed in relief. Yi Qingyu is now Lord Feng's subordinate. Treat her well, or I'll break your legs. I'm going to the Ancient Immortal Palace right away. What? Yi Qingyu is Lord Feng's subordinate? Chu Shitian was shocked. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Lord Yi, please come this way. Yi Qingyu didn't know how to react when Chu Shitian suddenly became so respectful. This was the ancient heavenly court's #1 genius. Could it be that Chu Shitian lowered his status because of Feng Wuchen? Just who is the lord? Chu Shi and Tian Hen are so respectful. Chu Shitian is the ancient heavenly court's #1 genius, but he is also so respectful because of the lord's identity. The most terrifying thing is that even the ancient celestial lord is so afraid. Yi Qingyu was more and more curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Just what kind of terrifying identity could make the ancient celestial world's most terrifying expert afraid? Yi Qingyu couldn't think of anything no matter how hard she racked her brain. The heavenly court definitely won't let this go. That bratty Xian won't either. They aren't afraid of me. Fairy Qingyu, you should stay in the ancient heavenly palace for a few days. Yitsongshan won't dare to force his way in, Chu Shi said before leaving. Thank you, Lord Chu Shi. Yi Qingyu said respectfully. If anything happens to Fairy Qingyu, I'll hold you responsible. Chu Shi scolded and glared at Chu Shitian. Don't worry, father. I'll protect Fairy Qingyu even if I have to risk my life. Chu Shitian patted his chest and promised. Chu Shi nodded in satisfaction, then disappeared. Although Chu Shi didn't know what had happened, something big must have happened since the three elders had summoned him. Lord Yi, the battle with Yixian consumed a lot of energy. I'll take you to rest, Chu Shitian said politely. I really couldn't tell that the ancient heavenly quartz #1 genius also knows how to serve others, Yi Qingyu joked. Chu Shitian smiled bitterly. Lord Yi, you're Lord Feng's subordinate. Now that you've defeated Yixian, your strength is above mine. You're the #1 genius, so I don't dare to neglect you. Otherwise, if Lord Feng blames me, wouldn't my father be in trouble? I can't beat my father with my current strength. If I neglect you, I'll have to bear the consequences. Lord Yi doesn't know how much I've suffered. Pfft. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but laugh when she saw the comical appearance of the ancient heavenly quartz #1 genius. Right, Lord Yi, why did you fight with Yixian? How was the battle? Sir Yi, you don't seem to be injured. Yixian shouldn't be that weak, right? Chu Shitian asked curiously as he brought Yi Qingyu to a palace. Yi Qingyu said softly, because of some personal matters, Yixian is very strong, his fire attribute is very powerful, I just won by luck. I see. Chu Shitian nodded. However, he thought to himself, such a terrifying power. Even if Yixian has the strength of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable, he probably won't be able to block it. This mysterious power is even more terrifying than I imagined. That feeling is definitely not wrong. Chu Shitian clearly didn't believe that Yi Qingyu had won by a fluke, but he didn't ask any more questions. By the way, how much do you know about Lord Feng? Lord Chu Shi is the strongest expert under Lord Ancient Immortal. Why is he so respectful to Lord Feng? Why is Lord Ancient Immortal so afraid? Yi Qingyu asked curiously. What? Even Lord Yi didn't know? Aren't you Lord Feng's subordinate? How could you not know? Chu Shitian asked in shock, his eyes wide open. Yi Qingyu shook her head and said, I've only seen him once. I don't know Lord Feng's identity. Chu Shitian sighed and smiled bitterly, I've never seen Lord Feng. My father only saw him once, so he really doesn't know Lord Feng's identity. However, my father said something. What did he say? Yi Qingyu asked. He would rather offend Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable than offend Lord Feng. This is what Protector Tianhen told my father, and my father told me. Chu Shitian shrugged and smiled. He would rather offend Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable than offend Lord Feng? Yi Qingyu's face was filled with shock, and her beautiful face stiffened. Was Feng Wuchen really that terrifying? Seeing Yi Qingyu's shocked expression, Chu Shitian smiled and said, That's right. This is what Protector Tianhen said. Only Protector Tianhen knows the specifics. This sentence is obviously saying that Lord Feng's identity is extremely terrifying. Even Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable can't afford to offend him, let alone us. You mean that Protector Tianhen might know Lord Feng's identity? Yi Qingyu guessed. Should be. Chu Shitian smiled and said, I originally wanted to ask Lord Yi, but who knew that Lord Yi didn't know either. Lord Feng's identity is very mysterious. Lord Yi being able to become Lord Feng's subordinate is really enviable. The more mysterious, the scarier. Yi Qingyu smiled. She had seen how terrifying Feng Wuchen was with her own eyes. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had given her these terrifying techniques and powers, which allowed her to easily defeat Yixian. This was enough for Yi Qingyu to firmly believe. Young Master Chu, as the ancient heavenly quartz #1 genius, why don't we make a bet? Yi Qingyu smiled and asked. This is the first time in my life that I'm making a bet with a beauty. I wonder how Lord Yi wants to bet. Chu Shitian smiled and asked, looking very interested. Aren't you envious that I can become Lord Feng's subordinate? Let's fight. If I win, you have to listen to me. If I lose, I can do 3 things for you. Yi Qingyu smiled and said. Fight? I like that. Chu Shitian was instantly excited. He looked at Yi Qingyu and said, Lord Yi seems to be very confident. That mysterious power is really exciting. I agree. It was rare to meet a worthy opponent, and a very powerful one at that. Chu Shitian's heart was filled with desire. Yi Qingyu smiled and said, "Young Master Chu, don't go back on your word." "I won't. 3 days later, we'll decide who's stronger." Chu Shitian smiled excitedly. Ancient Immortal Palace. Chu Shi appeared outside the palace in a flash and said respectfully, "Chu Shi greets Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable." "Come in." Ancient Immortal Venerable's voice sounded from inside the palace. In the palace, other than the Ancient Immortal Realm, the upper echelons of the Ancient Heavenly Court and the Immortal God Realm's strongest forces had already gathered. "Protector Chu Shi, has the matter with Lord Feng been resolved?" Ancient Immortal Venerable hurriedly asked. "It has been resolved." Chu Shi replied respectfully. That's good." Ancient Immortal Venerable nodded. "Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, may I know what happened?" Seeing that the upper echelons of the three strongest forces had arrived, Chu Shi hurriedly asked. Ancient Immortal Venerable stroked his white beard and said solemnly, "Devil Nightmare has been sealed for 3 million years. Recently, this Venerable sensed Devil Nightmare's aura spreading out from the seal. I'm afraid that it won't be long before he breaks the seal and comes out." "What? Devil Nightmare?" Chu Shi's expression changed drastically. "Devil Nightmare's strength is getting stronger and stronger. The fact that this Venerable's seal has changed means that his cultivation has surpassed this Venerable's." Ancient Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, his old face serious and worried. "That's why this Venerable has gathered all of you here. I need your strength to strengthen the seal and at least seal him for a little longer," Ancient Immortal Venerable said solemnly. "Once Mo Yen breaks out of the seal, he will definitely awaken the Ancient God and summon the demon race. At that time, the Ancient Immortal world will be in chaos and our position will be threatened." Great Elder said solemnly. His deep eyes flashed with viciousness. "This is also what I am worried about." Ancient Immortal Reverend frowned and said worriedly, "Mo Yen is the disciple of a titled Ancient God. The Ancient God won't interfere. We can only rely on ourselves. If Master Mo Yen doesn't interfere, it means that he acknowledges Mo Yan's strength." Great Elder said seriously. He was also worried in his heart. In the hall, the top experts of the three worlds were also worried. In the battle back then, Mo Yan's strength and the demon race's strength were still fresh in their minds. "Lord Ancient Immortal Reverend, Lord Feng's identity is terrifying and he has the support of a titled Ancient God. Why don't we use Lord Feng to deal with Mo Yen?" Deacon Elder said. "What? Use Lord Feng to deal with Mo Yen?" Protector Tian Hen's face changed. His body trembled and his soul almost left his body. Chu Shi said in fear, "Deacon Elder, are you joking?" The dozens of top experts in the hall couldn't help but be scared out of their wits. They all looked at the Deacon Elder in horror. Deacon Elder was really courageous. He actually dared to use Feng Wuchen. He was simply asking for death. Even Ancient Immortal Reverend was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Protector Tian Hen swallowed his saliva and said in fear, "Deacon Elder, you can't do this. The titled Ancient God behind Mo Yen has the same status as the titled Ancient Gods of the Ancient Immortal world. But the titled Ancient God behind Lord Feng has a terrifying status. Not only do we not dare to offend him, even the Ancient God doesn't dare to. We can't use Lord Feng." Protector Tian Hen is right. We can't use Lord Feng. Instead of using Lord Feng, why don't we ask Lord Feng for help? Chu Shi said solemnly. The titled Ancient God behind Lord Feng is too scary. Even Lord Ancient God doesn't dare to provoke him. "Let's not talk about this anymore," Venerable Gu said as he shook his head. Fear flashed in his eyes. Thinking back to the titled Ancient God's terrified expressions when they saw the Ancient God ring, the Venerable Ancient Immortal couldn't help but feel fear and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Even titled Ancient Gods were extremely fearful of him. The Deacon Elder actually dared to say that he would make use of Feng Wuchen. This was simply courting death. "Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign, although Mo Yen is strong, we might not be a match for him even if we join forces. No matter what, we must not let Mo Yen threaten our position." Protector Tian Hen said solemnly. Protector Tian Hen, you didn't know about the battle back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said such foolish words. The first elder shook his head. Protector Tianheng frowned and felt that he was too stupid. A terrifying expert of that level was simply unimaginable. The venerable ancient immortal sighed and said, Mo Yan's strength is above mine. At that level, it's not something that can be won by numbers. Pass down the order. Everyone, get ready. Experts above 5-star ancient immortal sovereign will follow me to strengthen the seal 3 days later. We must not let Mo Yan break out of the seal. It's decided. The venerable ancient immortal said solemnly. Thinking back to the battle back then, the venerable ancient immortal was still afraid. Yes. Everyone replied respectfully. Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign, should we tell Lord Feng about Mo Yan? Protector Tianhen asked respectfully. Not for now. The venerable ancient immortal shook his head and disappeared in a flash. 3 days later. Above the ancient heaven palace, Chu Tian and Yi Qingyu were already prepared for battle. Young Master Chu, it's not too late for you to regret. Yi Qingyu smiled faintly. She was very confident in her own strength. Strange, why do I feel that Lord Ye's strength has increased again? Hasn't it only been 3 days? Chu Tian thought to himself. However, he smiled and said, Lord Yi, since I have agreed, I won't go back on my words. Come, let me see the mysterious power. Buzz buzz. Yi Qingyu's aura suddenly changed. The supreme water power in her body was fully activated. Bright blue light exploded and shot into the sky. The void within a radius of several 100,000 feet shook violently and collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it became a world of darkness. There was only the bright blue light. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingyu's combat strength had soared to the level of an 8-star ancient immortal sovereign. She was even stronger than when she fought with Yixian. Clearly, with the help of the 5-time space ring and the powerful cultivation method, Yi Qingyu's cultivation had increased a little. Her jade-like hand clawed through the air. The rank 6 ancient immortal sword was summoned. Her combat strength soared again. She's indeed stronger than 3 days ago. What a terrifying cultivation speed. What kind of mysterious and ancient power is this? The aura of this power is extremely domineering. It makes people feel an inexplicable fear. Chu Tian was extremely shocked. His expression became extremely serious. Chu Tian could not imagine how terrifying Yi Qingyu's cultivation speed was. He could not imagine how terrifying this power was. Yi Qingyu's existence was the most terrifying among all the opponents Chu Tian had encountered. The pressure he felt was like a landslide. However, this also made Chu Tian extremely excited. Everyone in the ancient heaven temple was dumbfounded. Since when did Yi Qingyu become so terrifying? Buzz buzz. Chu Tian was not to be outdone. He circulated his strength with all his might and took out a grade 7 ancient immortal spear. Resplendent golden light illuminated the dusky space. A monstrous aura surged wildly and shook people's souls. In an instant, Chu Tian's combat strength soared to the level of a peak 8-star ancient immortal sovereign. He had clearly broken through to the 9-star ancient immortal sovereign realm. His strength far surpassed Yixian's. Everyone in the ancient heaven temple was frightened by Chu Tian's terrifying strength. Looking at Yi Qingyu, Chu Tian, who was incomparably excited and filled with battle intent, smiled and said, Lord Yi, this is my peak strength. As expected of the ancient heavenly court's #1 genius. Your strength is truly terrifying. Yixian cannot resist at all in front of you, Yi Qingyu praised. She was inwardly shocked. This was the first time she had experienced the terrifying strength of the ancient heavenly court's #1 genius up close. Young Master Chu, let's end this quickly. I will only use one sword strike. Yi Qingyu smiled. One sword strike to decide the victor? Chu Tian was stunned. Then, he said awkwardly, Lord Yi, this isn't too good, right? One must enjoy the thrill of the process. Isn't this one sword strike to decide the victor the same as not fighting at all? After the victor is decided, I will accompany you to have fun. Take out your strongest technique. We will decide the victor in one move. Yi Qingyu smiled. If it was a battle of attrition, Yi Qingyu would definitely lose. All right. It's a deal. Chu Tian was overjoyed. His aura surged again. All the strength in his body poured into the spear, and an extremely terrifying strength emanated from it. Ancient immortal technique. World-extinguishing firmament. Chu Shirtian roared. The spear in his hand danced rapidly. The berserk spear light became even more terrifying. In the end, it swept out horizontally. The spear light, which was tens of thousands of feet long, shot toward Yiqingyu with an unstoppable momentum. The terrifying spear light covered the entire ancient heaven temple, scaring the experts of ancient heaven temple out of their wits. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled violently. Such terrifying power had already shaken the entire ancient heavenly court. Countless factions and cultivators were greatly intimidated. This is young Master Chu's power. As expected of our ancient heavenly court's #1 genius. He's almost at the level of a star ancient immortal venerable. Although the other power is not as strong as young Master Chu, its domineering aura is far above young Master Chu's. This is the power that young Master used to fight. I wonder who it is. Who has such terrifying power? First, he challenged young Master Yi. Now, he's challenging young Master Chu. Could it be that young Master Yi lost? For a time, countless factions and cultivators of ancient heavenly court were discussing in fear. Yiqingyu is indeed an ancient heaven temple. Has Chu Shirtian become so strong? Yixian frowned deeply and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Yixian did not care that he was weaker than Chu Shirtian, but he could not accept that he was weaker than Yiqingyu. Lord Yi, this is my strongest ancient immortal technique. It can instantly double your strength. Lord Yi, you must be careful, Chu Shirtian said excitedly. He was very confident in his own strength. It is indeed very strong. Yiqingyu smiled faintly, but her expression did not change. It was as if she did not care. Yiqingyu did not move at all when the terrifying power was about to hit her. It was as if she did not see it. Chu Shirtian frowned slightly and thought, is Lord Yi so confident? My ancient immortal technique is so powerful that even ordinary 9-star ancient immortal venerables would be wary of it. However, as he watched, Chu Shirtian began to panic. What's going on? Lord Yi is still not attacking? Everyone in ancient heaven temple held their breaths and stared at Yiqingyu without blinking. What's wrong with Lord Yi? Why is she not moving? What kind of tactic is this? I don't know. Young Master has such terrifying power. If she doesn't dodge, the consequences will be unimaginable. Does Lord Yi dare to ignore young Master's ancient immortal technique? That's impossible, right? Everyone in ancient heaven temple discussed in fear. They were all extremely nervous. Yiqingyu did not move. She did not attack, nor did she dodge. Not good. Lord Yi, be careful. Chu Shirtian paled in fright. Seeing that it was too late, he tried to dash out. Just as Chu Shirtian turned pale with fright, he suddenly saw Yiqingyu's lips curl up into a mysterious smile. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Oh no. We've been tricked. Chu Shirtian was shocked. Swish, seeing that the terrifying spear light was about to hit her, Yiqingyu's beautiful figure suddenly and strangely disappeared. As expected. Chu Shirtian was greatly shocked. He had already sensed an intense danger approaching, but he didn't know the exact location of the danger. Rumble. Buzz. Chu Shirtian's terrifying spear light smashed into a distant immortal mountain. The majestic immortal mountain was instantly reduced to ashes. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the ancient heaven realm. Terrifying energy ripples wildly swept outwards as destructive shockwaves covered the void for hundreds of thousands of feet. Its destructive power was extremely terrifying. In the next second, the panicked Chu Shirtian suddenly felt a cold sensation on his neck. His body couldn't help but tremble. Young Master Chu, you've lost. Yiqingyu chuckled. The ancient immortal sword was already pressed against Chu Shirtian's neck. What a powerful movement technique. Your speed is astonishing. I didn't even sense it. Chu Shirtian looked at Yiqingyu in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Yiqingyu withdrew the ancient immortal sword and smiled. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. From today onwards, you have to listen to me. I've given you a chance to regret it. Hearing this, Chu Shitian was shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Qingyu. He finally realized something. Lord Yi, you're tricking me. Chu Shitian exclaimed. If Chu Shitian still hadn't reacted, then he was too stupid. In any case, you've lost. A smug look appeared on Yi Qingyu's pretty face. Alright, I've lost, Chu Shitian said helplessly. In his heart, he cursed himself for being stupid. Follow me, Yi Qingyu said solemnly. Then, she flew away. Chu Shitian followed behind. Before long, the two of them arrived at the top of a mountain. Seeing Yi Qingyu's serious expression, Chu Shitian put away his mischievous smile and asked respectfully, Lord Yi, what's the matter? Young Master Chu, I'll be honest with you. The reason why I, Yi Qingyu, have my current strength is all because of Lord Feng. My movement techniques, powerful spells, and ancient powers were all given to me by Lord Feng. With these, I easily defeated Yi Xian, Yi Qingyu said solemnly. What? Lord Feng gave you all these? Chu Shitian was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. Yi Qingyu said solemnly, that's right. In the years that I disappeared, I was trapped in the deepest part of the illusion. My cultivation didn't improve at all. I've always been a 4-star ancient immortal venerable. It was Lord Feng who saved me and allowed me to have my current strength in a few short days. A few short days? Chu Shitian was shocked again. He was scared out of his wits. Yi Qingyu nodded slightly and said, yes. Although Lord Feng isn't very strong, he's very terrifying. You can't understand how shocked I was back then. All the immortal beasts in the immortal shadow illusion, including the 4 great races, all knelt before Lord Feng. All knelt? That's too terrifying. Chu Shitian was completely dumbfounded. His eyeballs were about to fall out. Young Master Chu, I was ordered by Lord Feng to establish a Luosha faction in the ancient heavenly court. When I came to the ancient heavenly temple, I had already decided to find you to join Luosha. That's why I made a bet with you. You lost, so. Yi Qingyu said solemnly. I was somehow tricked by Lord Yi, and then became a Luosha member? Chu Shitian laughed dryly. Yi Qingyu smiled and said, you're very strong. If you join Luosha, I believe that Luosha will quickly become stronger. You're smart, Lord Yi. Forget it. Since I've lost, I won't go back on my word. Besides, it's a faction established by Lord Feng. I can join Luosha as well. However, Lord Yi said that you wanted to fight me. I can't go back on my word, Chu Shitian said with a smile. Of course, but you'd better be mentally prepared, Yi Qingyu said with a smile. She was very confident in her own strength. Chu Shitian smiled excitedly and said, I'm always ready. Oh, right. Lord Yi, if Lord Feng is so terrifying, why did he establish Luosha? Chu Shitian asked, puzzled. I'm not sure either. Yi Qingyu shook her head, and continued, if you join Luosha, you'll address Lord Feng as Lord from now on. I'm the Supreme Commander. Lord Feng is currently strengthening the Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul? Chu Shitian frowned and said, what is Lord Feng trying to do? Luosha and Dragon Soul? Is he trying to destroy the ancient immortal world? You're the one who wants to destroy the ancient immortal world. Yi Qingyu scolded, rolling her eyes at Chu Shitian. I'm just saying. After all, I really don't know what you're trying to do. Chu Shitian scratched his head awkwardly. Feng Wuchen could make the 4 races of the illusory realm kneel. That was already extremely terrifying. Chu Shitian really didn't know why Feng Wuchen had established the Dragon Soul and Rakshasa. You're not allowed to reveal anything about Rakshasa, including Lady Chu Shi. Everything will have to wait until Rakshasa becomes stronger, Yi Qingyu said sternly. Chu Shitian nodded. Understood. I'll keep my mouth shut. Alright, your current mission is to strengthen Rakshasa and recruit cultivators as soon as possible. As for what kind of people you want, you can decide for yourself. Yi Qingyu smiled. Hearing that, Chu Shitian felt extremely depressed. He muttered, why do I feel like Commander Xi has thrown her mission to me? What did you say? Yi Qingyu asked. She couldn't hear him clearly. Nothing, nothing. I'll do it immediately. I definitely won't disappoint Commander Xi and Lord Xi. Chu Shitian hurriedly waved his hand. Very good. I'll go back and cultivate first. I'll come find you in half a month. Yi Qingyu smiled in satisfaction. Then, she disappeared. Commander Xi, the Heavenly Court won't let you off. You must be careful. Chu Shitian hurriedly warned her. Don't worry. They can't do anything to me. Yi Qingyu's voice sounded. As long as she wasn't trapped by the barrier, Yi Qingyu didn't fear anyone from the Heavenly Court. Sigh, Chu Shitian, oh Chu Shitian. You're really stupid. Commander Xi has been scheming against you since the beginning. You actually didn't know, Chu Shitian cursed. He really wanted to slap himself. Feng Wuchen. Just what kind of person is he? In just a few days, he made Yi Qingyu obtain such great power and even made the 4 races of the illusory realm kneel. It's really unbelievable, Chu Shitian thought. He was becoming more and more curious about Feng Wuchen. If it wasn't for Chu Shi's prohibition, Chu Shitian would have already flown to the ancient immortal domain. When Chu Shitian returned to the ancient heaven palace, a subordinate reported in a panic, reporting to young lord, something has happened. The Heavenly Court Palace sent out Sovereign Gongsun and forcefully took back the Supreme Immortal Realm. All the forces that resisted were wiped out. The Water Immortal Palace, Mystic Emperor Immortal Palace, and other forces were also wiped out by the Heavenly Court Palace. Many forces in the ancient heaven realm are in a state of panic. Chu Shitian frowned deeply and said, the Heavenly Court acted so quickly? Looks like Xianxia is furious this time. Father has fallen out with the Heavenly Court Palace. Xianxia won't give the ancient Heavenly Palace any face. Young Master, the great forces of the Supreme Celestial Realm have sent news. They hope that the Hall Master will act as soon as possible, the subordinate said respectfully. Chu Shitian frowned deeply and said gravely, the ancient celestial sovereign has gathered the experts of the 3 worlds. Something important must have happened, and he has yet to return. We can't stop the Heavenly Court by ourselves, but forcing them to retreat shouldn't be a problem. Pass down my orders. The ancient Heaven Temple and their subordinate forces are to send reinforcements immediately and force the Heavenly Court Palace to retreat. Everything will be decided after my father returns. I will make a trip to the Supreme Celestial Realm. Yes. This subordinate will do it right away, the subordinate said respectfully and disappeared immediately. Xianxia, although we have already shed all pretense of cordiality, your actions will only bring destruction to the Heavenly Court. The ancient Heaven Palace has the backing of the ancient Immortal Venerate. Your Heavenly Court is simply seeking your own destruction. Yi Qingyu is the Honorable Lord's subordinate. If you dare to deal with Yi Qingyu, it's equivalent to offending the Honorable Lord. You can't bear the consequences, Chu Shitian thought to himself before disappearing in a flash. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of the Wind Restaurant, Feng Wuchen was discussing with the ancient celestial sovereign. Whoosh! Xianxia appeared in a flash and bowed respectfully. Honorable Lord, Elder. The ancient celestial sovereign returned the greeting. Commander Supreme. What's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said respectfully, Honorable Lord, the matter at the celestial capital has been settled. However, the existence of the dragon soul has attracted the attention of several perfected golden immortal forces. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled faintly. Don't worry about them if you don't want to make a move. Leave the celestial capital to Li Yuntian and Su Yanjun. You don't have to run around. Seize the time to cultivate and break through to the perfected golden immortal realm as soon as possible. Yes, Honorable Lord. Xianxia said respectfully. He could tell that Feng Wuchen did not place much importance on the celestial capital. Feng Wuchen then handed Xianxia a storage ring and said, give it to the dragon soul honorable to cultivate. The dragon soul honorable's strength has increased tremendously. I have never heard of it before. What kind of treasure did the Honorable Lord refine? It actually has such a terrifying effect. Guyu was secretly shocked. Honorable Lord, those 3 ancient immortal emperors did not listen to orders at all. We gave them spatial rings and 5th grade ancient immortal swords, and even asked them to cultivate with ancient immortal emperors. This subordinate feels that they only came for Elder Guyu's pills and did not sincerely want to join the dragon's soul. Xianxia respectfully reported after receiving the storage ring. Xianxia, you are now the supreme commander of the dragon's soul. You can make your own judgment on this matter. If you think that they are disloyal to the dragon's soul, you have the highest authority to expel them from the dragon's soul. There is no need to report to me. You can decide everything about the dragon's soul. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It was just 3 ancient immortal emperors. Feng Wuchen did not care at all. Even if they were ancient immortal sovereigns, as long as they were not sincere to the dragon's soul, Feng Wuchen did not care. Honorable Lord's vision is extremely high, and he has the demeanor of an emperor. He is definitely not someone that ordinary young lords of major powers can compare to. Honorable Lord's true identity must be extremely terrifying. Guyu thought, extremely curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Yes. Xianxia respectfully replied. Feng Wuchen's unconditional trust made Xianxia feel incomparably touched. Sit, there is no need to be reserved. Feng Wuchen indicated for Xianxia to sit and poured a cup of wine for Xianxia. He then asked, how is Ning Tiancheng's cultivation? Tiancheng has already broken through to the ancient immortal emperor realm. Tiancheng has already comprehended the cultivation arts and incantations bestowed by Honorable Lord. However, he is still unable to control his strength. The strength bestowed by Honorable Lord is too tyrannical, and he is still working hard. Xianxia respectfully replied. Not bad. Feng Wuchen lightly smiled. Honorable Lord, Qiu Tian has sensed that someone has been secretly monitoring us. It is an ancient immortal emperor expert, and there are also many perfected golden immortals in Windfire City. Xianxia respectfully reported. Someone from the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor. Feng Wuchen smiled. This subordinate guesses that it is also someone from the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor. Yi Hongyun will not let us off so easily. Xianxia solemnly said. The Sky Illumination Immortal Manor has the backing of immortal sovereign Qing Ran. They have quite a reputation in the heavenly immortal world, and they are also extremely arrogant. Many ancient immortal sovereigns do not dare to offend them. Guyu faintly smiled. Elder Guyu knows immortal sovereign Qing Ran? Xianxia asked. Guyu lightly nodded and said, we have been rivals for many years, and I have won more than I have lost. However, something has happened to this elder recently, and I am afraid that I am not that old thing's opponent. Feng Wuchen indifferently said, Elder Guyu's situation is not a big problem, don't worry. Hearing this, Guyu immediately became excited. Elder Guyu is an ancient immortal sovereign realm alchemist. Even he can't do anything about it, but Lord said it's not a big problem. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Lord, you can see my condition? Guyu asked excitedly. One must know that Guyu immortal sovereign's condition can't be seen by ordinary people. Feng Wuchen has never checked before, but he can see it. How can Guyu immortal sovereign not be excited? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Elder Guyu, there's no need to worry. Your condition is due to the backlash of your soul force when you were refining. Not only is your soul force unable to increase, but it is also weakening. That's right. That's right. That's it. In the past month, my soul power has decreased by a lot. I'm worried sick, Guyu said excitedly. She was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying attainments in the field of alchemy. Lord is really abnormal. You can even see this? Xianxia was shocked again. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Why are you looking at me like that? Feng Wuchen asked. Nothing, I just feel that Lord is abnormal. Even monsters aren't as abnormal. Xianxia said honestly. Feng Wuchen. Lord, how do you solve my condition? Guyu asked anxiously. He was so anxious that he didn't have the demeanor of an ancient immortal sovereign. Feng Wuchen smiled, I called you here to drink today to help you solve your condition. Elder Guyu didn't notice it? What? Guyu immortal sovereign's face changed. He immediately checked his body's condition. He didn't know if he didn't check, but once he checked, he was stunned. The weakening of his soul power had disappeared, not only that, his soul power had recovered a lot. Shocking. Extremely shocking. Lord, what's going on? When did you help this elder? Gu asked in shock, his old face stiff to the extreme. It's already solved? Xianxia was also stunned. He stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't do anything. He just sat there and drank. Lord, could it be this wine? Gu quickly reacted. Wine. Why can't I taste it? Xianxia asked, puzzled. That's right. These 8 attributes are different from the ones in the restaurant. There is a powerful soul force inside that was diluted into the wine. Even Elder Gu didn't notice it. Now, I've already helped you eliminate the soul force backlash, Feng Wuchen said with a light smile. Many thanks, Lord. Gu Immortal Venerable was ecstatic. Elder Gu, go back and cultivate properly. Your soul force will recover soon, Feng Wuchen said with a light smile. Good. This elder will go back and cultivate now. Gu Immortal Venerable said excitedly and immediately disappeared. My lord, aren't you an ancient immortal king realm alchemist? How can it help an ancient immortal venerable realm alchemist solve a problem? Xianxia asked in shock. Are ancient immortal venerables very strong? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Xianxia was at a loss for words. Xianxia couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. My lord, I'll go and deal with those 3 ancient immortal emperors first. If I don't expel them from the dragon's soul, I won't be able to be at ease and cultivate in peace, Xianxia said respectfully and left. Looking at the void, Feng Wuchen grinned. Yi Hongyun should be unable to hold herself back, right? Heavenly illumination immortal matter. Senior brother, didn't you say that Shi Tianfeng would be coming out of seclusion in a few days? Why is there no news yet? In the palace, Yi Hongyun asked anxiously. Junior brother, don't be anxious. Shi Tianfeng has already come out of seclusion. I've already informed Shi Tianfeng of the current situation. Pass down the order first, Wu Yuan said with a proud smile. That's great. I'll pass down the order immediately. Yi Hongyun was overjoyed and immediately sent a voice transmission. Commander Xianxia, pass down the order. Everyone, get ready. Yes. Young Lord. Commander Xianxia replied respectfully. Young Lord Shi Tianfeng has a bad temper. When you see him, be careful with your words and don't offend him, Wu Yuan reminded. Senior brother, don't worry. I know what to do. Yi Hongyun nodded. Let's go and see him, Wu Yuan said with a smile. Yi Hongyun said excitedly, Senior brother, I've been in the heaven immortal world for so many years, but I haven't been to Guzun Hall. How long has it been? Guzun Hall is a transcendent force in the heaven immortal world. I've only been there a few times with my master and got to know Shi Tianfeng by chance, Wu Yuan said with a proud smile. Although the heaven illumination immortal matter had the support of immortal sovereign Qing Ran and was quite prestigious in the heaven immortal world, it was still far from Guzun Hall. Although immortal sovereign Qing Ran was an ancient immortal sovereign alchemist, he wasn't the strongest in the heaven immortal world. It was precisely because he was an ancient immortal sovereign alchemist that he was qualified to enter Guzun Hall. At the same time, Commander Xianxia had already passed down the order, and his subordinates in the dark had already begun to move. At this moment, many experts were entering the immortal soul world. Mystic Sovereign Palace, Wind Snow Immortal Palace, Wind Restaurant, and Shinra Temple were their targets. Polaris Immortal Sect. Reporting to Commander Xingyan. We've sensed many great overarching golden immortals and ancient immortal emperors entering the immortal soul world. Their origins are unknown, a great overarching golden immortal subordinate reported respectfully. Their origins are unknown? Commander Xingyan frowned deeply and said solemnly, could it be that they're here for the Super 8 attributes? Or perhaps Lord Feng and Jianqiu? No. Great overarching golden immortals and ancient immortal emperors don't care about the Super 8 attributes. They're here for Lord Feng and Jianqiu. Keep an eye on them and report to me at all times, Commander Xingyan ordered before disappearing in a flash. Wind Restaurant. On the balcony of the 3rd floor, a person appeared. It was Zhou Tian. Lord, the people in the dark have begun to move. We've just received news that many great overarching golden immortals and ancient immortal emperors have entered the immortal soul world, Zhou Tian said. Respectfully. After waiting for so long, they're finally here. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly and said, keep an eye on them secretly and bide your time. Understood. Qiu Tian said respectfully before disappearing. Whoosh. Just as Qiu Tian left, Commander Xingyan appeared in a flash behind him. Reporting to Lord Feng. Something has happened. Many great overarching golden immortals and ancient immortal emperors have entered the immortal soul world. I'm afraid they're here for Lord Feng and Jian Chou, Commander Xingyan reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I'm already aware of this matter. Don't worry. Should we report this to Guardian Tianhen? Commander Xingyan asked respectfully. There's no need. The dragon soul is enough. It's time to let the heavenly reflection immortal manner know the strength of the dragon soul, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. I'll immediately send someone over just in case, Commander Xingyan said respectfully. There's no need, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He looked at Commander Xingyan and said, just watch. Watch. Commander Xingyan was instantly stunned. He didn't understand what Feng Wuchen meant. Could the dragon soul's strength be on par with great overarching golden immortals and ancient immortal emperors? The dragon soul's growth shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Lord Feng, is the dragon soul's ability already on par with great overarching golden immortals and ancient immortal emperors? Commander Xingyan couldn't help but ask. He was rather worried. Commander Xingyan had seen the dragon soul's ability before. Back then, the strongest were only a few great overarching golden immortals, so they couldn't go against ancient immortal emperors. Moreover, there were dozens of great overarching golden immortals and dozens of ancient immortal emperors. Such a powerful lineup could completely crush the dragon soul. Even if the Shinra Temple and Polaris Immortal Sect worked together, they might not be able to defeat these foreign strong practitioners. It was normal for Commander Xingyan to be worried. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Don't worry, the dragon soul's ability is enough to go against them. When Feng Wuchen said that, Commander Xingyan's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. Could it be Ancient Moon Immortal Venerable? Ancient Moon Immortal Venerable has already acknowledged Lord Feng as his master. However, for Ancient Moon Immortal Venerable to take action, isn't this too? Commander Xingyan was shocked, but he didn't say anything. After all, the strong practitioners sent by the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Manor weren't people they could deal with. However, what makes me curious is what capabilities the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Manor has to not fear Protector Tianhen and even dare to step into the Immortal Soul World. Isn't the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Manor afraid of offending Protector Tianhen again? Or does Immortal Venerable Qing Ran have the confidence to go against Protector Tianhen? Feng Wuchen smiled. Lord Feng, the cultivators who entered the Immortal Soul World aren't from the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Manor, Commander Xingyan said respectfully. I'm not talking about them, but about the people who have been secretly monitoring us. The foreign cultivators must be in cahoots with them. Yi Hongyun must be the mastermind, Feng Wuchen said with certainty. The people who have been secretly monitoring us? Commander Xingyan frowned slightly and immediately said, I'll go to the Heaven Immortal World to investigate immediately. Since it's an ancient immortal emperor strong practitioner, it shouldn't take too long. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said indifferently, there's no need to investigate. Since they plan to take action, we'll know soon. Hall. Wu Yuan brought Yi Hongyun to the entrance of Gu Sovereign Hall. Is this Guzun Hall? It was truly imposing and intimidating. There are also many terrifying experts in the palace. Looking at the huge and majestic palace on the huge immortal mountain, Yi Hongyun trembled in fear. Wu Yuan looked at the majestic palace and smiled. When I first came here, I was just like you, shocked and envious. This is the glory of a transcendent power. Gu Sovereign Hall is the strongest power in our heaven immortal world. Senior brother, Guzun Hall is such a terrifying force. They shouldn't be afraid of ancient immortal palace, right? Yi Hongyun asked. Wu Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, the matters of the transcendental forces, how would we know? Don't bring this up again. Yes. Senior apprentice brother is right. Yi Hongyun nodded her head repeatedly. When faced with a transcendent power, she was also extremely afraid in her heart. Who are you? At this time a disciple stopped him and asked. We are immortal Venerable Qing Ran's disciples, Wu Yuan and Yi Hongyun. We have some matters to discuss with young Lord Shi Tianfeng. Wu Yuan smiled politely. So it's the two of you. Young Lord has already instructed. Please follow me. A disciple said politely and personally led Wu Yuan and Yi Hongyun into Gu Sovereign Hall. After entering Gu Sovereign Hall, Yi Hongyun became even more nervous. Waves of terrifying aura swept over them. That unparalleled pressure almost made her suffocate. Even Wu Yuan was quite nervous at this moment. After all, immortal Venerable Qing Ran didn't come with them this time. Especially when they passed by the largest and most imposing main palace, Yi Hongyun felt as if she had arrived at the gates of hell. It was too terrifying. Gu Sovereign Hall's strength is too terrifying. Any 8-star ancient immortal emperor can destroy heavenly illumination immortal palace, not to mention there are so many ancient immortal venerable experts. No wonder Father always said not to offend the transcendental forces and even gave me the chance to make friends with them. Yi Hongyun was horrified in her heart. Her back was already soaked in cold sweat. Of course, since they could enter Gu Sovereign Hall with a disciple leading the way, the experts of Gu Sovereign Hall naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them. After all, not just anyone could enter. A few minutes later, the disciple brought Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan to a palace. The two of you, this is young Lord's palace. Young Lord has been waiting for a long time. The disciple smiled politely. After all, they were Shi Tianfeng's guests. Many thanks. Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan thanked him politely. Brother Wu Yuan, come in. There's no need to be so polite. An indifferent voice came from the palace, giving off a domineering feeling that everything was under control. What a terrifying aura. I have long heard that young Lord Shi Tianfeng's strength is terrifying, but I didn't expect him to be a 7-star ancient immortal venerable. Yi Hongyun was incomparably terrified. Many thanks, young Lord Shi Tianfeng. Wu Yuan smiled politely and brought Yi Hongyun into the palace. In the main hall of the palace, there was a handsome man dressed in luxurious white brocade. This person was Shi Tianfeng. Shi Tianfeng was one of the top geniuses in the ancient immortal domain. He was rather famous in the ancient immortal domain and the entire ancient immortal world. He was definitely an existence that made people tremble in fear. Greetings, young Lord Shi Tianfeng. After entering the main hall, Wu Yuan and Yi Hongyun bowed respectfully. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. Have a seat." Many thanks. Wu Yuan and Yi Hongyun thanked him, and their nervousness disappeared. How has Senior Immortal Venerable Qing Ran been recently? He hasn't come to Guzun Hall for a long time. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly and asked. Wu Yuan smiled and said, Master has been doing well. His alchemy realm has also improved. However, he has been busy refining pills recently and hasn't come out for a long time. I see. Shi Tianfeng nodded slightly and said with a smile, remember to send my regards to Immortal Venerable Qing Ran. Definitely. Wu Yuan smiled and said. Glancing at Yi Hongyun, Shi Tianfeng said, I already know about young Lord Ye's matter. Since Brother Wu Yuan has asked, I will naturally help. As for Protector Tianhen, I will go and greet him. If it wasn't for the immortal grade herb that Senior Qing Ran gifted me, I probably wouldn't have broken through to the 7-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Back then, Immortal Venerable Qing Ran gifted the immortal grade herb to Guzun Hall. As an ancient immortal venerable alchemist, Guzun Hall naturally wouldn't reject him. Many thanks, young Lord Shi Tianfeng. Yi Hongyun quickly cupped her fists and thanked Shi Tianfeng. Her heart was filled with joy. With Shi Tianfeng's words, Yi Hongyun was completely relieved. You're welcome. Since you're also Immortal Venerable Qing Ran's disciple, you're also my friend. I also know about the heavenly illumination immortal matter. I also know about you. Recently, you married a beautiful wife. How enviable. Shi Tianfeng smiled happily. Yi Hongyun smiled and said, many thanks for young Lord Shi Tianfeng's praise. Shi Tianfeng formed a seal with one hand. With a flick of his finger, a green light shot out and instantly condensed into a light screen in the hall. A top-grade ancient immortal technique. Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan exclaimed in their hearts. After a while, Protector Tianhen's figure slowly appeared in the light screen. End of chapter. The peak-grade ancient immortal technique that Shi Tianfeng executed was actually a type of immortal technique. Protector Tianhen. Looking at the light screen, Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. Protector Tianhen. Wu Yuan and Yi Hongyun were shocked when they saw Protector Tianhen. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful ancient immortal technique. Shi Tianfeng? Protector Tianhen was shocked. In his palace, a light screen appeared out of nowhere and he saw Shi Tianfeng on it. Yi Hongyun. When Protector Tianhen saw Yi Hongyun, he frowned and thought to himself, Yi Hongyun actually went to look for Shi Tianfeng. Yi Hongyun, Yi Hongyun. You still don't know what kind of existence you have offended. Do you think that you can deal with Lord Feng and Jianzhou by seeking help from Shi Tianfeng? You are truly delusional. You are dragging Guzun Hall down with you. I'm afraid you still don't know that if it wasn't for Lord Feng giving Jianzhou a chance, heaven illumination immortal matter would have been reduced to ashes. Protector Tianhen sneered coldly in his heart. Protector Tianhen, long time no see. How have you been? Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. What a rare guest. It's rare for the young master of Guzun Hall to take the initiative to look for me. Protector Tianhen smiled and pretended that he didn't see Yi Hongyun. Protector Tianhen hasn't come to Guzun Hall for a long time. Seems like you are cultivating. Congratulations on breaking through to the ancient immortal reverent realm. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly and said politely. Protector Tianhen broke through to the ancient immortal reverent realm? Yi Hongyun was shocked. Young Master Shi Tianfeng, is there anything you need from me? Protector Tianhen smiled and asked politely. After all, Shi Tianfeng's identity was there. Guzun Hall was so strong that even ancient immortal palace had to be wary of it. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. Actually, it's just a small matter. I heard that my friend Yi Hongyun has some conflict with Protector Tianhen. Can Protector Tianhen reconcile this matter on my account? I don't care about this matter. Young Master Shi Tianfeng, you are overthinking it. Protector Tianhen smiled faintly. His meaning was obvious. Yi Hongyun wasn't in his eyes, so why would he care about it? Yi Hongyun could clearly hear the contempt in Protector Tianhen's words. She was inwardly furious. Since that's the case, I'll have to thank Guardian Tianhen then. As for the matters of the sky illumination immortal matter, I hope that Guardian Tianhen will not interfere in it. I don't want to hurt our relationship. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly, as though he was speaking to a good friend. When have I ever interfered with the matters of the heavenly illumination immortal abode? I don't care what the heaven illumination immortal manor wants to do. I don't have the time to care. Protector Tianhen acted dumb. That's good. Shi Tianfeng smiled calmly, since Protector Tianhen doesn't interfere, I can be at ease. Protector Tianhen frowned once more and asked, does young Master Shi Tianfeng intend to interfere? Protector Tianhen is indeed related to Feng Wuchen. It wasn't a coincidence that Protector Tianhen appeared in the Wind restaurant that day. Yi Hongyun said in her heart. Shi Tianfeng shook his head and smiled faintly. Protector Tianhen, you're worrying too much. Why would I interfere in such a small matter? I'm only doing a favor for a friend. Shi Tianfeng, let me give you a reminder. The moment you fall into the trap, it will be too late for regrets. Protector Tianhen smiled. Many thanks for Protector Tianhen's reminder. I will be careful. Shi Tianfeng smiled as though everything was under his control. He didn't care about Protector Tianhen's words at all. With that said, Shi Tianfeng waved his hand and removed the light screen. Shi Tianfeng was only greeting Protector Tianhen. Although it was a casual conversation, it displayed a domineering aura. Young Master Shi Tianfeng, Protector Tianhen won't interfere, right? Wu Yuan asked. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. Whether Protector Tianhen interferes or not is his business. We don't need to care about it. I have already informed him. If he still interferes, he won't be giving me, Shi Tianfeng, and Gu Sovereign Hall any face. At that time, don't blame me for being impolite. Many thanks for young Master Shi Tianfeng's help. If young Master Shi Tianfeng needs my help in the future, Yi Hongyun will definitely not decline. Yi Hongyun quickly cupped her fists and thanked Shi Tianfeng. Yi Hongyun had decided to curry favor with such a terrifying expert. No need to be polite. You guys can take action now. Protector Tianhen won't interfere. Shi Tianfeng smiled and was extremely confident. Ancient Immortal Hall. Within the hall, Protector Tianhen's face was extremely gloomy. It seems like Yi Hongyun is asking for Shi Tianfeng's help because of Immortal Reverend Qing Ran. Shi Tianfeng doesn't even put me in his eyes. Protector Tianhen said gloomily with a trace of viciousness in his eyes. However, it doesn't matter. The cultivation technique and movement technique that Lord Feng bestowed upon me is extremely terrifying. My cultivation speed has increased by a few folds. My cultivation will catch up to him sooner or later. Protector Tianhen sneered confidently. Lord Immortal Reverend and the others have already gone to strengthen the seal. At this juncture, I truly can't do anything to the Gu Sovereign Hall. It's not good for me to get into a conflict with Shi Tianfeng. I have to report this matter to Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen thought. As he thought of this, Protector Tianhen immediately transmitted a message to Feng Wuchen. Lord Feng, this subordinate has something to report. What is it? Speak. Feng Wuchen's voice resounded. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message respectfully. Yi Hongyun found the young master of the Gu Sovereign Hall, Shi Tianfeng, for help. The Gu Sovereign Hall is a transcendent power of the Heaven Immortal World and is extremely powerful. Even the Ancient Immortal Hall has to be wary of him. Shi Tianfeng is a peak genius of the Ancient Immortal Domain and is a 7-star. Ancient Immortal Reverend. If this person interferes, things will become very troublesome. I see. No wonder so many experts entered the Immortal Soul World. So it turns out that Yi Hongyun has found a powerful backer. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message with a smile. Lord Feng, the Ancient Immortal Reverends have something important to do. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to deal with Shi Tianfeng. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message respectfully. Don't worry. You don't have to interfere in this matter. Cultivate well. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message with a smile. I don't have to interfere? Protector Tianhen was stunned. Shortly after, he recalled something and felt completely relieved. This subordinate understands. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message respectfully. After that, he continued, this protector almost forgot that the 4 major races of the illusory realm are now in the Ancient Immortal Domain. With their help, the Gu Sovereign Hall is nothing to be afraid of. Shi Tianfeng, don't regret interfering. Protector Tianhen sneered in ridicule. Wind Breeze Restaurant. On the balcony of the 3rd floor, the War Emperor appeared and reported respectfully, reporting to Reverend, the external cultivators are already near the Mystic Sovereign Hall, Wind Snow Immortal Palace and Shinra Temple's Wind Breeze Restaurant. Oh? Wind Snow Immortal Palace isn't going to be let off? Seems like they still want to capture people and threaten them. Yi Hongyun, you are truly cunning. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into an evil smile. Reverend, the Dragon Soul has been deployed. The War Emperor reported respectfully. Very good. Seems like they are waiting for orders. Feng Wuchen sneered. Pass down the order. Once they take action, kill them immediately. End of chapter. Dragon Soul Sovereign, listen to my orders. If the enemy attacks, kill them without mercy. Battle Emperor immediately gave the highest order of Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul Sovereign is already prepared to kill the enemy. Sovereign, this subordinate has already given the order. The Dragon Soul will attack at any moment. Battle Emperor said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, Battle Emperor, make a trip to Wind Snow Immortal Palace immediately and ensure the safety of Bing Wu and the rest. Yes. Sovereign. Battle Emperor said respectfully and his figure immediately disappeared. After drinking a cup of wine, Feng Wuchen grinned and said, the show is about to begin. Master. Disciple's soul force has recovered. Many thanks, Master. At this moment, Guyu Immortal Sovereign's excited voice could be heard. Didn't I say before? I don't accept disciples. Just call me Sovereign. You don't have to cultivate your refining technique for the time being. After this matter is over, I will impart you a powerful refining technique and guide you in refining powerful elixirs. Your mission is to deal with Qing Ran, Immortal Sovereign. Feng Wuchen transmitted with a smile. Yes. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Sovereign. Bu Immortal Sovereign was ecstatic. He was secretly glad that he chose to follow Feng Wuchen. Bu Immortal Sovereign was looking forward to it. He had personally witnessed the terrifying cultivation technique and power that Feng Wuchen had imparted to Xianxia and the rest. How could the refining technique that Feng Wuchen had imparted to him be weak? Impossible. Swish. Swish, in the sky above Immortal Soul World, Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan appeared. With young Master Shi Tianfeng's help and protector Tian Hen not interfering, I want to see who can protect their lives. Yi Hongyun sneered complacently. Wu Yuan laughed proudly. In the ancient immortal domain, young Master Shi Tianfeng's position is extraordinary. Not many people dare to offend him. Although Protector Tian Hen is a favorite of Lord Immortal Sovereign Gu, young Master Shi Tianfeng is not afraid of him. It is all thanks to senior brother's help this time. Yi Hongyun smiled. We are senior brother, there is no need to be polite. Wu Yuan smiled. Oh right, junior brother, did you find out where the lightning shadow sky wolf is? Wu Yuan asked as he looked at Yi Hongyun. No, Commander Xianxia said that the thunder shadow sky wolf is nowhere to be seen. It has probably left. Yi Hongyun shook her head. Let's hope that's the case. The thunder shadow sky wolf is a subordinate of one of the four great races, it's not good to antagonize them. Now that the four great races have entered the ancient immortal realms, we still have no idea what their purpose is. Wu Yuan nodded, feeling much more at ease in his heart. Swish, at this moment, Commander Xianxia appeared. Greetings, young master. Commander Xianxia bowed respectfully. How is it? Yi Hongyun asked. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for the young master's orders, Commander Xianxia said respectfully. Make your move. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Everyone, listen up. Act according to the plan. Commander Xianxia immediately ordered. Yi Hongyun sneered and said, Jianchou, Feng Wuchen, when you see me in a while, you must be very angry, right? After Commander Xianxia gave the order, all the perfected golden immortals and ancient immortal emperors hidden in the Shinra Temple, Firestorm City, Mystic Imperial Palace, and the Wind Snow Immortal Palace all moved out. Shinra Temple. The terrifying power of the ancient immortal emperors and perfected golden immortals suddenly erupted. More than 10 figures appeared in a flash. Waves of cold killing intent caused people's hearts to tremble. 2 5-star ancient immortal emperors, 3 8-star perfected golden immortals, and more than 10 perfected golden immortals. The lineup completely suppressed the Shinra Temple. They're here. Be careful. Dongfeng Wuxian said in a deep voice. His aura suddenly changed. The power of a 4-star ancient immortal emperor burst out with majestic aura. Dongfeng Wuxian did not hesitate and immediately shot out. Qiu Bufan frowned and said seriously, what a terrifying killing intent. Everyone, be careful. Yu Tianshan shouted, I'll go and support the palace master. Second elder, you guys deal with the perfected golden immortals. Disciples of the Shinra Temple's ancient immortal emperor, activate the formation. Perfected golden immortals, follow me to fight. Attack. Shen Tuyao shouted angrily. He erupted with a terrifying power, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Obviously, the Shinra Temple had already sensed the presence of these experts. Dongfeng Wuxian. Your time of death has come. A 5-star ancient immortal emperor said coldly, without any human emotions. Dongfeng Wuxian said gloomily, I've already died twice. Death is nothing to me. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, however, just as the battle was about to erupt, more than 10 black shadows suddenly shot out from all directions of the Shinra Temple. Their speed was extremely terrifying. Almost in an instant, 2 5-star ancient immortal emperors and more than 10 perfected golden immortals were killed. Their corpses fell to the ground. Only one person was left alive, but he was scared into a vegetative state. The dozen black shadows came too suddenly, and their strength was very terrifying. Even the 5-star ancient immortal emperors could not react and dodge in time. Dongfeng Wuxian was scared silly on the spot. The elders and disciples of the Shimmer Temple who were about to attack were all stunned. The space was dead silent, and even the air was frozen. Everyone's eyes were filled with extreme fear as they looked at the dozen figures. Their clothes had the word dragon on it. Dragon soul. At the same time, more than 10 perfected golden immortals from the Dark Emperor Palace and the Wind Snow Immortal Palace suddenly attacked, and cold murderous aura swept out. The people of the Dark Emperor Palace and the Wind Snow Immortal Palace did not react. The terrifying power and murderous aura scared the people of the two forces. Even Ouyang Tianjing and the others were terrified to the extreme. In the face of perfected golden immortals, they had no power to resist. The Dark Emperor Palace and the Wind Snow Immortal Palace were completely in despair and fear. However, just as they were in despair, more than 10 black shadows shot out from the two forces at an extremely strange and terrifying speed. Almost in an instant, the 4 perfected golden immortals were killed, and there was no one left alive. The people of the Dark Emperor Palace and the Wind Snow Immortal Palace were completely shocked, and their faces were full of fear. These people who appeared were wearing black robes with the word dragon on it, Dragon Soul. Wind Restaurant. This was the place that Yi Hongyun attached the most importance to. In order to be foolproof, she arranged 8 ancient immortal emperors and dozens of perfected golden immortals. Waves of terrifying power and cold murderous aura scared the cultivators on the streets around the Wind Restaurant, and no one dared to stay. The guests of the Wind Restaurant also fled for their lives. In an instant, the streets were deserted, and there was not even a shadow of a ghost. Only Feng Wuchen stood alone on the balcony of the 3rd floor without fear, and drank as if nothing had happened. Kill. An ancient immortal emperor said coldly, and stared at Feng Wuchen with cold eyes. A perfected golden immortal immediately shot out, and swept out with the ancient immortal sword in his hand. The attack was fierce, and the move was ruthless. Chi. However, the moment the perfected golden immortal attacked, a black energy light suddenly flashed, and the perfected golden immortal expert was instantly turned into ashes. The sudden turn of events startled the 8 ancient immortal emperors and the dozens of perfected golden immortals. There was dead silence in the air above the restaurant. The speed was too fast, even the ancient immortal emperors couldn't see it clearly. Who's there? The leading 6-star ancient immortal emperor shouted angrily. His expression turned solemn as he looked around vigilantly. As an ancient immortal emperor, he couldn't sense that someone was hiding in the dark and was nearby. The ancient immortal emperors and the golden immortals started to panic. The person who attacked must be a terrifying expert. But how could there be such an expert in the small firestorm city? On the other hand, Feng Wuchen was still drinking as if nothing had happened. Even we couldn't sense it. This person's cultivation is probably at the ancient immortal venerable realm. A 5-star ancient immortal emperor said in a panic. What? Ancient immortal venerable? What should we do now? Should we report this to Commander Xianxia? An ancient immortal emperor asked with a worried expression. No, it shouldn't be an ancient immortal venerable expert. A 5-star ancient immortal emperor frowned. We couldn't sense anything. This person is hiding very well. Although the power just now was very fast, it's not enough to threaten us. He's definitely not an ancient immortal venerable expert. At most, his strength is around that of a 5-star ancient immortal emperor. The leading 6-star ancient immortal emperor said solemnly. I don't believe that there's an ancient immortal venerable expert in this small firestorm city. But the speed of the attack just now was really terrifying. Even I couldn't see it clearly. Another ancient immortal emperor frowned. The leading ancient immortal emperor frowned and said coldly, let's attack together. Maybe we can force this person out and find a chance to kill Feng Wuchen. Buzz buzz. Terrifying ancient immortal emperor strength burst out. In an instant, the firestorm city shook violently. Terrifying chi swept across the city and many buildings collapsed. The terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. The 8 ancient immortal emperors attacked together with dozens of golden immortals behind them. What they didn't know was that death was approaching them. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh! In the next second, just as they were about to attack, 4 black shadows shot out from the restaurant like lightning, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. In a few flashes, the 8 ancient immortal emperors and dozens of golden immortals were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the 4 shadows disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. The 8 terrifying auras and the dozens of powerful auras disappeared in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have the chance to react. They didn't even know how they died. If anyone from Firestorm City were to see this scene, they would definitely be scared to death. Honorable Lord, the foreign ancient immortal emperors and golden immortals have been killed. Only a few of them are still alive. Qiu Tian's respectful voice sounded. The 4 black figures were Qiu Tian's 4 young masters. Well done. Feng Wuchen laughed lightly. Yi Hongyun must be waiting for good news right now, right? On a mountain peak, Yi Hongyun was in a very good mood. She had a happy smile on her face from beginning to end. It should be over soon. I'm really looking forward to seeing Jian Chou and Feng Wuchen. Yi Hongyun laughed happily. She really wanted to see Feng Wuchen and Jian Chou's faces filled with fear and anger. And? The instant Yi Hongyun's words fell, Wu Yuan suddenly frowned. Senior brother, what's wrong? Yi Hongyun asked. Wu Yuan frowned and said, did I make a mistake? No, something happened. What happened? Yi Hongyun's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly asked, could it be that Protector Tianhen interfered? Wu Yuan shook his head and said, didn't you notice? The ancient immortal emperors that we sent out all had their auras disappear. Furthermore, they disappeared in an instant. What? Disappeared in an instant? Yi Hongyun's expression changed drastically. Wu Yuan said solemnly, that's right. The person who interfered must be extremely terrifying. Swish. Just at this moment, a person flew over in extreme panic. He said in fear, young master, something happened. Something happened. Dragon soul. Dragon soul. What dragon soul? Tell me clearly. What exactly happened? Yi Hongyun shouted in anger. Her originally happy mood was now replaced by anger. A person with dragon soul appeared in the Shimmer Temple. The 2 ancient immortal emperors and the other golden immortals were all killed. They didn't even have the chance to act. That person reported in fear. He looked as though he had just returned from the gates of hell. They were all killed? They didn't have the chance to act? Dragon soul has this kind of strength? Wu Yuan frowned deeply. His expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Yi Hongyun and said, Junior brother, didn't you say that Dragon Soul is just a small faction? Senior brother, I also don't know what happened. I sent people to investigate. The people of Immortal Soul World all said that Dragon Soul's strength is on par with Shimmer Temple. I also heard that the owner of Dragon Soul is only an ancient immortal emperor. However, I still don't know where he came from. Yi Hongyun said gloomily. Wu Yuan's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, seems like Dragon Soul's strength is not simple. I have never heard of this mysterious faction called Dragon Soul before. Swish. Just at this moment, another figure flew over. His pale face was filled with fear. Young master. Something happened. Dragon Soul's people appeared and killed all of our people. That person said in extreme fear. Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul. It's Dragon Soul again. Yi Hongyun's expression was extremely malevolent. He gritted his teeth and roared, what is the origin of Dragon Soul? Why are you interfering in my matters? Previously, Commander Xing'an and Protector Tianhen had interfered. It was with great difficulty that Yi Hongyun finally had the chance to deal with Feng Wuchen and Jian Chou. However, no one expected that at this moment, Dragon Soul would appear. The ancient immortal emperor experts who went to Feng Restaurant can no longer sense their auras. Dragon Soul, this mysterious faction, is definitely not as simple as we thought. Wu Yuan said gloomily. His expression was getting uglier by the second. Damn it. Yi Hongyun exploded in anger. His anger soared to the heavens. His killing intent soared as he roared, damn Dragon Soul. I will definitely not let you off. Junior brother, let's leave first. With our strength, we are not a match for Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul's faction must have an ancient immortal venerable expert overseeing it. Wu Yuan frowned. He was worried that Dragon Soul's people would target them. If Dragon Soul targeted them, the consequences would be unimaginable. So many ancient immortal emperors had been killed. Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan were simply not a match. Bastard! Yi Hongyun gritted his teeth and cursed. He was extremely unwilling. Swish swish swish. At this moment, a few figures appeared. They were Dragon Soul's people. 3 great overarching golden immortal experts. Dragon Soul. Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan's expression became extremely gloomy. As expected, they had been targeted by Dragon Soul. Lord has ordered that if the 2 of you dare to step into Immortal Soul World again, you will be killed without mercy. The leading 9-star great overarching golden immortal said coldly. He was not afraid of Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan. Who exactly are the 2 of you? How dare you ruin my, Yi Hongyun's, business? Yi Hongyun gritted his teeth and roared. Scram. Otherwise, die. The leading Dragon Soul Venerable said coldly. You're courting death. A mere perfected golden immortal dared to be so arrogant. As an ancient immortal emperor, how could Yi Hongyun endure such humiliation? As the young master of Sky Illumination Immortal Matter and the disciple of Immortal Sovereign Qing Ran, when had Yi Hongyun ever been threatened by a perfected golden immortal? Not only Yi Hongyun, Wu Yuan was also furious. As a genius alchemist in Heaven Immortal World, he was respected and worshipped wherever he went. Now that he was humiliated by a perfected golden immortal, how could he endure it? However, in front of the Dragon Soul, even if their status was high, they did not dare to act rashly even if they were furious. Once they acted, they would die. Honorable Lord is kind and benevolent. He gave you a chance to live, you must cherish it. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to take revenge. The leading perfected golden immortal said coldly. Who is your honorable lord? Yi Hongyun suppressed her anger and roared. Her face was hideous and terrifying. You don't have the right to know. If you don't scram, you will be buried in Immortal Soul World. The leading perfected golden immortal said coldly. You. Yi Hongyun exploded in anger again. She was so angry that she almost lost her mind. Junior brother, let's go. Wu Yuan said gloomily. He pulled Yi Hongyun, who was about to explode, and flew away. Go back and tell your honorable lord that the next time will be the day of your Dragon Soul's destruction. Wu Yuan's fierce and cold voice was filled with killing intent. Phew. Seeing Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan leave, the 3 Dragon Soul sovereigns heaved a sigh of relief. This is the first time we were so arrogant in front of an ancient immortal emperor. Although it was exciting, it was also extremely dangerous. The leading Dragon Soul sovereign said. Honorable Lord specially sent us here to humiliate Yi Hongyun. To be honest, facing an ancient immortal emperor is too scary. Another Dragon Soul sovereign said. Let's go back and report to Honorable Lord. Another Dragon Soul sovereign said. At this moment, whether it was the Shinra Temple, Mystic Emperor Palace, or Wind Snow Immortal Palace, they were still in shock. Everything happened too suddenly. Moreover, the Dragon Soul's ruthless methods of killing in one strike was quite a deterrent. The Dragon Soul has appeared again. Who sent them? Why have you been protecting our Wind Snow Immortal Palace? Bingwu asked in shock and curiosity. It's too terrifying. The strength of the Dragon Soul is too strong. So many golden immortals were instantly killed by Senior, Junior said with a face full of horror. Who are they? Why do you suddenly want to deal with our Wind Snow Immortal Palace? Ouyang Hao asked doubtfully. Ouyang Tianjing frowned. Who exactly is this Dragon Soul? Why did you help the Wind Snow Immortal Palace again and again? No one knew the reason. In the Shinra Temple, Dongfeng Wushan and the others were even more shocked. More than 10 minutes after the battle ended, the Shinra Temple was still deathly silent. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and horror. They couldn't even imagine what had happened. They had all heard of the Dragon Soul's strength, but they never knew that the Dragon Soul was actually this terrifying. Ancient Immortal Emperor powerhouses and Golden Immortals were instantly killed without giving the opponent any chance to react. Such terrifying strength was not something the Shinra Temple had. The Dragon Soul's strength is so terrifying. Have they been hiding in the immortal soul world? Where did this mysterious force come from? Yu Tianshan said in shock. In the blink of an eye, they were killed. Am I seeing things? Is what happened just now real? Xian's pretty face was pale and stiff. Yes. It's real. Luo Susu said in a trembling voice. Her body was trembling violently, and so were all the disciples. After Dongfeng Wushan recovered, he thought in his heart, the dragon's soul has always been in the immortal soul world, and the only person in the immortal soul world who has such ability is probably him. The him that Dongfeng Wushan mentioned was naturally Feng Wuchen. Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The infuriated Yi Hongyun was venting her anger in the back mountain of the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode. She punched the mountain wall again and again, causing the entire mountain to shake. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Hongyun roared. Is it really so difficult for me to kill a Xian immortal? Why is there always someone stopping me? Why? Lu Xian'er looked on coldly from the side. She did not comfort or stop Yi Hongyun from venting. In the depths of Lu Xian'er's eyes, she seemed to see Yi Hongyun's incompetence, and not an expert who could control everything. At this moment, Lu Xian'er was very disappointed. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Yi Hongyun attacked crazily, and a huge hole was blasted in the mountain wall. Feng Wuchen. Jian Chou. If I don't kill you, I, Yi Hongyun, am not human. Yi Hongyun roared crazily, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded the entire Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode. Yi Haotsong and the higher-ups shook their heads. No one expected that a mysterious and powerful force would appear in the small immortal soul world even if Protector Tianhen did not interfere. The dragon soul's strength is not inferior to our Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode. Old Man has been in the ancient immortal domain for many years, but he has never heard of the dragon's soul. And Yang He frowned and said seriously. Old Man has never heard of it either. If the dragon's soul has such strength, why did it choose to hide? Why did it choose to stay in the immortal soul world? The second elder was puzzled. Yi Haotsong said in a deep voice, immediately send someone to the immortal soul world to investigate. We must find out the origin of the dragon soul. Guzun Palace. Failed? Shi Tianfeng was shocked. He did not expect this to be the result. Wu. Yuan's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, that's right. It's because the dragon soul interfered. Does young Master Shi Tianfeng know about the dragon soul? Dragon soul? Shi Tianfeng frowned and shook his head. I have never heard of the dragon soul. The ancient immortal emperor and golden immortal you sent were killed in an instant. This dragon soul's strength is not simple. It is indeed not simple. I'm afraid that there is an ancient immortal venerable expert overseeing it. Junior brother and I almost could not come back. Wu Yuan said gloomily. Thinking back to how he was humiliated by the golden immortal, the anger in his heart did not subside at all. Instead, it became more and more furious. Brother Wu Yuan, there is no need to be angry. The appearance of the dragon's soul is indeed unexpected. Shi Tianfeng said, but have you ever thought about why the dragon's soul would intervene if you did not offend the dragon's soul? Wu Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Junior brother and I really did not offend the dragon's soul. This dragon's soul is very mysterious. Shi Tianfeng said. Young Master Shi Tianfeng, I can't take this lying down. I hope young Master Shi Tianfeng can help me eliminate the dragon's soul. Wu Yuan quickly pleaded. Shi Tianfeng said indifferently, before you take action, you must investigate the origin and strength of the dragon's soul. You cannot act rashly. I will immediately send someone to the immortal soul world to see if they can find anything. Guardian Tianhen's words to me, could it be referring to the dragon's soul? Thinking back to Guardian Tianhen's reminder, Shi Tianfeng guessed in his heart. However, Shi Tianfeng did not put it to heart. The Guzun Palace's strength was extraordinary. It was not something that ordinary major forces could compare with. Shi Tianfeng was only curious about the mysterious dragon soul. Thank you, young Master Shi Tianfeng. With your help, I can rest assured that the dragon soul will be destroyed. No matter how strong the dragon's soul was, in Wu Yuan's opinion, it was not enough to contend against the Gu Sovereign Palace. Shi Tianfeng's methods were thunderous. Wu Yuan had no doubts about Shi Tianfeng's strength. Brother Wu Yuan, who is this Feng Wuchen? Could he be related to the dragon's soul? Shi Tianfeng guessed out of curiosity. Impossible. Wu Yuan shook his head. Feng Wuchen is only a profound immortal. The owner of Feng Restaurant and Jianzhou are his people. Jianzhou is only the head disciple of Profound Emperor Palace. They can't be related to the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul also can't be enemies with us because of Feng Wuchen. It is impossible for the dragon's soul not to know our identity. The reason why the dragon's soul attacked us is probably because we intruded into the immortal soul world. However, the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor had sent people to investigate Feng Wuchen, but they couldn't find anything. Oh? With the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor's strength, they couldn't find out Feng Wuchen's origin? Shi Tianfeng was surprised and couldn't believe it. Was the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor so incompetent? They couldn't even find out the origin of a profound immortal. What a joke. Wu Yuan shook his head. We couldn't find anything. No one in the immortal soul world knows Feng Wuchen's origin. Maybe he came from somewhere else. If he came from somewhere else and wasn't from the immortal soul world, it wouldn't be easy to find out his identity. Forget it. Since he is a profound immortal and the owner of a restaurant, he probably doesn't have any identity. Shi Tianfeng said indifferently. Young Master Shi Tianfeng, I will go back first. I hope Master has finished refining the pill. With young Master Shi Tianfeng and Master, eliminating the dragon's soul will be easy. Wu Yuan hurriedly said. This time, he was humiliated by the dragon's soul great principal golden immortal. Wu Yuan absolutely could not swallow this resentment. Alright, please send my regards to Senior Qing Ran. Shi Tianfeng nodded his head. Alright. Wu Yuan said with a smile. Shortly after, he transformed and disappeared. After Wu Yuan disappeared, Shi Tianfeng smiled and said, if I can obtain another immortal great herb and break through to the 8-star ancient immortal venerable realm, I'll become the true #1 genius in the ancient immortal realm. Qing Ran immortal venerable, as the strongest alchemist in the southern celestial realm, there should be a lot of immortal great herbs in your ancient heavenly soul formation, right? Half a month later, in the Wind Restaurant. Within the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen had successfully broken through to become a 4-star ancient immortal lord with the help of the 3 immortal herbs, immortal stamens, and a large number of natural treasures. Other than that, with the help of a large number of soul crystals, Feng Wuchen's alchemist cultivation base improved even faster. He had already broken through to the ancient immortal lord realm. Of course, Feng Wuchen spent most of his time on increasing his soul force. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely have broken through to the 5-star ancient immortal lord realm. However, Feng Wuchen had intentionally slowed down his cultivation speed. After all, his cultivation had increased by a few stars in an instant in the illusory realm. With the strength of a 4-star ancient immortal lord, there shouldn't be many people below the ancient immortal lord realm who can threaten me. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a smile. Very good. You've broken through to the 4-star ancient immortal lord realm so quickly. Only half a month has passed in the outside world. If you cultivate for another half a month, you'll definitely break through to the 5-star ancient immortal lord realm. The old laughter of the Supreme Emperor resounded as his figure appeared. Breaking through to the 5-star ancient immortal lord realm won't be so fast. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled. Feng Wuchen glanced at the reincarnation pagoda. There was no movement. He smiled and said, looks like the next emperor hasn't acknowledged my strength. I'll probably have to break through to the 5-star ancient immortal lord realm to be unsealed. Come, let's test your current strength. The Supreme Emperor smiled. All right. Feng Wuchen instantly erupted with an intense battle intent. His entire body's strength instantly erupted. Terrifying shockwaves swept out as he took out all sorts of ancient immortal weapons. His combat strength instantly soared to the peak. His aura was extremely domineering and surging. The combat strength of an 8-star ancient immortal lord is not bad. The Supreme Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Then, he controlled his strength to the level of a 9-star ancient immortal lord. After the previous lesson, the Supreme Emperor didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Supreme Primal Chaos Palm. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared as he flew up. Under the support of the Divine Eye, his strength instantly increased by a few times. Then, he blasted out a palm. Supreme Primal Chaos Palm. The Supreme Emperor roared as he met the attack with his palm. Rumble. Buzz. The two terrifying palms collided and exploded. The explosion resounded throughout the space of the Divine Ring. The fierce collision caused both of them to be pushed back dozens of meters. This stinking brat's strength is really domineering. Fortunately, I was prepared. The Supreme Emperor was shocked. If he hadn't used the strength of a 9-star ancient immortal lord, he would definitely have been sent flying by Feng Wuchen's palm. The strength of a 9-star ancient immortal lord is really strong. My arm is numb. It's still a little difficult. Feng Wuchen was a little tired. Fortunately, his recovery speed was terrifying, and the tingling sensation disappeared instantly. It's not difficult at all. The Supreme Emperor shook his head slightly and smiled. With such a strong combat strength, coupled with the 1,000 Illusions Emperor's movement technique, a 9-star ancient immortal lord can't do anything to you. In terms of strength, you are indeed inferior to a 9-star ancient immortal lord. However, strength wasn't the only factor in a battle. Speed was also important. Glancing at his Yuan spirit clones, Feng Wuchen smiled. Now that I have broken through to become an ancient immortal world's alchemist, my clones should start increasing their cultivation. I hope to break through to 5-star ancient immortal lord as soon as possible. At that time, no one below the ancient immortal sovereign realm will be able to do anything to me. With dozens of Yuan spirit clones crazily cultivating, and with the help of the 3 immortal grade herbs and the immortal stamen, Feng Wuchen would definitely be able to break through to 5-star ancient immortal lord realm within 1 to 2 months. Feng Wuchen, while you were in seclusion, an ancient immortal lord expert came to the immortal soul world. He should be trying to investigate the origin of the dragon soul. The Supreme Emperor said faintly. Ancient immortal lord? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. It seems like he is from the ancient sovereign hall. Is Shi Tianfeng really going to interfere? Protector Tianhen mentioned the ancient sovereign hall before. The first person that Feng Wuchen thought of was Shi Tianfeng. Supreme Emperor, I will go out and take a look. Feng Wuchen said. His figure immediately turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared. After a while, Feng Wuchen came to the balcony of the 3rd floor. Qiu Tian, is that ancient immortal lord from the ancient sovereign hall? Feng Wuchen asked. Reporting to Sovereign, he is an expert from the ancient sovereign hall. This person is investigating the dragon soul. However, he didn't manage to find anything. He has already left the immortal soul world. Qiu Tian replied respectfully. Since he has left, don't bother about him. You guys should cultivate well. The dragon soul's strength has already been displayed. They won't make a move easily. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. The dragon soul sovereign was extremely well hidden. Normally, he would blend into the crowd. It wouldn't be easy to investigate the dragon soul. Shi Tianfeng. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up. Those who want to deal with me won't have a good ending. The people spying on us have all disappeared. It seems like the dragon soul's deterrence is very effective. Feng Wuchen grinned when he could no longer sense the aura of the people who were secretly monitoring him. Building Master, the new restaurant has been completed. We can move there at any time. Shopkeeper Mu came to the balcony and reported respectfully. Go and prepare. We can move in a few days. Feng Wuchen nodded. Yes. Shopkeeper Mu left respectfully. Whoosh, at this moment, Jianqiu and Ming Tiancheng appeared. Jianqiu handed over the storage ring and said respectfully, My lord. These are the herbs and natural treasures sent by the Lightning Shadow Sirius clan. Feng Wuchen looked at Jianqiu and Ming Tiancheng and took the storage ring. He smiled and said, 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor and 2-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Your cultivation has indeed improved in half a month. It's all thanks to the power and cultivation technique bestowed by my lord. Our cultivation speed has increased by several times. With the help of the storage ring, our cultivation has broken through, Jianqiu said respectfully. Tiancheng, how's your control over the power? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. I can already control a part of it. The power bestowed by my lord is too terrifying. With my current strength, I can fight against a 3-star ancient immortal emperor if I use the terrifying cultivation technique bestowed by my lord. Ning Tiancheng said excitedly. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded. My lord, the 3 ancient immortal emperors refused to hand over their ancient immortal artifacts and storage rings. They even refused to fight in the previous battle. They even said that they wanted to see my lord. Their attitude is very arrogant. Jian Chou said respectfully. You don't want Qiu Tian and the rest to do it. It seems like you want me to clean up the mess myself. Feng Wuchen grinned with a ruthless look in his eyes. Jian Chou said respectfully, I want my lord to do it personally to deter everyone in the Dragon's Soul and prevent them from rebelling. During my seclusion, many of the ancient immortal emperors and golden immortals that I recruited are still doing evil under the banner of the Dragon's Soul. I wanted to clean them up personally, but I think it's better for my lord to do it. All right. Feng Wuchen nodded. Jian Chou, pass down the order. All Dragon Soul sovereigns below the ancient immortal emperor realm are to head to the newly built Wind Inn in Firewind City. I also want to see how arrogant those 3 ancient immortal emperors are. Yes. This subordinate will immediately give the order to assemble. Jian Chou said respectfully, and the 2 of them disappeared at the same time. It was very important to clean up the mess. Otherwise, when the Dragon Soul grew stronger, there would be more similar people appearing. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Feng Wuchen had to deal with them one by one. He could not allow the Dragon Soul to become a trifling force. Feng Wuchen. At this moment, a pleasant voice called out. Miss Mo? Feng Wuchen looked down and found that it was Mo Yanran. Mo Yanran happily waved at Feng Wuchen. There were 2 beautiful women beside her. They were the women who had accompanied the 2 young masters of the Firestorm City. Mo Yanran excitedly rushed in and went straight to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Feng Wuchen, I finally see you. Mo Yanran was overjoyed. Miss Mo, long time no see. Sit down. Feng Wuchen smiled politely and signaled the 3 to sit. Mo Yanran happily said, thank you. Long time no see indeed. If I didn't see you, I would have thought that you were dead. The woman in blue said unhappily. Her tone was cold. Aren't I alive and well? Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Mo Yanran looked at Feng Wuchen and asked excitedly, Feng Wuchen, where have you been all this time? I have been to Wind Inn many times, but I haven't seen you. Mo Yanran was happy, but the 2 women accompanying her were full of disgust and disgust. However, Feng Wuchen ignored them and pretended that he did not see them. I left the Firestorm City for some business. Feng Wuchen smiled and found a random reason. Are you sure you are not running for your life? I heard that Wind Inn offended a lot of people. They can't protect you. The other woman in white said sarcastically. Qiu Shui. Mo Yanran looked at the woman in white and then said to Feng Wuchen, I am sorry. It doesn't matter. Feng Wuchen did not care. He never cared about these trivial things with women. Yanran, why are you always thinking about him? You come to Wind Inn every few days. Don't tell me that you like this poor boy? So many people want to kill him. Do you want to get the Mo family involved? The woman in blue said unhappily. Tianling, what nonsense are you talking about? Mo Yanran angrily shouted. Her face turned red and she was a little flustered. Forget it, forget it. You can do whatever you want. If something happens, I won't care. Tianling said angrily. Then she stared at Feng Wuchen and said, don't be so proud. Brother Xiaoshang and the others will be back soon. They will not let you go. Without the protection of Wind Inn, you will die many times. Feng Wuchen shrugged. And did not care at all. Humph. You can be proud. Brother Ge and the others have found help. Wind Inn will not be able to protect you. Tianling said coldly. Yanran, I don't want to criticize you. You are really blind to like this boy. He is a liar. Only you will be fooled. Xiao Shui said angrily. Then she turned and left. Before she left, she glanced at Feng Wuchen with disgust. Mo Yanran was embarrassed and helpless. She smiled bitterly and said, "Feng Wuchen, I am really sorry. This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize to me. They are rude and unreasonable." Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He was too lazy to care about it. Sigh, if Xiaoshang and Gerujing could be like you, the three great families would not have fallen to such a state. Tang Yanran sighed. Feng Wuchen, aren't you worried that Xiaoshang and the others will come back and make trouble for you? In the end, it is all because of me. Otherwise, you would not have gotten into trouble. Mo Yanran asked worriedly. She blamed herself. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's drink. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. At this moment, more than 2,000 people from the Dragon Soul Venerable had gathered in a huge and majestic palace. It was the newly built Wind Inn. What's wrong with the Venerable Lord? Why hasn't he come yet? Could it be that something has delayed him? Will the Venerable Lord not come? Don't worry. Wait slowly. The sovereign commanders are also waiting. The Venerable Lord will definitely come. The people from the Dragon Soul Venerable had been waiting for half an hour, but they still did not see Feng Wuchen. Jianchou, what is the matter with the Venerable Lord? He has made us wait for so long. Is he coming or not? If not, we are leaving. A 3-star ancient immortal emperor said impatiently. He called Jianchou by his name, not putting Jianchou in his eyes. Jianchou, are you playing with us? Another ancient immortal emperor said coldly. Jianchou said coldly, don't you want to see the Venerable Lord? You will see him soon. Seems like you've already mentioned it to Reverend Lord. We also want to know why you want to expel us from Dragon Soul. Is it because you don't like us or Reverend Lord's idea? 3-star ancient immortal emperor sneered and glanced at Jianchou coldly. The 3 ancient immortal emperors had never seen Feng Wuchen before. They only joined Dragon Soul after Guyu Immortal Venerable joined Dragon Soul after knowing that there was a powerful alchemist. To put it bluntly, they were here for the powerful pills. Jianchou, don't think that you can expel us from Dragon Soul just because you're a supreme commander. This depends on Reverend Lord's decision. Since we've joined Dragon Soul, we should be treated equally. They have pills and treasures for cultivation, but we don't. Don't we deserve them? A 2-star ancient immortal emperor said coldly. Jianchou said coldly, I've already told you clearly that the cultivation resources are distributed by Reverend Lord. There are no cultivation resources for ancient immortal emperors. But because of this, you didn't listen to orders and didn't participate in the battle. This has already violated the rules of Dragon Soul. Jianchou, Elder Guyu is an ancient immortal venerable alchemist. Who are you trying to fool by saying that there are no cultivation resources? You're obviously targeting us. A 2-star ancient immortal emperor shouted coldly. Jianchou said coldly, Elder Guyu is not feeling well. I've already told you. All excuses. Do you think we'll believe you? 3-star ancient immortal emperor shouted angrily, his face darkened. What Reverend Lord said is true. Since you've joined Dragon Soul, you have to listen to all the orders of the Reverend Lord. Battle Emperor said coldly. Reverend Lord? The 3 ancient immortal emperors were full of disdain. They didn't take Jianchou seriously at all. They only wanted to obtain powerful pills for cultivation. Oh right, Reverend Jianchou, I was just wondering why the Dragon Soul could kill so many experts without us doing anything. Was it Elder Guyu who did it? You guys can't deal with ancient immortal emperors. An ancient immortal emperor said with a mocking smile. In their opinion, the reason why the Dragon Soul was able to eliminate the foreign ancient immortal emperor and great principal golden immortal in an instant was entirely because of ancient you immortal venerable. The arrogance of the 3 ancient immortal emperors had already caused many Dragon Soul venerables to be extremely displeased, but it was not their place to interrupt. I must have been blind. Back then, when I recruited you fellows, it was my fault for not having good eyesight. Jianchou was incomparably disappointed. When they heard that the Dragon Soul had an ancient immortal reverent stage alchemist, the 3 of them were extremely respectful. Jianchou didn't expect that they would become completely different people after joining. Commander Xianxia, you are still young. Whoever's fist is harder will be able to survive in this world. An ancient immortal emperor sneered. As ancient immortal emperors, don't you think you should have a higher position than us? Do you feel that you are more outstanding than the other Dragon Soul Venerables? Are you unhappy with being controlled by the ancient immortal sovereign? If you think so, leave behind the Dragon Soul's things and you can scram. Ning Tiancheng said coldly. Ning Tiancheng, we joined the Dragon Soul because of ancient you immortal venerable, not because of you. Don't use your commander's position to suppress us. An ancient immortal emperor shouted angrily, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. We are ancient immortal emperors, and you fellows haven't even reached great principal golden immortal. What right do you have to step on our heads? 3-star ancient immortal emperor said disdainfully. Can't the ancient immortal sovereign step on your heads? At this moment, a bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded in the palace square, followed by the appearance of a golden light. It was Feng Wuchen. Greetings, sovereign. Xianxia, Ning Tiancheng, Battle Emperor, and the other Dragon Soul Venerables all knelt down respectfully to welcome him. Greetings, sovereign. Some of the cultivators who joined the Dragon Soul later also knelt down one after another. The 3 ancient immortal emperors immediately looked towards the source of the voice. They had never seen Feng Wuchen before. Today was the first time they had seen him. But when they saw Feng Wuchen, they were all stunned. He's the sovereign? This can't be, right? The Dragon Soul Sovereign is so young? I can't see the depth of his cultivation. He hid it very well. But looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he's not as strong as Xianxia. The 3 ancient immortal emperors were shocked. The Dragon Soul Sovereign was not what they had imagined. He was an extremely strong expert. The ancient immortal sovereign and great principal golden immortal experts who joined the Dragon Soul later were also shocked. They didn't expect that the Dragon Soul Sovereign was actually a young junior. How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the sovereign? Seeing the 3 of them not moving, Battle Emperor immediately shouted angrily. 3-star ancient immortal emperor glanced at Battle Emperor and said coldly, we're about to be expelled from the Dragon Soul. Do we still need to kneel? Those who aren't from the Dragon Soul don't need to kneel. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. His figure slowly floated down and he said indifferently, all of you, rise. Thank you, sovereign. The Dragon Soul people said respectfully. Feng Wuchen sized up the 3 ancient immortal emperors and asked indifferently, the 3 ancient immortal emperors that Xianxia mentioned, are you guys? That's right, it's us. Sovereign, you came at the right time. We want to know, is it Xianxia's idea or Sovereign's idea to expel us from the Dragon Soul? Also, as the Dragon Soul Sovereigns, why do they have cultivation resources but we don't? Elder Guyu is an ancient immortal sovereign alchemist. It's easy for her to refine ancient immortal emperor-grade pills. Why doesn't she let us cultivate? Should we be targeted and discriminated against because we joined the Dragon Soul? The 3-star ancient immortal emperor asked, his words resounding. Good question. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, but before I answer your questions, let me ask you some questions first. When you joined the Dragon Soul, did Xianxia tell you that he's the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul, the leader of all the Dragon Soul sovereigns? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes. The 3 ancient immortal emperors said. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at them. Feng Wuchen asked, when you joined the Dragon Soul, did the ancient immortal sovereigns and ancient immortal sovereigns have cultivation resources? 5th grade ancient immortal artifacts? Spatial rings? No. The Dragon Soul sovereigns respectfully answered. And now? Feng Wuchen asked again. Yes. The Dragon Soul sovereigns answered loudly. Looking at the 3 ancient immortal emperors, Feng Wuchen asked indifferently, did they give you the 5th grade ancient immortal artifacts and spatial rings? Yes. The 3 ancient immortal emperors answered. Then why are you targeting us? Why are you discriminating against us? Feng Wuchen asked. The 3 ancient immortal emperors were speechless. Feng Wuchen asked again, what's the first rule of the Dragon Soul? Obey all orders. The 3 ancient immortal emperors answered with a gloomy expression. Did you obey the orders? You know that Xianxia is the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul, the leader of all the Dragon Soul sovereigns. You're disobeying orders. Feng Wuchen asked. The three ancient immortal emperors didn't answer. Clearly, they didn't obey orders. Is it wrong to disobey orders and expel you from the Dragon Soul to take back the things of the Dragon Soul? Feng Wuchen asked again. His tone was still indifferent. The three ancient immortal emperors' faces turned gloomy as they gritted their teeth. Those who disobeyed will be expelled from the Dragon Soul. Those who betrayed the Dragon Soul will die. This was the rule of the Dragon Soul. Looking at their gloomy faces, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I will answer your question now. As the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul, Xianxia has the authority to decide everything in the Dragon Soul, including killing traitors. Expelling you from the Dragon Soul is Xianxia's idea, and also my idea. Elder Guyu is indeed an ancient immortal sovereign realm alchemist. You all joined the Dragon Soul for this reason, wanting to use pills to increase your cultivation. This is understandable, but Elder Guyu's situation is not suitable for alchemy. Xianxia has also told you all. Unfortunately, your patience is too poor, slowly revealing your fox's tail, not listening to orders, not participating in battles, ignoring the commander. The Dragon Soul does not need such people, and you all have no qualifications to stay in the Dragon Soul. Even if you are an ancient immortal emperor expert, the Dragon Soul does not care about Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen's words seemed calm, but it carried an unquestionable domineering aura. The three ancient immortal emperors were speechless. This was all because they did not listen to orders. You all did not listen to orders, other than not being able to get cultivation resources. You are also not convinced that Xianxia, an ancient immortal sovereign, can control you three ancient immortal emperors. You are not convinced because the Dragon Soul Supreme Commander thinks that as an ancient immortal emperor, you should have a higher position than Xianxia, is that right? Feng Wuchen said indifferently. That's right. We are not convinced that the ancient immortal sovereign is above us. With our strength, we are fully qualified to be commanders. Three-star ancient immortal emperor said gloomily. The realm of an ancient immortal emperor is indeed enough to leave countless cultivators in the dust. You do have the capital, even if you go to a big power, you will be welcomed. Feng Wuchen said, but in the Dragon Soul, ancient immortal emperors are nothing. Nothing? The three ancient immortal emperors laughed. One of them laughed, Sovereign, are you lying through your teeth? The strength of the Dragon Soul can be seen at a glance. Other than Elder Guyu, the strongest is only a 9-star golden immortal. As for you, we cannot see your cultivation. Sovereign said that you don't care about ancient immortal emperors. I really want to laugh. Audacious! How dare you disrespect the Great Lord? The War Emperor bellowed furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared at the person who spoke. Feng Wuchen gestured for the War Emperor to calm down. Feng Wuchen's expression turned cold. The ancient immortal emperor's Dragon Soul. Since we have already said so, we don't have to stay in the Dragon Soul. Since you don't welcome us, we won't be thick-skinned and stay. If the Dragon Soul doesn't like us, there are many big powers who want us. The 2-star ancient immortal emperor sneered. Hand over the ancient immortal weapon and spatial ring and you can leave. Seeing that you were once the Dragon Soul sovereign, I won't make things difficult for you. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He had already lost his patience. We have also contributed to the Dragon Soul. There is no need to return the ancient immortal weapon and spatial ring, right? 3-star ancient immortal emperor sneered. They didn't want to return such powerful treasures. Xianxia said coldly, you have no right to touch the things of the Dragon Soul. Is that so? One of the ancient immortal emperors sneered, Xianxia, if you have the ability, you can come and try. Reverend, we'll take the things away. Although Elder Guyu is an ancient immortal venerable, Yi Hongyun will surely welcome us if we join the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Matter. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Elder Guyu to deal with us. 3-star immortal sovereign sneered. If they didn't think of a way out, how would they dare to be so arrogant? How would they dare to be so arrogant in front of the Dragon Soul sovereign? As soon as these words were spoken, Xianxia was instantly enraged. His face turned ferocious as his killing intent soared. He gritted his teeth and said, you all deserve to die. The ancient immortal sovereign is angry. One of the ancient immortal emperors sneered, glancing at Xianxia with disdain. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Killing intent rose in his heart. When the three of them said that they would join the Sky Illumination Immortal Matter, their lives were already at their end. Feng Wuchen wouldn't let them leave alive. Otherwise, they would spread the news about the dragon soul. Sovereign, are you going to do it yourself? We would like to test your strength and see if you have the ability to control the dragon soul. 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor said arrogantly. They are courting death. Battle Emperor shook his head. Other than the cultivators who joined the dragon soul later, the other members of the dragon soul also shook their heads. They seemed to have guessed the result. They had already seen how terrifying Feng Wuchen was when they were in the Polaris Immortal Sect. Heaven Demon. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared. It was the young master of the Lightning Shadow Skywolf clan, Heaven Demon. After his bloodline power was upgraded, his cultivation had already broken through to the 2-star Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. A terrifying and bloodthirsty aura swept out. This aura is the Lightning Shadow Skywolf clan. 2-star Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. The 3 Ancient Immortal Emperors' faces changed. Lightning Shadow Skywolf clan. The Dragon Soul Sovereigns were shocked. Greetings, Sovereign. Sovereign Commander. Heaven Demon knelt down respectfully. Feng Wuchen ordered, let the Ancient Immortal Emperors appear. Heaven Demon immediately ordered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, dozens of Lightning Shadow Skywolf clan members appeared. They were all Ancient Immortal Emperors. Greetings, Sovereign. Sovereign Commander. The dozens of Lightning Shadow Skywolf clan members knelt down respectfully. A terrifying and bloodthirsty aura swept out. Ancient Immortal Emperors. The 3 Ancient Immortal Emperors' faces changed again. They knelt down in fear and trembled. Our dragon soul has so many Ancient Immortal Emperors. We didn't know about it. 37 Ancient Immortal Emperors. This is too scary. Other than the upper echelons of Dragon Soul and a few others, the rest of the sovereigns were scared out of their wits. They never knew that the Dragon Soul had so many Ancient Immortal Emperors. And they were from the Lightning Shadow Skywolf clan. They are all Ancient Immortal Emperors. Their strength is above yours, but they have to listen to Xianxia and the Battle Emperor. Who do you think you are? Do you think the Dragon Soul would care? In my eyes, the Dragon Soul sovereigns are all stronger than you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word was filled with cold-killing intent. The Dragon Soul is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Sovereign gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You want to join the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode? You are asking for death. Xianxia said fiercely. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the ancient immortal artifacts and space rings of the 3 Ancient Immortal Emperors flew out. He said coldly, no one can take away the things of the Dragon Soul. Sovereign, please spare us. Sovereign, please spare us. The 3 Ancient Immortal Emperors cowed out and begged in fear. Mercy? I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it. Instead, you wanted to betray Dragon Soul. Do you think you can still live? Feng Wuchen's cold words had already sentenced the 3 of them to death. What are the consequences of betraying Dragon Soul? Xianxia shouted. Die. The Dragon Soul supremacies all roared. The 3 Ancient Immortal Emperors were in complete despair. Their faces were extremely pale, and their previous arrogance had been replaced by fear and despair. Before you die, I'll let you see the strength of Dragon Soul. I'll let you know how stupid and laughable your actions were. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Prisoner Heaven. Yanhu. Ao Zhu. Devouring Python. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Feng Wuchen's voice fell, 4 figures appeared in an instant. An extremely terrifying aura swept out unrestrainedly, causing everyone to have difficulty breathing. Ancient Immortal Supremacies. At this moment, the 3 Ancient Immortal Emperors were so scared that they became vegetative. They're actually Ancient Immortal Supremacies. Our Dragon Soul actually has 4 Ancient Immortal Supremacies. What a terrifying aura. This is the aura of immortal beasts. They're the 4 major races of the illusion realm? Our dragon soul strength is actually so terrifying? The dragon soul supremacies were completely dumbfounded. The dragon soul actually had 4 ancient immortal supremacies, and the lowest cultivation was a 5-star ancient immortal supremacy. The highest was a peak 7-star ancient immortal supremacy. Greetings, Supremacy. Supremacy Commander. The 4 of them knelt respectfully. Rise. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Prisoner Heaven and the other 3 stood up at the same time. They knew that Feng Wuchen wanted to intimidate the dragon soul supremacies, so they emitted a terrifying aura. Don't you want to know how the dragon soul will eliminate the foreign ancient immortal emperors and zenith heaven golden immortals without your help? Do you know now? Ning Tianqing said coldly. We know. We know. Supremacy, please spare our lives. The 3 ancient immortal emperors frantically kowtowed and begged for mercy. At this moment, the 3 ancient immortal emperors were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Who would have thought that the dragon soul had such a terrifying force, 4 terrifying ancient immortal venerables, 1 ancient immortal venerable alchemist and dozens of ancient immortal sovereigns. Such a lineup was enough to contend against a supreme force. Who would have thought that the immortal supremacy of such a terrifying force? Demon. Kill without mercy. Jianchou ordered coldly. Yes. The heavenly monster respectfully said. He didn't hesitate to attack. A cold killing intent and bloodthirsty aura erupted as the thunder shadow flashed. Don't kill me. Supremacy 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 kill supremacy supremacy immortals immortal ss immortals to live even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were absolutely not a match for a heavenly demon. Exclamation point. Chi. Chi. Chi, Feng Wuchen and Jianchou didn't say anything, but the heavenly demon didn't hesitate. Lightning flashed and the heads of the 3 immortal emperors flew out. Seeing this scene, the dragon soul venerable and the others were all frightened, and secretly rejoiced that they had not disobeyed the order. Those who disobey will be expelled from the dragon soul. Those who betray the dragon soul will die. Including everyone from dragon soul. Feng Wuchen looked at everyone and spoke domineeringly with an unquestionable domineering tone. Yes. My lord. The dragon soul venerables replied respectfully. The 4 of them are dragon soul war gods. The heavenly demons are dragon soul great commanders, and they specialize in training dragon soul venerables. Feng Wuchen continued, and an unparalleled domineering aura emerged spontaneously. Feng Wuchen knew that the best effective intimidation had been achieved. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the dragon soul venerable and the others were overjoyed. No one thought that they would join such a terrifying and mysterious force. Feng Wuchen continued, from today onwards, golden immortals can also have the heaven-defying divine pearl to cultivate, and everything will be under the control of the Supreme Commander. Many thanks, my lord. The dragon soul venerable was overjoyed again, especially the golden immortals, they were excited just thinking about it. They had all seen the terrifying effect of the heaven-defying divine pearl with their own eyes. They all hoped to get the heaven-defying divine pearl to cultivate as soon as possible, so that their cultivation could instantly increase by a few stars. Dragon Soul's existence, I hope that you all won't disappoint me. I want enough loyalty, and I will bring you all unexpected things. Feng Wuchen said proudly. We swear allegiance to the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul Venerable roared. Very good, I, Feng Wuchen, will not treat any Dragon Soul Venerable unfairly. Go back and cultivate, raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, very satisfied. Yes, my lord. The Dragon Soul Venerable said respectfully, and then they all used their movement techniques and disappeared. In an instant, more than 2,000 Dragon Soul Venerables disappeared without a trace. After today's cleaning, Feng Wuchen believed that the existing Dragon Soul Venerables would not dare to betray or disobey orders. They knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Now that the Dragon Soul had displayed its terrifying strength, even if they were given 10,000 guts, they would not dare to betray, and they did not want to betray. Such a terrifying major power, a terrifying heaven-defying divine bead, a grade 5 ancient immortal sword, a spatial ring, and the ability to cultivate powerful cultivation techniques, immortal spells, and movement techniques. It was hard to find a major power like this even if one were to search for it. Those who betrayed were either fools or idiots. Remove the barrier. Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Honorable Lord. Yanhu said respectfully, and with a wave of his hand, he removed the barrier that covered the palace. Qiu Tian, Heaven Demon, this palace is very big, and it is the most magnificent palace in Firestorm City. You all stay in Firestorm Restaurant and cultivate. You all need to control your bloodline power as soon as possible, it will be of great help to your cultivation. Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor and Shi Tian Feng should not act so soon. Feng Wuchen said to Qiu Tian and the rest. Yes. Honorable Lord. Qiu Tian and the rest instantly disappeared. Jian Chou, Tian Chung, Battle Emperor, continue to strengthen the dragon soul. If you encounter such a situation in the future, expel the dragon soul if you don't obey orders. If you can't, let Heaven Demon do it. Feng Wuchen continued. Yes. Honorable Lord. Jian Chou and Ning Tianqing said respectfully. Let's go in and take a look. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he looked at the palace. The newly built Firestorm restaurant took up a huge area. Although it was not as big as the palaces of the great forces, it was still very magnificent, and Feng Wuchen was very satisfied. Honorable Lord, are we going to cultivate here in the future? Battle Emperor asked. Yes, it will be the Dragon Soul's palace for the time being, with the Firestorm restaurant as a cover. Feng Wuchen nodded. The most magnificent and largest palace in Firestorm City, and it is also a restaurant. It is indeed very prestigious. Jian Chou smiled. Honorable Lord, there are already so many Firestorm restaurants in the Immortal Soul world, are you still planning to open more? Ning Tianqing asked. Of course. I want to open them all over the ancient immortal world. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. Jian Chou and the rest were speechless. A few days later, Feng Restaurant moved and reopened. Feng Restaurant launched the Super 8 attribute. Ancient Immortal King and Ancient Immortal Lord cultivators could increase their cultivation. In an instant, many cultivators from Firestorm City and the surrounding forces came after hearing the news. Firestorm City was once again crowded. The newly built Feng Restaurant was 18 floors high. It was imposing and high-end. It was definitely a colossus in Firestorm City. The restaurant also recruited dozens of young and beautiful maids. It undoubtedly added a beautiful color to the entire palace, making it even more attractive. Of course, not all 18 floors were used to entertain guests. Only the first 6 floors were left for Dragon Soul Venerables to cultivate. Our Firestorm City also has Super 8 attribute. We don't have to run all the way to Shenluo City anymore. What is the origin of Feng Restaurant? There are already 12 of them in Immortal Soul Realm. To be able to open a restaurant to such an extent and directly turn it into a palace, with so many beautiful maids receiving guests, this is the first time I've seen it. This Feng Restaurant's owner is really not simple. In the palace, business was booming. It was already packed with people. There were also several long lines outside. The existence of Super 8 attribute could be said to have attracted countless ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal lords. The balcony on the 6th floor had a wide range of vision. One could see a large city building under their feet, giving people a different feeling. Bing Wu, Jun this is my friend, Mo Yenran of Firestorm City's Mo family. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Hello, Miss Mo. My name is Bing Wu. She is Jun from Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Bing Wu smiled and said very politely. Jun smiled and said, hello, Miss Mo. With that, Jun glanced at Feng Wuchen and thought, this guy Feng Wuchen is seducing beautiful women again. Isn't it enough to take away Sister Bing Wu's soul? Mo Yenran quickly smiled and said, so it's Wind Snow Immortal Palace. My name is Mo Yenran. Nice to meet you. Feng Wuchen, thank you for inviting me. Mo Yenran looked at Feng Wuchen and thanked him. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, you're welcome. We're all friends, and it's a good opportunity for you to get to know each other. As they spoke, Feng Wuchen had already filled Mo Yenran's cup with the Super 8 attributes. He smiled faintly and said, Miss Mo, this is the Super 8 attributes, which is even stronger than the 8 attributes. It's suitable for ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal lords to increase their cultivation. Fiery Wind City also has 8 super attributes? Isn't it only available in Xianluo City? Mo Yanran was shocked. Even though she didn't know how to drink, she drank it all. Feng Wuchen smiled. Since Feng Restaurant moved here, there's a super 8 attribute item today. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal monarchs fighting over it. Cough cough. After drinking a cup, Mo Yanran choked and coughed heavily. Seeing Mo Yanran choking on the strong wine, Bingwu chuckled and said, "Miss Mo, slow down." "What a strong wine." Mo Yanran said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I'm not good at drinking." "You'll be able to if you drink too much. The Super 8 attributes will be of great help to your cultivation." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned. He felt that someone was staring at him, so he glanced over. "Feng Wuchen, what's wrong?" Bingwu asked and followed Feng Wuchen's gaze. "So it's an old friend. Your cultivation has improved a lot." Feng Wuchen grinned with a surprised expression. "Old friend?" Seeing that Feng Wuchen's smile wasn't right, Mo Yanran also turned to look. With one look, Mo Yanran exclaimed, "Xiaoshang! Tang Qing! Gurujing! They actually came back. This is bad. Feng Wuchen, they must have come for your Feng restaurant." Tian Ling was telling the truth. They really came back. Xiaoshang and the other two naturally saw Feng Wuchen and Mo Yanran. Xiaoshang's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xiaoshang and the others came back this time not only to settle accounts with Feng Wuchen, but also with Feng Restaurant. The 3 great clans of Windfire City had been destroyed, and the survivors had been chased out of Feng Restaurant. The 3 great clans had plummeted, and they had become the laughingstock of Windfire City. How could Xiaoshang and the others swallow this resentment? They came for Feng Wuchen? Who are they? Do they have a grudge against Feng Wuchen? Juner asked curiously, looking at Feng Wuchen. You can say that. They were the young masters of the 3 great clans of Windfire City, but not anymore. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. They're just 1-star ancient immortal lords. Don't worry, I'll help you. Bingwu smiled with a hint of pride on her face. Bingwu was now a 2-star ancient immortal lord, and her strength was considered relatively strong in Windfire City. Fairy Bingwu, I appreciate your kindness, but this is Feng Restaurant. How would they dare to act so brazenly? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, without the slightest bit of worry or fear. Feng Wuchen, I'm really sorry. I've caused you trouble again. Mo Yanran smiled bitterly, and she blamed herself in her heart. Mo Yanran smiled helplessly. Seeing the 3 of them was definitely not a good thing. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and smiled. No need to apologize to me. This has nothing to do with you. If they want to come for me, then they can come for me. The current Feng Restaurant was not the Feng Restaurant of the past. The strength of the dragon's soul had undergone an earth-shattering change. Xiaoshang and the others could not threaten Feng Wuchen at all. Xiaoshang and the others did not go straight to Feng Restaurant. They just took a look and left. Since Xiaoshang and the others dared to come back, it seems that they have found a backer. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, but he did not take it to heart. With the strength of Xiaoshang and the others, Feng Wuchen did not believe that they could find a strong backer. Windfire City, Xia Family Mansion. Ever since the Xia family was chased out of Windfire City, the Xia family mansion was empty, and it looked extremely desolate. Feng Restaurant. I will definitely return this enmity 10 times over. And Feng Wuchen, how dare you steal my woman? I will definitely not forgive you. Looking at the declining Xia family, Xiaoshang's face was extremely gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly. Big brother Xia, according to my sources, there are a total of 12 Feng restaurants in the immortal soul world. They should be much stronger. Feng Restaurant has also cooperated with the Shinra Temple. There is also a Feng Restaurant in Xianluo City, which is managed by the Shinra Temple. Tang Qing said solemnly, with some worry in his heart. Xiaoshang's eyes narrowed, and they flashed with murderous intent. He said fiercely, so what if it's the Shinra Temple? If they dare to interfere, I will destroy them all. Guru Jing said gloomily, Big brother Xia, they won't be happy for long. The humiliation of our three families will soon be returned to them. Guru Jing, let Tianling lure Mo Yanran out. It's best if she is outside the city. Xiaoshang said fiercely. Big brother Xia, do you really want to do this? You have to think carefully. Guru Jing frowned and asked, as if he was worried that Xiaoshang would regret it. For the Xia family, what is Mo Yanran? Xiaoshang said fiercely. End of chapter. Brother Xia is right. Revenge is the most important thing to us. Our parents, elders, and relatives must not die in vain. Mo Yanran doesn't like brother Xia at all. Now that she's with Feng Wuchen, there's no need for brother Xia to waste your time. Besides, haven't you already made your decision? It's too late to regret now. Tang Qing said coldly. His face was cold, and his eyes were so cold that no one dared to look at him directly. Follow the plan. Get Tianling to find Mo Yanran immediately, Xiaoshang said grimly. Since he had already made his decision, he would not regret it. Okay. Guru Jing nodded. Yanran, don't blame me. I had no choice. I had to destroy the Feng restaurant to avenge the deaths of my Xia clan members. I'll pay you back in my next life. Xiaoshang said in his heart. He had already made up his mind. Brother Xia, it's almost time. Young Master Lin will be here soon. Let's go, Tang Qing said. Feng restaurant, it's time for you to be destroyed. Xiaoshang narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Then, he walked toward the city gate. The young Master Lin that Tang Qing was talking about was their backer. Outside the city gate. A figure flew over and slowly landed outside the city gate. It was young Master Lin. He was a young man in white brocade and had an arrogant look on his face. Young Master Lin. Xiaoshang and Tang Qing bowed respectfully. Young Master Lin nodded and said with a superior attitude, I hope I didn't come here in vain. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Don't worry, young Master Lin. We won't lie to you. We don't have the guts to lie to you, Xiaoshang said respectfully. It was all thanks to young Master Lin's help that Xiaoshang and the others could break through to the ancient immortal Lord realm. Young Master Lin came from the ancient capital's Lin family. His name was Lin Beiyang. The Lin family was a Daluo Golden Immortal faction. Lin Beiyang's cultivation had reached the 9-star ancient immortal Lord realm. His strength was far above Xiaoshang and the others. Although the Lin family was only a Daluo Golden Immortal force and was far from the Shinra Temple, there were not many forces in the ancient capital that dared to offend the Lin family. This was because the Lin family had the backing of the ancient immortal emperor. That's good. This young master is really looking forward to it. I hope it can satisfy this young master. The corner of Lin Beiyang's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Tang Qing hurriedly smiled and said, Don't worry, young Master Lin. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Young Master Lin, this way please, Xiaoshang said respectfully as he led Lin Feng to Xiaoshang's residence. Lin Beiyang nodded with satisfaction and immediately ordered, Do it. Meanwhile, as soon as Mo Yanran left the restaurant, Tianling and Qiushui took her away. Tianling, Qiushui, are you taking me to the Xia family? Seeing the familiar street, Mo Yanran guessed. Sister Yanran, brother Xia, and the others are back. We haven't seen each other for so long, so of course we have to go and take a look. Qiushui smiled happily. She was very excited. Qiushui, Tianling, you two go. I won't go. Mo Yanran quickly stopped. Hearing that they were going to see Xiaoshang, Mo Yanran was inexplicably afraid and worried. After speaking, Mo Yanran turned to leave. But just as Mo Yanran turned around, she saw Guru Jing. Yanran, where are you going? It's rare for us to come back. Brother Xia is also here. Guru Jing smiled happily. You two go. I'm going back. Mo Yanran said coldly. Guru Jing's appearance made her feel even more uneasy. After speaking, she wanted to leave Guru Jing. What? Have you forgotten us now that you have a sweetheart? Have you forgotten that Brother Xia is good to you? Guru Jing said in a low voice and reached out to stop Mo Yanran. Mo Yanran frowned slightly and said coldly, Gurujing, I know why you came back. But I want to remind you that Feng Restaurant is no longer the Feng Restaurant of the past. I want you to leave quickly. If the people of Feng Restaurant know that you have returned to Fenghua City, you know the consequences. I don't need you to remind me. I know that Feng Restaurant is different now, but so are we. Gurujing sneered. Brother Ge, let's go if Yanran doesn't want to go. Xiaoshui said anxiously. She could not wait to see Tang Qing. It's not up to her to decide whether she wants to go or not. Gurujing said coldly. A powerful force immediately trapped Mo Yanran, and he directly disappeared with Mo Yanran in a flash. Brother Ge. Tianling and Xiaoshui were shocked. Tianling said in panic, what is Brother Ge doing? Where did he take Yanran? Let's go to the Xia family and see. It might be Brother Xia's idea. Xiaoshui said anxiously. The two girls quickly ran to the Xia family. Just as Tianling and Xiaoshui ran to the Xia family, Tang Qing's figure appeared and walked to Feng Restaurant without looking back. In the Xia family mansion, Gurujing appeared with Mo Yanran. Gurujing. What do you want to do? Mo Yanran asked in panic. Her words were filled with anger and she looked at Gurujing vigilantly. For some reason, Mo Yanran felt very uneasy. Yanran, you are no match for me. I advise you to behave. Gurujing sneered and looked at Mo Yanran maliciously. Yanran. Xiaoshang's voice came from the hall. Brother Xia. Mo Yanran turned her head and her heartbeat sped up. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and her pretty face turned pale. Xiaoshang and Lin Beiyang walked out together. The moment Mo Yanran saw Xiaoshang, she felt a very strange aura. Xiaoshang gave her a very strange feeling. Yanran, long time no see. Xiaoshang smiled and looked at Mo Yanran. Mo Yanran looked at Xiaoshang vigilantly and her beautiful eyes also glanced at Lin Beiyang. There is such a beautiful woman in the immortal soul realm. Lin Beiyang's eyes were already seeing stars. He stared at Mo Yanran unscrupulously and his saliva almost flowed out. Young Master Lin, this is Mo Yanran. Gurujing said respectfully. Young Master Lin? Mo Yanran frowned and looked at Xiaoshang. Brother Xia, what do you want? Nothing, I just want you to get to know young Master Lin. Gurujing sneered, his smile chilling. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied? Xiaoshang looked at Lin Beiyang and asked respectfully. Satisfied. Satisfied. Haha. Lin Beiyang laughed excitedly and said impatiently, quick. Send her to my room. I want to eat her now. What? Mo Yanran's pretty face changed instantly. She was scared out of her wits and wanted to fly away. Yanran, you can't run away. Gurujing sneered and blocked Mo Yanran's way. Xiaoshang. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. We grew up together and you treat me like this. Mo Yanran shouted angrily. She never expected that Xiaoshang would give her to Lin Beiyang. Xiaoshang's face was very ugly and his fists were clenched. He didn't want to do this, but in order to take revenge, he had to give up Mo Yanran. Xiaoshang. You shameless, dirty bastard. Gurujing. Let me go. Mo Yanran shouted in panic. Yanran, we don't want to do this, but to avenge the three families, we have to sacrifice you, Gurujing said in a low voice. He didn't want to do this either, but they had no choice. In order to win over the Lin family and avenge the three families, Xiaoshang pushed Mo Yanran into the tiger's den. You have disappointed me so much. I thought you would turn over a new leaf and live a good life. At least you could revive the three great families. I didn't expect you to do such a shameless thing for revenge. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Mo Yanran was extremely disappointed. 2 lines of sad tears fell from her beautiful eyes. Mo Yanran really regretted pleading for them. Xiaoshang and Gurujing's faces became extremely gloomy, but they had nothing to say. Little beauty, don't be sad. You'll make my heart ache. Lin Beiyang smiled. As he spoke, his figure flashed in front of Mo Yanran, and his index finger gently lifted Mo Yanran's chin. So beautiful. I've never seen a fairy as beautiful as you, Lin Beiyang praised, and his heart became more and more excited. Don't touch me. Mo Yanran shouted angrily, glaring at Lin Beiyang. Little beauty, what about you? You haven't experienced pain and despair, and you don't have deep hatred. You won't understand their feelings. Lin Beiyang smiled evilly. Without this young master's help, do you think they have the ability to take revenge? Do you think they have the ability to break through the ancient immortal Lord realm in a short time? Xiaoshang and Gerujing's faces became uglier, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Lin Beiyang was telling the truth. Without Lin Beiyang's help, Xiaoshang and the others couldn't take revenge at all. Xiaoshang. Gerujing. You really make me look down on you. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost, and I won't forgive you. Mo Yanran shouted angrily at the two. Yanran. Yanran. At this moment, Qiao Shui and Tian Ling's panicked cries rang out as they quickly rushed into the Xia family's residence. Not good. Why are they here? Gerujing's face suddenly changed, and he was secretly anxious. Oh no. If Lin Beiyang sees. Xiaoshang's face also changed. They knew very well what kind of person Lin Beiyang was. Although Tian Ling and Qiao Shui were not as beautiful as Mo Yanran, they were still beauties. Lin Beiyang would never let them go. Qiao Shui. Tian Ling. Don't come in. Go to the Mo family and report to my father. Go quickly. Mo Yanran shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, it was too late. Tian Ling and Qiao Shui had already run in. Yanran. The two girls were shocked. Seeing Gerujing trapping Mo Yanran, the heavenly spirit angrily rebuked, Gerujing. What are you doing? Let go of Sister Yanran. With that, the heavenly spirit angrily rushed forward, wanting to push Gerujing away, but was stopped by a powerful force. Tian Ling. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about Yanran. Hurry up and leave. Gerujing angrily rebuked through voice transmission. He was extremely flustered. No. I will not allow you to harm Sister Yanran. The heavenly spirit roared angrily. He suddenly activated his power, intending to break through Gerujing's powerful qi. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too weak and there was nothing he could do. Tian Ling. Autumn water. Hurry up and leave. Go and tell my father. They are no longer the Xiaoshang and Gerujing we know. Hurry up and leave. Mo Yanran anxiously said, extremely panicked. What do you want to do to Sister Yanran? Gerujing. Let go of Sister Yanran. Qiao Shui angrily shouted, her pretty face as cold as ice. TSK, there are actually two beauties. Looks like this young master's trip was not in vain. You did not disappoint this young master. Seeing two more beauties, Lin Beiyang became even more excited and ecstatic. It's over. Xiaoshang and Gerujing completely panicked. They could not stop Lin Beiyang from taking a fancy to them. With their strength, they were no match for Lin Beiyang. Moreover, Xiaoshang and the rest still needed Lin Beiyang to deal with Feng Restaurant. At this moment, Xiaoshang and Gerujing were caught in a dilemma. Who are you? Qiao Shui fiercely glared at Lin Beiyang, her face full of disgust. Qiao Shui. Stay away from him. He is a beast. Mo Yanran angrily scolded. Not only was Lin Beiyang not angry, he was even more excited. Xiaoshang, Gerujing, send the three of them to their rooms, right now. This young master is so happy. Lin Beiyang excitedly said, he could not wait any longer. Young Master Lin. Gerujing looked at Lin Beiyang awkwardly. Xiaoshang also hurriedly said, Young Master Lin, you see, Lin Beiyang's face suddenly turned cold, and his cold gaze swept over, scaring Xiaoshang so much that he immediately shut his mouth. Yes. I will send you to young Master Lin's room right away. Gerujing was so frightened that he did not dare to disobey the order at all. What? Tian Ling's face changed greatly, and Qiao Shui was also dumbfounded. They could not believe their ears, and looked at Gerujing in disbelief. How could they not know what Lin Beiyang meant? Gerujing actually agreed. Gerujing. Do you know what you are saying? Tian Ling looked at Gerujing blankly and asked. Mo Yanran angrily scolded, "Beast! Shameless beast!" Gurujing did not speak. He knew that it was too late, and it was useless to say anything more. Xiaoshang was also completely silent. In front of Lin Beiyang, they did not dare to disobey at all. "I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to be shameless. Not only did you not protect your own woman, you even gave her to others. You are worse than a beast." Tianling shouted angrily, her heart filled with despair and pain. "Oh? So she is your woman? Don't worry, this young master will return her to you after playing with her once. I will not hurt her at all." Lin Beiyang was getting more and more excited. "Beast!" Tianling scolded, and glared at Lin Beiyang fiercely. "Tang Qing! Come out! Come out!" Qiu Shui shouted angrily, her face puffed up with anger. Unfortunately, Tang Qing was not in the Xia family. "No need to shout, Tang Qing has already gone to the Wind restaurant." Lin Beiyang laughed excitedly, "Xiaoshang, Gurujing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." "Yes. Young Master Lin." The two said respectfully, and immediately brought Mo Yanran and the other two to Lin Beiyang's room. "Okay. Gurujing. Don't regret it." Tianling shouted angrily, "You gave me to others to play with, I will fulfill your wish. I will serve young Master Lin well, I hope you will not feel heartache. I hope you will not feel ashamed." Gurujing's face was extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists, and his nails pierced into his flesh, but he did not feel anything. He was roaring crazily in his heart. "Let me go! Let me go! Tang Qing! Save me!" Qiu Shui shouted angrily and panically. "Xiaoshang! Gurujing! You are all beasts. You will die a horrible death." Mo Yanran struggled and cursed. At the same time, Tang Qing had already arrived outside the Feng restaurant. Looking at the magnificent Feng restaurant, Tang Qing sneered to himself, "Feng restaurant, humph. It'll cease to exist soon." Tang Qing looked up at the 6th floor and grinned at Feng Wuchen. Then, he walked into Feng restaurant's palace. "Hey, do you see that person? He looks familiar." One of them looked at Tang Qing's back and said, but he was not sure. "He does look familiar. He looks like young Master Tang Qing. Could it really be young Master Tang Qing?" Another person guessed softly. "Impossible. Tang Qing and the others have been chased out of Windfire City. How would they dare to come back? Isn't that courting death?" Another person said softly. The upper echelons of the 3 clans were killed, and the 3 young masters were chased out of Windfire City. It was good enough that they could keep their lives. How would they dare to come back? He came alone? How courageous, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Tang Qing should be coming for Feng restaurant, not for Honorable Lord. Jian Chao's respectful voice came. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Since Xiaoshang and the others dared to come back, they must be very confident. The backing behind them should not be weak. Coming back is courting death. Jian Chao transmitted his voice. With Jian Chao's current strength, he could instantly kill Tang Qing. In the restaurant, Tang Qing came to shopkeeper Mu. Shopkeeper Mu was about to welcome the guest, but when he saw that it was Tang Qing, his expression changed. "Young Master Tang?" Shopkeeper Mu was extremely surprised. "What? Are you surprised to see me?" Tang Qing sneered, his face filled with arrogance. "I'm indeed a little surprised. I didn't expect you to dare to come back to Windfire City. Your cultivation has even broken through to the 1-star ancient immortal Lord realm. Young Master Tang, aren't you afraid that Feng restaurant will kill you?" Shopkeeper Mu smiled faintly. "We came back to give Feng restaurant a big gift. It should be here soon. At the same time, tell Jian Chou that his death is coming." Tang Qing sneered. "Big gift?" Shopkeeper Mu frowned slightly. Soon after, he spoke in a deep voice, "Tang Qing, you are courting death." Tang Qing sneered disdainfully, then turned around and left. As he walked out of the palace, Tang Qing sneered at Feng Wuchen on the 6th floor. "He's leaving just like that?" Looking at Tang Qing's departing figure, Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. This made him somewhat puzzled. Swish, at this moment, a figure appeared and knelt down on one knee respectfully. He reported, "My lord, I just saw Gurujing take Mo Yanran away. She is now in the Xiao family." Gurujing took Mo Yanran? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked in confusion, "Don't they know each other? Why do you need to grab him?" This subordinate sensed the aura of a 9-star ancient immortal lord in the Xiao family, the Dragon Soul Venerable reported respectfully. 9-star ancient immortal monarch? Feng Wuchen frowned again and guessed, "It seems like something has happened." "My lord. Do you want this subordinate to take action immediately?" The Dragon Soul Venerable asked respectfully. "No need." Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. He planned to go and see for himself. "Yes, my lord. My lord." The Dragon Soul Sovereign disappeared. Was Tang Qing hinting me just now? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. Tang Qing's sneer before he left appeared in his mind. However, at this moment, a figure flew over in a panic and flashed directly into the restaurant. "Shopkeeper Mu. Something has happened. Feng Restaurant in Vast Cloud City was attacked by a mysterious golden immortal. The restaurant has been destroyed and can't hold on anymore. Shopkeeper Mu. Feng Restaurant in Profound Cloud City was also attacked by a mysterious golden immortal expert. We have suffered heavy casualties. Shopkeeper Mu." One by one, the shopkeepers of the restaurant came to report in panic that a total of 7 Feng restaurants were attacked by a mysterious golden immortal and suffered heavy casualties. "What?" Shopkeeper Mu's face suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Tang Qing. Is this the big gift you were talking about?" The revenge against Wind Restaurant had already begun. "Tang Qing. You'll regret it." Shopkeeper Mu said gloomily, and immediately flashed to the 6th floor. Reporting to Tower Lord. "I just received news that 7 of our restaurants were attacked by a mysterious golden immortal and suffered heavy casualties." Shopkeeper Mu reported respectfully, his face extremely gloomy. 7 restaurants were attacked? Feng Wuchen's face immediately darkened. Tang Qing just came and said that he was giving a gift to Feng Restaurant. It should be the Feng Restaurant that attacked our other cities. It seems that he wants to avenge the 3 families. Shopkeeper Mu said respectfully. Overconfident. Feng Wuchen said coldly, a ruthless killing intent flashing in his eyes. Looking at Shopkeeper Mu, Feng Wuchen said, "Shopkeeper Mu, you can leave first. Tell them not to worry too much." "Yes." Tower Lord. Shopkeeper Mu left respectfully. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely, and said, "Xiaoshang and the others are planning to take revenge on Feng Restaurant. Jianchou, send someone to check. They should be attacking other restaurants." "Yes. My lord." Jianchou said respectfully. Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared, and he went to the Xia family as fast as he could. At this moment, Gurujing and Xiaoshang had already sent Mo Yanran and the other 2 to Lin Beiyang's room. Lin Beiyang's excited laughter came from inside. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Xiao Shui shouted angrily. "Bastard. Go away." Mo Yanran shouted angrily in panic. "Haha. Shout. Shout. The louder you shout, the happier I will be." Lin Beiyang laughed excitedly. "Young Master Lin, let me serve you well. You can do whatever you want with me." Tianling said coldly, "Gurujing, I hate you. Just listen to the sounds of your woman having fun with others. You useless bastard." "Good. Good. Haha." Lin Beiyang laughed wildly, his eyes staring at Tianling unscrupulously. "Tianling. Don't." Mo Yanran and Xiao Shui tried to dissuade her. Outside the room, Gurujing's face was extremely ferocious. His veins were bulging, and blood was about to burst out. Xiaoshang clenched his fists, his face gloomy, but he was indifferent. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden light appeared. It was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had just appeared when he heard Mo Yanran's terrified scream. Feng Wuchen? Xiaoshang and Gurujing sensed Feng Wuchen's presence. They were startled at first, but then they sneered mockingly. "Feng Wuchen, are you here to die?" Xiaoshang asked mockingly. His eyes narrowed, and his murderous intent surged. Gurujing sneered disdainfully, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here yourself. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch any of them, I promise you won't leave here alive. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded. Feng Wuchen. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Mo Yanran was overjoyed. That feeling was like returning to heaven from hell. Mo Yanran quickly shouted, Feng Wuchen, save me. Feng Wuchen? Lin Beiyang, who was having fun, couldn't help but have a cold face. He shouted angrily, Xiaoshang, Gurujing. Kill him. End of chapter. Although Feng Wuchen didn't know what exactly happened in the room, he could roughly guess. Feng Wuchen. Leave quickly. You're no match for them. Mo Yanran's panicked voice sounded again. She was so panicked that she had forgotten that Feng Wuchen was no match for Xiaoshang and the others. Xiaoshang, Gurujing, you're worse than animals. Feng Jiao should have killed you back then. Feng Wuchen said coldly, a cold murderous aura spreading out. Feng Wuchen, should I say that you're stupid, or that you're stupid? Without Feng Jiao's protection, it would be easy for us to kill you. We wanted to use Yanran to lure you out, but you delivered yourself to us. Gurujing sneered mockingly. Xiaoshang stared at Feng Wuchen and said viciously, Feng Wuchen, if it weren't for you, the three families wouldn't have ended up like this. We have to thank Feng Jiao for not killing us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge and kill you. You're wrong. Mo Yanran and I are just friends. It's your own misunderstanding. The person you should thank is Mo Yanran. She pleaded for you so that Feng Jiao let the three of you go. But is this how you repay her? Feng Wuchen said coldly, his cold murderous aura becoming more and more terrifying. Yanran pleaded for us? Xiaoshang was stunned and looked back. Brother Xia, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first. Gurujing said coldly. The power of a one-star ancient immortal master instantly erupted and rushed fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Gurujing's fist landed on Feng Wuchen's chest. He seemed to think that his speed was too fast and Feng Wuchen couldn't avoid it. His face had a smug smile. However, before Gurujing could be happy, he was dumbfounded. What? How is this possible? Gurujing's eyes widened, his face full of horror and disbelief. The fierce fist landed solidly on Feng Wuchen's body, but there was no reaction. How is this possible? Xiaoshang was also stunned. With Gurujing's strength, it was reasonable to say that he could pinch Feng Wuchen to death with a single finger, but now he was unable to shake Feng Wuchen in the slightest. Boom. Pooh. Feng Wuchen's face was as cold as ice. He threw out a punch, and with a loud boom, the overbearing force caused Gurujing to spit out a mouthful of blood. Gurujing was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a building in the Xia family. It was unknown if he was still alive. What kind of power is this? Gurujing was terrified to the extreme. He felt as if all his internal organs had been shattered. This tyrannical and terrifying power exceeded Gurujing's imagination. In front of Feng Wuchen, Gurujing simply could not withstand a single blow. Impossible. Xiaoshang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could Feng Wuchen have such strength? Swish, while Xiaoshang was still in shock, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of him. Xiaoshang was so frightened that he took a few steps back. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Impossible. This is impossible. Xiaoshang shook his head in horror and said, You can't have such strength. It's absolutely impossible. You all owe Mo Yanran a life. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Boom. Pooh. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen threw out a punch. Xiaoshang screamed in pain. The overbearing force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes popped out of their sockets. His body turned into a black line and flew out, piercing through several buildings. Feng Wuchen did not kill him. He then walked back to his room. Brother Xia! Tang Qing shouted in panic. He had just returned when he heard Xiaoshang's screams. Feng Wuchen! When he saw Feng Wuchen, Tang Qing was even more shocked. He had left Feng restaurant first, but Feng Wuchen had arrived at the Xia family before him. How could he be faster than me? Could it be that he injured brother Xia? Tang Qing was completely shocked. He looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Whoosh, in the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Tang Qing. Did you order them to attack Feng restaurant? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He didn't have any human emotions. Tang Qing was extremely terrified. He was stunned. What kind of terrifying speed was this? As a one-star ancient immortal lord, Tang Qing did not notice anything. Boom. Pooh. Feng Wuchen threw out a palm and hit Tang Qing's chest. Tang Qing was sent flying with a scream. How could this be? How could Feng Wuchen have such strength? Tang Qing was terrified. Just one palm had almost shattered all the bones in his body. Lin Beiyang, who was in the room, naturally heard Xiaosheng and Tang Qing's screams. His face was extremely ferocious. Mo Yanran and the rest heard it too. They were shocked. They could not believe that the ones who had screamed were Xiaosheng and Tang Qing. Feng Wuchen had such strength? How dare you spoil my good deed? I won't forgive you. Lin Beiyang said viciously. The terrifying aura of a 9-star ancient immortal lord erupted. Boom, in the next second, Lin Beiyang suddenly broke through the door. His body turned into a green lightning bolt, and his aura surged. His attacks were fierce and merciless. Brat! You're tired of living. Lin Beiyang glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and threw a palm at Feng Wuchen's head. His attack was extremely fierce. However, just as Lin Beiyang was about to hit Feng Wuchen's figure had mysteriously disappeared. What? Lin Beiyang's expression changed drastically. He threw a palm at the air. What's going on? Where is he? Lin Beiyang was shocked. He quickly looked around, but he did not see Feng Wuchen's figure. He disappeared without a trace in an instant. How terrifying was his speed! Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the room. When he saw Mo Yanran and the other two's clothes in a mess, he guessed what had happened. Mo Yanran and the other two looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. They were very afraid that this was a dream. If it was really a dream, they hoped that they would never wake up. Are you okay? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. If he had been a little later, Mo Yanran and the other two would have been sullied. Feng Wuchen, is it really you? I'm not dreaming, right? Mo Yanran asked in panic. Qiu Shui trembled as she looked at Feng Wuchen and said, how can you be so powerful? Are you really Feng Wuchen? It's me. Feng Wuchen nodded and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect Xiaosheng and the others to be so crazy. I shouldn't have pleaded for them back then. I was too soft-hearted. Now, I almost caused Tianling and Qiu Shui to be sullied by that bastard. Mo Yanran said regretfully as tears rolled down her face. You guys stay here. Leave the rest to me. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Feng Wuchen, he is a 9-star ancient immortal monarch. He is very powerful. You are not his match. Mo Yanran said anxiously. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen said with a smile and gave Mo Yanran a reassuring look. Brat! Get out here. Lin Beiyang's angry shout came from outside. He had already heard Feng Wuchen's voice. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen walked out of the room. His face turned cold as he stared at Lin Beiyang with a sharp and cold gaze. Feng Wuchen's entire body was emitting a chilling murderous aura. What a strong murderous aura! It's filled with a bloodthirsty aura. Only cold-blooded people who have killed countless people would have such a terrifying murderous aura. Who is this kid? Lin Beiyang frowned. Just from Feng Wuchen's murderous aura, he could tell that Feng Wuchen was not simple. This kid hid his strength very well. I can't see the depth of his cultivation. However, he was able to defeat Xiaosheng and the others so easily. Moreover, he was not afraid of my power. It can be seen that he is not weak. Lin Beiyang thought to himself. He did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Although Lin Beiyang did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen, he was not afraid of him either. Lin Beiyang stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and sneered, it seems that Xiaosheng and the others do not know you well. They do not know that you are so powerful. Buzz. As he spoke, the full power of a 9-star ancient immortal lord erupted. His aura soared once again. The terrifying power shook the entire Xia clan residence, causing the ground to crack and the buildings to collapse. In the room, Mo Yanran and the other two were filled with nervousness and panic. He is so strong. Can Feng Wuchen defeat him? Mo Yanran was extremely worried. Her palms were sweating. Xiaoshang and the other two could not defeat Feng Wuchen. He should not be weak, right? If he is not weak, why would he dare to attack? Xiao Shui was not sure. After all, Lin Beiyang was too strong. I really did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so strong. We have all underestimated him. No wonder he is not afraid of Xiaoshang at all. He originally had great strength. He hid it too well. Tianling frowned as she looked at Feng Wuchen through the window. All this time, no one could see Feng Wuchen's cultivation. With the protection of Feng Restaurant, they all mistakenly thought that Feng Wuchen was only an ancient immortal general or an ancient immortal king. No one had expected that Feng Wuchen would be able to easily defeat Xiaoshang and the other two. Brat, I rushed here as soon as I broke through to become a 9-star ancient celestial lord. However, you ruined my plan. I will not forgive you today. Lin Beiyang said coldly. He couldn't see the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, but he didn't dare to underestimate him, so he went all out. Feng Wuchen, this guy's strength is just right for you. Go all out and fight. The unparalleled Great Emperor laughed. All right. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. He also planned to give it his all. The golden immortal who attacked the Feng restaurant is one of your men, right? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Facing Lin Beiyang's terrifying power, he was not afraid at all. You are right. I am Lin Beiyang, the young master of the ancient capital's Lin family. The golden immortal who attacked the Feng restaurant is one of my men. Lin Beiyang said coldly. Since that is the case, you will die in the immortal soul world. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The power of the primordial ancestor and the eternal life realm erupted at the same time. The domineering aura was terrifying. His body emitted golden light, making him look like an invincible god of war. 4-star ancient celestial lord? Lin Beiyang was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. Haha. I thought you were strong, but it turns out that you are just a 4-star ancient celestial lord. To think that I thought you were a powerful opponent. With your little strength, you dare to say that you will bury me in the immortal soul world? What a joke. Brat, I will let you know what it means to overestimate yourself today. After knowing that Feng Wuchen was only a 4-star ancient celestial lord, Lin Beiyang immediately relaxed and looked down on him. Even a 3-year-old child knew the difference between a 4-star ancient celestial lord and a 9-star ancient celestial lord. Feng Wuchen had no chance of winning. He didn't even have the chance to attack. To put it bluntly, Lin Beiyang could instantly kill Feng Wuchen. In the room, Mo Yanran and the other two girls were also stunned. They were shocked and scared. They were shocked because of Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation. They were scared because Feng Wuchen, a 4-star ancient celestial lord, was no match for Lin Beiyang. Lin Beiyang stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and sneered contemptuously. Brat, are you ready to die? This young master will show you in a moment. However, before he could finish his words, Lin Beiyang's expression changed drastically. The next moment, Feng Wuchen's combat strength soared crazily. In an instant, he soared to the 7-star ancient celestial lord realm. His domineering aura became even more terrifying. 7-star ancient celestial lord? His combat strength increased by 3 stars. Lin Beiyang's eyeballs were about to fall out. He was extremely shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. Lin Beiyang had never seen anyone who could instantly increase their combat strength by 3 stars. The power of a 7-star ancient celestial lord. Mo Yanran and the other two girls exclaimed in unison. They ran to the door and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. How is this possible? Autumn Water was completely dumbfounded. His combat strength increased by 3 stars in an instant. He still has a few grade 5 ancient celestial artifacts. Tianling was extremely shocked. Thinking back to how they had disdained and insulted Feng Wuchen, they were simply courting death. With such terrifying strength, even the three families together couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. It was too shocking. However, the more shocking thing was yet to come. With a thought, the divine eye, battle armor, and boxing glove appeared. Feng Wuchen's combat strength soared again and directly broke through the 8-star ancient celestial lord realm. What? He can still increase it. 8-star ancient celestial lord. Lin Beiyang was scared out of his wits. What kind of monster was this? His combat strength increased by 4 stars. Even monsters weren't so terrifying, right? Mo Yanran and the other two were completely in a vegetative state. Their faces were pale, and they were stunned and petrified. Staring coldly at Lin Beiyang, Feng Wuchen said, "If I say you will die in the immortal soul world, you will die in the immortal soul world. No one can save you." Feng Wuchen's words were extremely domineering. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly stomped on the ground. His body instantly turned into a bolt of golden lightning and shot out along the ground. His attack was domineering and had an unparalleled aura. Humph! You're just a 4-star ancient celestial lord. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'll show you the power of a 9-star ancient celestial lord. Lin Beiyang said viciously. Although he was shocked, he wasn't afraid of an 8-star ancient celestial lord. Lin Beiyang's fist condensed terrifying power. The moment Feng Wuchen approached, he punched out mercilessly. Feng Wuchen didn't show any fear, and he didn't back down. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in an instant, the two fists collided. With a boom, a terrifying force swept out with a gust of wind. The Xiao family mansion shook violently, and the courtyard collapsed. It was a mess. The power of a 9-star ancient celestial lord is only SOSO, Feng Wuchen said coldly. How is this possible? Lin Beiyang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that his full-strength attack couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. You. How can you have such power? Lin Beiyang looked at Feng Wuchen as if he had seen a ghost. Even if a 4-star ancient immortal lord had the combat power of an 8-star ancient immortal lord, it was impossible for him to fight against a 9-star ancient immortal lord. At this moment, Mo Yanran and the other two girls were already shocked to the extreme, and all of them had dumbstruck expressions. This scene was too shocking, making people feel that it was very unreal. Feng Wuchen, you're not a match for a 9-star ancient immortal lord in terms of strength. He hasn't used his ancient immortal weapon yet. The Supreme Emperor transmitted his voice. I know. Although Lin Beiyang has just become a 9-star ancient immortal lord, his strength is far above that of an 8-star ancient immortal lord. Fortunately, I have an immortal realm body. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. In this collision, Feng Wuchen had used all his strength, but he could only barely resist Lin Beiyang's power. He even felt a piercing pain in his arm. If Lin Beiyang had not just become a 9-star ancient immortal lord, Feng Wuchen would not have been able to resist the power of this punch. Boom! Taking advantage of Lin Beiyang's extreme shock, Feng Wuchen swept out with his leg. With a boom, he sent Lin Beiyang flying. Strength alone is not enough to hurt him. A 4-star ancient immortal lord is just barely enough. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, but he was not worried at all. Feng Wuchen, is this your strongest power? Lin Beiyang said gloomily. Using a mysterious power and 3 5th-grade ancient immortal weapons to instantly increase your combat power by 4 stars. This is indeed shocking, but this is the end for you. After saying that, Lin Beiyang put his palms together and pulled them apart. As blue light flashed, a large saber with blue light appeared out of thin air. A 5th-grade ancient immortal weapon. Lin Beiyang's combat power soared again, almost reaching the peak of a 9-star ancient immortal lord. Feng Wuchen, your 8-star ancient immortal lord power is no threat to me. This young master will now let you see what true strength is. Lin Beiyang said coldly, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Beiyang suddenly injected a terrifying amount of power into his broadsword. Stepping on the ground, he leaped up and slashed down fiercely. A terrifying blue energy blade shadow slashed towards Feng Wuchen. The attack was extremely ferocious. Rumble. Buzz. The energy blade slashed down, and the Xiao family mansion was directly split in half. The loud sound was deafening, and the ground shook and cracked. Mo Yanran and the other two were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, it didn't hit the room they were in. Otherwise, the three of them would have died without a doubt. A 9-star ancient immortal lord was indeed powerful for a casual slash to possess such terrifying might. Good boy, you're pretty fast, Lin Beiyang sneered and glared at Feng Wuchen who had moved to his left. I'd like to see how fast you are. Lin Beiyang sneered. The moment he finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a mysterious sneer. Compete in speed? You're overestimating yourself. Feng Wuchen had absolute confidence in his speed. When Lin Beiyang appeared again, he was already slashing his broadsword at an astonishing speed. Feng Wuchen, you can't dodge it, right? Go to hell. Lin Beiyang sneered proudly. With this slash, Feng Wuchen would definitely die. However, just when Lin Beiyang thought that he could kill Feng Wuchen with one slash, the moment his broadsword was half an inch away from Feng Wuchen's figure instantly disappeared. How is this possible? He can still dodge it. Lin Beiyang was shocked and couldn't believe it. This saber strike missed. Your speed is nothing special. Feng Wuchen's cold laughter rang in Lin Beiyang's ears. What? Lin Beiyang's body shook and his eyes widened. He didn't notice when Feng Wuchen had appeared behind him. What kind of movement technique was that? What kind of speed was that? Supreme Chaos Palm. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted coldly, his palm condensed a domineering power, and fiercely slammed into Lin Beiyang's back. Boom. Puff. Lin Beiyang was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With an explosion, the domineering power instantly increased by several times, causing Lin Beiyang to spit out blood on the spot, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Bastard! What kind of technique is that? His strength increased by several times in an instant. This is an ancient immortal technique. This stinking brat. Lin Beiyang cursed in his heart. So powerful. Tian Ling was shocked and frightened, her pale face was extremely stiff. Feng Wuchen actually made that bastard spit out blood with one slap. Isn't this strength too terrifying? Autumn Water's eyes were wide open, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. How can Feng Wuchen be so strong? Mo Yanran was stunned. In a head-on clash of strength, Feng Wuchen was indeed unable to do anything to Lin Beiyang, but if it was a head-on clash of immortal techniques, Lin Beiyang would not be able to resist at all. The fierce palm strike had already injured Lin Beiyang. Even if it was not a serious injury, it would definitely affect his fighting strength. Boom. Not long after, amidst the rubble, there was a sudden explosion, and Lin Beiyang rushed out like lightning, his fierce and murderous eyes staring at Feng Wuchen like a poisonous snake. Immortal technique. Heaven's Fury Slash. Lin Beiyang suddenly roared. The moment his figure closed in, he immediately used his blade technique, crazily slashing at Feng Wuchen. The blue blade shadow flickered continuously, dazzling everyone's eyes. The attack was extremely terrifying. Thousand Illusions Great Technique. Feng Wuchen bellowed, his figure instantly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, countless Feng Wuchen appeared. This? What kind of movement technique is this? Lin Beiyang was dumbfounded. Countless Feng Wuchen appeared, and it was impossible to distinguish the real one from the fake. Their aura came and went. Which one was he going to cut? Just as Lin Beiyang was dumbfounded, an extremely domineering sword intent burst out. That kind of domineering aura made people feel extremely uneasy, as if they were being stared at by a fierce tiger. What kind of sword technique is this? Lin Beiyang began to panic. Feng Wuchen formed a sword finger with his right hand, and immediately pointed to the void. An extremely domineering and terrifying sword intent instantly condensed into an energy sword, and burst out like lightning. What? Sword intent manifestation. This? How is this possible? Sensing the terrifying sword intent bursting out, Lin Beiyang looked at the moment, and was completely shocked. Boom. Puff. The domineering energy sword fiercely blasted on Lin Beiyang's chest, and with a bang, Lin Beiyang once again spat out blood. His body turned into a black line and flew out, forcibly destroying several buildings of the Xia family. Too strong, that bastard has no power to fight back at all. Feng Wuchen's strength is too terrifying, without the immortal sword, he can still control the sword intent to attack. This is simply impossible. A 4-star ancient immortal completely suppressed a 9-star ancient immortal. Mo Yanran and the other two were almost in a vegetative state. Boom, suddenly, there was an explosion in the silent Xia family mansion. Lin Beiyang, who was in the ruins, suddenly shot up into the sky. Lin Beiyang had been seriously injured by Feng Wuchen's powerful palm technique and sword intent, and his face was extremely pale. If it weren't for his cultivation as a 9-star ancient immortal lord, Lin Beiyang's body would have been cold. Damn you, brat. Lin Beiyang's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and glared at Feng Wuchen like a poisonous snake. He wanted nothing more than to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. Lin Beiyang was not weak, but he had ended up in such a sorry state because he had underestimated his opponent. Of course, Lin Beiyang didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so powerful. A 4-star ancient immortal lord could unleash a terrifying power that could crush him. Such a thing had never happened in the ancient immortal world. Only Lin Beiyang had seen it. Brat, who exactly are you? Lin Beiyang asked viciously. Feng Wuchen was definitely not an ordinary person since he had such terrifying strength. You don't have the right to know. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then he raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Lin Beiyang, condensing a terrifying force. Feng Wuchen said coldly, it's time for you to die. Kill him. Kill him. Lin Beiyang roared furiously. He was severely injured and had no strength to fight against Feng Wuchen. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. As Lin Beiyang's roar fell, an extremely terrifying azure energy beam swooped down from the void like a bolt of blue lightning, bringing with it a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom. Wherever it passed, space trembled. A zenith heaven golden immortal. In the broken room, Mo Yanran and the other two were shocked. Mo Yanran said in panic, it's over. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, he can't defeat a zenith heaven golden immortal. What should we do? Who is this young Master Lin? He even brought a zenith heaven golden immortal. Sister Yanran, should we run away first? Xiao Shui said in fear and despair. Feng Wuchen saved us. How can we abandon him? Do you still have a conscience? Mo Yanran couldn't help but scold. But we can't do anything to help. We can't afford to offend a zenith heaven golden immortal, Autumn Water said in horror. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. We can't escape even if we want to, Tian Ling said with a trembling voice, unable to control the fear in her heart. Mo Yanran's family was merely a force of ancient immortal lords. Even ancient immortal emperors could not afford to offend them, let alone a perfected golden immortal. Even a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven can't save you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His figure immediately disappeared, avoiding the attack of the green energy beam. He can still dodge. Lin Beiyang said in anger, who the hell is this kid? Above the void, several figures appeared in a flash. They were all golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven, and their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at the perfected golden immortals and said, you shouldn't have attacked Feng Jiu. So what? The leading 5-star perfected golden immortal said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes spread out as if it was real. So what? Feng Wuchen grinned and said, you'll know soon enough. Han Xianxia. Stop talking nonsense with him, hurry up and attack. If you can't kill this kid, I'll get my cousin to cripple you. Lin Beiyang shouted angrily. He was now very worried about Feng Wuchen. The faster he killed Feng Wuchen, the more relieved he would be. Kid, your name is Feng Wuchen, right? A 4-star ancient immortal lord with such combat strength is indeed very terrifying, but the more terrifying a genius is, the more we can't let him live, Han Xianxia said coldly, his killing intent becoming more and more terrifying. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xianxia suddenly swooped down as fast as lightning, carrying an unparalleled ferocious aura. Feng Wuchen, be careful. Mo Yanran shouted in panic. Little beauty, Feng Wuchen can't save you. I'll take good care of you. Lin Beiyang grinned. The moment Lin Beiyang finished speaking, a terrifying scene appeared. Swoosh! Chi! As Han Xianshan swooped down, a black shadow suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash. Han Xianshan's head instantly flew out. The speed of the person who attacked was extremely fast. Han Xianshan didn't notice anything at all, nor did he have any reaction. He didn't even know how he died. Great leader! The other 3 golden immortals shouted in panic. They were all scared out of their wits. A 5-star golden immortal was instantly killed by a mysterious person. What? Lin Beiyang's expression changed drastically as he watched Han Xianshan's body fall down in disbelief. Mo Yanran and the other 2 were dumbfounded again. They didn't know what was going on. What's going on? Mo Yanran said in confusion, her expression petrified again. What on earth happened? Why was Han Xianshan suddenly killed? Who did it? Feng Wuchen. Impossible. Feng Wuchen couldn't kill a golden immortal in an instant. Ancient Immortal Emperor Powerhouse. A golden immortal said in fear, his face extremely pale. It can't be wrong. It must be an ancient immortal emperor powerhouse. We can't see anything, and we can't sense anything. It must be an ancient immortal emperor. Another golden immortal said in horror, already thinking of retreating. Ancient immortal emperor. Lin Beiyang's whole body trembled, and he swallowed hard, his face pale. A 5-star golden immortal was instantly killed, which directly shocked Lin Beiyang and the other golden immortals. At this moment, Feng Wuchen raised his hand again, pointing his index finger at Lin Beiyang, and said coldly, I said, no one can save you. When you attacked Feng Jiu, you were doomed to die. Feng Wuchen would never let any of his enemies go. What are you waiting for? Do it. Everyone do it together. Lin Beiyang, who was in panic, shouted anxiously. Young Master Lin, we are no match for an ancient immortal emperor. Even our great leader was killed in an instant, let alone us. A golden immortal said in panic. If they attacked now, wouldn't they be courting death? If anyone dares to talk nonsense again, I will not spare him. What are you waiting for? Lin Beiyang roared, staring at Feng Wuchen with a ferocious face. Lin Beiyang was so frightened that he lost his ability to judge. Yes. Young Master Lin. The 3 golden immortals said respectfully. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack. Even if they knew that they would die, they dared not disobey the order. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Beiyang roared, and a dozen golden immortals appeared one after another, and rushed at Feng Wuchen immediately. Feng Wuchen! I will not spare you. Lin Beiyang gritted his teeth and roared. But when the dozen golden immortals attacked, an even more terrifying scene happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! 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 Buzz! Buzz! 5 black shadows appeared in an extremely strange way, and immediately began a frenzied massacre. Their attacks were extremely ruthless, and each punch was blasted into a bloody mist. The 5 shadows were terrifyingly fast, and they carried a lightning-type aura. They disappeared in a flash, and no one could see them at all. The people who attacked were the elite warriors of the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf. In just an instant, more than a dozen golden immortals were killed. Lin Beiyang's body trembled. He was so scared that his soul was about to shatter. It was too scary. It was as if he had seen a ghost. They're all dead? Were all the perfected golden immortals killed? Who did this? Autumn Water said in a trembling voice. Her pale face was as terrified as it could be. Mo Yanran and Tian Ling were so scared that they couldn't speak. They even lost all feeling in their bodies. But they knew very well that Feng Wuchen was definitely not the weakling they knew. He had a terrifying background. Who are you? Who are you? Lin Beiyang asked in extreme fear. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a demon. Someone who's about to die has no right to know. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His index finger gathered a terrifying power again, and his murderous aura locked onto Lin Beiyang. You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? Lin Beiyang roared in fear and anger. What does that have to do with me? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Lin Beiyang shouted angrily, I'm the young master of the ancient capital's Lin family. My grandfather is the leader of the ancient capital. My cousin is the #1 genius of the ancient capital, a 7-star ancient immortal emperor. My cousin is the #1 genius alchemist of the ancient capital, an ancient immortal lord alchemist. My cousin is the #1 beauty of the ancient capital, and many forces are fighting to marry my cousin. If you dare to attack the ancient capital, I guarantee that you'll die without a complete corpse. Oh? The leader of the ancient capital? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Beiyang's identity to be so powerful. Humph. Feng Wuchen, the golden immortals you just killed are all my grandfather's people. Don't think that you're so great just because you have ancient immortal emperors. My grandfather is a 6-star ancient immortal emperor. Lin Beiyang said fiercely. Oh? 6-star ancient immortal emperor? Very powerful. Feng Wuchen sneered, not taking it to heart at all. Lin Beiyang said proudly, of course. My grandfather is much stronger than Dongfang Wushan of the immortal soul world. Moreover, there are 13 ancient immortal emperors, over 100 golden immortals, and hundreds of ancient immortal emperors. Can your people defeat them? Amazing. Amazing. Feng Wuchen praised. Are you scared now? Feng Wuchen, if you kneel before me now and give the 3 of them to me, I might spare your life. Lin Beiyang said proudly, thinking that he had intimidated Feng Wuchen. Shameless beast. Mo Yanran cursed angrily. The ancient capital is quite a distance away from the immortal soul plane. If I kill you, who will know? Feng Wuchen sneered. How dare you? If you kill me, you won't be able to live. The entire Firestorm City will be buried with me. You better think carefully. Lin Beiyang shouted angrily. His proud face became ferocious again, as if he was going to eat someone. Not necessarily. Feng Wuchen sneered. How could a small ancient capital scare Feng Wuchen? Whoosh. After saying that, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared and pointed his index finger at Lin Beiyang's forehead. At that moment, Lin Beiyang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so scared that his body trembled and he knelt down in fear. Feng Wuchen, don't kill me, I'll kowtow to you. Lin Beiyang begged in fear and kept kowtowing. Lin Beiyang's sudden cowardice shocked Feng Wuchen. Weren't you very powerful just now? Weren't you very impressive just now? Isn't your grandfather very powerful? Aren't your cousins very powerful? Why are you suddenly kneeling down and begging for mercy? Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, I know I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I will never step into the immortal soul realm again. Whatever you want, my grandfather can give it to you. Please spare my life, I don't want to die. Lin Beiyang begged in fear. Feng Wuchen sneered, you think I will believe you? Letting you go will only be letting a tiger back into the mountain. I will be in trouble then. What can a shameless beast like you not do? Alright, I've already let you live for a while after talking to you. Go on your way. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Feng Wuchen, I'm begging you. Lin Beiyang kowtowed and begged in desperation. He even cried. No one can save you. Feng Wuchen said ruthlessly. With that, Feng Wuchen was about to kill Lin Beiyang. Feng Wuchen, don't kill him. Mo Yanran shouted in panic and quickly flew over. Why? Feng Wuchen looked at Mo Yanran and asked in confusion. Mo Yanran quickly explained, Feng Wuchen, the ancient capital is very powerful. If what he said is true and you kill him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not only you, even our family will be implicated. Even the Wind Restaurant and the Shinra Temple will be implicated. Because the person behind the ancient capital is Protector Tianhen, who is in charge of the ancient immortal domain. Sister Yanran is right. You can't kill him. Many innocent people will be implicated. Tianling also quickly said. Feng Wuchen, they are right. If you kill me, many people will be implicated. Lin Beiyang nodded as if he saw hope. Miss Mo, you're too merciful. Back then, you pleaded for Xia Shang and the others, and Feng Jiao spared their lives. But what happened in the end? Feng Wuchen shook his head. The terrifying power condensed on his index finger was unleashed without the slightest hesitation. Chi. A golden light mercilessly pierced through Lin Beiyang's forehead. Blood spurted out and Lin Beiyang died on the spot. His eyes dimmed and his body fell down. No. Tianling and Xiaoshui shouted in fear, but it was too late. It's over. Something big is going to happen. Tianling panicked. She felt as if the sky was about to collapse. How did you know I pleaded for them? Mo Yanran looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Because I am the owner of the Wind Restaurant. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I know you have known each other since you were young. You couldn't bear it. As a friend, I agreed. But in the end, I almost got you into trouble. You can't be merciful to your enemies. Otherwise, you will be harming yourself. You are the owner of the Wind Restaurant? Mo Yanran and the other two instantly widened their beautiful eyes and exclaimed in unison. They were extremely shocked. That's right. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. Otherwise, do you really think that the Wind Restaurant would risk everything to offend a major force for me? Wind Restaurant, Feng Wuchen, we didn't think of this. Mo Yanran and the other two were convinced. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, if it weren't for my subordinates who saw Miss Mo being captured, I wouldn't have appeared here. If I didn't come, do you know what the consequences would be? So, Lin Beiyang must die. We can't give him a chance to take revenge. Lin Beiyang's revenge is definitely crueler than you can imagine. It's even scarier than the revenge in the ancient capital because he's an animal, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Mo Yanran and the other two were silent. Feng Wuchen's words made sense. Lin Beiyang was a beast. He was capable of anything. If Lin Beiyang was spared, the consequences would be even more terrifying. If Feng Wuchen hadn't come, the three of them would have died. And all of this was caused by Xiaoshang and the other two. Looking at Mo Yanran, Feng Wuchen said, no matter who your enemy is, you can't be merciful. Mo Yanran nodded and said, Feng Wuchen, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have been sullied by Lin Beiyang and our lives would have been ruined. Feng Wuchen, we wronged you before. We're sorry. Xiaoshui hurriedly apologized, feeling extremely guilty. Feng Wuchen, we're sorry. We shouldn't have insulted you. Tianling also hurriedly apologized. Thinking back to how she had insulted and ridiculed Feng Wuchen, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and sucked the unconscious Xiaoshang and the other two over. Seeing Xiaoshang, Guru Jing, and Tang Qing, Mo Yanran and the others' faces became extremely ugly. They wanted to kill these three animals with their own hands. I was really blind. I really didn't expect Guru Jing to treat me like this. I'm going to kill you. Tianling gritted her teeth as tears of sadness flowed down her beautiful eyes. Mo Yanran hurriedly stopped her. Tianling, let Feng Wuchen deal with them. Feng Wuchen, kill them. I don't want to see them again. Xiaoshui's face was filled with grief. Her heart was completely broken. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I have already given them a chance, but unfortunately, they did not cherish it and even wanted to kill me. I will never give a second chance, they all have to die. Mo Yanran and the others had seen through Xiaoshang's character. They would no longer have any friendship or pity for them. With a thought, the ancestor of 10,000 poisons was activated. An extremely terrifying and domineering power condensed in his palm. The terrifying power made Mo Yanran and the other two tremble. They almost suffocated. They had never seen such a domineering and terrifying power. Feng Wuchen, what kind of power did you use just now? Why is it so terrifying? Autumn Water could not help but ask. The three of them looked at the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's palm. Feng Wuchen chuckled. It's a type of toxic energy that can instantly corrode everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and Xiaoshang and the other two instantly turned into ashes. He was reduced to ashes. Seeing this scene, Mo Yanran and the other two gasped in fear. What kind of toxic energy could be so terrifying? After dealing with Xiaoshang and the other two, Feng Wuchen looked at Mo Yanran and smiled. Miss Mo, I will deal with the matters at the ancient capital. I do not wish to drag you guys into it. Mo Yanran frowned and said worriedly, Feng Wuchen, the strength of the ancient capital is extremely terrifying. There is also Protector Tianhen behind them. Can you deal with him? The ancient capital's leader is even stronger than Palace Master Dongfeng. Even if Feng Restaurant and Shinra Temple work together, they will not be able to deal with him. Tian Ling was also worried. This is all my fault. If it wasn't for me, all these things would not have happened, and you would not have been implicated. Mo Yanran blamed herself. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was a sinner. This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, I will be fine. Feng Wuchen smiled and did not take it to heart. He was not worried before. After knowing that the person behind the ancient capital was Protector Tianhen, Feng Wuchen was even less worried. Even if Protector Tianhen had 10,000 guts, he would not dare to deal with Feng Wuchen, unless Protector Tianhen was tired of living. Of course, such a thing would not happen. Let's go, I will bring you guys back. Feng Wuchen smiled and disappeared with the three of them. Ancient capital, Lin family. Family head. Something happened. Something happened to the young master. An old man rushed into the hall in panic. What happened now? Family head Lin frowned and asked, where did this brat go to cause trouble again? Family head, the young master is dead. The young master's soul jade was shattered. The young master was killed. The old man reported in fear. What? Family head Lin stood up and said in shock, what did you say? Younger was killed? The young master was killed? In the hall, all the upper echelons were shocked and were in disbelief. It's true. This is the young master's soul jade. It's already shattered. The old man took out a shattered soul jade in fear. Young master's soul jade stone. One of the elders recognized it with a single glance, and his face was filled with shock. Young Looking at the shattered soul jade, family head Lin was terrified. At the same time, he was enraged. His killing intent soared as he gritted his teeth and said, what happened? Who killed my son? Who is it? The shattering of the soul jade meant that Lin Beiyang was killed. I don't know what happened either. The young master's soul jade suddenly shattered. He must have been killed. The old man said in fear. Family head Lin's face was extremely gloomy. The terrifying aura of a 7-star perfected golden immortal burst out. He gritted his teeth and said, send someone to investigate immediately. You must find out who it is. Ask anyone who knows where Younger went. Family head Lin's furious and sorrowful roar echoed throughout the Lin family. The young master was killed? What's going on? How is this possible? Who in the ancient capital would dare to kill the young master? Is he tired of living? Family head said that the young master was killed? This can't be, right? Oh no. Something happened to the young master. A disciple turned pale with fright. He was extremely frightened and rushed to the hall. For a moment, the entire Lin family was shocked. No one could believe that Lin Beiyang was killed. Family head. I know where the young master went. The disciple rushed into the hall and said in panic. Speak. Family head Lin shouted angrily. He could no longer control his anger. Family head, the young master just came out of seclusion. He went to the Immortal Soul Realm's Firestorm City with Xiaxia and the rest. The young master also brought a dozen perfected golden immortals with him. I don't know what the young master wants to do, the disciple said in fear. A dozen perfected golden immortals? The higher-ups were shocked. Immortal Soul Realm? The Grand Elder frowned and said solemnly, Dongfeng Wushan's territory. Perhaps he knows what happened. Family head, this matter needs to be reported to the city head. The old man thinks that the young master has offended someone not simple. Send someone to the Firestorm City of the Immortal Soul Realm immediately. If you can't find out, don't come back. Family head Lin shouted angrily. He looked extremely terrifying. As soon as he finished shouting, family head Lin's figure disappeared. If the news of Lin Beiyang's death spread, it would definitely shake the entire ancient capital. What? Younger was killed? Palace Lord Wei Songyang of the ancient capital's Burning Moon Celestial Palace was both shocked and furious. Wei Songyang was the lord of the ancient capital, and his cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star ancient immortal emperor. Wei Songyang's position was the same as Commander Xianxia's. Young Master Bei Yang was killed? The expressions of the palace's elders and upper echelons changed drastically. Yang Ru's soul jade has been shattered, Lin Miran said in grief and indignation as he took out Lin Beiyang's shattered soul jade. Wei Songyang's killing intent surged when he saw it. He said in a gloomy voice, outrageous. Who dares to kill my grandson? Who in the ancient capital dares to touch young Master Lin? Great Elder Su Jingqing frowned and asked in confusion. He couldn't think of anyone in the ancient capital who would dare to kill Lin Beiyang. Cousin Beiyang has caused a lot of trouble and offended a lot of people, but it's not to the extent of killing him. Most people would let him off for the sake of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace. No one in the ancient capital would dare to kill him. Wei Tianzhong shook his head. This person was the young master of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace. Wei Tianzhong was a 7-star Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. He was extremely powerful and the #1 genius of the ancient capital. Tianzhong is right. Lin Miran nodded and said, according to the juniors of the Lin family, Yang Ru brought a dozen Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace to Firestorm City in the Immortal Soul Realm. Something must have happened there, but we don't know the exact reason. I've already sent people to Firestorm City to investigate. I believe they'll find out in a few days. Brought a dozen Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals? Su Jingqing frowned again and asked in confusion, what is Bei Yang doing there? He's never been to the Immortal Soul Realm, so he can't have a grudge with the people there. Wei Songyang's old face was extremely gloomy as he shouted angrily, no matter who it is, I won't forgive anyone who dares to kill my grandson. Firestorm City's Xia family. Cousin Bei Yang going there must have something to do with Xia Shang, Wei Tianzhong said. Tianzhong, you know? Wei Songyang asked Wei Tianzhong. Lin Miran and the others also looked at Wei Tianzhong. Wei Tian nodded slightly and said seriously, not long ago, cousin brought Xia Shang and the others to find me. Cousin also brought more than 10 great principal golden immortals of the Burning Moon Immortal Palace to the Immortal Soul Realm. Then it can't be wrong. Check who dares to have a grudge against the Xia family. Basically, we will know who killed Bei Yang. Han Xianshan and the others have not returned yet. It seems that something has happened to them. The faces of Wei Songyang and the other upper echelons darkened. Wei Songyang said coldly, this domain lord wants to see who dares to kill this domain lord's grandson. He even dared to kill a great overarching golden immortal of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace. Great Elder, pass down the order, immediately head to the Immortal Soul Realm's Firestorm City. I will personally make a trip to the Shinra Temple. Palace Master Dongfeng should know something. I will also immediately order the experts of the Lin family to rush to the Firestorm City of the Immortal Soul Realm. Lin Miran said quickly. Wei Tianzhong frowned slightly and thought to himself, to be able to kill more than 10 great principal golden immortals, the attacker should be an ancient immortal emperor. There aren't many ancient immortal emperors in the Immortal Soul Realm. Other than Commander Xing'an, there are only the Shinra Temple and 7 Stars Divine Palace. Commander Xing'an knows Cousin Bei Yang's identity, so it shouldn't be him. Cousin has always liked to bully others, so he must have used the ancient capital to show his identity. The Shinra Temple and 7 Stars Divine Palace shouldn't be him either. They wouldn't dare to be enemies with the ancient capital. But there shouldn't be a force in the Immortal Soul Realm that can kill more than 10 great principal golden immortals. Who could it be? Wei Tianzhong racked his brains but couldn't think of anything. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman in a green dress. Her exquisite face was impeccable and extremely beautiful. Brother, what happened? Father's killing intent is so scary. Where did they all go? The woman asked curiously. The woman in the green dress was the saintess of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace, Wei Qingluan. She was the #1 alchemist genius in the ancient capital and was even more famous than Wei Tianzhong. Cousin Bei Yang was killed. Han Xianshan and the others followed him to the Windy Fire City in the Immortal Soul Realm and haven't returned yet. Something must have happened to them, but we don't know the details. We don't know who did it. Father and the elders are rushing to the immortal soul realm. Wei Tianzhong shook his head. What? Bei Yang was killed? Wei Qingwan's expression changed and turned cold. She said coldly, how dare they touch the people of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace? They must be tired of living. I don't know why, but I feel that it's not so simple this time. I also have a bad feeling. I hope I'm overthinking, Wei Tianzhong said solemnly. Brother, let's go to the immortal soul realm immediately. I want to see who has the guts to do this. Who dares to kill the people of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace? Wei Qingwan said coldly. Her beautiful eyes flashed fiercely. Before Wei Tianzhong could say anything, Wei Qingwan had already disappeared. Wei Tianzhong sighed and said, I've already warned you not to cause trouble, but you didn't listen. It's too late to regret it now. With that, Wei Tianzhong's figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Wind Restaurant Palace. Feng Wuchen was drinking leisurely. He didn't feel threatened at all. He didn't feel the slightest bit worried about killing Lin Beiyang. It's been a while since I ascended to the ancient immortal world. I miss my wife, daughter, and father so much. Looks like I have to find time to go back and visit them, Feng Wuchen mumbled to himself as he drank. Whoosh! Qiu Tian's figure suddenly appeared and said respectfully, My lord, more than 10 ancient immortal emperors and many golden immortals have entered the immortal soul realm. They're coming from the ancient capital. The ancient capital? Feng Wuchen was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled and said, That's fast. You already know that Lin Beiyang has been killed? My lord, they're coming to Firestorm City. However, one of them went to the Shinra Temple, Qiu Tian said respectfully. Got it. Feng Wuchen nodded. He didn't mind. Qiu Tian's figure then disappeared. My lord, do you want me to stop them? A heavenly demon asked respectfully. No need. Let's see if they're going to reason with me or fight, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The Burning Moon Celestial Palace's experts were already on the move. Would they reason with you? Emissary. Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission. I'm here. The emissary of order replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission and asked, If I return to the sacred world, will I be violating the order of heaven and earth? Will it affect me? Yes, it won't affect you. The emissary replied respectfully, If Master wants to return to the sacred world, I can send Master back at any time. It won't affect the order of heaven and earth. I just need to inform the Lord Ruler. That's good. When I break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm, I'll make a trip back. Inform the Lord Ruler, Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission. An intense longing surged in his heart. Yes, Master. The emissary replied respectfully. Shinra Temple. 6-star ancient immortal emperor, this aura is somewhat familiar. Dongfeng Wushan frowned, but he couldn't recall who it was. Old man can't remember either. Yu Tianshan shook his head. There's no killing intent, so it shouldn't be an enemy. Palace Lord, the ancient capital's lord requests an audience. Qiu Bufan entered the hall and reported respectfully. The ancient capital's lord? So it's him, no wonder this aura is somewhat familiar. Dongfeng Wushan was stunned and said in surprise, but why did Wei Songyang this old thing come to the divine net immortal palace? Why is Wei Songyang here at the Shinra Temple instead of looking for Commander Xing'an? Yu Tianshan and the others were also stunned. The Shinra Temple and the Burning Moon Immortal Palace had never interacted before. Dongfeng Wushan had only met Wei Songyang once, and Wei Songyang hadn't come to the Immortal Soul Realm for decades. Palace Lord has already become an ancient immortal emperor, so he's probably here to ask for pills, Qiu Bufan guessed. Let him in, Dongfeng Wushan said calmly. He wouldn't neglect Wei Songyang. Soon, Qiu Bufan led Wei Songyang into the hall. Palace Lord Dongfeng, 3 elders, long time no see. How have you been? Wei Songyang smiled happily and was very polite. Dongfeng Wushan smiled and greeted him with cupped fists. Long time no see, Lord. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Please take a seat. Thank you, Palace Lord Dongfeng. Wei Songyang quickly thanked him. Wei Songyang was an expert in charge of the ancient capital. His status and strength were above Dongfang Wushan's. Speaking of which, old man hasn't come to the immortal soul plane for dozens of years. He has been cultivating wholeheartedly. That's why he broke through to the 6-star ancient immortal emperor realm. Wei Songyang smiled faintly. Dongfang Wushan nodded slightly, then went straight to the point. What brings you here to the Shinra temple? Wei Songyang's old face darkened in an instant, his expression extremely ugly. Noticing Wei Songyang's expression, Dongfang Wushan and Yu Tianshan couldn't help but frown. What had made Wei Songyang so angry? Commander, did something happen? Dongfang Wushan asked with a frown. Old man's grandson, Lin Beiyang, is dead. Wei Songyang said in grief. He was on the verge of crying. This? Dongfang Wushan and the others were stunned. They did not know what to say. Why would he come all the way from the ancient capital to the Shinra temple to mourn the death of his grandson? No, Dongfang Wushan and the others didn't think so. Wei Songyang couldn't afford to lose face like this. There must be another reason. As expected. Looking at Dongfang Wushan and the others, Wei Songyang said sorrowfully, Yang died in the immortal soul plane's Firestorm City. Firestorm City? Dongfang Wushan and Yu Tianshan's expressions changed drastically. They immediately thought of Feng Wuchen. Could it really be related to Feng Wuchen? Noticing the change in Dongfang Wushan and the others' expressions, Wei Songyang asked, Palace Lord Dongfang, do you know what happened? Dongfang Wushan shook his head. To be honest, old man doesn't know what happened in Firestorm City recently. Wei Songyang frowned and asked again, then, does Palace Lord Dongfang know who Firestorm City's Xia family has a grudge with? Xia family? Dongfang Wushan's expression changed again. Then, he exchanged glances with Yu Tianshan and the others. It really had something to do with Feng Wuchen. Palace Lord Dongfang, please tell old man what you know, Wei Songyang hurriedly said. Wei Songyang hastily said. He could tell from Dongfang Wushan and the others' expressions that Dongfang Wushan and the others knew. Dongfang Wushan frowned deeply. After a while, he said solemnly, Palace Lord, old man does know who Xia family has a grudge with. But before I tell you, Palace Lord, I would like to remind you that if Lin Beiyang's death is his own fault, Palace Lord should not pursue the matter further. Just find out the truth. Hearing Dongfang Wushan's words, Wei Songyang's old face instantly darkened. He asked in a low voice, Palace Lord Dongfang, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on the Burning Moon Immortal Palace? Palace Lord, you misunderstand. Palace Lord did not mean that. Yu Tianshan smiled bitterly. How was he looking down on them? He was saving you. Palace Lord, don't be angry. Old man knows how you feel after losing your grandson. I know you don't like to hear this, but I'm not joking with you. Before we find out the truth, it's best not to act. This is all I can say, Dongfang Wushan said solemnly. Hearing this, Wei Songyang's old face became even more solemn. He could hear that Dongfang Wushan was extremely wary. But what puzzled Wei Songyang was, who could make Dongfang Wushan so wary? Wei Songyang's old face was gloomy and grave. He said in a low voice, Palace Lord Dongfang, this person must be very powerful to make you so wary. Palace Lord Dongfang, who is the Xia family's enemy? Does this matter have anything to do with the Shinra temple? Wei Songyang frowned and asked, looking at Dongfang Wushan. The Xia family's matter has nothing to do with the Shinra temple. But the Wind Restaurant and the Shinra temple have a cooperative relationship, Dongfang Wushan said indifferently. In that case, will Palace Lord Dongfang stop the old man? Wei Songyang frowned and asked. He would never offend Dongfang Wushan unless he had no other choice. Yu Tianshan said solemnly, Palace Lord, I'm afraid we don't have the right to interfere. Don't have the right to interfere? Wei Songyang's old face became even more solemn. He was very curious as to who the Xia family's enemy was and why the Shinra temple was so wary of him. Thank you for telling me. Farewell. Wei Songyang got up and cupped his fists. His figure turned and disappeared. Palace Lord, why didn't you tell him? Qiu Bufan asked, puzzled. Dongfang Wushan shook his head and said solemnly, Feng Wuchen is our benefactor. I've already let Feng Wuchen down by telling him this. Bufan, go to Firestorm City immediately. I'll send a message to Feng Wuchen immediately. Yes. I'll go immediately, Qiu Bufan said respectfully. At this moment, the ancient immortal emperor and the perfected golden immortals of the Burning Moon Immortal Palace had arrived at the Xia family in Firestorm City. What happened in Firestorm City again? Ancient immortal emperors and perfected golden immortals are here again. Don't tell me they're here to cause trouble for the Wind Restaurant again? I've never seen anyone who can do anything to the Wind Restaurant. Are they all brainless? They went to the Xia family. By the way, wasn't the Xia family chased out of Firestorm City after a battle? What's going on? The cultivators of Firestorm City were shocked and puzzled. Grand Elder, there was a fierce battle in the Xia family. A perfected golden immortal said respectfully. Seeing the mess in Xia Sheng's residence, he guessed that there had been a great battle. Grand Elder. We found the young master's body. A perfected golden immortal shouted in panic. What? Su Jingqing's face changed and he immediately went down. Lin Beiyang's body was cold, and the bloody hole between his eyebrows was shocking. Su Jingqing and the others were furious. Yang Er. Yang Er. Lin Muron was inconsolable and infuriated. Who did it? Who did it? The old man will never forgive you. The elders and experts of the Lin family were all furious and filled with murderous intent. Looking at Lin Beiyang's expression when he died, anyone could imagine how terrified and desperate he was before he was killed. Who could be so ruthless? Who did it? Looking at the bloody hole between Lin Beiyang's eyebrows, Su Jingqing roared furiously and his murderous intent swept out. How dare you? This is simply preposterous. The second elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. His old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Damn it. If I find out who did it, I will skin him alive. A perfected golden immortal gritted his teeth and said angrily. Young Master Lin died so miserably. We can't let the murderer go. We must pay him back tenfold. That's right. We can't let him go easily. Young Master Lin has always been good to us. We must avenge him. If the palace master sees this, he will be very sad. We must find the murderer as soon as possible. The experts of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace were furious. Waves of murderous intent burst out and they wanted to swallow the murderer alive. Great Elder. This is the body of the great leader. His head has been cut off. Someone suddenly shouted in horror. What? Su Jingqing and the others were shocked again. When they looked over, they found that Han Xianshan's head had been cut off. The anger in their hearts burned even more fiercely. Bastard! Even the great leader was killed. Who was it that did this? How dare they become enemies with the Burning Moon Celestial Palace? They are too cruel. Great Elder, we can't let them go. No matter who they are. We must kill them all. That's right. Kill them all. Otherwise, they will think that the Burning Moon Celestial Palace is easy to bully. We must kill them all. The ancient immortal emperor and the perfected golden immortals were furious. Terrifying murderous intent spread out. The cultivators of Firestorm City were extremely frightened. Those who were timid had already fled Firestorm City. They all knew that Firestorm City would soon welcome a great battle. Su Jingqing asked gloomily, is there any news from the people we sent to investigate? Swish, just as Su Jingqing finished speaking, a silhouette flashed over and reported respectfully, reporting to Great Elder, I found out that the Xia clan's enemy is the Feng Restaurant. Many people in the Firestorm City know about it. Feng Restaurant? Su Jingqing narrowed his eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, and said coldly, humph. This elder wants to see what ability this Feng Restaurant has. Let's go to the Wind Restaurant now. Swish, at this moment, Wei Songyang appeared with a gloomy face. Palace Master. The ancient immortal emperor and the golden immortal of the great firmament bowed respectfully. Palace Master. Young Lord Lin, he. Su Jingqing said with grief and indignation. Yang Er. Seeing Lin Beiyang's corpse, Wei Songyang immediately swooped down with grief and indignation. His anger and killing intent surged out once more. The terrifying aura and killing intent of a 6-star ancient immortal emperor instantly covered the entire Firewind City, scaring countless cultivators out of their wits. This killing intent was too terrifying. Inside Feng Restaurant, Feng Wuchen naturally felt this murderous aura. However, Feng Wuchen only grinned and didn't take it to heart. Palace Master, we've already found out that the Xia family's enemy is Feng Restaurant. Young Lord Lin and great leaders' deaths must be related to them, a golden immortal said respectfully. Feng Restaurant. Wei Songyang roared furiously, so furious that he almost lost his mind. He seemed to have forgotten Dongfeng Wushan's reminder. Palace Master, let's go to Feng Restaurant immediately. We must kill them all. Third Elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. Let's go to Feng Restaurant. Wei Songyang said savagely. His gaze swept towards the tallest palace in Firewind City. Then, he carried Lin Beiyang's corpse and flew towards Feng Restaurant. Su Jingqing and the rest followed closely behind. Polar Star Immortal Sect. Commander Xing'an's expression was extremely ugly. It was clear that his subordinates had already found out the cause and effect of this matter. Wei Songyang went to the Shinra Temple. Palace Master Dongfeng reminded him, but he still wants to go to Feng Restaurant. He's courting death. Commander Xing'an said gloomily. Commander Xing'an, doesn't Wei Songyang know Lord Feng's identity? A golden immortal subordinate asked. Commander Xing'an shook his head and said, Lord Feng's identity is honorable. Protector Tianhen didn't dare to let too many people know. Follow me to Feng Restaurant immediately. Without Lord Feng's orders, no one is to interfere. In Feng Restaurant, everyone fled in panic when they sensed the terrifying aura and killing intent approaching. No one dared to stay behind. They're here. Feng Wuchen grinned. Tower Master, are they coming for our Feng Restaurant? Shopkeeper Mu asked in a panic. What else? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Shopkeeper Mu, you guys can leave first. There's no need for you to interfere. Yes, Tower Master. Shopkeeper Mu replied respectfully. He was extremely worried. More than 10 ancient immortal emperor powerhouses. Such a lineup wouldn't lose out to the Heavenly Reflection Immortal Manor back then. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Shopkeeper Mu had just left when Jian Chou, Ning Tiancheng, and Su Yanjun appeared in a flash. They looked at Wei Songyang and the other powerhouses with serious gazes. Lord, this person's strength is similar to Yi Haozong's. I didn't expect the ancient capital to have such strength, Jian Chou said. He wasn't worried at all. More than 10 ancient immortal emperor powerhouses. The Burning Moon Celestial Palace's strength is indeed very strong. It's enough to fight against the Heavenly Reflection Immortal Manor, Ning Tiancheng said. Feng Wuchen said faintly, they're indeed not weak. As expected of the strongest force in the ancient capital. Xiaoshang and the others can find such a backer, Su Yanjun said with a frown. Jian Chou shook his head and said, Xiaoshang only found Lin Beiyang. It has nothing to do with the Burning Moon Celestial Palace. It's just that Lin Beiyang was killed by you, Lord Feng. That's why they're so angry and want to take revenge. Swoosh. Qiu Bufan appeared in a flash and said with a serious expression, Brother Feng, they're from the Burning Moon Celestial Palace. Wei Songyang just went to the Shinra Temple. The Palace Master already warned him, but he didn't seem to take it to heart. It's okay. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Brother Feng, what's going on? Why did you have a grudge with the Burning Moon Celestial Palace? What's the matter with Lin Beiyang's death? Qiu Bufan asked curiously. He wasn't worried that Wei Songyang would do anything to Feng Wuchen. I killed Lin Beiyang, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What? You killed Lin Beiyang? Qiu Bufan guessed that it had something to do with the Feng Restaurant, but he didn't expect it to be Feng Wuchen. Wasn't Feng Wuchen an ancient immortal general? How could he kill Lin Beiyang? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The dozens of experts of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace and Lin Muron's group appeared above the Feng Restaurant in a flash. Terrifying auras enveloped the restaurant. Who killed my biological grandson? Get the hell out here. Wei Songyang's furious voice suddenly resounded in Firestorm City. His monstrous anger and murderous intent became even more terrifying. The grandson of the ancient capital city lord? Isn't that Lin Beiyang? Was Lin Beiyang killed? They're heading for Feng Restaurant. Did Feng Restaurant's people kill Lin Beiyang? Isn't Feng Restaurant too arrogant? They offended the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode, and now they dare to offend the Burning Moon Celestial Palace. They even killed the grandson of the ancient capital city lord. The Burning Moon Celestial Palace has Protector Tianhen behind them. They're even more powerful than the Sky Illumination Immortal Abode. The consequences of angering the Burning Moon Celestial Palace are unimaginable. Everyone, run. When the battle starts, Windy Fire City will be reduced to ashes. Hearing Wade Songyang's angry roar, the cultivators of Windy Fire City were shocked. At the same time, in the Mo family, Mo Yanran, Qiao Shui, and the others were extremely worried. However, the Mo family was too weak and could not help at all. With so many experts from the Burning Moon Celestial Palace, Feng Restaurant might not be able to resist. What should we do? Mo Yanran said anxiously. She was very worried and blamed herself. Feng Wuchen saved you. Now that Feng Restaurant is in trouble, even if the Mo family is weak, we can't sit by and do nothing. Otherwise, how can the Mo family establish itself in Windy Fire City? The Mo family head said seriously. The family head is right. The Mo family is not afraid of death. The great elder nodded. Mo Yanran said worriedly, Father, elder, I'm afraid this will bring disaster to our three families. There's no need to say more. Send the order to head to Feng Restaurant immediately. The Mo family head ordered. He had already made his decision. Above Feng Restaurant, Wade Songyang and the others stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and the others. Around Feng Restaurant, there were still many ancient immortal lords watching. I killed him. Feng Wuchen said calmly. If the Burning Moon Celestial Palace wanted to investigate, it would be too easy. After all, everyone in Windy Fire City knew about the Xia family's Feng Restaurant. Therefore, Feng Wuchen did not need to quibble, nor did he intend to deny it. Brat! How dare you kill my son? Lin Muron shouted angrily. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said with a smile, he's courting death, so why wouldn't I dare to kill him? Do you think I won't kill him just because he's your son? Preposterous. Old man will kill you now to avenge my son. Lin Muron bellowed furiously. His murderous aura surged as he unleashed the terrifying power of an 8-star perfected golden immortal, intending to kill Feng Wuchen. You'd better think carefully before you attack, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, ignoring Lin Muron's terrifying killing intent and power. Arrogant brat. Su Jingqing said angrily. Wade Songyang immediately stopped Lin Muron. Narrowing his eyes, he asked coldly, Who are you, kid? The owner of the Wind Restaurant, Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen still spoke indifferently, without any change in his expression. He's the mysterious owner of Wind Restaurant? It shouldn't be wrong. Otherwise, why would Jian Chou and the others be here? I found it strange just now. It's him. I see him on the 6th floor of Wind Restaurant every day. No wonder shopkeeper Mu welcomed him personally. I thought he was an important guest, but he's actually the owner. He's the owner of Wind Restaurant. We can see the mysterious tower master every day. I heard that Wind Restaurant is very powerful. The ancient immortal monarchs were all shocked. Who would have thought that the person they saw every day was actually the mysterious owner? Since things had come to this, Feng Wuchen didn't plan to hide the owner's identity anymore. Whoosh! The three families and dozens of Mo clan experts flew over. 2 of them were ancient immortal monarchs while the rest were ancient immortal kings. Family head Mo, family head Yang, why are you all here? Feng Wuchen asked in astonishment, Miss Mo, didn't I tell you not to interfere? Mo Yanran didn't say anything, so family head Mo said, the owner saved our 3 daughters, so we naturally can't just stand by and watch. We can't just drag out an ignoble existence. Alright, thank you, family heads. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Although his strength was average, it was the 3 clans' goodwill. Feng Wuchen was naturally grateful. You also killed the dozen golden immortals of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace? Wade Songyang asked coldly, ignoring family head Mo and the others. Ancient immortal kings and ancient immortal monarchs were just ants in Wade Songyang's eyes. They were no threat at all. Wind Restaurant didn't offend the Burning Moon Celestial Palace, but they attacked my Wind Restaurant and destroyed my 7 Wind Restaurants. Many of my people were injured, so shouldn't I kill them? Or do you think I'm going to settle the score with the Burning Moon Celestial Palace? Feng Wuchen said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. Shameless boasting. A small Wind Restaurant dares to be so arrogant. An elder shouted angrily. Cut the crap. Are you going to reason with me, or what do you want? Just say it, I don't have time to waste with you, Feng Wuchen said impatiently, as if he had the Burning Moon Celestial Palace under control. Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude and complete disregard for the Burning Moon Celestial Palace made the dozens of experts from the Burning Moon Celestial Palace extremely displeased. They wanted nothing more than to kill Feng Wuchen. Wei Songyang's face darkened. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so arrogant. A life for a life. Die. Su Jingqing shouted angrily. He couldn't take it anymore. Wei Songyang said fiercely, you killed my grandson, so I won't let it go. Then there's nothing to say. If you want to fight, then come. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly without fear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, the experts of the Shinra Temple led by Dongfang Wushan appeared one after another. Dongfang Wushan, do you plan to interfere? Wei Songyang asked gloomily. He glanced at Dongfang Wushan and the others. Dongfang Wushan shook his head with a serious expression. Old man won't interfere, but I hope you'll think it through. Humph. Feng Wuchen killed my grandson, so I won't let it go easily. Wei Songyang shouted angrily. Wei Songyang didn't forget Dongfang Wushan's warning. However, the person behind the Burning Moon Celestial Palace was Protector Tianhen, and behind Protector Tianhen was the ancient Celestial Lord. How could Wei Songyang be afraid of someone that Dongfang Wushan was afraid of? Aren't you going to ask why Lin Beiyang was killed? If Lin Beiyang asked for it, are you going to interfere? Yu Tianshan asked with a frown. The cause of death is no longer important. What's important is that I won't let the murderer get away with it. Wei Songyang said fiercely. He was extremely domineering. Wei Songyang had already made up his mind and wouldn't change it. Dongfang Wushan and the others didn't say anything. Wei Songyang was stubborn, so it was useless to say anything more. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky above Wind Restaurant, Commander Xingyan and the other experts suddenly appeared. Commander Xingyan? Wei Songyang, Su Jingqing, and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Commander Xingyan to come. Wei Songyang, you came to my territory and didn't even greet me. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Commander Xingyan said coldly. The aura of a 6-star ancient immortal emperor spread out. A 6-star ancient immortal emperor. What a shocking aura. Has Commander Xingyan already become so powerful? This terrifying aura is not inferior to mine at all. His strength has already surpassed mine. Wei Songyang frowned slightly. Commander Xingyan's breakthrough to 6-star ancient immortal emperor truly shocked him. Commander Xingyan had broken through to 5-star ancient immortal emperor not many years ago, and now he had broken through again. Wei Songyang was in disbelief at such a shocking cultivation speed. Commander Xingyan has broken through. His aura is completely different from before. It has become very intimidating. His strength is definitely not simple. Dongfang Wushan was secretly shocked. What's with Commander Xingyan's strength? This aura is too terrifying. Yu Tianshan was extremely shocked. The strong practitioners of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace and the Lin family were also looking at Commander Xingyan in shock. That terrifying aura made them feel a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The Mo family was scared out of their wits, their faces pale and powerless. Commander Xingyan, I am anxious to avenge my grandson and have been disrespectful. When the time comes, I will personally apologize. I hope that Commander Xingyan will not interfere in this matter for the time being, Wei Songyang said. He was not afraid of Commander Xingyan at all. After all, the Burning Moon Celestial Palace was a subordinate force of the ancient Immortal Palace. No matter how strong Commander Xingyan was, he could not do anything to Wei Songyang. I have no intention of interfering, nor do I have the right to interfere. Commander Xingyan spread his hands, and the terrifying aura quickly disappeared. With Feng Wuchen here, Commander Xingyan indeed had no right to interfere unless he received orders from Feng Wuchen. Commander Xingyan and Palace Master Dongfeng are not going to interfere? What should we do? It's all because of me. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen and Harmony Wind Restaurant wouldn't have been harmed. Mo Yanran was completely terrified, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Can Harmony Wind Restaurant compete with the Burning Moon Celestial Palace? Tian Ling was also terrified and at a loss. The Mo family head and the others had serious expressions, but since they had already decided to take action, they would not run away even if they were terrified. Lord Feng, the Burning Moon Immortal Palace is a subordinate force of the ancient Immortal Palace. Do you want me to report this matter to Protector Tianhen? Commander Xingyan asked respectfully. No need. None of you need to interfere. Feng Wuchen sent a secret vocal transmission. Yes. Lord Feng. Commander Xingyan transmitted his voice respectfully. Commander Xingyan had no doubts about Feng Wuchen's terror. Seeing that Commander Xingyan had no intention of interfering, Wei Songyang ordered, kill. Upon hearing Wei Songyang's orders, Dongfeng Wushan, Commander Xingyan, and the rest shook their heads inwardly. The moment they made the wrong decision, everything would be too late. Buzz. The power of the ancient immortal emperors and the golden immortals of the great overarching golden immortal realm burst out one after another. Violent wind swept out, and the space suddenly shook violently and collapsed. In an instant, it was already dark. The experts of the Burning Moon Immortal Palace and the Lin family attacked one after another, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Feng Restaurant isn't affected at all. Looks like it's Senior Guyu. With Senior Guyu attacking, Wei Songyang and the rest will definitely die. Moreover, the Dragon Soul is most likely Feng Wuchen's force, Dongfeng Wushan thought to himself. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. At that moment, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared in the palace of Feng Restaurant. An extremely terrifying bloodthirsty aura swept out wildly. The 4 leading heaven demons were ancient immortal emperors. The rest were golden immortals of the great overarching golden immortals. The lineup was huge, and their aura was monstrous. It was breathtaking. Dragon Soul. They are indeed Feng Wuchen's men. They are actually from the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan. The Dragon Soul is indeed not simple. Dongfeng Wushan frowned deeply. He was incomparably shocked. Dragon Soul. Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf. Yu Tianshan, Dongfeng Ding, and the rest turned pale with fright. All of them widened their eyes in shock. Commander Xingyan was greatly shaken as he thought to himself, did the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf also join the Dragon Soul? Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf. Wei Songyang, Su Jingqing, and the rest were shocked. They never expected the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan to be behind Feng Restaurant. Wei Songyang frowned and asked doubtfully, why would the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan be in Windy Fire City? What a terrifying aura they are. Dragon Soul. Patriarch Mo and the rest also widened their eyes. Mo Yanran and the other 2 girls also widened their eyes and said in shock, Feng Restaurant actually has the Dragon Soul behind it. I heard that the Dragon Soul has ancient immortal emperors. It's true. Dragon Soul. Could the Dragon Soul be behind Feng Restaurant? Ancient immortal emperors. Golden immortals of the great overarching golden immortals. There are hundreds of them. Is this the strength of the Dragon Soul? Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan. They are Dragon Soul? That's impossible, right? The ancient immortal emperors watching from afar exclaimed in extreme shock. Everyone thought that Feng Restaurant was backed by the profound sovereign palace. However, no one had expected that Feng Restaurant would have a Dragon Soul behind it. Dragon Soul, this mysterious force, had already shaken the immortal soul world. Kill without mercy. Jian Chou ordered. However, Jian Chou's order shocked everyone again. Wasn't Jian Chou from Feng Restaurant? Why could he command the Dragon Soul? Could it be that the Dragon Soul belonged to Feng Restaurant? Qiu Bufan looked at Feng Wuchen and Jian Chou in shock. At this moment, he completely understood. The Mo family and the rest were completely dumbfounded. The Dragon Soul obeyed Jian Chou, which meant that the Dragon Soul was Feng Restaurant's force. There was no mistake, the Dragon's Soul was Feng Restaurant's force. Feng Wuchen was the master of the Dragon's Soul. Too shocking. Too unbelievable. Kill. Tian Yao ordered expressionlessly. He took the lead and shot out. The lightning shadow celestial wolf race also attacked, their figures turning into terrifying lightning shadows at extreme speed. Humph. You dare to make an enemy out of me with that little bit of strength? You're overestimating yourselves. This isn't the immortal shadow illusory realm. Wei Songyang said coldly, his killing intent multiplying. Overestimating yourselves? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Who are the overestimating yourselves? The moment the words fell, an extremely terrifying aura swept out violently. It was soul-stirring and made people feel as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. The experts of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace and the Lin family were all powerless and unable to move. It was as if they had been immobilized. Ancient Immortal Venerables. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone present to be scared out of their wits. Peak 7-star Ancient Immortal Venerables. Wei Songyang was so frightened that his old face turned pale and his body trembled violently. Su Jingqing and the other Ancient Immortal Emperor's pale faces were filled with fear. 8 Desolation Celestial Ox Race. Commander Xing'an's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Peak 7-star Ancient Immortal Venerables. This is even more terrifying than Senior Guyu. Dongfang Wushan exclaimed. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Everyone was dumbstruck, and completely petrified. The Dragon's Soul actually had an Ancient Immortal Venerables. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. TSK TSK TSK. The lightning shadow celestial wolf attacked ruthlessly. With the help of his terrifying movement technique, dozens of experts of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace and the Lin family were mercilessly killed in the blink of an eye. The experts of the Burning Moon Immortal Palace and the Lin family were nothing. Lin Muron and the other Ancient Immortal Emperors were also killed in an instant. Even if they were suppressed by the terrifying aura of a Peak 7-star Ancient Immortal Venerable, they couldn't have been killed so easily, right? The strength of a heaven demon was comparable to a 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. In the blink of an eye, only Wei Songyang and the other 8 Ancient Immortal Emperors were left. The space was dead silent, and even the air was frozen. Wei Songyang and the others looked at the Peak 7-star Ancient Immortal Venerable in horror. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't resist the intense fear in their hearts. The person who appeared was the young master of the 8 Baron Heavenly Bull race, Qiu Tian. Qiu Tian's existence was known by all the major forces and top experts of the ancient immortal world. As one of the top geniuses of the ancient immortal world, Qiu Tian was quite famous in the ancient immortal world. The young master of the 8 Baron Heavenly Bull race. Wei Songyang looked at Qiu Tian in horror. How could he not know such a top genius? Wei Songyang and Su Jingqing were completely terrified. Wei Songyang finally realized why Dongfang Wushan was so afraid. The 8 Baron Heavenly Bull race was the leader of the 4 great races of the illusion realm. Their strength was terrifying, and even the ancient immortal venerables had to be wary of them. Wei Songyang was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Lin Beiyang had brought people to attack Feng Restaurant, and Feng Wuchen had already been merciful not to settle the score with the Burning Moon Immortal Palace. Wei Songyang had brought people to seek revenge, which was simply courting death. Young Master Qiu Tian. Commander Xing'an was trembling in fear, and his face was pale. Commander Xing'an finally understood why Feng Wuchen didn't need Tian Hen to deal with them, nor did he need the ancient Moon Immortal Venerable. Qiu Tian alone was enough to wipe out the Burning Moon Immortal Palace. 8 Baron Heavenly Bull race, he's Qiu Tian. The young master of the 8 Baron Heavenly Bull race. Dongfang Wushan and the others were also extremely frightened. How is this possible? Yu Tianshan was scared out of his wits, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Dragon Soul had an expert of the 8 Baron Heavenly Bull race, Mo Yenran and the others stared at Feng Wuchen as if he was a monster. He was in a vegetative state. Who was Feng Wuchen Heavenly God? One moment it was the Floor Master, and the next moment it was the Dragon Soul. Furthermore, the Dragon Soul's strength was so terrifying. Mo Yenran and the others never thought that Feng Wuchen was such a terrifying existence. God Emperor. Heavenly immortal venerable ancient immortal palace, who is venerables immortal venerable palace immortal immortal venerables? God venerables. Who is? God Dragon Lord. Dragon God. This. Is this the strength of a dragon soul? The experts of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace were simply unable to contend against him. So many people died for nothing. The spectating ancient immortal lords were in an uproar once again. Dragon Soul's power was beyond their imagination. Qiu Tian, kill. Xianxia ordered coldly. He had to be ruthless when dealing with enemies. Xianxia was giving orders to Qiu Tian. Xianxia is giving orders to A. 7-star ancient immortal venerable. Qiu Bufan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Was Jianchao's identity in the dragon soul more terrifying than Qiu Tian, Commander Xingyan, Dongfeng Wushan, and the rest also looked at Xianxia in astonishment. They simply didn't dare to believe it. Shock. Everyone was shocked again. Yes. Qiu Tian answered respectfully, and then charged toward Wei Songyang and the others. Qiu Tian's answer was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears. Qiu Tian, the young master of the 8-Baron Heavenly Bull race and one of the top geniuses of the ancient immortal world, was so respectful to Xianxia. Qiu Bufan looked at Xianxia as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't Xianxia the first disciple of the Mystic Emperor Palace? Even if he became the dragon soul, he couldn't order Qiu Tian around, right? Furthermore, Qiu Tian was so respectful. What did young Master Qiu Tian say? Do. Obey? How is this possible? Dongfeng Wushan and the others were dumbfounded. Their bodies trembled, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. It felt like a dream. Young Master Qiu Tian is so respectful to Xianxia. What's going on? Commander Xingyan was also extremely astonished. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with Qiu Tian being respectful to Feng Wuchen. However, Xianxia was only one of Feng Wuchen's men. Was there a need for Qiu Tian to be so respectful? Does young Master Qiu Tian have to listen to Xianxia's orders after joining the Dragon Soul? Xingyan guessed in fear. What was even more terrifying was that young Master Qiu Tian was willing. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Big brother Xianxia. Mo Yanran was also stunned. When did Xianxia become so terrifying? He dared to order young Master Qiu Tian around. Commander. Report to Guardian Tianhen. Quick. We can't defeat young Master Qiu Tian. An ancient immortal emperor expert said in fear. That's right. Lord, quickly report this to Protector Tianhen. An elder started to panic. Not to mention Qiu Tian, even a 1-star ancient immortal venerable could instantly kill 9 ancient immortal emperors. The terrified Wei Songyang suddenly woke up and shouted, Young Master Qiu Tian, you can't kill us. We are a force under the ancient immortal palace. We are under Guardian Tianhen. If you kill us, you will be making an enemy out of Guardian Tianhen and the ancient immortal palace. This won't benefit your 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull. Hearing Wei Songyang's words, Qiu Tian's palm instantly stopped. Wei Songyang heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, Guardian Tianhen's existence made many terrifying experts wary. However, Dongfeng Wushan and Xingyan shook their heads. Others might not know, but they knew very well that in front of Feng Wuchen, Guardian Tianhen was just a grandson. Young Master Qiu Tian, we are under Guardian Tianhen. If you don't believe me, I will report to Guardian Tianhen and get him to come over. Wei Songyang said in fear, his voice trembling. Qiu Tian ignored Wei Songyang's threat to the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull and looked respectfully at Feng Wuchen and Xianxia, waiting for their orders. Qiu Tian's actions caused everyone present to be even more terrified. Wei Songyang and Su Jingqing were scared out of their wits. The uneasiness in their hearts grew even stronger. What kind of terrifying existence did they offend? As long as they weren't fools, they could tell that Feng Wuchen was their master. Protector Tianhen? Feng Wuchen grinned and said, you can call him that. Reporting to Guardian Tianhen, I have met with trouble in Firestorm City. Please come and save me. Wei Songyang transmitted his voice in fear. What trouble? With your strength, is there anything you can't solve? Guardian Tianhen's cold voice sounded. Wait, what did you say? Firestorm City? Guardian Tianhen quickly reacted. His face was filled with fear. Who else could make Wei Sangyang, a 6-star ancient immortal emperor, suffer in Firestorm City other than Feng Wuchen? That's right, he is in Windy Fire City. Protector Tianhen, please come and save us. The other party is the young master of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull race. Wei Sangyang transmitted a message in fear. He was so afraid that he was about to cry. 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull race's young master? Qiu Tian? Protector Tianhen's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, the 4 races are already in ancient immortal domain. This must be Lord Feng's intention. Now that Qiu Tian is here, wouldn't Wei Sangyang offend Lord Feng? Thinking of this, Protector Tianhen was completely flustered. The Burning Moon Immortal Palace was a power under the ancient immortal realms, and they were Protector Tianhen's subordinates. Now that they had offended Feng Wuchen, if they didn't handle it well and Feng Wuchen wasn't satisfied, wouldn't Protector Tianhen lose his head? That damned old thing. Protector Tianhen gritted his teeth and cursed. The more Protector Tianhen thought about it, the more afraid he got. He immediately rushed towards Immortal Soul World's Windy Fire City. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had given Protector Tianhen a powerful movement technique. Now that he had broken through to the ancient immortal reverent realm, it wouldn't take long for him to reach Immortal Soul World's Windy Fire City. Windy Restaurant. Protector Tianhen will be here soon. Wei Sangyang looked at Qiu Tian in fear. He was afraid that Qiu Tian would kill him. If Wei Sangyang knew that there was such a terrifying force behind Windy Restaurant, he wouldn't dare to take revenge even if he was given 10,000 guts. Wei Sangyang, since you guys have made your move, I will tell you the cause of Lin Beiyang's death. Xiaoshang brought Lin Beiyang to Windy Fire City and kidnapped my friends. He even wanted to do something worse than a beast. If I didn't arrive in time, they would have been destroyed in Lin Beiyang's hands. It is only right for me to kill him. Feng Wuchen said coldly. I believe I don't need to tell you what kind of person Lin Beiyang is. If I were you, I would investigate the cause of this matter and not blindly take revenge. Feng Wuchen continued. Swish, swish. At this moment, 2 figures flew over. They were the Burning Moon Immortal Palace's young master and saintess, Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan. 2 top geniuses of the ancient capital. 7-star Golden Immortal and Ancient Immortal Monarch Stage Alchemist. Feng Wuchen gave the 2 of them an indifferent glance. Brother Feng, they are Wei Sangyang's grandson and granddaughter. Wei Tianzhong is the number 1 genius of the ancient capital, and Wei Qingwan is the number 1 alchemist genius, Qiu Bufan said. So it's them. Feng Wuchen grinned as he recalled that the 2 of them were the only people Lin Beiyang had mentioned. They were Lin Beiyang's cousins. Why are Tianzhong and Qingwan here? Wei Sangyang asked in astonishment. Grandfather, father, elder. Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan bowed respectfully. But when they saw the pale faces of Wei Sangyang and the others, they were puzzled, but they guessed that things weren't that simple. Grandpa, what happened? What about the others? Did you find out who killed my cousin? Wei Qingwan asked anxiously. Dead. Patriarch Lin was also killed. The one who killed Lin Beiyang is him, Feng Wuchen, the owner of the Wind Restaurant, a middle-aged man said in a low voice as he lifted his chin at Feng Wuchen. This man was Wei Zhentu, the father of Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan. What? Dead? Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan's expressions changed drastically as they looked at Feng Wuchen. Wei Tianzhong said in astonishment, has the battle started? But why did they stop? So many people had been killed, why didn't they do anything? Damn it. How dare you kill the people of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace? And you even killed Patriarch Lin. I think you're tired of living. Wei Qingwan said coldly and angrily. She glared at Feng Wuchen and the others as a cold murderous aura swept out. Tired of living? Are you sure? Feng Wuchen grinned. You're the one who killed Lin Beiyang? Wei Qingwan asked coldly as she stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. That's right, I killed him. He deserved to die. The Burning Moon Celestial Palace has never been afraid of anyone. You have to pay the price for killing so many great golden immortals of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace. Wei Tianzhong said coldly. His gaze became extremely fierce as he activated the power of a 7-star great golden immortal. Tianzhong, Qingwan, stop talking. Wei Zhenta shouted in a low voice as he panicked again. Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan didn't know what was going on. Qiu Tian withdrew his aura. Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan only glanced at him and didn't see anything. They didn't stop looking at him. Then, they glanced at Dongfang Wushan and Commander Xingyan. Their expressions were slightly serious, but they weren't too worried. Commander Xingyan was on their side and wouldn't attack. Dongfang Wushan and the others weren't strong enough. Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf? When they saw the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf, Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan's expressions changed again. They exclaimed in surprise. There were hundreds of great golden immortals in the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf. There were also a few ancient immortal emperor clansmen. Why was the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf in Firestorm City? Father, what are you afraid of? We have Protector Tianhen backing us. They killed so many of our people, shouldn't we take revenge? If news of this gets out, won't we become a joke? Wei Qingwan said unhappily. Tianzhong, Qingwan, step back. Wei Songyang suppressed the fear in his heart. Grandfather, Bei Yang was killed. So many of our people were killed. We can't let them off. A life for a life. Whoever killed them must die. Wei Qingwan said coldly as she stared at Feng Wuchen. Shut up. Wei Zhenta scolded in a low voice and glared at the two of them. The person in front of you is the young master of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull race, Qiu Tian. A peak 7-star ancient immortal venerable expert. What? The young master of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull race? Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan's expressions changed drastically. They were scared out of their wits as they looked at Qiu Tian, who they had neglected. Qiu Tian's cultivation was terrifying and he had concealed his aura, so they naturally couldn't see through him. They didn't know who Qiu Tian was, but Qiu Tian's reputation was resounding in the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen has Qiu Tian's help. We can't do anything to him. We can only wait for Protector Tianhen to come. Don't provoke him. Wei Songyang said softly. Wei Tianzhong finally knew why Wei Songyang and the rest didn't attack. Qiu Tian's strength was terrifying. If they attacked, they would be courting death. Right now, they didn't want revenge, they wanted to save lives. The 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull race and the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf race had appeared in this small Firestorm city. What was the background of Firestorm Restaurant? What was Feng Wuchen's background? Why could he get the 2 races of the illusory realm to attack? And it was Qiu Tian. Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped dozens of times in the face. Only Protector Tianhen can save us now. Wei Zhenta said worriedly. His face was still filled with fear. Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan obediently shut their mouths. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Protector Tianhen appeared in the sky above Firestorm City. Protector Tianhen didn't have any imposing aura. There was only endless fear and worry. Subordinates greet Protector Tianhen. Wei Songyang and the rest knelt down respectfully. Protector Tianhen is here. It really is Protector Tianhen. With Protector Tianhen's appearance, Wei Songyang and the rest were relieved. No matter how strong the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull race was, they wouldn't dare to offend Protector Tianhen, much less the Ancient Immortal Palace. The Ancient Immortal Palace was the strongest existence in the Ancient Immortal world. Offending the Ancient Immortal Palace wouldn't benefit the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull race at all. Greetings Protector Tianhen. Commander Xingyan, Dongfang Wushan, Family Head Mo and the rest all knelt down on one knee respectfully. In front of Protector Tianhen, they didn't dare to be disrespectful. Feng Wuchen, Big Brother Jian Chou, he is Protector Tianhen who is in charge of the Ancient Immortal Domain. Hurry up and kneel down. Seeing that Feng Wuchen and the rest didn't kneel down, Mo Yanran hurriedly reminded them. Feng Wuchen, Protector Tianhen has an extraordinary status. Don't offend him. Xiao Shui said anxiously. It was as though they were too soft and Feng Wuchen didn't hear them. However, their voices weren't soft either. Protector Tianhen. Qiu Tian cupped his fists politely. After all, Protector Tianhen's status was there and naturally couldn't be ignored. Protector Tianhen glanced at Qiu Tian and nodded his head slightly. Shortly after, he walked towards Feng Wuchen respectfully. When he walked past Wei Songyang, Protector Tianhen glared at Wei Songyang fiercely. He wanted to slap Wei Songyang to death. Seeing Protector Tianhen's gaze, Wei Songyang's heart skipped a beat. An intense uneasiness surged within him. Su Jingqing, Wei Zhentu, and the rest also noticed Protector Tianhen's terrifying gaze. What was going on? How dare you not kneel when you see Protector Tianhen? Wei Qingwan couldn't help but shout when she saw that Feng Wuchen and the others didn't kneel. Pa! PFFF. However, the moment Wei Qingwan shouted, Protector Tianhen suddenly sent a slap across the air. With a loud paw sound, Wei Qingwan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Qingwan. Wei Songyang, Wei, and the rest were shocked. What was going on? Did Wei Qingwan say something wrong? Why did Protector Tianhen suddenly attack? Wei Qingwan was stunned and didn't know what was going on. Did Protector Tianhen hit the wrong person? If you dare to say another word, I will kill you. Protector Tianhen shouted coldly. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from him. His heart was about to explode from anger. Seeing Protector Tianhen's terrifying gaze, Wei Qingwan was instantly terrified. Clearly, Protector Tianhen didn't hit the wrong person. Wei Songyang and the others were scared out of their wits. Can't you see the situation now? He was so stupid that no medicine could cure him. While Wei Songyang and the others were still confused and terrified, the next scene was something they would never forget. Protector Tianhen came before Feng Wuchen respectfully. He panicked and bowed respectfully, Lord Feng. I didn't manage my subordinates well, and they even offended Lord Feng. Please punish me, Lord Feng. Boom, earthquakes, tsunamis, earth-shattering, 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 earth-shattering surges. What? Lord Feng? Mo Yenran and the others opened their eyes wide and were petrified. Waves surged in Mo Yenran and the others' hearts. Feng Wuchen's identity once again refreshed Mo Yenran and the others' understanding of Feng Wuchen. At the start, they thought that Feng Wuchen was a nobody. But when they found out that Feng Wuchen was powerful and was the owner of the Wind Restaurant, they were shocked. Protector Tianhen, who was in charge of the ancient immortal domain, actually addressed Feng Wuchen as Lord Feng. In their eyes, something that was impossible had actually happened. Moreover, it was so real. His terrifying identity had exceeded their imagination. Xiaxia and the others actually dared to go against Feng Wuchen. Such a nobody was a joke in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Lord Feng. Dongfeng Wushan and the others were shocked. Even though they had already guessed that Feng Wuchen's identity was terrifying when they were at the Shinra Temple, Dongfeng Wushan and the others were still shocked when they heard Protector Tianhen address Feng Wuchen as such. Feng. Lord Feng? Wei Songyang and the others' eyes bulged as their bodies trembled. It was as though they were struck by lightning as they looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. How could this be? Wei Qingwan almost fainted from fear. Lord Feng? Wei Tianzhong looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. It was as though he had seen a ghost. They finally understood why Protector Tianhen's gaze was so terrifying and why Protector Tianhen slapped Wei Qingwan. It was because Protector Tianhen was Feng Wuchen's subordinate. Wei Qingwan dared to shout at Feng Wuchen. Protector Tianhen was already being merciful by not killing her immediately. At this moment, Wei Songyang and the others were in complete despair. Even Protector Tianhen had to address Feng Wuchen as Lord Feng. How dare they kill Feng Wuchen? They were simply courting death. What did we just see? This can't be real, right? Did I see wrongly? God. Protector Tianhen actually bowed to Feng Wuchen? And addressed him as Lord Feng? That's Protector Tianhen who is in charge of the ancient immortal domain. He actually addressed Feng Wuchen as Lord Feng? What is Feng Wuchen's identity? The ancient immortal lords who were watching from afar were all dumbfounded. They couldn't be any more shocked. Protector Tianhen. Feng Wuchen looked at Protector Tianhen. Protector Tianhen was panicking. His mind was blank and his back was drenched in cold sweat. No one had ever seen Protector Tianhen so terrified. In the ancient immortal world, other than the ancient immortal Reverend and the three elders, Protector Tianhen had never been afraid of anyone. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen to be able to make Protector Tianhen so terrified? Subordinate is here. Protector Tianhen replied respectfully. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. You are far away in the ancient immortal palace. This matter has nothing to do with you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He didn't have any intention to blame Protector Tianhen. Hearing this, Protector Tianhen heaved a sigh of relief as though he was pardoned. Since the Burning Moon Immortal Palace is a power under the ancient Immortal Palace and they are your people, I won't be calculative and can't be bothered to care about them. I will leave them to you. I have more important things to do. Take them away. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. On account of Protector Tianhen's face, Feng Wuchen didn't plan to be calculative. Protector Tianhen had helped Feng Wuchen so much and he didn't complain at all. Now that so many people were watching, Feng Wuchen naturally had to give him some face. After all, he was the protector in charge of the ancient immortal domain. His status was extraordinary. Yes. Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen said respectfully. He was secretly grateful in his heart. Feng Wuchen's words finally gave Wei Xianxia and the others hope. At that moment, they felt as though they had returned to heaven from hell. Scram back to the ancient capital immediately. Protector Tianhen glared at Wei Xianxia and the others and roared. Yes. Wei Xianxia and the others replied in fear. They immediately left in a flash. No one dared to stay behind. Unparalleled Emperor, erase the memories of the cultivators who are watching from afar. Otherwise, they will spread news about me. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Small matter. Unparalleled Emperor laughed. Young Master Qiu Tian, Young Master Heaven Demon, the two of you are dismissed. After Wei Xianxia and the rest left in fear, Jian Chou also gave the order. Qiu Tian, Heaven Demon, and the rest disappeared into thin air as though they were never there. Lord Feng, your subordinate will take his leave. Protector Tianhen bowed respectfully with cupped fists and was about to leave. Catch. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and a strange gem flew towards Protector Tianhen. This is? Protector Tianhen looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Although he didn't know what it was, he could feel an unimaginably pure energy. Commander Xingyan, Dongfeng Wushan, and the rest could also feel the unimaginably terrifying energy. All of them were astonished. This is a treasure of the Panga world. Protector Tianhen, I am very satisfied with your performance during this period of time. I will bestow you with the Panga Spirit Crystal to raise your cultivation. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Many thanks, Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen was ecstatic. It was actually a treasure of the Panga world. Such terrifying and pure energy would definitely help Protector Tianhen raise his cultivation by a large margin. Not only was he not punished, he was even rewarded with the Panga Spirit Crystal. Protector Tianhen couldn't believe it. Building Master Feng, we will also return first. Dongfeng Wushan smiled. After bowing respectfully, he left with the people of the Shinra Temple. Lord Feng, your subordinate will take his leave. Commander Xingyan bowed respectfully and left in a flash. The cultivators who were watching from afar didn't know what happened after their memories were erased. They also dispersed. Feng Wuchen, you, who exactly are you? Protector Tianhen actually addressed you as Lord Feng? After everyone left, Mo Yanran couldn't help but ask. She looked at Feng Wuchen in shock without blinking. Qiu Shui and Tian Ling also opened their eyes wide and looked at Feng Wuchen curiously. This is a secret. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen's answer disappointed them. Dragon Soul is your force? Mo Yanran asked again. Yanran, don't be rude to Lord Feng. The Mo family had hurriedly scolded in a low voice. Then, he said to Feng Wuchen, Lord Feng, I'm really sorry. It's all right, Miss Mo and I are friends, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Lord Feng, the matter is over. We didn't help much, so we'll take our leave first. Patriarch Mo continued with a smile. Many thanks to the 3 clan leaders. Feng Wuchen thanked them politely. Although they couldn't help, their intentions were genuine. After the 3 great clans left, Feng restaurant became quiet, and Feng Wuchen could finally have some peace and quiet. My lord, you said that there is something more important. What is it? Subordinate can help High Lord do it, Xianxia said respectfully. At the same time, he poured a cup of wine for Feng Wuchen. This matter can only be done by me. You guys strengthen Dragon's soul and cultivate well, Feng Wuchen said lightly. My lord, Dragon's soul's strength is already very difficult to strengthen, but the number of people can be increased. After all, Immortal Soul World and Immortal Capital don't have many ancient immortal emperors, and there aren't many golden immortals. Only ancient immortal monarchs and ancient immortal emperors can be recruited, Ning Tiancheng said respectfully. Then increase the number of people and help them improve their cultivation. The dragon soul's strength can also become stronger. Feng Wuchen smiled and drank a cup of wine. My lord, when will Dragon Soul go to Heaven Immortal World? Jianzhou asked. Now is not the time. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, Heaven Immortal World is the strongest world in Southern Immortal Domain. Many major forces are in Heaven Immortal World. Although Dragon Soul has an ancient immortal venerable, its strength is still not enough. First, strengthen its strength in Immortal Soul World. With spatial rings, pills, and many cultivation resources, it won't take long. Southern Immortal Domain was only one of the 4 great worlds in ancient Immortal Domain. The other immortal domains also had terrifying transcendental forces. Without enough strength, Feng Wuchen didn't plan to let Dragon Soul go to Heaven Immortal World. With that, Feng Wuchen stood up and said, I will be in seclusion for half a month. The herbs and treasures sent by Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf will be given to Elder Grieve first. Yes. My lord. Jianzhou and the rest said respectfully. In these few days, under the crazy cultivation of his Yuan spirit avatar, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had broken through to 5-star ancient immortal monarch. Feng Wuchen needed some time to consolidate his cultivation. In this way, Feng Wuchen could absorb the heaven-defying divine pearl while consolidating his cultivation and break through to ancient immortal emperor realm. Within the divine ring, Feng Wuchen spent a day consolidating his 5-star ancient immortal monarch realm. A heaven-defying divine pearl can help you raise your cultivation by 5 stars in an instant. Continuously raising your cultivation will have a big impact. You will need a lot of time to consolidate your cultivation, said the Supreme Emperor. A heaven-defying divine pearl that can raise one's cultivation by 5 stars consumes a lot of treasures. If I give it to Dragon Soul, the effects will be a little less. After all, I need to save on treasures. Fighting is the best way. When the time comes, I will have to trouble the Supreme Emperor to help. Feng Wuchen smiled and then began to absorb the pure energy of the heaven-defying divine pearl. As he absorbed it, Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared rapidly. 6-star ancient immortal monarch. 7-star ancient immortal monarch. 9-star ancient immortal monarch. 1-star ancient immortal monarch. In an instant, with the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl, Feng Wuchen's cultivation directly broke through to 1-star ancient immortal emperor realm. Not bad, 1-star ancient immortal emperor realm. It went very smoothly. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He could feel the power in his body instantly become very strong. After breaking through to 1-star ancient immortal emperor realm, Feng Wuchen's physical body had undoubtedly become stronger. Clenching his fists, Feng Wuchen felt the domineering power and smiled excitedly. The power of ancient immortal emperor realm is much stronger than ancient immortal monarch realm. My combat strength should be able to increase by 3 stars. After consolidating my cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem to increase by 4 stars. The heaven-defying divine pearl is really terrifying. There are no repercussions at all. I'm afraid there are no treasures in the world that can be compared to it. The Supreme Emperor exclaimed. Otherwise, why would it be called the heaven-defying divine pearl? Feng Wuchen smiled, revealing a little pride. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the stable reincarnation pagoda suddenly shook violently. It was even more violent than before. 3 extremely terrifying auras swept out at the same time. Each terrifying aura was an existence that could destroy heaven and earth. The reincarnation pagoda has been unsealed. Feng Wuchen was instantly overjoyed. He said excitedly, 3 levels have been unsealed directly. It seems that my time is up. The Supreme Emperor smiled calmly and looked at the reincarnation pagoda. The 3 levels of the reincarnation pagoda emitted a dazzling light, but it also disappeared in an instant. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Soon, the door opened. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. 3 old men. 3 10 Directions Great Emperors. The auras of the 3 great emperors had surpassed the Supreme Emperor realm. It was very terrifying. Junior Feng Wuchen pays his respects to the 3 great emperors. Feng Wuchen said respectfully. He was extremely excited in his heart. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation is rising pretty fast, unsealing 3 great emperors in one go. Brat, thanks to your continuous breakthroughs, this great emperor has been sealed by the reincarnation pagoda for so many years. I can finally come out for some fresh air. The reincarnation pagoda was right to choose you. Haha. This great emperor thought that it would take a few decades to be unsealed. Who knew that it would only take a few years? Your cultivation speed is truly frightening. The 3 great emperors were overjoyed, as though they were very close to Feng Wuchen. It was Feng Wuchen's first time seeing 3 great emperors being unsealed at the same time. Feng Wuchen smiled humbly, this is all thanks to the guidance and inheritance of the great emperors. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached my current cultivation level. One of the great sovereigns laughed happily, you're too humble, kid. With your terrifying talent, even without our inheritance, your cultivation base can still improve very quickly. Our inheritance can only provide you with powerful combat strength. The real cultivation is still up to you. Without a strong talent and comprehension ability, our inheritance is useless. Another great emperor laughed. Supreme Great Emperor, long time no see. How are you? One of the great emperors looked at the Supreme Great Emperor and asked. The Supreme Great Emperor laughed happily, this great emperor is very good. Feng Wuchen, this is the Longevity Great Emperor, this is the Underworld Emperor, and this is the Heaven Ritual Great Emperor. The inheritance of the 3 great emperors will be very beneficial to you. The Supreme Great Emperor introduced to Feng Wuchen. Longevity Great Emperor, Underworld Emperor, Heaven Ritual Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen bowed respectfully, looking forward to the inheritance of the 3 great emperors. The Supreme Great Emperor laughed, the Longevity Great Emperor has comprehended the art of immortality. The power of immortality can control one's eternal life. His attainments in magic arts are not lower than the Thousand Illusions Great Emperor. The art of immortality is different from your eternal life state. You won't age, but it doesn't have the immortality of the eternal life state. Not old? Feng Wuchen was stunned, he looked at the white-haired Xianxia monarch. Sensing Feng Wuchen's strange gaze, monarch Xianxia couldn't help but laugh and scold, I only learned the art of immortality because I'm old. Haha. Emperor Hades and the others burst out laughing. I'm sorry. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. Feng Wuchen was shocked to an unimaginable degree by the existence that controlled life and had a deep understanding of life. The Supreme Emperor continued, Emperor Ming is the most helpful to you. You're an alchemist and Emperor Ming's life spirit can control all souls in the world. Together with your ancestor of soul force and heaven-defying reincarnation, you'll be able to control life and death in this world. Controlling all souls in the world? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. This was a god that could truly control life and death. It's not absolute. There are extremely strong cultivators who can break through my life spirit. I can't control their souls, such as the Yuanzhi Great Emperor, said Emperor Ming with a faint smile, but he was still proud. Senior Emperor Ming, this is already very powerful. Right now, I can only control the soul of an alchemist and the soul of a dead person. I can't control the soul of a living person, Feng Wuchen said in shock. He couldn't wait to obtain the power of a life soul. How many people can break the power of the life spirit? If not for the absolute suppression of strength, they can't break the life spirit. The Supreme Emperor smiled faintly. Supreme Emperor, quick. It's my turn. Emperor Tianji said excitedly. The Supreme Emperor smiled faintly, Emperor Tianji, you're very strong. Emperor Tianji looked at the Supreme Emperor excitedly, waiting for him to continue. But after a long time, the Supreme Emperor didn't say anything. Emperor Tianji was stunned. He looked at the Supreme Emperor and asked, "That's it?" "That's it." The Supreme Emperor nodded. "Great Emperor. Do I need you to tell me how strong I am?" Emperor Tianji was infuriated as he glared at Yi Shiwen. "Isn't it enough that I know how strong you are?" The Supreme Emperor smiled faintly. "You." Emperor Tianji was furious. He looked like he was going to swallow the Supreme Emperor alive. Haha. Emperor Ming and Emperor Chongqing laughed again. Feng Wuchen, Emperor Tianji's blood sacrifice power is very strong. It can increase the effect of blood sacrifice and immortal skills by several times. Emperor Tianji's skills are all blood sacrifice, so his fighting power is very strong. The Supreme Emperor smiled faintly. Isn't the effect of blood sacrifice and skills even scarier? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. It was like two things were stacked together. Of course. The Supreme Emperor smiled faintly. Humph. That's more like it. Emperor Tianji's old face showed a proud look. My time is up. I'll leave the rest to you three. Don't lend any power to Feng Wuchen. This is Emperor Yuancher's order. The Supreme Emperor smiled happily. Feng Wuchen, I'll be waiting for you in Pangu World. Okay. Take care, Supreme Emperor. Feng Wuchen nodded. The figure of the peerless Great Emperor gradually turned illusory and finally disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the Supreme Emperor disappeared, the three emperors attacked at the same time. 3 streams of energy drilled into Feng Wuchen's forehead. A huge amount of information rushed into Feng Wuchen's brain. It was so painful that it felt like it was going to explode. The inheritance of the 3 great emperors contained too much information. Feng Wuchen almost fainted from it. Unimaginably terrifying power and mysterious images appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. Feng Wuchen could feel the flow of life. He could feel countless souls roaming around. He could feel himself sinking deeper and deeper into the blood sea. This was a feeling that Feng Wuchen had never experienced before. What a strong smell of blood. The 3 forces have merged. Is this the understanding of life and soul? What a strange feeling. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He gradually forgot about the pain in his head. After an unknown period of time, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. It felt like he had experienced countless years and life was fleeting. The inheritance of the 3 emperors is starting to blur. What's going on? Feng Wuchen was puzzled. He had asked the emperors before, but they didn't know what was going on. How do you feel? Emperor Chongqing asked with a smile. I feel like I've lived for a long time. I've experienced many eras, but it also feels like it's only an instant. I can clearly feel the existence of life and soul. This should have something to do with the 2 emperors. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Unknowingly, Feng Wuchen's state of mind had improved. Not bad. Emperor Ming smiled. Kid, your comprehension is really high. It's not easy to feel it so quickly. I can see the source of life and soul. This isn't the ability of the ancient devil eyes. This mysterious feeling has never disappeared. This feeling is the strongest. It's as if countless living beings are worshipping me. Yes, they are willing to submit to me. Is this the strength of the longevity power and the life spirit power? Feng Wuchen slowly closed his eyes and sensed carefully. In an instant, Feng Wuchen could feel the aura of countless living beings and souls. It was as though all the living beings and souls in the ancient immortal world were under his control. I can feel almost all the living beings and souls in the ancient immortal world. It's as though all of them are under my control. Feng Wuchen was shocked. This is the feeling of controlling everything. The existence of the blood sacrifice power allows me to feel the strength of every living being. The 3 emperors' powers are very mysterious. They seem to have the ability to complement each other. No living being or soul can escape my eyes. Feng Wuchen thought. The power of the 3 emperors made Feng Wuchen feel incomparably mysterious. Feng Wuchen, comprehend well. We won't disturb you any longer. We can take this opportunity to see how the ancient immortal world is doing. The Longevity Emperor laughed happily. The three emperors then disappeared. Feng Wuchen comprehended while consolidating his one-star ancient immortal lord realm. Ancient capital, Burning Moon Immortal Palace. In the hall, Wei Songyang and the rest were kneeling on the ground in fear. Protector Tianhen's face was extremely dark. Terrifying killing intent and pressure shrouded the hall. Wei Songyang and the rest were pale and almost suffocated. You almost got me killed. Do you know that? Who gave you the guts? Even I don't dare to provoke him. How dare you try to kill Lord Feng? Protector Tianhen shouted angrily. He wanted to slap Wei Songyang to death. The more Protector Tianhen thought about it, the angrier he got. He was so angry that his veins were bulging. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen was clear about his grudges. Otherwise, Protector Tianhen's life would be in danger. Guardian Tianhen, we don't know Lord Feng's identity. We've never seen him before. Wei Songyang said in fear and innocence. Su Jingqing hurriedly said, Guardian Tianhen, if we knew Lord Feng's identity, we wouldn't dare to offend him even if we were given 10,000 guts. Protector Tianhen roared, are you all fools? Didn't they see Commander Xing'an and Dongfeng Wushan not interfering? Can't you see that Lord Feng is not afraid of you at all? If it wasn't for me, all of you would have died long ago. Wei Songyang and the others were utterly terrified. Dongfeng Wushan had already warned Wei Songyang, but Wei Songyang refused to listen. Now, it was too late for regrets. Especially you. You are even more stupid than a pig. Protector Tianhen glared at Wei Qingwan and scolded. Wei Qingwan did not dare to fart. Even if she felt wronged, she could only keep it in her heart. Feng Wuchen's identity was even more terrifying than Protector Tianhen's. He wasn't someone they could offend. Lord Feng handed all of you over to me for punishment. On account of me, I can indeed spare your lives. However, if Lord Feng is not satisfied with my punishment, I will definitely be punished. Protector Tianhen said viciously. Feng Wuchen might have given him face, but it didn't mean that he would let Wei Songyang and the others off so easily. Wei Songyang and the others were speechless. After all, they had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. It was already fortunate that Wei Songyang and the others could survive. Wei Songyang said respectfully, this subordinate is willing to accept the punishment. They could avoid death, but they couldn't escape punishment. Boom, boom, boom. Pft, pft, pft. After saying that, Protector Tianhen suddenly waved his hand. A terrifying force struck out, causing Wei Songyang and the others to spit out blood as they were sent flying out of the hall. Protector Tianhen's attack was ruthless. Wei Songyang and the others were all severely injured. The disciples of the Burning Moon Celestial Palace were all frightened out of their wits. The heavily injured Wei Songyang and the others dragged their injuries into the hall and knelt down. No one dared to say a word of complaint. Protector Tianhen stared coldly at Wei Songyang and the others. He said coldly, remember, if anyone dares to offend Lord Feng again, don't blame me for being merciless. Protector Tianhen, who is Lord Feng? Why have we never heard of him? Su Jingqing asked curiously. All of them wanted to know Feng Wuchen's identity. You don't have the right to know. The less you know, the better. All you need to know is that if you offend Lord Feng, only death awaits you. Also, no one is allowed to reveal Feng Wuchen's identity. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Protector Tianhen said coldly. Yes. Protector Tianhen. Wei Songyang and the others replied respectfully. Wei Songyang, find time to apologize to Lord Feng personally. Protector Tianhen said coldly. He then looked at Wei Qingwan. Protector Tianhen said fiercely, and you, go and apologize to Lord Feng personally. The number one alchemist in the ancient capital is nothing in Lord Feng's eyes. It's a pity that you offended Lord Feng. Otherwise, with Lord Feng's guidance, you would definitely become a top alchemist in the ancient immortal world. Lord Feng is more terrifying than you can imagine. Your achievements are nothing in Lord Feng's eyes. Wei Qingwan didn't dare to retort. This was the first time she had been humiliated like this. She was shocked and regretful. If what Protector Tianhen said was true, then she would have missed her chance. Take care of yourselves. Protector Tianhen snorted coldly and disappeared. After Protector Tianhen left, Wei Songyang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. What is the background of this Lord Feng? He actually made Protector Tianhen so wary. Wei Songyang said in fear. Thinking back to what happened before, he still had lingering fears. Is Lord Feng really as strong as Protector Tianhen said? He is even younger than me. Wei Tianzhong couldn't believe it. Even a terrifying genius like young Master Qiu Tian was willing to submit. Even the lightning shadow sky wolf submitted. One can only imagine how terrifying Lord Feng is. Su Jingqing said in fear. He didn't dare to imagine it. 7 days later, Feng Wuchen came out of the God Ring. He felt different from before. But he couldn't pinpoint what was different about him. It was just a magical feeling. After 7 days of comprehension, Feng Wuchen had a deeper understanding of the three powers. He had also fully grasped the three powers. His ancient immortal emperor realm had also stabilized. Under the cultivation of the dozens of Yuan spirit clones, his cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Although I have comprehended all the inheritances of the 22 emperors, they seem to have been absorbed by that layer of chaos. All my powers can't break through that layer of chaos. What is that layer of chaos in the mental world? Feng Wuchen was confused. He wanted to know what it was, but no one could answer him. Envoy. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. Subordinate is here. The envoy replied respectfully. Send me back to the sacred world. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. On the balcony of the 6th floor of the restaurant, the messenger appeared out of nowhere with a respectful expression. Glancing at the messenger, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Long time no see. Have a seat and try my 8 attributes. Master, I'm afraid I can't send you back to the holy world today. The messenger bowed respectfully, not daring to sit down. He was still a little scared. After all, he had promised Feng Wuchen before, but now he couldn't do it. Oh? Why is that? Did something happen? Feng Wuchen asked confusedly, but he didn't blame him immediately. Feng Wuchen trusted the messenger's loyalty. The messenger wouldn't have said that unless something happened. Seeing that Feng Wuchen wasn't angry, the messenger was relieved and said respectfully, Master, a titled ancient god came to the Panga realm, and he has a blue ancient god ring. All the realms in the Panga realm are suppressed. Even the ancient gods don't dare to resist. I also don't dare to send you back to the holy world. Once the titled ancient god notices, the consequences will be unimaginable. The status of a titled ancient god was much higher than that of an ancient god. The ancient god ring that Feng Wuchen took out was only cyan, which was 1 level lower than the blue one. A titled ancient god? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and asked, There are so many experts in the Panga realm. Is there no one who can deal with him? Master, there are indeed many terrifying experts in the Panga realm, but I haven't seen the real experts take action. I haven't even seen the titled ancient god, the messenger said respectfully, with a lot of helplessness in his words. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, The titled ancient gods don't care about worldly affairs anymore. They only want to improve their cultivation. It's not strange that they don't take action, but they won't allow a titled ancient god to cause trouble in the Panga realm, right? What does this titled ancient god want to do? Feng Wuchen asked. The emissary shook his head and said respectfully, I don't know, but he seems to be very concerned about the ancient immortal realm. He keeps asking me about it. Now, 3 titled ancient gods with green ancient god rings have been seriously injured. Many ancient gods have also been seriously injured. Even the ancient god who controls the ancient immortal realm has been seriously injured. There is hatred between titled ancient gods, so no one dares to resist. Concerned about the ancient immortal realm? The titled ancient god who controls the ancient immortal world has a grudge against him? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. This made Feng Wuchen feel strange. Why would a titled ancient god care about the ancient immortal world? From their battle, it can be seen that there is indeed a deep hatred between them. This titled ancient god asked me many questions about the ancient immortal world. Among them, he asked about a person called Mo Yen, but I do not know this person, the messenger replied respectfully. Devil Nightmare? Feng Wuchen frowned. He had never heard of it before. "Master, do you know this person?" the emissary asked. "I don't know. I just ascended to the ancient immortal world not long ago, so I have never heard of him. I will ask guardian Tianhen. He might know." Feng Wuchen shook his head. "Master, I think you should wait for a while," the emissary suggested respectfully. Sigh, at this time. Feng Wuchen was depressed. He had planned to return to the holy world to see his wife and children after he broke through to the ancient immortal lord level. But when Feng Wuchen was ready, something happened. "Master, there is nothing I can do. After all, he is a titled ancient god with a blue ancient god ring. The few titled ancient gods in the Pengu world have been defeated," the emissary said helplessly. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, "The two titled ancient gods have a deep hatred for each other. The titled ancient god who controls the ancient immortal world has been defeated, which means that the entire Pengu world is under the control of that titled ancient god. He still cares about the ancient immortal world, so I am afraid he will not leave so soon. When can I return to the holy world?" "Emissary." Just at this moment, a majestic voice rang out in the emissary's mind. The emissary was so frightened that his body trembled. His face was filled with fear. "Master, that titled ancient god is summoning me. I have to return." The emissary cupped his fists respectfully. His expression was filled with fear as he left in a flash. Seeing the emissary leave in such a panic, Feng Wuchen frowned and said, "A titled ancient god with a blue ancient god ring is concerned about the ancient immortal world? Mo Yen? Protector Tianhen," Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. "Yes, master." Protector Tianhen replied respectfully. "Protector Tianhen, do you know of a person called Mo Yen in the ancient immortal world?" Feng Wuchen asked. "Mo Yen?" Protector Tianhen's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, "How does Lord Feng know about Mo Yen? Did prisoner Tian tell Lord Feng?" Protector Tianhen didn't dare to think too much. He quickly transmitted a message, "How does Lord Feng know about Mo Yen? The Heaven and Earth Order Controller's emissary told me. He said that a very strong titled ancient god appeared in the Pengu world. The ancient god in charge of the ancient immortal world has been injured. This person seems to be here for Mo Yen. It seems like you know about Mo Yen. Who is this Mo Yen?" Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. "What? Pengu world? Titled ancient god?" Protector Tianhen's expression changed again. He was scared out of his wits. He said in fear, "It's over. Something is going to happen. Something big is going to happen." Protector Tianhen transmitted a message in fear, "Lord Feng, Mo Yen is the ancestor of the Mo Yen race. Back then, he fought with the ancient immortal palace for the control of the ancient immortal world. In the end, he was sealed by the ancient immortal venerable. Recently, the ancient immortal venerable sensed that the seal was weakening. He led the elders and experts from various worlds to strengthen the seal. The ancient immortal venerable has the backing of an ancient god. The Mo Yen race also has the backing of an ancient god. Mo Yen is the disciple of that ancient god. The two ancient gods have similar strength. Hence, they decided not to interfere in the matters of the ancient immortal world. The titled ancient god that Lord Feng mentioned is here for Mo Yen. He is most likely here to save someone. Our ancient immortal world is going to be finished. This subordinate will immediately report this to the ancient immortal venerable." An ancient god was enough to make the ancient immortal venerable feel fear, let alone a titled ancient god. Hearing Protector Tianhen's voice, Feng Wuchen could imagine how terrified Protector Tianhen was. The disciple of an ancient god? What has this got to do with a titled ancient god? Why is this titled ancient god looking for Mo Yen? Feng Wuchen was curious. However, Feng Wuchen was not clear about these matters. "Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable. Something has happened. There is a titled ancient god in the Pengu world who is tracking down Mo Yen." Protector Tianhen transmitted a message in fear. "What? Titled ancient god?" Hearing this, the ancient immortal venerable was scared out of his wits. "That's right. The ancient god behind our ancient immortal venerable has been injured. I'm afraid that titled ancient god will descend on the ancient immortal world soon. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message in fear. The ancient immortal venerable's face changed drastically. He said in shock, has the ancient god been defeated? Isn't Mo Yan's master an ancient god expert? What is with this titled ancient god? End of this chapter. What? A conferred ancient god? The moment the ancient immortal sovereign said that, the elders and protectors who were strengthening the seal were scared out of their wits. Their faces were instantly filled with fear. It was even scarier than seeing a ghost. The existence of an ancient god had already left countless cultivators in the dust. A conferred ancient god was even scarier. It was simply a legendary existence. Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign, did Lord Ancient God lose? What the hell happened? The Great Elder asked in horror. His voice was trembling. There is a conferred ancient god behind Mo Yan? Chushi's eyeballs were about to pop out. He was terrified to the extreme. The ancient immortal sovereign was dumbfounded. His old face was incomparably pale and filled with fear. Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign. The elders and protectors were even more terrified. How could this be? How could a conferred ancient god appear? The ancient immortal sovereign's pale face was already filled with despair. Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign, what should we do now? Protector Tianhen asked in fear. He was so anxious that he was at a loss. What could the ancient immortal sovereign do? If he had a way, the ancient immortal sovereign wouldn't be in such despair. Haha. Just at this moment, a deep and hoarse laughter came from the seal. Mo Yan. The faces of the Great Elder and the rest turned dark. The deep and hoarse laughter came from Mo Yan. Old monster Yanchen, you finally know fear? Back then, this sovereign had already told you that if you are too ambitious, you will face retribution sooner or later. Back then, in order to increase your strength and dominate the ancient immortal world, how many large factions and innocent people did you harm? Later on, you even exiled the weak factions and cultivators of the ancient immortal world. Now, retribution is here. The ancient god behind you is heavily injured. This sovereign wants to see who can save you. A conferred ancient god isn't someone that an ancient god can contend against. Haha. The deep and hoarse laughter came. Hearing this, the ancient immortal sovereign's pale and despairing face turned dark. He said fiercely, this immortal sovereign did this to better govern the ancient immortal world. Otherwise, how could the ancient immortal world have such peace in the past million years? Peace in exchange for eliminating the opposition? The peace and prosperity that was exchanged with the lives of countless innocent cultivators? The way I see it, it's your own world of peace and prosperity. Devil Nightmare's mocking voice sounded. The ancient venerable immortal said gloomily and angrily, what I've done has at least brought peace to the ancient immortal world for 1,000,000 years. It's better than your devil mantis clan devouring cultivators' essence blood to cultivate. What I've done is 1,000 times better than what your devil mantis clan has done. 1,000 times? Old monster Yanchen, to think that you can even say such shameless words. The older you get, the more shameless you get. Even though the devil nightmare race isn't anything good, at the very least, the devil nightmare race isn't as deranged as you guys. The devil nightmare roared out as an extremely frightening killing intent emanated from the ceiling formation. Humph. Don't even think about getting out of the ceiling formation. The ancient immortal venerable shouted angrily. This old monster's strength is indeed getting more and more terrifying. This aura is not below Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable. Third Elder Jianglei said in shock. Do you think you can seal this sovereign? Once a titled ancient god descends upon the ancient immortal realm, it will be the time of your death. Isn't your master an ancient god? Who is the titled ancient god? First Elder He Qing asked in a deep voice. Old thing, you guys don't have the right to know. The devil nightmare's voice suddenly became fierce. Humph. Even if a titled ancient god comes, he won't be able to save you. This immortal venerable will kill you right now. The ancient immortal venerable roared as his old eyes narrowed, flashing with ruthless killing intent. Old monster Yanchen, can you kill me? With your little strength, you want to kill me? What a joke, haha. The devil nightmare laughed arrogantly. If the ancient immortal venerable and the others really had the ability to kill the devil nightmare, they wouldn't have sealed him. Is that so? Do you really think that this immortal venerable can't kill you? After sealing you for 1,000,000 years, the soulless fire in the sealing formation is enough to break your devil nightmare's power. When this immortal venerable sealed you, he had already placed the soulless fire seed in the sealing formation. After 1,000,000 years, can you resist that power? The ancient immortal venerable said fiercely. Before a titled ancient god descends upon the ancient immortal realm, he must kill the devil nightmare. Soulless fire? The devil nightmare was stunned for a moment before he laughed maniacally. Haha. Old monster Xianxia, the reason why my cultivation could improve is all because I devoured your soulless fire. Don't tell me that you still don't know about it? What? Devoured? The faces of the ancient immortal venerable and the others changed drastically. The ancient immortal venerable wanted to activate the soulless fire, only to realize that the soulless fire in the sealing formation had long disappeared without a trace. The soulless fire was originally meant to be used to suppress the devil nightmare's soul. But none of them had expected that the devil nightmare would devour the soulless fire. The soulless fire is gone. The ancient immortal venerable's face darkened as he exploded in anger. It was really devoured by him? Qing and the others were shocked. Without the power of the soulless fire, how was he going to get rid of the devil nightmare's power? Haha. Old monster Xianxia, even if you guys strengthen the seal now, you won't be able to trap me for long. The devil nightmare's maniacal laughter rang out once more. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, do you have any other ideas? Chushi asked. What ideas can old monster Xianxia have? Haha. The devil nightmare laughed arrogantly. No matter how strong the sealing formation is, it depends on your strength. You guys won't be able to trap me. Haha. Swish. Right at this moment, Protector Tianhen appeared with a face filled with fear. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, Lord Feng said that the titled ancient god of the Panga realm is here for the devil nightmare. What should we do? Protector Tianhen asked in fear. Protector Tianhen, how did Lord Feng know about the devil nightmare? Elder Qing asked. Protector Tianhen quickly said, the messenger of the order controller of heaven and earth told Lord Feng. Out of curiosity, Lord Feng asked me about the devil nightmare. The messenger of the order controller of heaven and earth? The ancient immortal venerable frowned deeply. Even if it was news from the messenger of the order controller of heaven and earth, it couldn't be wrong. Lord Feng? The devil nightmare's doubtful voice sounded. Who is Lord Feng? The devil nightmare has awakened? Protector Tianhen's face turned pale with fright. Lord Feng. The ancient immortal venerable's expression shook before he said in joy, right, there is also Lord Feng. Right. There is also Lord Feng. I actually forgot about Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen immediately reacted. It was obvious that he was frightened when he heard about the titled ancient god. Hearing up to this point, Qing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were also frightened. Lord Feng also has a titled ancient god behind him. Furthermore, it is a titled ancient god who has a green ancient god ring. Old monster nightmare, no one can save you. Protector Tianhen instantly laughed in delight. Green ancient god ring? The devil nightmare sneered in disdain, it is merely green. How can it be compared to a blue ancient god ring? This is indeed retribution. What? Blue ancient god ring? The ancient immortal venerable and the others' expressions changed. They instantly fell from heaven to hell and were filled with despair. This time even Feng Wuchen was useless. The hope that was ignited was instantly extinguished. The ancient immortal sovereign and the others were petrified. The feeling of falling into a dark hell was scarier than death. Every titled ancient god has terrifying strength. They can destroy countless worlds with a flick of their fingers. However, the difference between their levels is very obvious. Although the green and blue thumb rings are only one level apart, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Old monster Xianxia, you have no hope. When I break out of the seal and summon the devil nightmare race, it will be the time of your death. Haha. Devil nightmare's arrogant voice came from the seal again. Even Lord Feng can't stop it? Protector Tianhen was in despair as his mind went blank. Blue ancient god thumb ring. Chu body trembled as fear was written all over her face. Great Elder He Qing and the others felt their souls leave their bodies. This was the first time they felt such intense fear and despair. The existence of a titled ancient god was like an unsurpassable power, causing people to feel endless despair just by hearing it. I have been in the ancient immortal world for millions of years, but I have never heard of Lord Feng. I am really curious. Who is this Lord Feng that you speak of? Devil Nightmare asked curiously. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. Pangu World, Control Temple. Emissary, I have summoned you. Why did you come so late? Are you looking down on this ancient god? A black-robed old man asked coldly in the hall. Lord titled ancient god, I was chasing after Devil Nightmare in the ancient immortal world, so I was delayed. I did not disrespect you. The emissary was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. A titled ancient god was terrifying. He could destroy the entire Pangu world with a flick of his finger. The emissary did not know if the titled ancient god would kill him because he was dissatisfied. Have you found any traces of Devil Nightmare? The titled ancient god asked. Lord titled ancient god, I do not know who Devil Nightmare is in the ancient immortal world. I have asked some experts, but they did not know either. Hence, I have not found anything yet, the emissary replied respectfully. Humph. Useless trash. The titled ancient god snorted. Pfft. Just a snort caused the emissary to vomit blood and be severely injured. The controller at the side had long been scared out of his wits. His face was incomparably pale. Even though he was worried that the emissary would be killed, the controller did not dare to speak. Even the ancient god expert behind the temple didn't dare to utter a word. That old bastard Kingslayer said that Devil Nightmare is still alive. It should be true. He must be somewhere in the ancient immortal world, the titled ancient god mumbled to himself. The titled ancient god glanced at the emissary and said, continue investigating. If you can't find anything, this ancient god will kill you. Yes. Lord titled ancient god. The emissary replied respectfully before disappearing in a flash, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Regardless of whether he could find it or not, he had to accept the order and take it one step at a time. You, go and get some wine for me, the titled ancient god said, pointing at the ancient god. He was very domineering. Yes. No matter how unwilling the ancient god was, he didn't dare to disobey the order. Since Devil Nightmare is still alive, there is no need to be anxious. That old bastard Kingslayer is about to wake up. The titled ancient god muttered to himself. On the balcony of the 6th floor of Wind Restaurant, Feng Wuchen was helpless and depressed. His plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Man proposes, God disposes. Feng Wuchen really couldn't deal with the titled ancient god. Firstly, he couldn't borrow the power of the emperor. Secondly, the emperor couldn't help him. Thirdly, Feng Wuchen only had the ancient god ring. Feng Wuchen didn't know if he could summon the owner of the ancient god ring. Emperor Chongqing, can I summon a titled ancient god from the ancient god ring? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. Why do you need to summon a titled ancient god? Emperor Chongqing asked curiously. Of course it's because I'm in trouble. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. If you have the ancient god ring, of course you can summon it. Emperor Ming chuckled. I can. Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he hadn't tried it before. Feng Wuchen had to confirm it. Feng Wuchen, if you don't have it, I can give you some ancient god rings. They are all my disciples. Emperor Tianji said. Thank you, Emperor Tianji. But I do have the ancient god ring. Feng Wuchen smiled. After saying that, Feng Wuchen suddenly thought of something. He quickly asked, 3 emperors, can you send me back to the holy world? This shouldn't affect my cultivation, right? I didn't use your power. I just need you to help me. Emperor Yuanzhi won't blame you. That's not a problem. Emperor Chongqing chuckled. Haha. That's great. Thank you, Emperor Chongqing. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. He was extremely happy. At that moment, Feng Wuchen had the urge to fall in love with Emperor Chongqing. He was too considerate. The figures of Ling Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao appeared in his mind. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more excited he became. Let's go. Emperor Chongqing smiled. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen disappeared from the spot. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already back in the Holy World. It happened in an instant. The 10 Directions Great Emperors were just that terrifying. The familiar environment, the familiar aura, it was the Holy World. Holy World. This is the profound Holy World. I'm finally back. Haha. Feng Wuchen was very excited. He immediately spread out his divine sense. Daddy Long, Mother, Wife, Xiaoxiao, Qingyang, Qingqing, Nidian, Shan Tong. Familiar auras appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. Everyone's cultivation had reached the true immortal realm. Even Ling Xiaoxiao had reached the true immortal realm. She had temporarily put her cultivation on hold to take care of her daughter. Who's wailing like a ghost? Did someone die in your house? Feng Wuchen had just finished laughing when an angry shout was heard. Then, a person appeared in a flash. It was a middle-aged man, an 8-star holy venerable. Feng Wuchen glanced at him and grinned. He waved his hand, and the middle-aged man was instantly immobilized. You, what did you do to me? The man was shocked and furious. He used all his strength, but he could not break free. Feng Wuchen did not say anything. He disappeared in a flash. This person hid his cultivation well. I can't see his cultivation base. He could immobilize me with a wave of his hand. What kind of skill is this? Who is this person? The man gritted his teeth. His face was ferocious. I think I've seen this guy somewhere before. The man was suddenly stunned. He felt that Feng Wuchen looked familiar, but he could not recall where. Not long after Feng Wuchen left, the immobilization skill on the man was lifted. The man was stunned. Is this person a true immortal? Why can't I remember? The man frowned and tried hard to recall. Wait. Could it be him? It's very similar. Very similar. But that's not right. Didn't that person ascend? Is he back? The middle-aged man's face was filled with fear. He was scared out of his wits. End of chapter. Temple of Rakshasa. There were many people in the palace, but it was very quiet. Everyone spoke softly. If it was in the past, there would definitely be sounds of fighting. But now, it was very quiet. Because a little master was sleeping in the palace, in the main hall, Long Tianqiu, Feng Jingxiong, and the others chatted very softly. They were worried that they would disturb the little master's sleep. Xiaoxiao, mother will watch over you. Rest well. Look at how cute your little face is. Mother Long laughed softly. In a few months, our little baby will be 1 year old. Xiao Qingqing laughed softly, her face filled with joy. Xiaoxiao, the spirit liquid refined by the great elder. Drink it quickly. It will help your body recover and your cultivation. Miao Qingqing brought in a bowl of spirit liquid. Thank you. Ling Xiaoxiao thanked her. Xiaoxiao hasn't woken up yet? Lan Yu, Yang Meier, and Mu Honglian walked in softly. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, she slept for 2 hours. She should be awake soon. Xiaoxiao, you go and cultivate first. Leave Xiaoxiao to us. Yang Meier laughed softly. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. She was very relieved. Ever since Xiaoxiao was born, Miao Qingqing and the others had come to help her. They tried their best to give Ling Xiaoxiao more time to cultivate. At the same time, Lu Qingyang, Bai Duyan, and the others lazily lay on the top of the palace. They had a blade of grass in their mouths as they looked at the void. I don't know how long we can last. We don't dare to cultivate anymore. The alliance leader's wife hasn't broken through to the true immortal realm yet. Bai Duyan curled his lips. He was looking forward to ascending to the ancient immortal world. I wonder how Big Brother Feng is doing. There's no news at all. Lu Qingyang sighed. He missed him. With the alliance leader's terrifying talent, coupled with the heaven-defying god orb and spatial ring, his cultivation must be terrifying. Yi Tianwei laughed. Teacher has already left us far behind. Zhang Junlan smiled. She then spat out the grass in her mouth and said, little Xiaoxiao should be waking up soon. Let's go. We can't let Xiaoxiao be too tired. We have to give her enough time to cultivate. Let's go. The leader is not here. We have to protect the young leader. We can't let the leader worry about us, Yi Tianqing said. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already appeared above the temple of Rakshasa and was looking down at the palace. Feng Wuchen grinned. Using the transformation technique, he instantly turned into another person. Swish, in the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared above the temple of Rakshasa. Who's there? Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted in a low voice, his eyes sweeping over the palace. Swish. Swish. In the sky above the palace, dozens of figures appeared at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura. The leaders were War God Shui, Long Nidian, and the others. Who are you? Long Nidian frowned and asked, looking at Feng Wuchen cautiously. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He looked like he was here to cause trouble. Tian Tu stared at Feng Wuchen and said coldly, this is the temple of Rakshasa. No one is allowed to enter. No one is allowed to come within 1,000 meters of the temple. Do you know the consequences of trespassing? Feng Wuchen grinned and said, the temple of Rakshasa is indeed powerful. Senior Tian Tu, little Xiaoxiao hasn't woken up yet. Zhang Junlan hurriedly whispered. Leave immediately. If you disturb our little master's sleep, don't blame me for being rude. Tian Tu said coldly. Swish. Swish, at that moment, Fiery Dragon, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, and the others flashed over. Supreme Immortal. The temple of Rakshasa is indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Yan Long took out a top-tier saint sword. A terrifying aura burst out. He stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and said, either get lost. Or die. You choose. It's impossible for me to get lost. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It was not easy for him to come back. He didn't even see his wife and daughter. How could Feng Wuchen just leave? Then die, Xianyuan Mo said coldly. Mose, finish this quickly. Don't disturb the little master, Shuetu quickly said. At the same time, he set up a barrier to protect the palace Xiaoxiao was in. All of you can come at me together. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Hearing this, Long Nidian and the others' faces darkened. If not for the fact that Xiaoxiao was sleeping, Long Nidian and the others would have already attacked based on Feng Wuchen's words. Together? Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily, how dare you look down on us? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Shameless boasting. Bei Duyan shouted angrily. A terrifying murderous aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. I would like to see what kind of ability you have to behave so atrociously in the temple of Rakshasa. Long Nidian said coldly. An incomparably surging power burst out. Buzz. The terrifying power shook the entire holy world. The void turned dark in the blink of an eye. The holy world that had been peaceful for a long time suddenly had a terrifying power crazily erupting. Countless forces and cultivators were frightened. Boom. Long Nidian ferociously shot out. His speed was shocking and his power was terrifying. He gave people a feeling of invincibility. Long Nitian's speed was shocking. He arrived in an instant and ruthlessly slammed his palm towards Feng Wuchen. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen raised his hand lightly, and the two palms collided. There was a loud explosion, and an extremely terrifying and destructive energy ripple spread out. What? Long Nitian's palm landed and he was immediately stunned. Feng Wuchen's casual palm had completely blocked Long Nitian's ferocious attack. So strong. Zhang Junlan frowned. It was hard to imagine that there was such a terrifying expert in the holy world. Brother Nitian's strength can't even push Feng Wuchen back half a step. Who is he? Long Qinghun was shocked and in disbelief. Tian Tu frowned and said solemnly, this person is very strong. Let's attack together. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily and suddenly soared into the sky. Humph. I would like to see how strong he is. Bei Duyan said fiercely. A monstrous aura burst out. At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao walked out of the palace and sensed that something had happened. Her beautiful eyes looked up at the palace. Wife. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful figure, Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. Xiaoxiao, go back and cultivate. Leave this to us, Lu Qingyang said hurriedly. However, Ling Xiaoxiao merely glanced at it, and her entire body trembled. Husband? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. What? Husband? When Ling Xiaoxiao said that, Lu Qingyang and the others widened their eyes. My wife can still recognize me even after I transformed into someone else's appearance. That's amazing. Feng Wuchen was shocked. You are brother Feng? Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. What kind of joke is this? He's the leader? Xiaoxiao must be mistaken. He's not the leader at all. Beta Yan was in disbelief. Master? Young master? Tian Tu and Long Nidian were also shocked and petrified. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. No one dared to believe that such an ugly man was actually Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had hidden himself too well and had turned into someone else. It was normal that they couldn't recognize him. Husband? Is it really you? Ling Xiaoxiao was very excited. Tears fell from her beautiful eyes. It's me. How did you recognize me, my wife? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. As he spoke, he had turned back into Feng Wuchen and his voice was exactly the same as Feng Wuchen's. Big brother Feng. It's really Big brother Feng. Haha. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. Alliance leader. Teacher. Young master. Seeing Feng Wuchen's appearance, the Beta Yan and the others were shocked. Their eyes were wide with joy and shock. It was really Feng Wuchen. Husband. That's great. You're back. Xiaoxiao missed you so much. Ling Xiaoxiao was very happy. She jumped into Feng Wuchen's arms with a happy face. Ling Xiaoxiao was very sure that this was not a dream. Gently wiping Ling Xiaoxiao's tears, Feng Wuchen smiled gently. Wife, I missed you too. Wife, you've worked hard. How is Xiaoxiao? I miss Xiaoxiao so much. I miss you and Xiaoxiao every day in the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen was very happy. Xiaoxiao is still sleeping. Mother and Qingqing are all helping. I didn't have to work hard at all. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Wife, how did you recognize me? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. No matter how you change, your eyes and the feeling of familiarity will never change. I see. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. No wonder you were able to block my attack so easily. And here I thought some impressive expert had appeared in the saint's world. So it's the young master. Long Nidian flew over and smiled politely. Your strength has improved very quickly. The realm of your physical body has already surpassed the indestructible golden body. Very good, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Lu Qingyang came over in a flash and said excitedly, as expected of Big Brother Feng. You are indeed powerful after coming back from the ancient immortal world. Teacher. Zhang Junlan, Beta Yan, and the others also rushed over. Alliance leader. Crimson King, Chaos God, Huan Yang, and the others all flashed over. They looked very excited. Alliance. Alliance Master. The Alliance leader is back. When the soldiers of the Temple of Rakshasa and the crowd saw Feng Wuchen, they were all stunned on the spot. In the end, they were all ecstatic, but they did not dare to make a sound. Quick, report this. A soldier said excitedly. After a while, Long Tianqiu, Feng Jingxiong, and the others all came out of the majestic palaces. Long Chen It's really Chen This is great. Long Tianqiu and the others were ecstatic. There was finally news of Feng Wuchen. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was safe and sound, everyone was relieved. No matter how Feng Wuchen was doing in the ancient immortal world, at least he was still alive. Father, mother, father-in-law, grand elder. Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao down. Xiaoxiao. Let father hug you. White and chubby, father missed you so much. Seeing the sleeping Xiaoxiao in Xiaoqingqing's arms, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and immediately rushed over to carry her. "Husband, be gentler," Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. "Big brother Feng, wake her up later. You can coax her if she cries." Miao Qingqing quickly said. "I'll coax her." Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, Long Shihun and the experts of the dragon gods arrived at the same time. They were all familiar faces. Kuei-Ying also arrived with the divine shadow guards. "Welcome to the sacred world." Kuei-Ying and the other divine shadow guards and experts of the dragon god temple bowed respectfully. "Brother Feng, you finally came back." Long Xiaoyang, Shan Tong, and the others also came. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed. "Three primogenitors, three elders." Long Shihun smiled and nodded. It's good that you're safe." "We're relieved." "Brat, we're so happy to know that you're back." "How was it? How was the ancient immortal world?" Long Shitian asked excitedly. "It's a very powerful world. You'll definitely like it." Feng Wuchen smiled. The ancient immortal world was above the sacred world. Everyone was naturally looking forward to ascending. Long Tianqiu smiled happily. "Three primogenitors, everyone, please enter the main hall." However, what Feng Wuchen didn't know was that his return to the sacred world had been detected by the emissary of order and the temple of control. Who has the guts to leave the ancient immortal world and violate the order of heaven and earth? The titled ancient god of the temple of control said coldly. He glanced at the titled ancient god and asked coldly, "The temple of control controls the order of heaven and earth. If someone violates the order of heaven and earth, how should they be punished?" "A light punishment would be destruction of the body. A heavy punishment would be death." The ancient god replied respectfully, but his face was extremely pale. The ancient god and the temple of control were terrified. How could they not know who it was? This ancient god wants to see who is so daring to ignore the order of heaven and earth. The titled ancient god said fiercely, as if he really thought of himself as the overlord of the Pangu world. "Emissary, immediately punish the person who violated the order of heaven and earth." The titled ancient god ordered. "What?" The emissary's face suddenly changed. He was instantly petrified and scared out of his wits. "Yes. Lord titled ancient god." The emissary replied respectfully. He was so frightened that his body trembled and his mind went blank. "Punish Feng Wuchen severely? Wasn't this courting death? What should we do?" The emissary was in a dilemma. The ancient god and the titled ancient god behind the ancient immortal world had been defeated. Several titled ancient gods and many ancient gods of the Pangu world were also seriously injured. No one could do anything to this titled ancient god who had a blue ancient god ring. If the emissary disobeyed the order, he would definitely die. The temple of control would also be ruthlessly destroyed. However, if he carried out the order, he would definitely die. What should we do? What should we do? The emissary was extremely anxious and panicked. He couldn't think of a way at all. Although the titled ancient god was terrifying, the emissary would rather submit to Feng Wuchen than submit to the arrogant titled ancient god. "Wait, Master said before that the titled ancient god with the green ancient god ring was the disciple of the senior in his body. Could that senior also have a blue ancient god ring?" The emissary suddenly remembered what Feng Wuchen had said before and couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, the emissary hurried to the holy world. "Master, something has happened. You have violated the order of heaven and earth in the holy world. The titled ancient god has already noticed and ordered me to punish you severely." The emissary's panicked voice came. "Punish me severely?" Feng Wuchen was stunned and said, "He noticed it so quickly? I was planning to stay in the holy world for a few days." "Master, even if you come back now, it will be too late." "Master, do you have any ideas?" The emissary asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen had returned to the sacred world for less than 10 minutes. He hadn't even hugged his wife and daughter, so why would he return? What was the difference between returning like this and not returning at all? Isn't he just being suppressed for violating the order of heaven and earth? How is he being punished? How is he being punished? He isn't abusing his authority, right? That old B** doesn't care about his own matters and insists on interfering with mine. Feng Wuchen frowned and felt depressed. The controlling shrine is already under the control of the titled ancient god. Without any experts appearing, he has the final say in Pangu world. The emissary transmitted a message and felt helpless. The emissary's words made sense. Strength was everything. Now that the controlling shrine was under control, the titled ancient god could punish him however he wanted. Master, can you ask that senior to come out? The emissary asked. Feng Wuchen didn't know how to reply. The 10 Directions Great Emperor definitely wouldn't interfere. He isn't qualified. Bring this ancient god ring back and tell him not to disturb me. You can keep this ring first. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message and an ancient god ring appeared in front of the emissary. Purple ancient god ring. Master actually has a purple ancient god ring. Seeing the ancient god ring in front of him, the emissary was shocked. At the same time, his heart was filled with joy. The purple ancient god ring was 1 level stronger than the blue ancient god ring. It was enough to suppress the titled ancient god. Yes. Master. I will return now. The emissary transmitted a message respectfully. He was looking forward to the expression of the titled ancient god when he saw the purple ancient god ring. Feng Wuchen had plenty of ancient god rings. Even if it was the highest grade black one, Feng Wuchen still had a bunch of them. If the emissary knew about it, he would probably be scared to death. At the same time, Protector Tianhen searched for Feng Wuchen crazily. However, he couldn't find a single trace of Feng Wuchen. He didn't reply to any of his messages either. Protector Tianhen personally went to Fenghua City to ask, but Jian Chou and the others didn't know if Feng Wuchen was cultivating. Lord Feng. Can you hear me? Something big has happened. Protector Tianhen continuously transmitted messages to Feng Wuchen. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Feng Wuchen was in the saint's world, so Protector Tianhen's message obviously couldn't reach him. Feng Wuchen didn't reply at all. This made Protector Tianhen extremely anxious. Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen, First Elder He Qing, and the others were all in a pinch. They had no way to deal with the titled ancient god of Pangu realm. Protector Tianhen, how is it? Is there any news of Lord Feng? Within the hall, Yan Chen asked anxiously. Everyone looked at Protector Tianhen in panic. Protector Tianhen was filled with despair. I personally headed to Windfire City and there was no news of Lord Feng. Jianzhou said that Lord Feng might be in secluded meditation. Seclusion? Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen was stunned. When would he come out of seclusion? Do you know when Lord Feng will come out of seclusion? First Elder He Qing asked anxiously. Jianzhou said that sometimes it would be a few days, sometimes it would be half a month. Hopefully, Lord Feng will come out of seclusion soon, Protector Tianhen said helplessly. Half a month? Yan Chen frowned and said worriedly, can we wait for another half a month? That titled ancient god will probably descend in a few days. Protector Tianhen, go to Windfire City and wait for Lord Feng to come out of seclusion. Only Lord Feng has a solution now, First Elder He Qing said anxiously. At this moment, he didn't have the demeanor of a First Elder and was panicking. Yes. Protector Tianhen said respectfully. This was the only solution. Pangu Realm, Control God Palace. The emissary appeared and rushed towards the hall. The emissary has returned, the controller said in panic. He didn't know what was going on. Lord Ancient God, what should we do now? The controller asked in panic. Wait and see. Hopefully, Lord Feng can save us. Otherwise, we. The ancient god replied. After a while, the emissary entered the hall and reported respectfully, Lord Ancient God, the person who violated the order of the world asked me to bring back something. This ancient god asked you to punish him severely. Will you punish him severely? The ancient god asked coldly. I don't dare to punish him severely, the emissary replied. Why not? He is just an ant from the lower world. He violated the order of the world and should be punished severely. How dare you go against this ancient god's orders? The ancient god squinted his eyes and stared fiercely at the emissary. The emissary was unable to endure it any longer, and he withdrew the ancient god ring that Feng Wuchen had given him and said, I really don't dare. If Lord Titled Ancient God dares to punish me, then I'll ask the Titled Ancient God to do it himself. I am not a Titled Ancient God and can't offend you. After saying that, the emissary presented the purple ancient god ring with both hands. Purple ancient god ring. Seeing the ancient god ring in the emissary's hand, the ancient god, the controller, and the elders were all shocked and their eyes popped out. Purple ancient god ring. When the ancient god saw it, his face changed drastically. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He took a few steps back as if he had seen a ghost. Purple ancient god ring. He must have gotten it from Lord Feng. The controller was frightened and overjoyed. With the purple ancient god ring, he could suppress the ancient god who was acting like a tyrant in front of him. It's actually a purple ancient god ring. The ancient god was shocked. He was terrified. Who is Lord Feng? He even has a purple ancient god ring. Seeing the ancient god's terrified expression, the emissary felt relieved. He even had the urge to roar at the sky. It was simply too good. Lord Ancient God, the purple ancient god ring is more powerful than your blue one. I don't think Lord Ancient God can afford to offend it, right? The emissary smiled slightly. He looked respectful. But he was laughing coldly in his heart. The ancient god looked at the ancient god ring in the emissary's hand in horror. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak. His old face was full of fear. There was a difference of one level between blue and purple, but their abilities were also worlds apart. Emissary, is this the ancient god ring that Lord Feng gave you? The ancient god quickly asked. Lord Ancient God. It's from Lord Feng. The emissary replied, Lord Ancient God, we have hope. This purple ancient god ring is enough to suppress this old bastard. That's great. Lord Feng can really save us. The ancient god was overjoyed. Emissary, this purple ancient god ring, who gave it to you? The ancient god suddenly came to his senses and asked in horror. Someone who violated the order of heaven and earth. He also said that he hopes Lord Ancient God won't bother him. At the same time, he wants Lord Ancient God to get out of Panga Realm and not interfere with anything in Panga Realm. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. He only said this once. The emissary smiled. Then, he put the purple ancient god ring into his storage ring in front of the ancient god. Gulp, the ancient god was scared out of his wits. His old face turned pale. How could someone from the mortal world have a purple ancient god ring? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is he a titled ancient god? Why would a titled ancient god go to the world of ants? Why would he casually bring the ancient god ring back to the emissary? Is it fake? No, the ancient god ring can't be fake. The titled ancient god was extremely frightened. His old face was extremely pale and his body trembled. The fear came from the deepest part of his soul. It was an overwhelming fear. A titled ancient god who had a purple ancient god ring was extremely powerful. He was definitely not someone a blue titled ancient god could match. Lord Titled Ancient God, please leave the control temple and Panga realm immediately. Otherwise, once the owner of the purple ancient god ring comes, you won't be able to leave. I don't think I need to tell you the consequences of disobeying orders. The emissary smiled slightly and looked at the titled ancient god proudly. Lord Titled Ancient God, you have already offended him by ordering severe punishment. You have also injured several titled ancient gods and many other ancient gods in Panga realm. You are lucky that the titled ancient god did not pursue the matter. You had better leave, the ancient god said. The emissary had the purple ancient god ring, so they were not afraid of the titled ancient god in front of them. The titled ancient god's old face quickly became gloomy. He stared fiercely at the ancient god and the emissary, as if he wanted to tear them into pieces. Don't use the purple ancient god ring to threaten me, the titled ancient god shouted angrily. A cold murderous aura spread out. It was frightening. The titled ancient god said that I will keep this purple ancient god ring for the time being to prevent you from stirring up trouble in the Panga realm. If you don't leave, I can use this ring to summon him, the emissary added. Humph. You want to scare me with a purple ancient god ring? Do you really think that I am afraid of an ancient god ring? The titled ancient god said angrily. Unfortunately, the fear on his old face had betrayed him. Not afraid? Why? Do you have the ability to fight against a purple titled ancient god? I think you had better not overestimate yourself. If you lose your life, wouldn't your cultivation as a titled ancient god be wasted? It is not easy to become a titled ancient god, the emissary said with a cold smile. The titled ancient god stared fiercely at the emissary, wanting to swallow him alive. Humph! You dare to speak to me like that? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The titled ancient god said fiercely, and his old face turned sinister. Titled ancient god ring. Titled ancient god ring. Titled ancient god ring. Titled ancient god. Titled god ancient god. Titled ancient god god. Titled. You. Of. Titled you god. B. Titled god. Pooh. Titled s god. Emissary. The ancient god, controller, and the others turned pale with fright. The terrifying power of a titled ancient god was enough to annihilate an emissary with a single finger. The emissary wiped the blood from his mouth and said fiercely. Aren't you afraid? Why don't you kill me? Since you want to die. This ancient god will fulfill your wish. The titled ancient god was enraged. Titled ancient god, please show mercy, the ancient god shouted in panic. Humph. The titled ancient god snorted and glared at the ancient god, the ancient god, and the others. The titled ancient god's aura exploded. The ancient god, 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 and the elders all turned pale. The emissary clenched his teeth, and his eyes became fierce. He said coldly, try me if you dare. If I die, you won't live either. It's worth it to die with a titled ancient god. With the purple ancient god ring in his hand, the emissary didn't believe that the titled ancient god would dare to kill him. He had to take a gamble. Old thing. Since you don't intend to leave and still want to kill me, I won't hold back, the emissary said fiercely and took out the purple ancient god ring from his storage ring. The titled ancient god's face changed when he saw the purple ancient god ring. Intense fear surged in his heart. It was as if the purple ancient god ring was made to suppress him. Come on. Kill me. The emissary shouted angrily. He looked as if he wanted to die, and he was extremely fierce. The terrified titled ancient god broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to move in front of the purple ancient god ring. The titled ancient god was very clear that once he attacked, he would be disrespecting the purple titled ancient god. The consequences were not something he could bear. Titled ancient gods couldn't be humiliated. Those who humiliated them would die. Come on. Aren't you a titled ancient god? Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you not afraid of the purple ancient god ring? Why don't you dare to attack? The emissary shouted angrily when he saw the titled ancient god's fearful expression and didn't dare to attack. Humph. You're lucky today. I also know a purple titled ancient god. I'll remember this. I'll deal with all of you together next time. The titled ancient god said angrily. Then, he flashed away. The purple ancient god ring was too terrifying. Even if the titled ancient god was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to stay for too long. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. After the titled ancient god left, the terrifying aura and pressure disappeared instantly. The emissary and the others immediately collapsed to the ground. They felt as if they had been pardoned and were completely relieved. The existence of a titled ancient god was too terrifying. Emissary, how are you? An elder hurriedly asked. The emissary's injuries were very serious. His face was as pale as a corpse's, and he only had one breath left. I'm fine. This time, it's all thanks to Lord Feng's purple ancient god ring. Otherwise, we would have been killed by that old thing sooner or later, the emissary said with difficulty. He didn't even have the strength to get up. The ancient god helped the emissary up and said, Emissary, you did well this time. Not only did you save the control shrine, but you also saved the entire Panga realm. Lord Ancient God, to be honest, it feels really good to scare a titled ancient god to such a state and force him to retreat, the emissary said weakly. A smile appeared on his pale face. The ancient god frowned slightly and said solemnly, although we escaped this time, we don't know what will happen next time. However, with Lord Fang's purple ancient god ring, that old thing will be wary and won't dare to attack recklessly. Emissary, quickly take a healing pill. An elder hurriedly took out a healing pill and fed it to the emissary. With the help of a powerful healing pill, the emissary wasn't worried about his life. Lord Ancient God, Lord Controller, I have to go to the Holy World to report to Lord Feng, the emissary said respectfully. Although he was seriously injured, it didn't affect his journey to the Holy World. Sacred World. Master, that titled ancient god has been scared away. However, he said that he knows a titled ancient god with a purple ancient god ring and that he will return. The messenger transmitted a message respectfully. Let's wait for him to return. If there's nothing, don't disturb me taking care of my daughter. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was carrying Xiaoxiao and strolling around a city. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing were following them. Master, aren't you worried that he will bring back a purple titled ancient god? The messenger asked respectfully. His expression was stiff. The messenger felt that Feng Wuchen didn't care about it at all. Is there any use in worrying? What will come will come. I don't have time to care about Panga World. Let's wait for him to return. You can keep the purple ancient god ring. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message. He didn't care about it at all. Oh right, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return so soon. Feng Wuchen added. Feng Wuchen intended to stay in the sacred world for a few more days. After all, he didn't know when he would return again. Hence, he wanted to spend more time with his wife and children. Other than that, Feng Wuchen also intended to raise the bloodline of the Rakshasa god race and the divine monkey race. He also intended to impart them with powerful techniques and spells. Yes. Thank you, Master. I will return to Panga World first. The messenger transmitted a message respectfully before leaving the sacred world. Ancient immortal world. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In Feng Restaurant, Protector Tian Hen was restless. His face was filled with panic. It had only been 3 days, but Protector Tian Hen felt that 3 years had passed. 3 days. It has already been 3 days. Will that titled ancient god descend soon? Protector Tian Hen was filled with panic. His face was pale and his body was trembling nonstop. Protector Tian Hen, what happened? Can't we help? Looking at Protector Tian Hen's panicked expression, Jian Chou asked curiously. That's right. Protector Tian Hen, you have waited for 3 days. What happened to make Protector Tian Hen so panicked? If we can help, just let us know. We will do our best. Ning Tiancheng also asked curiously. Sai, you can't help with this matter. This is something that happened millions of years ago. Only the Lord Feng can solve it. Jian Chou, when will the Lord Feng come out of seclusion? I am about to die from anxiousness. Protector Tian Hen asked anxiously. He couldn't wait any longer. Jian Chou scratched his head awkwardly and smiled bitterly. This. Protector Tian Hen, I don't know. The reverends are all in seclusion at different times. There is no point in being anxious. Protector Tian Hen, why don't you head back first? It's not a good idea for you to waste time like this. Once Reverend Lord comes out of seclusion, I'll immediately report to you. Protector Tian Hen, what do you think? Jian Chou suggested. Okay, let's hope that Lord Feng can come out quickly. I will return to report. Tian Heng nodded his head and panicked. He then turned around and left. Young Master Qiu Tian. After Protector Tian Hen left, Jian Chou summoned Qiu Tian. Commander Supreme. Qiu Tian bowed respectfully. Young Master Qiu Tian, didn't I tell you? When there are no outsiders, just call me Jian Chou. I can't accept a peak 7-star ancient immortal venerable being so respectful to me, the ancient immortal king. Plus, you're a top genius in the ancient immortal world. I feel honored to be able to meet a terrifying genius like you, Xianxia smiled bitterly. Okay. Qiu Tian smiled faintly. Young Master Qiu Tian, do you know what happened? Protector Tian Hen is a popular person under Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable. What could make him so panicked? Even Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable can't solve it? Xianxia asked curiously. Hearing this, Qiu Tian went silent. Young Master Qiu Tian, don't tell me you don't know how terrifying the 8 desolate heavenly bull race is? Ning Tiancheng asked. To be honest, I am not too sure. Qiu Tian shook his head. Tell us. Xianxia and Ning Tiancheng asked at the same time. They even signaled for Qiu Tian to sit down. Qiu Tian said solemnly, not long ago, my grandfather sensed an extremely terrifying aura. However, it was faintly discernible. This aura belonged to an expert called Nightmare Devil. The ancestor of the Nightmare Devil race was sealed by Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable during the war 1,000,000 years ago. And now, Nightmare Devil's cultivation has already surpassed Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable. I'm afraid the seal will be broken soon. However, this isn't enough to make Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable so fearful. But other than Nightmare Devil, I can't think of anything else. That's why I said I am not too sure. Nightmare Devil race? Xianxia frowned. He had never heard of it before. I didn't expect there to be an expert stronger than Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable in the ancient immortal world. Ning Tiancheng's face was filled with fear. Qiu Tian smiled faintly, that was true 1,000,000 years ago. However, it is hard to say if Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable is the strongest after 1,000,000 years. The ancient immortal world isn't as simple as it looks. There are many supreme forces in the ancient immortal world. There are even some extremely terrifying rogue cultivators. They like to be alone and aren't restricted by sections. Xianxia nodded, young Master Qiu Tian is right. The ancient immortal world is so big and there are countless experts. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable might not be the strongest. Whoosh, at this moment, Heavenly Demon's figure appeared. Lord Sovereign, more than 10 ancient immortal emperors have entered the immortal soul world. There is a Lord Ancient Immortal leading them. They are heading towards our windy fire city. Heavenly Demon reported respectfully. Heading towards windy fire city? Are they coming for us? Ning Tiancheng frowned and guessed. Do you know which force they are from? Xianxia frowned and asked. He could vaguely guess. Heavenly Demon said respectfully, Lord Ancient Palace of Northern Immortal Domain. Lord Ancient Palace? Xianxia frowned and asked doubtfully, Northern Immortal Domain? Did our Dragon Soul offend Lord Ancient Palace? Dragon Soul has never left the immortal soul world. How could it offend Lord Ancient Palace? Ning Tiancheng was stunned. He could not figure it out. Lord Sovereign, this might be related to Yi Hongyun. The last time they sent more than 10 ancient immortal emperors, they were all killed by us. They will not be satisfied. Yi Hongyun's master is Immortal Venerable Qing Ran, the #1 alchemist in the southern immortal domain. It is not impossible for Yi Hongyun to seek help from Lord Ancient Palace. Heavenly Demon said respectfully. The southern immortal domain went to the northern immortal domain for help? Xianxia was stunned. They are indeed coming for us. Qiu Tian frowned as he sensed a powerful aura flying towards them. How is Lord Ancient Palace's strength? Xianxia asked. Qiu Tian said seriously, Lord Ancient Palace is very powerful. Not only in the northern immortal domain, but even in the entire ancient immortal domain, they are a transcendent force. Even the ancient immortal palace is wary of them. Lord Ancient Palace, Shi Tian Feng, is the #1 genius in the northern immortal domain. He is a 7-star ancient immortal venerable. Even in the entire ancient immortal domain, he is very powerful. Qiu Tian's figure disappeared after he finished speaking. So powerful? Ning Tiancheng's eyes widened in shock. Xianxia immediately ordered, Dragon Soul, prepare for battle at any time. End of chapter. Polar Star Immortal Sect. Commander Xingyan frowned and said doubtfully, Yi Hongyun really isn't giving up. He actually dares to send people over. Commander Xingyan, the Dragon Soul's strength is so terrifying. They are just sending themselves to their deaths. The existence of the dragon's soul has already spread to the heaven immortal world, a great overarching golden immortal leader sneered. Commander Xianxia shook his head. That may be the case, but it's not that simple. The heavenly illumination immortal matter is only an ancient immortal emperor's power. A 3-star ancient immortal venerable came this time, but he's not from the heavenly illumination immortal matter. He's either invited by immortal venerable Qin Ran or someone from Guzun Hall. No matter who he is, once the battle starts, there will be heavy casualties. A great overarching golden immortal asked, Commander Xianxia, should we step in? They won't not give face to Guardian Tianhen, right? Commander Xianxia frowned. If it's sure Tianfeng, he won't care. Too many things have happened in the immortal soul world recently. Ever since Lord Feng came, the immortal soul world has changed, someone said. Commander Xianxia's face darkened, and a cold aura swept out. He said coldly, I don't want to hear such words a second time. No one is allowed to be disrespectful to Lord Feng. Yes, Commander. That person was frightened out of his wits. All of you stay here. I'll go alone, Commander Xianxia said. No matter what kind of enemy it was, as long as they came for Wind Restaurant and the Dragon's Soul, Commander Xianxia wouldn't sit back and do nothing. At the same time, Dongfeng Wushan and Yu Tianshan, the 2 ancient immortal emperors, rushed to Wind Fire City. Dongfeng Wushan naturally wouldn't sit back and do nothing. What's wrong with our immortal soul world? Why did so many things happen in half a year? Even ancient immortal venerables have come to our immortal soul world. The dragon's soul is now famous. After killing so many ancient immortal emperors and great overarching golden immortals, the power behind them won't let it go. The war is about to begin. Everyone, let's leave quickly. I don't know what happened last time. I only know that dragon's soul won. I was there at the time, but I just can't remember. Wave after wave of terrifying auras approached the fiery wind city, scaring everyone into fleeing. Outside the immortal soul world, Wu Yuan and Yi Hongyun appeared in the air above a towering mountain floating above the sea of clouds. Swish, a figure appeared in a flash. It was Commander Xianxia. Greetings, young master. Commander Xianxia respectfully saluted and said, they have already arrived at Firestorm City, but they did not detect the Dragon Soul's people. We've spent so many days in this tiny immortal soul world, yet we can't even find a single Dragon Soul supremacy. Commander Xianxia, you've really disappointed this young mistress, Yi Hongyun said discontentedly, her expression ugly. Please punish me, young lord. Commander Xianxia said respectfully. Junior brother, you can't blame Commander Xianxia. The Dragon Soul is extremely mysterious. Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed to detect it last time. Wu Yuan shook his head. Pass down the order. Take action immediately and capture a few Dragon Soul's people. This young mistress doesn't believe that we can't force them to speak. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Yes. Young mistress. Commander Xianxia said respectfully. Feng Restaurant in Firestorm City. Over 10 terrifying experts had already appeared above the palace, and their terrifying auras enveloped Feng Restaurant. From the looks of it, Yi Hongyun was planning to use Jian Chou to lure out the Dragon Soul. Palace Master, do you know who they are? Yu Tianshan asked with a frown. His old eyes were extremely grave. I don't know, but they must be related to the heavenly reflection immortal matter, Dongfeng Wushan said with certainty. Anyone would be able to guess. Swish, Commander Xianxia appeared in a flash and looked at the experts with a grave expression. Finally, his gaze landed on the 3-star ancient immortal venerable expert. They really aren't from the heavenly reflection immortal matter. Commander Xianxia frowned and thought to himself. Commander Xianxia, you better not interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, the tall and thin man in the lead said coldly. Commander Xianxia didn't expect the other party to be so domineering and not give him any face. I'm in charge of the immortal soul world, and you're telling me not to interfere? Commander Xianxia said coldly, his expression turning gloomy. Up to you, bear the consequences, the 3-star ancient immortal venerable said coldly, ignoring Commander Xianxia's existence. Commander Xianxia's face turned completely gloomy. Yi Hongyun sent you guys, right? Jian Chou asked coldly, staring at the experts without fear. Ning Tiancheng mocked, to deal with us, he even invited an ancient immortal venerable. Shouldn't we feel honored? Attack! Kill Xianxia, the 3-star ancient immortal venerable shouted coldly. The immortal soul world is where the dragon soul resides. No forces from the outside world are allowed to enter. All of you, leave quickly. A dignified voice suddenly rang out. Show yourself. What kind of ability is it to hide? This immortal venerable wants to see how strong the dragon's soul is, the 3-star ancient immortal venerable said coldly, without any fear. Boom. Buzz buzz. As he spoke, the 3-star ancient immortal venerable suddenly struck out with his palm, and the sky where the sound came from suddenly exploded. The terrifying power shook Firestorm City, and a huge pitch-black hole appeared in the void. You're courting death. The dignified voice was instantly filled with cold, bloodthirsty killing intent. Is that so? The 3-star ancient immortal venerable sneered. His figure flashed into the void, and a terrifying power burst forth. His entire body flashed with dazzling green light, and his might overflowed and surged endlessly. Buzz buzz. A destructive power burst forth, and the void trembled violently. In an instant, the entire immortal soul world was covered in darkness. Countless forces and cultivators of the immortal soul world were scared witless by this destructive power. A power that could change the color of heaven and earth. An ancient immortal venerable was so terrifying. At the same time, more than a dozen powerful ancient immortal emperors also flashed into the void and burst forth with terrifying power. Firestorm City was empty, and everyone had fled for their lives. It's about to begin. Yi Hongyun sneered. She could already feel the terrifying power. It shouldn't be difficult to catch a dragon soul venerable. Wu Yuan sneered. This time, we must not fail again. Xianxia's attitude towards me has become cold, and she doesn't even care about me. She won't even let me touch her. All of this is because of Xianxia and Feng Wuchen. Wait until we destroy the dragon's soul, then we'll deal with the two of them. Yi Hongyun said fiercely. After several failures, coupled with Lu Xian'er's indifference, Yi Hongyun felt endless humiliation. No matter what, she must destroy the dragon's soul, and kill Feng Wuchen and Xianxia. Come, let this immortal venerable see the strength of the dragon's soul. The 3-star ancient immortal venerable sneered, and his eyes were filled with contempt. Obviously, he was quite confident in his own strength. Are you very strong? A cold voice resounded, and then an incomparably terrifying aura burst forth. At that moment, the 3-star ancient immortal venerable and more than a dozen ancient immortal emperors' faces changed drastically. 6-star ancient immortal venerable. The dragon's soul actually has a 6-star ancient immortal venerable. The 3-star ancient immortal venerable was scared out of his wits. More than a dozen ancient immortal emperors were scared silly. A 6-star ancient immortal venerable. Commander Xianx's expression changed drastically as he thought to himself, the dragon's soul has another ancient immortal venerable expert. How many ancient immortal venerables does the dragon's soul have? Although this aura was terrifying, it was not as strong as Qiu Tian's or ancient moon immortal venerable's aura. How could Commander Xianxia not be shocked? Dongfang Wushan and Yu Tianshan were also stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and fear, and they almost couldn't breathe. At the same time, 6-star ancient immortal venerable. Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan turned pale with fright. They were scared out of their wits and were extremely terrified. They already knew that the dragon's soul had an ancient immortal venerable expert from the previous battle. However, Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan didn't expect that the dragon soul's ancient immortal venerable expert was actually at the level of 6 stars. The 3-star ancient immortal venerables and ancient immortal emperors they sent weren't even enough to fill the gap between the teeth. The person who attacked previously was the 6-star ancient immortal venerable? Where did the dragon soul get such a powerful expert? Who exactly is this dragon soul? Yi Hongyun's eyes widened in disbelief. How can there be a 6-star ancient immortal venerable in the immortal soul realm? Such an expert should have a certain reputation in the heaven immortal world, right? Why would he be willing to lower himself in the small immortal soul realm? Wu Yuan's face was filled with shock and fear. In the previous battle, the appearance of ancient immortal venerables and ancient immortal emperors in the dragon's soul was enough to shock them. However, there was a 6-star ancient immortal venerable expert now. They could only feel their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys churning violently as if they were in a terrifying prehistoric era. "Senior brother, what should we do? Are we going to fail again?" The terrified Yi Hongyun gritted his teeth and said angrily. His face was sinister and extremely unwilling. "We should have listened to young Master Shi Tianfeng and not made a move before investigating clearly. It's too late now." Wu Yuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. During this period of time, they had sent people to investigate the dragon's soul in the immortal soul realm, but to no avail. However, Yi Hongyun didn't have the patience to wait any longer. He wanted to take the initiative to attack to lure the dragon's soul out and capture them to interrogate them. In this way, it would save time for the investigation. But they never thought that the dragon's soul's strength would be so strong. This was a true ancient immortal venerable power. "Junior brother, let's leave quickly. This person must have detected our existence," Wu Yuan said with a look of horror. Being able to survive the last time was already extremely lucky. This time, it was hard to say. "Damn it. I can't accept this," Yi Hongyun said savagely, her heart exploding with rage. Ever since she met Feng Wuchen and Jian Chou, Yi Hongyun had been unable to do anything smoothly. It was as if she had been possessed. A strong sense of humiliation accumulated in the depths of Yi Hongyun's heart. "Junior brother, leave quickly. You don't want your life anymore?" Wu Yuan berated, immediately pulling Yi Hongyun and flying away. In the sky above Firestorm City, the 3-star ancient immortal venerables and a dozen ancient immortal emperors were already intimidated by the terrifying aura, and their faces were trembling with fear. "Who are you?" 3-star ancient immortal venerate suppressed the fear in his heart and asked with a pained expression on his face. He couldn't bear the terrifying pressure. The dragon soul actually has such a strong person. How are we going to capture him? This is simply courting death. 3-star ancient immortal venerate was terrified, and his face was incomparably pale. Although this person's strength is terrifying, this ancient immortal venerate is from the ancient sovereign hall. "I believe he won't dare to do anything." 3-star ancient immortal venerate comforted himself. However, just as 3-star ancient immortal venerate was comforting himself, the 6-star ancient immortal venerate made his move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A black figure flashed out with terrifying speed. As the black figure flickered, the dozen ancient immortal emperors trembled at the same time. Their expressions stiffened, and they instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. 3-star ancient immortal venerate turned pale with fright. The moment he reacted, a figure had already appeared in front of him before he could even turn around to look. Extremely terrifying strength, the person who came was a stranger. He wasn't the dragon soul war god, but was still a dragon soul venerable. The sudden appearance of the figure scared 3-star ancient immortal venerate so much that he took a few steps back subconsciously. One could imagine how scared he was. Recalling his arrogant and disdainful attitude just now, 3-star ancient immortal venerate was so regretful that his intestines turned green. 3-star ancient immortal venerate actually dares to behave atrociously in front of the dragon soul. "I think you're tired of living," 6-star ancient immortal venerate said coldly, his eyes filled with cold killing intent as he stared at 3-star ancient immortal venerate. In front of 6-star ancient immortal venerate, 3-star ancient immortal venerate felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. There was only endless fear in his heart. "Gue Su, ask him who sent him." Qiu Tian's voice sounded. "Who sent you?" Gue Su asked coldly, his cold killing intent locked onto 3-star ancient immortal venerate. 3-star ancient immortal venerate said with a trembling voice, "I'm from the ancient sovereign hall. If you dare to kill me, the ancient sovereign hall won't let the dragon's soul off." "Who sent you? Did I not ask clearly enough?" Gue Su said coldly, his killing intent instantly multiplied, completely ignoring the ancient sovereign hall. "Young Master Shi Tianfeng." 3-star ancient immortal venerate replied in fear. "Shi Tianfeng?" Jian Chou frowned slightly. Young Master Qiu Tianfeng was right, it is indeed related to him. "It's indeed Shi Tianfeng," Qiu Tian said in his heart. "Qiu Tian, the ancient sovereign hall is not weak, they are not inferior to your race. Shi Tianfeng is also not to be trifled with, do you want to kill him?" Gue Su asked. Sovereign said to kill enemies. We have already given them a chance earlier, there is no need to give them a second chance. Shi Tianfeng is indeed not to be trifled with, but with my current strength, dealing with him is as easy as flipping my hand. Qiu Tian replied. The bloodline of the 8 desolate heavenly bull race had already reached an unimaginable level. Qiu Tian had absolute confidence in defeating Shi Tianfeng. Although the ancient sovereign hall was strong, the 8 desolate heavenly bull race might be wary of it in the past, but there was no need to be wary now. Understood. Guisu nodded inwardly. I am one of young Master Shi Tianfeng's men. If you kill me, you will be disrespecting young Master Shi Tianfeng. You should know the consequences of offending young Master Shi Tianfeng. 3-star Ancient Immortal Venerate said in fear. Facing an expert like Guisu, he had no choice but to mention the ancient sovereign hall and Shi Tianfeng. I don't know. Guisu said coldly. With a wave of his hand, energy blades condensed on his arm and chopped off 3-star Ancient Immortal Venerate's head. 3-star Ancient Immortal Venerate couldn't believe that Guisu still dared to kill him after mentioning the ancient sovereign hall and Shi Tianfeng. Who exactly was the dragon soul? Was he not afraid of the ancient sovereign hall's revenge? Commander Xingyan and Dongfeng Wushan were dumbfounded. Looking at 3-star Ancient Immortal Venerate's corpse falling, Guisu said coldly, as long as you know the consequences of offending dragon soul. After saying that, Guisu's figure instantly disappeared as if he had never appeared. Their auras have disappeared. They have all been killed. Yi Hongyun looked back at the immortal soul world in fear. She could no longer sense the auras of the experts they sent out. Junior brother, let's go to the ancient sovereign hall immediately. Dragon soul has killed them, which is equivalent to offending the ancient sovereign hall. Young Master Shi Tianfeng will definitely not let this go, Wu Yuan said hurriedly. The terrifying aura disappeared, and Firestorm City regained its peace. They were arrogant just a second ago, but in the next second, they were all killed. 3-star Ancient Immortal Venerables and more than 10 Ancient Immortal Emperors didn't even have a chance to attack. The dragon soul was too powerful. After the battle ended, Dongfeng Wushan and Yu Tianshan left. Lord Feng's dragon soul has already grown to such an extent? Commander Xingyan was alarmed. Every additional ancient immortal venerable meant that the dragon soul's strength was even more terrifying. That person just now, I seem to have seen him somewhere before. He seems to be Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace's second young master, Guisu. That shouldn't be possible. Guisu is already dead, so how can he still be alive? Commander Xingyan thought to himself. Back then, Guisu and Gui Luo fought over the position of Palace Master, and they fought each other. Guisu was clearly killed, and all the major powers in the ancient immortal realm knew about it. How can he still be alive? He shouldn't be Guisu, he should just look like him, Commander Xingyan thought to himself. He wasn't sure if he had seen wrongly. Guisu, Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace's second young master. In the battle back then, Guisu was indeed killed. However, Guisu's remnant soul was saved by Qiu Tian and was kept in the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull race. After many years, he was finally revived. However, because of Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace, Guisu didn't dare to appear in the ancient immortal world. Now that he joined the Dragon Soul, Guisu finally saw the light of day again. The battle for power in Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace was extremely cold and heartless. Only the survivor of the battle between the 2 young masters had the right to take the position of Palace Master and the right to take over the position of Palace Master. Guisu's talent wasn't as good as his elder brother, Gui Luo. The elders of the Immortal Palace were biased towards Gui Luo and gave him powerful cultivation resources, resulting in a huge difference in their abilities. In that battle, Guisu didn't even have the power to resist. Because of the battle for the position of Palace Master, he was killed by Gui Luo mercilessly. Commander Xingyan, the battle is over. You can go back first. Jianchou smiled. Commander Xingyan nodded and left in a flash. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Reporting to Guardian Tianhen, during the battle between Guisu and Gui Luo back then, was Guisu killed? Commander Xingyan asked. Don't all the major powers in the ancient immortal realms know about it? If there's nothing else, don't bother me. Protector Tianhen sent a voice transmission in rage. At this moment, he was panicking to death. How could he be in the mood to care about anything else? Guardian Tianhen, Hall of Ancient Sovereigns has just sent people to Wind and Fire City. Dragon Soul sent someone to kill everyone from Hall of Ancient Sovereigns. His aura is extremely terrifying, and from the looks of it, he should have received a reward from Lord Feng. Most importantly, this person looks very similar to Gui Su, so I'm not sure if it's him, which is why I'm asking Guardian Tianhen. Commander Xing'an transmitted his voice respectfully. Gui Su? In Dragon Soul? Protector Tianhen's face shook. Just how strong is Lord Feng's Dragon Soul? Guardian Tianhen, the strength of the Dragon Soul has probably exceeded our imagination. I feel that there are even more powerful geniuses in the Dragon Soul. Commander Xing'an transmitted his voice. The strength of the Dragon Soul isn't bad for us. You don't have to worry about the Dragon Soul, Protector Tianhen transmitted his voice. The strength of the Dragon Soul was so terrifying that there was no need for Commander Xing'an to interfere. If this person is really Gui Su, the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace is probably finished. Sigh, what does it have to do with me? If Lord Feng doesn't come out of seclusion, we will all die. Protector Tianhen thought to himself. His expression quickly became anxious again. Lord Feng, quickly come out of seclusion. The seal can't hold on for much longer. Once a titled ancient god descends into the ancient immortal world, we will definitely die, Protector Tianhen said in a panic. What Protector Tianhen didn't know was that the titled ancient god from Pangu world had already been scared away. He wouldn't come to the ancient immortal world. Feng Restaurant. Not long after the battle ended, the streets of Windy Fire City became lively again. Feng Restaurant was extremely popular. All sorts of people were fighting to buy the Super 8 attributes. Just now, there was an ancient immortal venerable and 16 ancient immortal emperors. They were clearly here to cause trouble, but now they have all disappeared. Feng Restaurant is completely fine. Furthermore, there was an even more terrifying force that has also disappeared. Don't you find it strange? I also find it strange. Feng Restaurant can still fight against an ancient immortal venerable? Although I don't know the process of the previous battle, Feng Restaurant is also fine. Feng Restaurant's strength is much more terrifying than we imagined. Feng Restaurant was fine, but the dozen experts from before had already disappeared. This caused everyone to keep guessing. Everyone knew that Feng Restaurant's strength must be extremely terrifying. Big Brother Xianxia, it seems like many people have guessed that Feng Restaurant's strength is terrifying. Ning Tiancheng grinned. As long as you're not a fool, you should know by now. Xianxia smiled faintly. If Big Brother Xianxia didn't want to personally defeat Yi Hongyun, with our Dragon Soul's current strength, we can destroy the Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter anytime. Ning Tiancheng said fiercely. Xianxia shook his head slightly and said, the Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter isn't as simple as you think. The old manor Lord Yi Wukue has already broken through to the ancient immortal venerable realm. This is what young Master Yen Hu told me. According to Elder Guyu, the Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter has the backing of Qing Ran Immortal Venerable. That old thing is the strongest ancient immortal venerable alchemist in the Southern Immortal Domain. He has huge ambitions, and who knows how many major forces are working for him. He's not to be trifled with. If we want to destroy the Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter, the Dragon Soul needs a stronger force. Lord must have thought of this long ago. That's why he didn't want the Dragon Soul to go to the Heaven Immortal Domain so early. Ning Tiancheng nodded and said, I see. Elder Guyu can't defeat Qing Ran Immortal Venerable? Elder Guyu also knows many experts, right? Su Yanjun asked. Xianxia smiled and said, although that's the case, if we really fight, both sides will suffer. It won't be good for us. The most important thing for us now is to strengthen the Dragon Soul. Big Brother Xianxia is right. Ning Tiancheng said seriously, it's just that there are too few ancient immortal emperors in the Dragon Soul. Daluo Golden Immortals don't have enough resources to cultivate. It will take a lot of time to break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm. Currently, we only have the ancient immortal emperor realm heaven-defying god beads. However, the overall strength will increase even more. Xianxia smiled and said. Commander Supreme, this subordinate can solve this problem. Heaven Demon's respectful voice came. Heaven Demon, young master? Xianxia was stunned. Then, he said happily, Heaven Demon, young master, quickly show yourself and tell me. Xiao, Heaven Demon, young master appeared after Xianxia spoke. Heaven Demon, young master, you can recruit ancient immortal emperors? Xianxia asked excitedly. Commander Supreme, this subordinate is from the Lightning Shadow Skywolf clan. I often kill human cultivators in the illusion realm. I don't know any ancient immortal emperors. Heaven Demon said respectfully. Ning Tianqing asked anxiously, then what's the method? Heaven Demon said respectfully, Guisu. End of chapter, Guisu? Xianxia and Ning Tianqing looked at Heavenly Demon in confusion. They didn't understand what Heavenly Demon young lord meant. Heavenly Demon said respectfully, young Lord Qiu Tian should have told you about Guisu's identity, but you might not know about Guisu. Young Lord Qiu Tian only said that Guisu is his friend from the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace. We don't know anything else. Xianxia frowned. Because of his absolute trust in Qiu Tian, Xianxia didn't have any doubts about Guisu. I also met Guisu in the illusion. I didn't know at first, but he told me later that he was. Heavenly Demon then told Ning Tianqing about Guisu. Isn't that too cruel? Killing his own brother for the position of Palace Lord? Xianxia and Ning Tianqing widened their eyes in shock. They didn't expect such a powerful genius to have such a tragic story. Is there no other choice? Can't he give up? Li Yuntian frowned and asked. Heavenly Demon shook his head and said, giving up is a sign of weakness. Guisu didn't want to fight, but he didn't have a choice. Fortunately, he was saved by young Lord Qiu Tian. He has been in the illusion of the 8 desolate celestial ox clan for many years. The battle between humans and immortal beasts has never stopped. In the illusion, other than the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf and the 4 major clans, there are many other clans. There are also many ancient immortal Emperor Realm immortal beasts. The more precious the treasure is, the deeper it is in the illusion. So many powerful human cultivators will take the risk to go there. For many years, Guisu saved many human cultivators in the illusion. Many of them were ancient immortal emperors and even ancient immortal venerables. After joining the Dragon Soul, he left the illusion proudly. Ning Tianqing nodded and said, I didn't expect Guisu to be so helpful. Heavenly Demon young lord, you mean to let Guisu ask those he saved to join the Dragon Soul? Xianxia guessed, looking at Heavenly Demon. Lord Paragon is right, this is indeed the case. For the grace of saving their lives, they would either feel disdain or use their lives to repay it. Although Guisu has always been in the illusionscape, many of the people he saved before would definitely be saved by him. I believe there would definitely be many ancient immortal emperors joining the Dragon Soul. The Heavenly Demon respectfully spoke. Heavenly Demon young master, isn't it a little inappropriate for an ancient immortal reverend like Guisu to invite them? Su Yanjun said awkwardly. No matter what, Guisu was a peak genius. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, we have to seek Guisu's opinion on this. If he is unwilling, we cannot force him. If Commander Jizun needs it, this subordinate will do his best to give it a try. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, Guisu's respectful voice sounded. Hearing Guisu's voice, Heavenly Demon laughed. I knew Guisu would agree. Guisu, won't this affect you? Xianxia frowned and asked. Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace's second young lord is already dead. The current Guisu is the Dragon Soul Venerable, an existence in the darkness. Reputation doesn't matter to me. The Dragon Soul gave me a chance to be reborn. Everything will be decided by the Dragon Soul. Guisu's respectful voice sounded. Good. Xianxia was overjoyed. He suddenly stood up and solemnly said, Guisu, listen to my order. Xiao. Subordinate is here. Guisu respectfully knelt down on one knee. Xianxia solemnly ordered, from today onwards, this commander will confer upon you the title of Dragon Soul War God. Many thanks, Commander Jizun. Guisu respectfully thanked. Quickly get up. Xianxia was instantly discouraged. Without the imposing manner of a Commander Jizun, he quickly said, during the conferment, there will be a ceremony. I don't dare to let the ancient immortal venerables bow to me. Later, I will ask the Lord to reward you. I don't have any treasures to reward you. Commander Jizun, this won't do. The Lord has conferred upon you the title of Commander Jizun. You will be in charge of everything in the Dragon Soul. Commander Jizun must put aside all these. We all know that Commander Jizun is taking into consideration our feelings because of our identity. But since we have joined the Dragon Soul, we are Dragon Soul's people. We will listen to Commander Jizun's orders. Qiu Tian respectfully said. Commander Jizun, regarding this, the Lord has already told you a few times. Commander Jizun, please don't disappoint the Lord. Battle Emperor's voice sounded. Big brother Jianzhou, they are right. You must bring out the aura of a Commander Jizun. Otherwise, even if you can defeat Yi Hongyun in the future, you won't have enough dominance to suppress her. Other than the Lord, you are now the highest existence in the Dragon Soul. Ning Tiancheng added. The aura of a Commander Jizun? Looking at his palm, Jianzhou frowned and said to himself, the Battle Emperor is right. The Lord trusts me so much. I must not disappoint the Lord. Tiancheng is right. I must have the aura of a Commander Jizun. At this moment, Jianzhou's aura changed. The terrifying aura of the Dragon God's bloodline was no longer concealed. In an instant, a heaven-suppressing aura burst out. It was incomparably overbearing and breathtaking. I didn't expect the Dragon God's bloodline that the Lord bestowed upon me to have such a terrifying and overbearing aura. I can clearly feel that Qiu Tian and the heavenly demon's bloodline is being suppressed by me. Jianzhou was secretly shocked. Qiu Tian and the others could feel the terrifying aura of Jianzhou. The many cultivators in the restaurant and on the streets outside the restaurant were all startled by the tyrannical aura that Jianzhou burst forth with. That's right. That's it. Ning Tiancheng was overjoyed. This is the imposing aura that a Commander Jizun of Dragon Soul should have. Jianzhou clenched his fists and said to himself, the Lord's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. No matter what, I must not disappoint the Lord. Jianzhou, you are the Commander Jizun of Dragon Soul. You have a transcendent status. You are no longer the Jianzhou of the past. Such an overbearing aura. It is as if a Commander Jizun was born to control this aura. Qiu Tian was shocked. Gue Su, do it immediately. Those who are willing to join the Dragon Soul will be welcomed by the Dragon Soul. However, you must let them know the rules of the Dragon Soul. Jianzhou said in a dignified manner. His words carried an unparalleled domineering aura. Yes, Commander Jizun. Gue Su said respectfully. Soon after, he disappeared. Commander Jizun, Gue Su will definitely be able to bring back many ancient immortal emperor experts. The Dragon Soul will definitely become stronger. The heavenly demon said respectfully. Still not enough. Jianzhou shook his head. His eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. He said, the Lord said that the Dragon Soul needs to become stronger and there is no end to it. No end to it? Qiu Tian and the others were stunned. What kind of existence is no end to it? Vice Commander, Great Commander, pass down the order. Continue to strengthen the Dragon Soul. Jianzhou ordered. His aura was dignified. He was like a different person from before. Yes, sir. Ning Tiancheng and Battle Emperor said respectfully. Dragon Soul Battle God, if there are people you know, you can try to pull them into the Dragon Soul. Jianzhou continued. Yes, sir. Qiu Tian and the others said respectfully. End of chapter. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no news from Feng Wuchen. This made ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, elder Yan Chen, and protector Tian Hen anxious. They knew that a titled ancient god from the Pengu world who had a blue ancient god ring was coming for Mo Yen. They had been on tenterhooks these days. They felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Protector Tian Hen. Is there still no news? Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen said anxiously. 6 days had passed. They were all afraid that a titled ancient god would descend on the ancient immortal world in the next second. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, there is still no news from Jianzhou. I'm afraid Lord Feng is still in seclusion. Protector Tian Hen said helplessly. He was also terrified, but there was nothing he could do. No one dared to disturb Feng Wuchen's cultivation. He's still not out? Elder He Qing and the rest were terrified and helpless. They felt that there was no hope. Their seclusion could easily last decades, centuries, or even millennia. Feng Wuchen had only been in seclusion for 6 days, but they felt as if thousands of years had passed. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, I will make a trip to Firestorm City. Protector Tianhen said respectfully. All right. Maybe Jianqiu has forgotten. Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia nodded. Wind Restaurant. Reporting to Commander Supreme, I have brought back 8 ancient immortal emperors. They were all saved by War God Guisu. Heaven Demon reported respectfully. Greetings to Commander Supreme. The 8 ancient immortal emperors knelt down on one knee. They did not dare to be disrespectful. Although they were respectful, they were extremely shocked. Guisu was such a terrifying expert, but he was willing to submit to a 3-star ancient immortal emperor. They did not expect that the Dragon Soul Supreme's cultivation was only at the ancient immortal emperor level. However, they did not dare to underestimate Jianqiu's domineering aura. Since their savior and Heaven Demon were willing to submit, they naturally did not have any objections. Jianqiu nodded and said sternly, very good. Heaven Demon, Lord has given you a powerful bloodline power of the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf. You will have great achievements in the future. Today, I will confer you the title of Dragon Soul Supreme. The Dragon Soul Ancient Immortal Emperor Expert. Many thanks, Supreme Commander. The Heavenly Demon said respectfully. Swish. The War Emperor appeared in a flash and knelt down on one knee, respectfully reporting to the Supreme Commander. The Dragon Soul has added 36 ancient immortal emperors and 13 perfected golden immortals. Not bad, but it's still not enough. The Immortal Capital, Ancient Capital, and the nearby regions have all sent people to recruit. Jianqiu nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the 8 ancient immortal emperors, Jianqiu said, this is Dragon Soul's great commander. His position is second only to me and the vice commander. We pay our respects to great Commander Dragon Soul. The 8 ancient immortal emperors bowed respectfully once more. The Battle Emperor was only an 8-star ancient immortal emperor. What kind of power was Dragon's soul? Why was it that the higher one's power, the weaker one's cultivation would be? Could it be that the world had changed? It was the turn of the weak to rule over the strong. Swish, an elite Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf warrior appeared in a flash and said respectfully, reporting to the Supreme Commander, War God Guisu ordered this subordinate to bring back 13 ancient immortal emperors. Guisu didn't disappoint this governor. Not bad at all. In that case, the Dragon Soul now has over 10 ancient immortal emperors. Jianqiu smiled with satisfaction as he glanced at the 13 ancient immortal emperors. In just 3 days, the Dragon Soul's strength had increased by a lot. There were dozens of perfected golden immortals and 21 ancient immortal emperors. Such a terrifying increase, in the entire ancient immortal world, no other major power could compare. One had to admit that the Heaven Demon's method was really good. Otherwise, the Dragon Soul wouldn't have been able to recruit so many ancient immortal emperors in 3 days. We pay our respects to the Supreme Commander. The 13 ancient immortal emperors knelt down on one knee respectfully. Get up. From now on, you are Dragon Soul Supreme Commanders. Jianqiu said in a dignified manner. His words had a terrifying aura. Many thanks to the Supreme Commander. The 13 ancient immortal emperors said respectfully. The shock in their hearts was the same as the previous 8. Jianqiu didn't need to look to guess. However, he didn't explain anything. Since you have joined the Dragon Soul, you should know the rules of the Dragon Soul. This commander will only say it once. If you violate the rules of the Dragon Soul, you will be expelled from the Dragon Soul. All memories related to the Dragon Soul will be erased and all items related to the Dragon Soul will be taken back. Those who violate the rules will die. This subordinate understands. The ancient immortal emperors respectfully replied. These are the cultivation spatial rings and powerful cultivation arts unique to the Dragon Soul Supreme Commanders. They can help you increase your cultivation. In the future, the Supreme Commander will provide you with powerful cultivation resources. Jianqiu said in a dignified manner. After that, He waved his hand and 21 spatial rings flew out. Many thanks to the Supreme Commander. The 21 ancient immortal emperors respectfully thanked him. However, they were secretly shocked. Each of them could actually obtain a spatial treasure. This is a 5th grade ancient immortal sword unique to the dragon's soul. Xianxia waved his hand again. Many thanks to the Supreme Commander. The ancient immortal emperors thanked him again. They were even more shocked. No need to thank this commander. These are the gifts that the Supreme Commander has prepared for each of the Dragon Soul's Supreme Commanders. Xianxia smiled faintly. Who exactly is the Supreme Commander? They were very curious. Swish swish. Swish. After Xianxia finished speaking, Guisu appeared with more than 10 people. Moreover, they were emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Ancient Immortal Emperors. Reporting to the Supreme Commander. This subordinate has brought back 7 Ancient Immortal Emperors and 9 Ancient Immortal Emperors. Guisu respectfully knelt on one knee. 7 Ancient Immortal Venerables. Heaven Demon and Su Yanjin's eyes widened in shock. 7 Ancient Immortal Emperors. Very good. Guisu, well done. Xianxia was overjoyed. However, he was secretly shocked. That's great. 7 Ancient Immortal Emperors. Heaven Demon's method is really good. Ning Tianqing happily laughed. Many thanks for the Supreme Commander's praise. Heaven Demon respectfully smiled. Greetings to the Supreme Commander. The 16 Ancient Immortal Emperors respectfully bowed. Get up. Xianxia satisfactorily smiled and said, Guisu, I didn't expect you to make the Dragon Soul's strength grow so much in an instant. 7 Ancient Immortal Emperors and 30 Ancient Immortal Emperors. Such a terrifying lineup was enough to challenge the Ancient Immortal Emperors. When they cultivated the Dragon Soul's unique cultivation techniques, their battle strength would become even stronger. At that time, the existence of the Dragon Soul would definitely cause countless cultivators in the ancient immortal world to tremble in fear. Yuntian, bring them in. Let them cultivate their cultivation techniques first. Xianxia instructed. Yes. Supreme Commander. Li Yuntian respectfully said. Shortly after, he brought the 6 Ancient Immortal Emperors and 30 Ancient Immortal Emperors into the palace. Supreme Commander, Protector Tianhen is here. Qiu Tian respectfully said. Qiu Tian, you can remove the barrier. Xianxia transmitted his voice. He looked at the distant void. He had already sensed Protector Tianhen's aura. What a tyrannical aura. This is Xianxiao's aura. What's going on? He's like a completely different person from before. This tyrannical aura actually made this protector feel intense fear. Protector Tianhen was incomparably shocked. He didn't dare to believe it. End of chapter. Go back and focus on your cultivation, Xianxia ordered. Battle Emperor, Heaven Demon, Guisu, and company all disappeared at the same time. Their auras instantly disappeared without a trace. Xiao. On the 6th floor of Wind Restaurant, Protector Tianhen appeared. His expression was still filled with fear and anxiety. Seeing Protector Tianhen's anxious expression, Xianxia smiled faintly. Protector Tianhen, Reverend still hasn't come out of seclusion. It seems like you have made a wasted trip. In the past, Xianxia was respectful towards Protector Tianhen. But now, Xianxia didn't show any fear. It was as though he was talking to a friend. Xianxia, this aura is extremely terrifying. It is even stronger than the bloodline aura from young Master Qiu Tian. I don't know what bloodline it is, but it seems to be the same as Lord Feng's bloodline aura. This must be a reward from Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen thought in his heart. Other than shock, Protector Tianhen was also envious. Protector Tianhen didn't think too much about it. He knew Xianxiao's position in the Dragon Soul. Other than Feng Wuchen, Xianxia was the highest. Even Elder Guyu had to respectfully greet Xianxia as Supreme Commander when he saw him. Lord Feng still hasn't come out of seclusion? Protector Tianhen was instantly disappointed. He became even more anxious. Xianxia poured a cup of wine for Protector Tianhen and smiled faintly. This commander knows what Protector Tianhen is worried about. Qiu Tian has already told me. It is because of Mo Yan, right? However, what I don't understand is that with ancient immortal palace's strength, even if the seal can't trap Mo Yan, they shouldn't be so fearful. If I am not wrong, there should be an even more terrifying enemy. After saying that, he looked towards Protector Tianhen. Supreme Commander is right. No matter how strong Mo Yan is, it shouldn't make us so anxious. It is because there is an even more terrifying enemy that I am so anxious. Even Lord Ancient Immortal Reverend is anxious. Protector Tianhen smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lord Ancient Immortal Reverend is also anxious? Xianxia frowned and realized that the situation was serious. This means that the enemy is from Pangu World? Xianxia looked at Protector Tianhen. It is Pangu World. Protector Tianhen said in panic, the experts of the Pangu World can ignore the order of heaven and earth. Furthermore, this person is a terrifying expert of the Pangu World. What is the relationship between this person and Devil Nightmare? Xianxia asked. We don't know either. Mo Yan's master is an ancient god expert. However, this man is a titled ancient god and he came for Mo Yan. We don't know what their relationship is. Protector Tianhen shook his head. Ancient god? Titled ancient god? Xianxia was confused. He had never heard of this before. However, he could also tell that ancient gods and titled ancient gods were extremely terrifying. The more we don't know, the more terrified we are. Only Lord Feng can save us. Protector Tianheng said anxiously. My lord, you have a solution? Xianxia asked in shock. My lord can deal with the experts of the Panga realm? I am not sure either. However, if Lord Feng can't do anything, then no one in the ancient celestial world will be able to deal with him. When the seal is broken, the Devil Nightmare race will definitely rule the ancient celestial world. Protector Tianhen shook his head. After all, the opponent was a terrifying titled ancient god with a blue grade. Xianxia nodded his head solemnly. It seems like this matter is more serious than I thought. However, since the Lord hasn't appeared, we shouldn't disturb him. Moreover, we don't know how long he will be in seclusion for. However, Protector Tianhen, you don't have to worry. The Lord should be out in a few days. I hope that he has a solution. Who knows if he can last for a few more days? Protector Tianhen said helplessly. Protector Tianhen, if it really reaches that stage, I will personally summon the Lord. You don't have to worry. Xianxia said solemnly. That is the only way. Protector Tianhen nodded his head and felt more at ease. What they didn't know was that Feng Wuchen wasn't in seclusion at all. Instead, he was in the sacred world with his wife and kids. What they didn't know was that the titled ancient god had already disappeared. However, it was only a matter of time before the titled ancient god descended upon the ancient immortal world. After drinking a few cups, Protector Tianhen left in a hurry. At the very least, Xianxiao's words could make ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen and the others feel more at ease. Ancient god? Titled ancient god? What realm is that? Xianxia frowned as he felt extremely curious. Gu Sovereign Hall. Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan had already informed Shi Tianfeng about the matter. However, Shi Tianfeng's expression didn't change at all. It was as though the ancient immortal sovereigns and ancient immortal emperors were insignificant existences. Of course, with the terrifying strength of the Gu Sovereign Hall, their lives didn't mean anything. Hongyun's method isn't impossible. It's just that it's too hasty. I've already told you guys before to not take action before investigating the situation. We have to investigate and analyze the enemy's strength. No enemy can be underestimated. This is the consequence of underestimating the enemy. Shi Tianfeng said indifferently. Young Master Shi Tianfeng, I was too impulsive. Yi Hongyun blamed herself as she secretly marveled at Shi Tianfeng's calmness in handling matters. Wu Yuan blamed himself. If we had listened to young Master Shi Tianfeng, we wouldn't have caused their deaths. It's all our fault for underestimating the strength of the dragon soul. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. You guys don't have to blame yourselves. I understand how you guys feel. I can also understand how you guys feel about wanting to kill Feng Wuchen and the others. After all, I once felt the same way. However, the failure of this operation isn't entirely a bad thing. At least, we can further understand the strength of the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul is a major force of the ancient immortal sovereigns. The person who took action is a 6-star ancient immortal sovereign. Therefore, the strength of the dragon's soul's master shouldn't be much stronger than a 6-star ancient immortal sovereign. Young Master Shi Tianfeng is right. The dragon's soul is indeed powerful, but it's not as powerful as the ancient sovereign Hall. Wu Yuan nodded. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. That's hard to say. To deal with a powerful enemy, we have to understand their background. I'm now more and more interested in the dragon's soul. With such powerful strength, they are willing to bow down to a small immortal soul world. I also don't understand. With the strength of the dragon's soul, they can easily establish themselves in the heavenly immortal world and even dominate a region. However, they are very mysterious and have always been in the immortal soul world. Moreover, they don't allow outside forces to step in. Yi Hongyun frowned. Could it be that there are some treasures in the immortal soul world? Wu Yuan guessed. Shi Tianfeng said indifferently, this is not what we should be concerned about. If we want to understand the dragon's soul more clearly, we still have to use Hongyun's method. However, we need to change the method. Change the method? Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan frowned slightly as they looked at Shi Tianfeng in confusion. That's right. Although it's a little disgraceful, it's the best method. Those who do great things don't look at the process, but the results. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. End of chapter. What method? Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan asked at the same time. Shi Tianfeng faintly smiled and said, the dragon's soul is hidden too deeply. The people I sent were unable to find the existence of the dragon's soul. Only by forcefully entering the immortal soul world will the dragon's soul appear. Since that's the case, let's try again. Try again? Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan frowned again. Shi Tianfeng faintly smiled and said, but this time, someone else will help us. I will arrange for someone to do it. You just need to wait for the good news. It won't be too late to make a move after finding out the strength of the dragon's soul. So that's how it is. Young Master Shi Tianfeng is indeed brilliant. Young Master Shi Tianfeng will definitely not fail. Yi Hongyun happily said with some flattery. Young Master Shi Tianfeng, if an external force enters the immortal soul world, I'm afraid the dragon's soul will sense it. Wu Yuan solemnly said. What if they can't sense the aura? Quietly entering the immortal soul world is as easy as turning one's hand. Or they can restrain their aura and suppress it to the lowest level. The dragon's soul won't care about ordinary cultivators. Shi Tianfeng faintly smiled as if everything was under his control. Patting Wu Yuan's shoulder, Shi Tianfeng smiled and said, you two go back first. If there is any news, I will send someone to inform you. Many thanks, young Master Shi Tianfeng. Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan respectfully thanked. By the way, Brother Wu Yuan, I heard that Senior Green Burning Immortal Venerable has reached the grand completion of alchemy. I have prepared some gifts for Senior Green Burning Immortal Venerable. Please pass them to Senior Green Burning Immortal Venerable. Shi Tianfeng smiled and handed a storage ring to Wu Yuan. Many thanks, young Master Shi Tianfeng. Master will definitely be very happy. Master also said that he will definitely not stand by and watch with folded arms regarding the dragon's soul. Wu Yuan happily smiled. That's good. Shi Tianfeng nodded. After Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan walked out of the main hall, Shi Tianfeng transmitted a message, keep an eye on Wu Yuan and find the ancient heavenly soul array where Qing Ran Immortal Venerable is. He is an alchemist, don't let him find out and arouse his suspicion. Also, don't go near the ancient heavenly soul array. Yes. A respectful voice came. Shi Tianfeng's so-called intentions were actually not good intentions. Everything was for the sake of the immortal grade herbs. His goal was simple. He wanted to find the ancient heavenly soul array where Qing Ran Immortal Venerable was. Shi Tianfeng had been searching for many years without finding anything. He simply didn't know where Immortal Venerable Qing Ran's heavenly soul formation was. If I can become an 8-star ancient immortal venerate, Gu Sovereign Hall will become the supreme existence in the ancient immortal world. Yan Shaoji, it won't be long before this young master comes looking for you. A vicious killing intent flashed through Shi Tianfeng's eyes. Yan Shaoji, the son of ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, was the strongest genius in the ancient immortal world. As long as we can find the location of the ancient heavenly soul formation, it'll be much easier to break it. Qing ran immortal venerable, if you're willing to give me another immortal grade herb, I won't do it. I have no other choice but to become an 8-star ancient immortal venerable and become the #1 genius in the ancient immortal world. Shi Tianfeng sneered coldly. Wu Yuan didn't notice Shi Tianfeng's intentions and didn't have any suspicion. Instead, he trusted Shi Tianfeng. Wu Yuan, you have to help this young master this time. If you can find the ancient heavenly soul formation, this young master will help you destroy the dragon soul. It can be considered a fair trade. Shi Tianfeng muttered to himself and sneered. Shi Tianfeng was the young master of Gu Sovereign Hall, a peak 7-star ancient immortal venerable with terrifying strength. If he didn't have other motives, why would he waste his time helping Yi Hongyun and Wu Yuan? Young master, do you know how to break the ancient heavenly soul formation? A respectful voice came. Shi Tianfeng sneered, Qing Ran immortal venerable is only a 5-star ancient immortal venerable. As long as we can find the location of the ancient heavenly soul formation, this young master can break it forcefully. Qing Ran immortal venerable is nothing to be afraid of. Young master, the ancient heavenly soul formation isn't that simple. With young master's current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to break it. In the past, many people coveted green burning immortal venerables immortal grade herbs, but they all died because of this formation. With this formation, green burning immortal venerable can't do anything to 7-star ancient immortal venerables. Young master, you can't act rashly. The respectful voice came again. Shi Tianfeng nodded and said solemnly, without absolute confidence, this young master won't act. The gains won't make up for the losses. Since this person dared to question Shi Tianfeng's strength, it could be seen that his position in Gu Sovereign Hall wasn't low. Go to Immortal Soul World first. You know what to do, right? Shi Tianfeng said indifferently. Rest assured, young master. A respectful voice came. Dragon Soul. This young master is getting more and more curious. Who is the master of Dragon Soul? Shi Tianfeng sneered. Junior brother, with young master Shi Tianfeng personally taking action this time, he will definitely be able to find out the details of Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul killed the experts of Gu Sovereign Hall, so young master Shi Tianfeng will definitely not let this matter rest. With Gu Sovereign Hall's strength, eliminating Dragon Soul won't be a problem. Wu Yuan smiled happily. Wu Yuan couldn't wait to kill everyone in Dragon Soul to wash away the humiliation. Fortunately, young master Shi Tianfeng didn't blame us. Yi Hongyun smiled proudly and said, Dragon Soul has already offended Gu Sovereign Hall by killing the experts of Gu Sovereign Hall. If Gu Sovereign Hall's palace master and elders find out about this, they will definitely be furious. Hearing this, Wu Yuan's happy face suddenly changed. He seemed to have guessed something and stared at Yi Hongyun with wide eyes. Junior brother, you can't be. Wu Yuan looked at Yi Hongyun in disbelief. Yi Hongyun sneered and said, Senior brother, sometimes, it's necessary to kill with a borrowed knife. Sure enough. Wu Yuan's face turned pale with fright. He turned back to look at Gu Sovereign Hall, which was already far away, and said in a low voice, Junior brother, you're really bold. You're in such a hurry to bring people over. Are you trying to send them to their deaths? Yi Hongyun sneered and said, Not entirely. If everything goes well, we can capture Dragon Soul's people and investigate the Dragon Soul's background. It will be much easier to eliminate Dragon Soul. If things don't go well, Dragon Soul will definitely become enemies with Gu Sovereign Hall. Wu Yuan took a deep breath and said, Junior brother, you're really bold. Senior brother, if we don't do this, how can we get young master Shi Tianfeng to take action? We must use any means necessary. Dragon Soul dared to humiliate us, so they must pay a painful price. Wait until I get rid of Feng Wuchen and Jian Chou, then I'll go back and enjoy my wives, Yi Hongyun said fiercely, his eyes flickering with ruthless killing intent. Haha. Junior brother is still the luckiest. Wu Yuan laughed happily. Yi Hongyun laughed happily and said, Senior brother, you should hurry up and marry one. Lu Xian It seems that Feng Wuchen was right. You can abandon Xianxia, but you can also abandon me. It's just that you haven't come into contact with any major forces back then. If you have second thoughts about me, don't blame me for being impolite. I, Yi Hongyun, am not a fool. Do you really think I can't tell? Wait until this young master has played enough, then I'll divorce you. At that time, I'll ruin your reputation and make you regret it. Yi Hongyun said fiercely in his heart. Of course, if Lu Xian'er didn't have second thoughts, Yi Hongyun wouldn't have done this. Junior brother is getting bolder and bolder. If Shi Tianfeng were to know of his intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, junior brother is doing this to eliminate the dragon's soul as soon as possible and kill Feng Wuchen and Xianzhou. The more Wu Yuan thought about it, the more afraid he was. His back was drenched in cold sweat. That was Shi Tianfeng. Offending him would mean certain death. Junior brother, senior brother won't blame you this time. But there won't be a next time. Wu Yuan frowned. Senior brother, don't worry. I was forced to do this. Yi Hongyun nodded. He knew the severity of the situation. Senior brother, are you going to Master's place? I'll go with you. Xian'er won't care about me now. I don't want to go back for the time being. Yi Hongyun said. Thinking of Lu Xian'er's cold face, he was filled with anger. The men, young Master Shi Tianfeng asked me to bring some gifts to Master. Since you don't wish to return, follow senior brother to Master's place. Wu Yuan said with a smile. Towards Yi Hongyun, Wu Yuan did not have the slightest bit of suspicion. After all, Yi Hongyun was a mortal sovereign Qing Rant's personal disciple. However, Wu Yuan and Yi Hongyun did not notice that someone was following them from afar. The last time we followed Wu Yuan, he disappeared mysteriously. There was no trace of his aura. I don't know what happened. Could he have sensed that someone was following him? That shouldn't be possible. Young Master's treasure can completely hide his aura. Even if Wu Yuan is an alchemist, he shouldn't be able to sense it. Moreover, the place where he disappeared didn't have any formation or barrier. After searching for so many years, I still don't know the exact location of the ancient heavenly soul formation. I hope I can find it with Yi Hongyun this time. The expert who was following them in the dark muttered to himself. He was very careful with his actions. Buzz buzz. At the same time, an extremely terrifying energy spread out from the dark abyss of the ancient immortal world. A soul-stirring aura swept out, causing the abyss to shake violently. In the dark abyss, a bright green light suddenly burst out. Looking over, a huge green formation appeared in the abyss. It was emitting an extremely terrifying energy. In an instant, the three great realms of the ancient immortal world shook violently. The terrifying power instantly spread throughout the entire ancient immortal world. One could only imagine how terrifying this power was. For a moment, countless forces and cultivators in the ancient immortal world were scared out of their wits by the sudden burst of destructive power. Ancient Immortal Palace's main hall. The expressions of ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, first elder He Qing, and the others changed dramatically. Oh no, the ceiling formation can't withstand the power of the Devil Nightmare. How was this possible? It's impossible for Devil Nightmare to break the seal so quickly. Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen exclaimed, but there was nothing he could do. This old monster's strength has indeed surpassed the Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable. He Qing's face was filled with shock, and he was incomparably pale. How could it be so fast? We have already strengthened the seal. How is he still able to break the seal so quickly? Second Elder Lu Yu simply couldn't believe it. Before the titled ancient god descended, Mo Yan broke the seal. Protector Tianhen's expression froze. Guzun Hall. Inside the main hall, the hall masters, elders, and other higher-ups were all shaken. To think that the old monster Devil Nightmare's strength has reached such a level. He can still increase his cultivation in the seal? Old monster Yan Chen has been suppressing him for so many years. How did he allow Devil Nightmare's cultivation to become so strong? The hall master frowned deeply, and he was very puzzled. They had just strengthened the seal not long ago. Logically speaking, Devil Nightmare shouldn't be able to break the seal so quickly. Could it be that Master Devil Nightmare has made a move? An elder guessed with a frown. Impossible. If Master Devil Nightmare has made a move, the Lord Ancient God behind the ancient immortal world will definitely not stand by and watch, another elder said while shaking his head. The Hall Master frowned deeply, and his old face was extremely grave. He said in a deep voice, "The Devil Nightmare race is about to revive. Ancient Heavenly Court, Ancient Heavenly World." In the main hall of the ancient Heavenly Palace, Chu Shi and the other higher-ups' faces were currently filled with fear, and they were extremely pale. The sealing formation has combined the strength of so many of us. How can Devil Nightmare break the seal so easily? Chu Shi's face was filled with fear. Her pale face was petrified on the spot. It's over. The seal has been broken. Once Devil Nightmare Old Monster comes out, the Devil Nightmare race will definitely revive. The Great Elder said in horror. What a terrifying power. This terrifying aura has already surpassed the Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign. Chu Shitian frowned deeply as he looked towards the source of the terrifying aura. This old monster's cultivation has already reached an unfathomable level. After being sealed for 1,000,000 years. Don't bear the fury of this old thing. The ancient immortal world is about to descend into chaos, Yiqingyu said with a frown. A tinge of fear flashed across her beautiful eyes. Other than the ancient heavenly palace, the experts of the ancient heavenly court and many other major forces were also shocked by Devil Nightmare's terrifying power. Countless cultivators fell into endless panic. Wind Restaurant. Is this the power of Devil Nightmare? Such terrifying power is beyond our imagination, Xianxia said solemnly. However, Devil Nightmare's terrifying aura did not affect Xianxia at all. It has already surpassed the ancient immortal sovereign, Qiu Tian said solemnly. Devil Nightmare Old Monster has broken out of the seal. The Devil Nightmare race that has disappeared for 1,000,000 years is about to revive. The strength of the Devil Nightmare race is extremely terrifying, Yanhu said solemnly. His eyes were filled with worry. Even the ancient immortal sovereign and the others can't stop it. There's no point in us worrying. Jianzhou shook his head slightly. Buzz. Buzz, in the abyss, as the terrifying power continued to erupt, cracks started to appear on the huge seal. The tremors were getting more and more intense. Old monster Yan Chen, you have sealed me for 1,000,000 years. Are you ready to bear my fury? Haha. Devil Nightmare's maniacal and ferocious laughter resounded throughout the ancient immortal world. Damned old monster. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen's face darkened. His old eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. It was a pity that with his current cultivation, he was no match for Devil Nightmare. Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign, what should we do now? Protector Tian Hen asked anxiously. The third elder, Jiang Lei, said in horror, Devil Nightmare will not give up. A great battle is coming. Devil Nightmare had broken out of the seal. The fury of being trapped for 1,000,000 years wasn't something that could be extinguished so easily. Kacha, in the abyss, as Devil Nightmare's laughter rang out, the huge green seal was suddenly broken by a destructive force. A terrifying black-purple energy beam shot out from the depths of the abyss and into the 9 heavens. Buzz. Buzz, the heavens and earth shook violently. In the void above, a black-purple energy vortex that was 1,000,000 feet in size was instantly formed. The degree of destruction made countless cultivators feel endless despair. Whoosh, in the huge and horrifying black-purple energy vortex, a black figure flashed out. It was a black-robed old man. His face was filled with wrinkles and looked terrifying. This person was the ancestor of the Devil Nightmare race, Devil Nightmare. I'm out. Haha. Devil Nightmare laughed maniacally. He felt as if he had been reborn. Old monster Yan Chen, I'll let you live for a while longer so that you can enjoy the taste of fear. Haha. Arrogant laughter filled with rage once again resounded throughout the ancient immortal world. How domineering was it to call out ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen in front of everyone in the ancient immortal world? His arrogant words showed how confident Devil Nightmare was in his own strength. What kind of power is this? Who is he? How dare he be disrespectful to Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign? Is he tired of living? Isn't this person too arrogant? Even if he has terrifying power, he shouldn't look down on Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign, right? Does he really think that he can defeat Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign? The ancestor of the Devil Nightmare race? Why haven't I heard of it before? What? 1,000,000 years ago? For a moment, all the terrified cultivators in every corner of the ancient immortal world were discussing the Devil Nightmare race. After all, it was something that happened 1,000,000 years ago. Other than the transcendent forces and some major forces, no one knew about the existence of the Devil Nightmare race. Because of this, many cultivators felt that Devil Nightmare was too arrogant. Provoking the ancient immortal sovereign was undoubtedly courting death. A few minutes later, the huge energy vortex in the void gradually dissipated. Old monster Xianxia, you must be terrified now, right? I'll let you enjoy the taste of fear first. Devil Nightmare sneered. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with ancient immortal sovereign Xianxia. Smack, Devil Nightmare clasped his hands together and a terrifying bloodline power burst out. A monstrous aura swept out and a strange black and purple array appeared in the void beneath his feet. Devil Nightmare summoning. Devil Nightmare roared as a gale swept across the void. Buzz. Buzz, as Devil Nightmare roared, the space in the ancient immortal world trembled and collapsed. Everywhere in the ancient immortal world was dark as destructive energy covered the entire ancient immortal world. Soon, a huge black hole appeared in the sky above Devil Nightmare. It was a powerful array that looked like something out of a science fiction movie. The huge black hole was filled with mysteries and strangeness. A moment later, the aura of the Devil Nightmare race spread out from the black hole. Devil Nightmare is summoning the Devil Nightmare race. Ancient immortal sovereign Xianxia's face darkened when he sensed the terrifying power of the array. We can't stop it. Protector Tianhen said with a pale face. Mo Yan's strength was too terrifying. Even if they took action, they would not be able to stop Mo Yan. The Nightmare Devil clan has begun to revive. Elder Guyu frowned deeply and said solemnly. Xiao Tian frowned. With the revival of the demon mantis race, the ancient immortal world has another transcendent force. I wonder if the demon mantis race will fight for the position of overlord of the ancient immortal world. The competition is no longer important. What's important is that the demonic mantis clan will definitely attack the ancient immortal palace. The ancient immortal palace has many forces under them. If the demonic mantis clan attacks, it will undoubtedly be a great disaster for the ancient immortal world. A war is unavoidable. Ao Zhu said worriedly. Is the ancient immortal world going to fall into chaos? Jianqiu frowned. 8 Desolate Heavenly Bull. With the appearance of the Nightmare clan, I'm afraid the ancient immortal world will fall into an irreversible situation. Even ancient immortal venerable Xianxia won't be able to stop it. Xiaoniao's old face was extremely solemn. The matters of the human practitioners have nothing to do with us. We have the bloodline power bestowed by Lord Feng. In time, we will definitely surpass the Devil Nightmare clan. The Blood Python was not worried at all. It's the aura of the Nightmare clan. Our clansmen are beginning to awaken, the Sky Spider said solemnly. Guzun Palace. As expected, the Nightmare clan will be summoned immediately after the Nightmare clan breaks out of the seal. After sleeping for 1,000,000 years, the strength of the Nightmare clan has become more and more terrifying, the Palace Master said solemnly. He looked at the void with a hint of fear in his old eyes. I thought that the Guzun Palace had a chance to surpass the ancient immortal palace. Unfortunately, the appearance of the Nightmare clan has ruined our plan. The Grand Elder shook his head helplessly. Clearly, he did not think that the Guzun Palace had the strength to contend with the Nightmare clan. Grand Elder, you're too early to say that. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. The appearance of the Nightmare clan is our Guzun Palace's opportunity. When 2 tigers fight, one will definitely be injured. Even if the Nightmare clan's strength is above the ancient immortal palace, they will definitely pay a heavy price. The Palace Master shook his head slightly and said solemnly, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Buzz. Buzz, A. Vibration came from the huge black hole. Then, an incomparably huge immortal mountain descended from the black hole. At the peak of the immortal mountain, a majestic palace stood proudly. Its aura was majestic and intimidating. The aura of the Nightmare clan's clansmen had spread out from this majestic palace. Nightmare clan. All of you, wake up. The Nightmare clan roared. He activated the power of his bloodline with all his might. An incomparably terrifying power spread out crazily and quickly enveloped the entire palace. The surface of the majestic palace glowed with a dazzling black-purple light. Buzz. Buzz, not long after, a series of terrifying auras erupted from the majestic palace. The palace shook violently. "They're awake." The Nightmare Clan laughed happily. After 1,000,000 years, the Nightmare Clan had finally awakened. A series of extremely terrifying auras woke up from their slumber. The originally lifeless palace was now filled with a large amount of life aura. At this moment, the various transcendent forces and countless cultivators of the ancient immortal world were once again shocked by the Nightmare Clan. "Old monster Xianxia, this is just the beginning. This palace is merely the Grand Elder's palace." The Nightmare Clan smirked coldly and formed another seal with his hands. "All of you, wake up." The Nightmare Clan roared out once more, nightmare summoning. As his roar rang out, the void of the three major worlds of the ancient immortal world formed the same gigantic black holes. As if they were invading from the outside, they emitted the ancient and horrifying aura of the Nightmare Clan. Within the black holes, a majestic immortal mountain descended. At the peak of the mountain, there was a majestic palace. The terrifying power of the Nightmare Clan covered the three majestic palaces one after another, making use of the bloodline power of the Nightmare Clan to awaken their clansmen. Buzz. Buzz, a series of horrifying auras burst out from the three majestic palaces one after another. It was as though a gigantic dragon had awakened, shocking the world. What a horrifying aura. To think that the palace would come out from that horrifying formation. The aura of the ancient immortal lords. The aura of dozens of ancient immortal lords. What kind of force is this? It feels even more horrifying than the ancient immortal palace. What kind of bloodline power is this? This is way too scary. Who are they? Within the various worlds, countless cultivators could see the horrifying and creepy black holes that appeared in the void. When they saw the majestic palaces that came out from the black holes, they were all scared out of their wits. The revival of the Nightmare Clan could be said to be earth-shattering as it shook the entire ancient immortal world. "Old monster Xianxia. Did you see that? The Nightmare Clan has been reborn." Ha ha ha. The Nightmare Clan's arrogant laughter rang out in the ancient immortal palace. "Has our ancestor broken the seal? I've finally awakened." Within the majestic palace, an old and majestic voice rang out, sending chills down one's spine. "I've finally awakened. I thought that I would never have the chance to awaken in this lifetime." Yet another prideful voice rang out from within the palace. "The aura of our ancestor. Our ancestor has broken the seal. Our devil nightmare race has awakened." An old and excited voice rang out. Following the awakening of the race members, a wave of ecstasy rang out from within the palace. Shoo! 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 Before long, a large group of black figures appeared from within the majestic palace. There were at least tens of thousands of them. An incomparably surging aura swept out like a roaring tsunami. "Greetings to our ancestor." The tens of thousands of race members knelt down in the void and bowed respectfully. Their loud voices pierced through the clouds and reverberated in the void, stirring up one's soul. "Rise." The Devil Nightmare race laughed happily. The Devil Nightmare race has been in hibernation for millions of years. Today, we've finally awakened. The Devil Nightmare race shall rule the ancient immortal world. Rule the ancient immortal world. The tens of thousands of race members roared out, venting their anger that had been in hibernation for millions of years. Shoo! Shoo! Before long, a large group of figures swooped down from the black hole formation in the void. They were the members of the Devil Nightmare race from the other worlds. The black hole formation was a spatial formation that was connected to one another. Before long, close to 100,000 race members appeared. The scene was extremely shocking and impactful. "Greetings to our ancestor." The elders and race members who came out from the black hole formation knelt down respectfully as their loud voices rang out in the void once more. The Devil Nightmare race had more than 100,000 race members, and powerful beings were as common as clouds. They were definitely a colossal existence. In the entire ancient immortal world, the only superpower that could go against the Devil Nightmare race was the ancient immortal palace. Ancestor, it's time to settle the score with the ancient immortal palace. An ancient immortal supremacy expert shouted out. The protector said coldly, "Old monster Xianxia has sealed our ancestor, causing us to fall into hibernation. This hibernation has lasted for millions of years. If not for the fact that the Devil Nightmare race has a strong bloodline, we would have turned into ashes long ago. The ancient immortal palace will not let us off so easily." "That's right. Ancestor, destroy the ancient immortal palace." The clansmen roared one after another. Waves of terrifying killing intent swept out. One of the first elders gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then, he said, "There's no need to rush the matter of revenge. Great Elder is right. Let them taste the taste of fear first. The Devil Mantis clan will see the light of day again. Send out the order to invite all the major forces of the ancient immortal world to come to the Devil Mantis Heavenly Palace 3 days later to celebrate the rebirth of the Devil Mantis clan. However, the ancient immortal palace will not be invited." Devil Nightmare smiled meaningfully. Devil Nightmare sneered in his heart, "The Devil Mantis clan has disappeared for 1,000,000 years. I believe there are still many people who remember the Devil Mantis clan. This sovereign wants to know if the Devil Mantis clan still has any friends." After the order was issued, the members of the Nightmare clan immediately headed to the various major worlds and sent out invitations to the various transcendent forces and major forces. The major forces that received the invitations fell into deep thought. The Demon Puppet clan doing this was clearly probing the attitude of the various major factions. To go or not to go? Guzun Hall. That old fox Devil Nightmare is probing the attitude of the major factions. The Hall Master frowned deeply, his old face extremely unsightly. The Protector said solemnly, "Hall Master, the Devil Mantis clan is so domineering. We can't be unlucky." The First Elder frowned and said solemnly, "Guzun Hall's strength is already the enemy of the Devil Mantis clan. If we don't go, the Devil Mantis clan will definitely treat Guzun Hall as an enemy." Great Elder's words are very true. Sher Tianfeng smiled faintly and said, "Father, going to the banquet won't do Guzun Hall any harm. On the contrary, it will bring many benefits." 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull Clan. The invitation of the Devil Mantis clan was sent to the Illusion Realm, which was then sent to the Ancient Immortal Domain. "I didn't expect that old monster Devil Nightmare to remember our 4 major races and send us an invitation." Chonyo smiled faintly and casually burned the invitation. Devil Nightmare is probing the attitude of the major factions. Although the Devil Mantis clan is strong, our 4 major races aren't afraid of them. There's no need to pay attention to them. Shue Python sneered, not caring at all. Chonyo sneered and said, "Go, why not? Just send a clansman. How can we not give face to the Devil Mantis clan's invitation? We can also see what the Devil Mantis clan thinks." "Hee, that's true." Sky Spider couldn't help but smile. Chonyo was planning to send a clansman to humiliate the Devil Mantis clan. Fengjiu. Chonyo had already reported the matter of the invitation to Jianzhou. A faction that specifically invited the ancient immortal venerables? The Devil Mantis clan doesn't know about the existence of Dragon Soul. Otherwise, our Dragon Soul would have received the invitation as well. Jianzhou said faintly. The Devil Mantis clan sending an invitation to the major factions of the ancient immortal world isn't a good thing. Yenhu said solemnly, "My father said that the Devil Mantis clan wants to see the attitude of the major factions to prepare for war." Jianzhou nodded and said, "The Devil Mantis clan is indeed terrifying. In the entire ancient immortal world, there shouldn't be many major factions that would dare to refuse. They wouldn't dare to become enemies with the Devil Mantis clan. The Devil Mantis clan is really arrogant." Ning Tiancheng frowned. Anyone who has been sealed for 1,000,000 years will have a terrifying anger in their heart. Guesu said solemnly, "Not to mention the ancestor of the Devil Mantis clan. The Devil Mantis clan won't let this go. An unavoidable war is coming soon." Jianzhou shook his head. Heavenly Court. An invitation from the Devil Mantis clan? The Mansion Lord frowned and his old eyes flashed coldly. What does the Devil Mantis clan mean? He just broke out of the seal and revived his clansmen. Why is he in such a hurry to send an invitation? Mansion Lord, I'm afraid it's not that simple. That old fox must have some other purpose. But no matter what it is, we have no grudge with the Devil Mantis clan. There's no need to worry. The Great Elder said faintly. Mansion Lord, now is not the time to offend the Devil Mantis clan. An elder said. The Mansion Lord nodded slightly and sneered, the grudge between the Devil Mantis clan and the ancient immortal palace has nothing to do with us. The appearance of the Devil Mantis clan is a great advantage for us. The Devil Mantis clan is suppressing the ancient immortal palace. That old thing Chu-Shi is probably scared out of his wits. Chu-Shi had shed all pretense of cordiality with the Heavenly Court in order to protect Xianxia. Originally, the Heavenly Court was still afraid of Chu-Shi because of the ancient immortal palace. But the appearance of the Devil Mantis clan had undoubtedly broken this fear. The major factions that received the invitation were all major factions with ancient immortal venerables. In the entire ancient immortal world, except for the 4 major races and the ancient immortal palace, all the other transcendent factions and major factions agreed to attend the banquet because they were worried about offending the Devil Mantis clan. The Devil Mantis clan's strength was terrifying, surpassing the ancient immortal palace. It was obviously unwise to make an enemy of them. 3 days later. Immortal God Realm's Devil Nightmare Palace. The Devil Nightmare race had invited all the major forces of the ancient immortal world to a banquet. Those who accepted the invitation came as promised. However, the upper echelons of the major forces looked at Devil Nightmare with some wariness in their eyes. Only the truly transcendent powers could remain as calm as Mount Tai without any change in expression. Welcome to Devil Nightmare Palace, Palace Lord of Gu Sovereign Hall. Devil Nightmare smiled happily and was very polite. Thank you for the invitation, Palace Lord Devil Nightmare, Palace Lord Gu Sovereign said calmly. I can't see his cultivation level. This person's strength is indeed terrifying, Shi Tianfeng thought. Palace Lord Shi Xianming, this way please. An elder smiled politely and gestured for him to enter. Palace Lord of Heavenly Court Palace, welcome to Devil Nightmare Palace. Devil Nightmare welcomed him with a smile. Thank you, Palace Lord Devil Nightmare. Palace Lord Gu Sovereign cupped his fists and thanked him. The major figures of the ancient immortal world came one after another. Devil Nightmare personally welcomed them in a very friendly manner. The upper echelons of the major forces also greeted each other. Especially the transcendent forces like Gu Sovereign Hall and Heavenly Court Palace, the other major forces took the initiative to express their goodwill. Father, the Devil Nightmare race isn't much stronger than Gu Sovereign Hall. Apart from Devil Nightmare, the 3 elders, and the Protector, the others aren't a threat. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. Don't underestimate the Devil Nightmare race. You don't understand them. Palace Lord Gu Sovereign shook his head slightly. Shi Tianfeng frowned and asked, could it be that the Devil Nightmare race is still hiding their strength? The first elder smiled faintly. Young lord, have you forgotten who Devil Nightmare's master is? An ancient god expert. Shi Tianfeng reacted only then. Feng the Devil Nightmare race has an ancient god expert behind them. We don't. In comparison, we are far inferior to the Devil Nightmare race. Palace Lord Gu Sovereign said calmly. Because of this, most of the forces have come to the Devil Nightmare race's invitation. An elder added. Apart from the ancient immortal palace and its subordinate forces, only a few transcendent forces weren't present. As Devil Nightmare warmly welcomed them, a clansman respectfully whispered in his ear, Ancestor, the 4 races of the fantasy realm have sent only one ancient immortal emperor race. Ancient immortal emperor clansman? Devil Nightmare's old face instantly darkened to the extreme. The 4 great clans seemed to have come by invitation, but this was an insult to the Nightmare clan. How dare the 4 great races? You actually dare to humiliate me. Insulting the Nightmare clan. Nightmare Devil said in a gloomy and angry voice. However, there were many guests present, so Nightmare Devil did not flare up on the spot. The demonic Mantis clan could not afford to lose face in front of the many major powers in the ancient immortal world. Devil Nightmare would remember this humiliation. Noticing the flash of anger in Mo Yan's eyes, Shi Xianming said indifferently, it seems that some major forces are not giving Mo Yan face. The first elder nodded slightly and said, "There are many transcendental forces in the ancient immortal world. Naturally, there are some. Big brother Tianfeng." At this moment, Xian walked over and said respectfully, "Junior greets Temple Master Guzun and the three great elders." "So, it's Xian. Your cultivation base has improved quite a bit." Sure, Xianming smiled indifferently. Then, he looked at the Lord of the Heavenly Court and the others and nodded slightly. The geniuses of the ancient Heavenly Court are indeed not simple. It won't be long before you surpass us old fellows. The three elders nodded slightly. Compared to Big Brother Tianfeng, I'm nothing. Xian smiled. "I was just saying that I haven't seen you in Guzun's temple for many years. Seems like you're in seclusion to break through to the six-star ancient immortal venerable realm." Shi Tianfeng smiled. It was obvious that Shi Tianfeng and Xian had a good relationship. "I just don't want to be left behind by Big Brother Tianfeng." Xian smiled happily and said, "By the way, Big Brother Tianfeng, a mysterious major force has appeared in the ancient Heavenly Court recently. Its strength is very terrifying, and it's already famous in the ancient Heavenly Court." "Oh? What mysterious force is so powerful?" Shi Tianfeng asked curiously. "Luosha, no one knows the details. It's also a major force of the ancient immortal venerables. They're growing very quickly, and their strength is not inferior to our Heavenly Court." Xian said solemnly. He also wanted to know the origin of Luosha, but no matter how he investigated, he could not find anything. No one in the ancient Heavenly Court knew the origin of Luosha. Their strength is not inferior to the Heavenly Court. Shi Xianming and the three great elders were shocked. Shi Tianfeng frowned and guessed, could it be a subordinate force of the ancient immortal palace? Or is it related to Chushi? Xian shook his head and said, "Chushi doesn't know who Luosha is, and she doesn't know who they are. Moreover, they've only appeared for less than a month, and they're everywhere in the ancient Heavenly Court. Many forces, big and small, have been eliminated because they offended them. The people of Luosha like to meddle in other people's business. Any force that bullies the weak and bullies others is their target to be eliminated. There's actually such a major force? Even the ancient Heavenly Court and Heavenly Court can't find out?" Shi Xianming was shocked. Xian shook his head and said, "We can't find out. It's too mysterious." A mysterious force has also appeared in the ancient immortal domain recently. It's called the Dragon Soul. No one knows the origin of the Dragon Soul, and no one knows who the master of the Dragon Soul is. The existence of the Dragon Soul has already spread to the Heaven Immortal domain, Shi Tianfeng said solemnly. Just as they were talking, the banquet began. Xian also hurriedly returned to his seat. At the main seat of the banquet, Nightmare Devil happily raised his cup and toasted the upper echelons of the major forces. The major forces responded one after another, not daring to be negligent. After the pleasantries, Nightmare Devil smiled happily and said, "The Nightmare Devil clan has reappeared after 1,000,000 years. I'm very happy that all of you have honored me with your presence. The major forces present are all friends of the Nightmare Devil clan. Here's a toast to all of you. After drinking this cup of wine, we'll be on the same side. If you have any difficulties in the future, the Nightmare Devil clan will definitely help you. I hope that all of you will give me face." A bright smile appeared on Nightmare Devil's old face after he finished speaking. However, when Nightmare Devil's words came out, the faces of the major forces' upper echelons changed drastically. Many of their faces stiffened. What was the meaning of this? Was he trying to forcefully rope them in as allies, but who dared to say that they weren't friends of the Nightmare Devil clan? Who dared to not give face? Nightmare Devil was simply hiding a dagger in his smile. This old fox dares to act first and report later. As expected, he doesn't have good intentions. Shi Xianming frowned slightly, dissatisfaction written on his old face. The Nightmare Devil clan has been hibernating for 1,000,000 years. Since Nightmare Devil is in such a hurry to hold a banquet, it seems that he really intends to dominate the ancient immortal world. As expected, he wants to see the attitude of the major forces. The Grand Elder frowned deeply. This old thing is really cunning. Who dares to oppose him at this time? If we don't give him face, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to our forces alive after the banquet. Shi Tianfeng's face was a little cold. How could the proud Shi Tianfeng be willing to submit to the Nightmare Devil clan? Apart from Guzun Hall, the faces of the Heavenly Court Palace, Wushu Shrine, and other major forces were extremely ugly. However, the major forces present all toasted Nightmare Devil. Of course, we have to give face to Palace Lord Mo Yen. Let me toast to Palace Lord Mo Yen. Hall Master Lu is right. We have to give face to Palace Lord Mo Yen. Let's toast to Palace Lord Mo Yen. It's our honor to be acquainted with the Devil Nightmare race. We can't be happier. How can we not give face to Palace Lord Mo Yen? Many major factions toasted. To them, being able to curry favor with the Devil Nightmare race was a huge benefit. At least, they had a strong backer. Very good. Seeing so many major factions toasting, Devil Nightmare was very happy. Devil Nightmare did this to see their attitude. Secondly, he wanted to be like Ancient Immortal Palace, who had the support of so many factions. When the time came to war with Ancient Immortal Palace, he would be able to crush them. It would be very beneficial for the Devil Nightmare race to dominate the Ancient Immortal world. However, Guzun Hall and Heavenly Court Palace had not touched their wine cups yet. This was not as simple as declaring their stance. Once they declared their stance, it meant that they would indirectly become a subsidiary of the Devil Nightmare race. Under the suppression of the Devil Nightmare race's powerful strength, it would not be easy to turn the tables. Father, Devil Nightmare old monster wants to take us in by force. What should we do? Xian frowned and asked softly. Clearly, he was unwilling to become a subsidiary of the Devil Nightmare race. Do we have a choice? Our strength is far inferior to the Devil Nightmare race. Heavenly Court Palace Master shook his head helplessly. Young Master, you should know the consequences of going against the Devil Nightmare race now. Grand Elder sighed helplessly. This? Xian was speechless. He glanced at Shi Tianfeng. Shi Xianming and the others did not raise their wine cups either. The Ancient Immortal Realm and Immortal God Realm forces were the same. When Ancient Immortal Lord Yanchen dominated the Ancient Immortal world, they did not choose to submit. Now, why would they submit to the Devil Nightmare race indirectly? Father, have you thought it through? Shi Tianfeng asked softly. Shi Xianming was in a dilemma. It was hard to choose. But according to the current situation, raising his cup was the wiser choice. In the face of absolute power, choosing to go against the Devil Nightmare race was undoubtedly courting death. Heavenly Court Palace Master, Guzun, Supreme Palace Master, what about you? Devil Nightmare race's gaze. Shi Xianming poured a cup. He couldn't not give face to the Nightmare Palace Master, right? The Guzun Hall has always liked to make friends. Let's drink to show our respect. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Xianming drained his cup. As soon as Shi Xianming said this, the experts of the transcendental powers were stunned for a moment before they gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. The smile on Devil Nightmare's old face stiffened a little, but it quickly disappeared. As expected, Shi Xianming is unwilling to submit to the Demon Nightmare clan. However, it doesn't matter, Demon Nightmare thought to himself. Although he felt somewhat displeased, he did not show it on his face. The smile on the Devil Nightmare clan's elders' face lessened. They all understood the meaning behind Shi Xianming's words. Father is still the best. Shi Tianfeng transmitted with a smile. As expected of the Lord of Gu Sovereign Hall. He clearly knows Mo Yan's intentions, but he still rejected him in a roundabout way. In fact, it can't even be considered a rejection, but it can't be considered an acceptance either. They are only friends on the surface. Truly brilliant. The Heavenly Court Palace Master sighed inwardly. Shi Xianming only accepted the toast, completely ignoring the fact that Devil Nightmare was one of his own. However, he was still a friend on the surface. In this way, it was equivalent to tactfully rejecting Devil Nightmare. However, on the surface, Shi Xianming did not reject nor accept the toast. Such an answer also showed Shi Xianming's brilliance. Let us also toast to the Devil Nightmare Palace Master. The Heavenly Court Palace Master, Supreme Palace Master and the others all followed suit and toasted. The other transcendental powers also followed suit. As a transcendental power, none of them wanted to become a subsidiary power of the Devil Nightmare clan. Although Xianming and the others have tactfully rejected, it is equivalent to offending the Devil Nightmare clan. However, with their strength, they can still contend against them. An ancient immortal venerable thought. As expected, Palace Master Xianming and the others did not agree. Unfortunately, our strength is too weak. We can only rely on the Devil Nightmare clan. Only with a strong backer can we not be afraid of any power and experts. A Palace Master thought. I wonder what will happen in the future if Xianming and the others reject the Devil Nightmare clan. A Palace Master shook his head. The Devil Nightmare clan is stronger than the ancient immortal palace. Nothing good will come out of going against the Devil Nightmare clan. Xianming and the others are really courting death. An ancient immortal venerable elder thought. The other transcendental powers also understood the meaning behind Xianming's words. However, they did not have the courage to do so. After all, they were too weak. Devil Nightmare happily drank a cup of wine. Without any change in expression, he said with a smile, "Thank you for the honor." The banquet lasted for 2 hours before it ended. The transcendental powers all returned to their own places. During the banquet, everyone could feel the tense and fearful atmosphere. It was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Ancestor, this Xianming is not weak. He naturally won't be willing to submit to our Devil Nightmare clan. An elder said with a faint smile. It's all right. Devil Nightmare smiled faintly and said, I have already guessed it from the beginning. These ants are nothing in my eyes. Since they are not willing, don't come and beg me in the future. Although the ancient sovereign palace and the ancient heavenly court are not weak, the Devil Nightmare clan is nothing in their eyes. The great elder nodded. 3 great elders, the 3 great territories of the ancient immortal world will be under your control. Guzun Hall and the others won't dare to interfere. Forces under the ancient immortal palace will destroy anyone who dares to interfere. Only the Nightmare clan is qualified to control the 3 great territories. Nightmare Devil sneered. Yes, ancestor. The 3 great elders said respectfully. Then, 2 of them entered the huge black hole and headed towards the ancient heavenly court and the immortal god domain. The Devil Nightmare clan members also entered the black hole formation. Old monster Xianxia, back then, you attacked my Devil Nightmare clan in order to dominate the ancient immortal world. I will personally destroy everything you have and dominate the ancient immortal world myself. Devil Nightmare sneered viciously. All major forces of the ancient immortal world, listen up. From today onwards, the 3 great territories of the ancient immortal world will be controlled by the 3 guardians of the Devil Nightmare clan. If any major forces have any difficulties, feel free to come to the Devil Nightmare clan. The Devil Nightmare clan will definitely help you, especially our friends of the Devil Nightmare clan. Devil Nightmare's voice resounded throughout the ancient immortal world. It was incomparably domineering with an unquestionable tone. He was trying to forcefully seize control of the 3 great territories. There was no room for discussion. Devil Nightmare, that old monster. Guardian Tianhen was instantly enraged when he heard that. Ancient immortal sovereign Xianxia was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky as he said in a gloomy voice, preposterous. How dare he ignore the existence of the ancient immortal palace? Devil Nightmare is openly seizing control of the ancient immortal palace. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. He Qing said in a gloomy voice. The ancient immortal palace's main hall was filled with killing intent and fury. The Nightmare clan's actions were not only to instill fear in the ancient immortal palace, but also to infuriate them. Setting up a banquet to rope in the various factions, and now forcefully seizing control of the 3 territories. This is too much. Chushi gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her internal organs were churning violently, and veins were popping out on her face. Palace Master, let's do it. No matter how strong the Nightmare clan is, we can definitely deal a huge blow to them. An ancient immortal venerable gritted his teeth. That's right. The Nightmare clan keeps pushing their luck. Who knows what they'll do next? We can't take it anymore, another ancient immortal venerable said angrily. Ancient immortal venerable Xianxia said in a deep voice, you're all thinking too simply. The Nightmare clan is doing this to force us to take action, and then destroy us in one fell swoop. In this way, who will say that the Nightmare Clan is snatching the ancient immortal world's overlord position? They'll only laugh at us for overestimating ourselves. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable is right. We can't act rashly. Don't forget about the titled ancient god of the Pengu world, Xianxia said gloomily. Although he wanted to fight with his life on the line, he could not lose his ability to judge. I'm not willing to be trampled on by them like this. Protector Tianhen gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was extremely sullen. I hope Lord Feng can come out of seclusion soon, Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia said in a deep voice. Obviously, he was not willing to be trampled on by the Nightmare Clan. Indeed, strength determined everything. No matter how angry Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia and the others were, they did not dare to act rashly. Once they acted, the Nightmare Clan would definitely suppress them and even take the opportunity to destroy them. The Nightmare Clan wanted to force the Ancient Immortal Palace to take action, and then destroy the Ancient Immortal Palace with absolute strength. This would also allow the Nightmare Clan to become the new overlord of the Ancient Immortal world. Ancient Immortal Palace. Hearing the Nightmare Clan's words, Shi Xianming frowned and said, they're really fast. They're completely ignoring the existence of the Ancient Immortal Palace. The Great Elder said in a gloomy voice, the nightmarish old monster is really arrogant. Many major forces in the ancient immortal world have expressed their allegiance to him. Now that he has control over 3 major earthly domains, the entire ancient immortal world is undoubtedly under his control. With the support of the nightmarish demon clan, the major forces will definitely become arrogant and unscrupulous. The strength of the demon mantis clan was terrifying. With such a transcendent force as their backer, those ambitious forces no longer feared anyone. Even if it was a transcendent force, they were not afraid. The ancient immortal world is about to change. Shi Tianfeng frowned, Devil Nightmare has the backing of an ancient god. I'm afraid no one in the ancient immortal world would dare to make an enemy out of the Devil Nightmare clan. We won't interfere in the matters of the Nightmare clan. We'll just wait and see what the Nightmare clan wants to do, Shi Xianming said solemnly. A wisp of imperceptible worry flashed through his eyes. Nightmare Devil had been sealed for 1,000,000 years. No one knew how terrifying his anger was. No one knew what crazy things Nightmare Devil would do. The Heavenly Court and the transcendent factions of the ancient immortal world were also waiting to watch the show. As long as it did not affect their interests, no one would interfere. After all, the strength of the Nightmare clan was too terrifying. Wind in. Elder Guyu, what do you think? Jianqiu asked with a solemn expression. Guyu Immortal Sovereign frowned and said solemnly, the strength of the Devil Nightmare clan is terrifying. Devil Nightmare's strength has even surpassed ancient immortal Sovereign Xianxia. The ultimate goal of the Devil Nightmare clan is to annihilate the ancient immortal palace and dominate the ancient immortal world. To a certain extent, our dragon soul is on the same boat as the ancient immortal palace. However, this elder can't say for sure. Everything will depend on the Sovereign Commander and the Sovereign Lord. Guyu Immortal Sovereign's words made sense. Feng Wuchen had some friendship with Protector Feng Wuchen and had even helped him a lot. Now that the ancient immortal palace was in trouble, even if the ancient immortal sovereign had exiled many people, Feng Wuchen wouldn't just stand by and watch. Jianqiu's expression was solemn as he said solemnly, the Devil Nightmare clan still doesn't know about the existence of the dragon soul. Now that the Sovereign Lord has yet to come out of his seclusion, let's not interfere for the time being and observe the situation. Sovereign Commander, the 4 major clans only sent out one ancient immortal sovereign to accept the invitation of the Devil Nightmare clan. Clearly, the 4 clan leaders know about the motive of the Devil Nightmare clan. Now, they have offended the Devil Nightmare clan. Qiu Tian said respectfully. Jianqiu nodded his head and said, rather than offending the Devil Nightmare clan, they would rather submit to them indirectly and become a subsidiary force of the Devil Nightmare clan. If it was me, I would do the same. Moreover, the 4 major clans are following the Sovereign Lord and not the Devil Nightmare clan. Now that things have come to this, the Dragon Soul has indirectly formed a grudge with the Devil Nightmare clan. Now, let's see what the Devil Nightmare clan plans to do next. Ning Tianqing said solemnly. If the Dragon Soul and the 4 major clans join hands with the ancient immortal palace, they might not be afraid of the Devil Nightmare clan. The War Emperor said solemnly. that might not be the case. The ancient moon immortal sovereign shook her head and said, when one's cultivation reaches the level of ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, even if it's just a little bit higher, his strength is still very terrifying. That kind of terrifying power isn't something that we can withstand. We need time. If we have enough time, we won't be afraid of the Devil Nightmare Clan. Jianqiu said firmly. After all, they had all received rewards from Feng Wuchen, including the 4 major clans and the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf. As long as they had enough time, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Whoosh, at this moment, an ancient immortal sovereign Dragon Soul Sovereign appeared and reported respectfully, reporting to Sovereign Commander, an 8-star ancient immortal sovereign expert has come from the Immortal Soul World. He's from the Devil Nightmare Clan. Devil Nightmare Clan? Jianqiu frowned slightly. He was curious why the Devil Nightmare Clan would come to the small Immortal Soul World. Why is the Devil Nightmare Clan here? Ning Tianqing was puzzled. Just when Jianqiu and the others were puzzled, a voice filled with terrifying aura suddenly resounded in the Immortal Soul World. From today onwards, the Immortal Soul World will be under the control of my Devil Nightmare Clan. All major forces in the Immortal Soul World must listen to my orders. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A cold and intimidating voice spread throughout the Immortal Soul World. What? Commander Xing An's expression changed drastically. He stood up abruptly and gritted his teeth in anger. Preposterous. The Devil Nightmare Clan has gone too far. What? Take over the Immortal Soul World? Yu Tianshan and the others were shocked. The ancient immortal world is going to change. The Devil Nightmare Clan's strength is too terrifying. No one can stop them. Dongfang Wushan frowned deeply. His old face was extremely solemn. Palace Master, with Brother Feng's character, he definitely won't let other forces step on him. The Dragon Soul definitely won't sit back and do nothing, Qiu Bufan said solemnly. The Dragon Soul and the Devil Nightmare Clan are bound to go to war, Yu Tianshan said with certainty. Is the Devil Nightmare Clan going to take over the Immortal Soul World as well? Jianqiu's expression darkened. Buyu said solemnly, looks like the Devil Nightmare Clan plans to take over every region in the ancient immortal world and publicly exclude the ancient immortal palace. Not only that, but the Devil Nightmare Clan had forcefully taken over the ancient immortal realms east, west, south, and north immortal realms, as well as other regions of various sizes. It was the same for the ancient celestial heavens and the various regions of the immortal god realm. They were all forcefully taken over by the Devil Nightmare Clan. The 3 great domains of the ancient immortal world were all forcefully controlled by the Devil Nightmare race. They ignored the existence of the ancient immortal palace. Swish! In the sky above Polaris Immortal Sect, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the 8-star ancient immortal emperor who had taken over the Immortal Soul World. Supreme Commander, this person went to Polaris Immortal Sect. Qiu Tian frowned. He had already sensed that this person had appeared in Polaris Immortal Sect. Not good. Commander Xing An is in danger. This person wants to take over Commander Xing An's position. Ning Tianqing's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, Commander Xing An has received a reward from supremacy. His abilities won't lose. Jianqiu said calmly, but his heart was already burning with anger. Although Commander Xing An was only a 6-star ancient immortal emperor, he had powerful strength and spells. It wasn't a problem for him to fight an 8-star ancient immortal emperor. Who are you? Tell me your name. Commander Xing An's cold voice rang out. His figure appeared, and his cold gaze swept across the man from the Devil Nightmare race. Swish, swish, swish. The dozens of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and Ancient Immortal Emperors who followed Commander Xing An also appeared in a flash. All of you, stand down. Commander Xing An raised his hand and gestured for the dozens of strong practitioners to stand down. Mo Tianheng, the man said coldly. His cold gaze carried some contempt. What's the matter? Commander Xing An asked coldly. He wasn't afraid of Mo Tianheng. Mo Tianheng slowly floated down and said coldly, to take over your position and control the Immortal Soul World. Without Lord Ancient Immortal Supremacy's orders, it's useless no matter who comes, Commander Xing An said firmly, not backing down at all. The Ancient Immortal World is ruled by the Devil Nightmare Ancestor. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. Mo Tianheng was still cold, but a terrifying killing intent erupted. Commander Xingyan grinned and said, 8-star ancient immortal emperor. To be honest, I've always wanted to find a strong opponent to test my current abilities. You're just right. Commander Xingyan was looking forward to the strength and spells bestowed by Feng Wuchen. He wanted to see how terrifying they were. During this period of time, Commander Xingyan had cultivated crazily because of the terrifying techniques. His cultivation had increased by quite a bit, and he was already able to control the ancient wind soul power. He had also cultivated the terrifying spells to some extent. He just lacked an opponent of comparable abilities. Really? Mo. Tianheng's tone turned cold, as though he was slightly angered by being looked down upon by a 6-star ancient immortal emperor. Buzz. The terrifying power of an 8-star ancient immortal emperor suddenly erupted. Resplendent blue light flashed, causing the space to tremble violently and collapse. The majestic palaces of the Extreme Star Immortal sect exploded and collapsed one after another. In an instant, it was already dark. The various powers around the Polar Star Immortal sect were all scared out of their wits. Leave the palace. Commander Xingyan indicated for the dozens of strong practitioners to stay away from the palace. The palace couldn't withstand a battle between ancient immortal emperors. Feeling the terrifying power of Mo Tianheng, Commander Xingyan became extremely excited, and a strong fighting spirit burst forth. Mo Tianheng frowned slightly. Against his power, Commander Xingyan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was excited and full of fighting spirit, which puzzled Mo Tianheng. Was Commander Xingyan scared silly? Or do you want to die? Boom, Mo Tianheng's eyes flashed with fierce killing intent. He suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a boom, his body transformed into blue lightning and shot out like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His aura was incomparably ferocious. You're just a 6-star ancient immortal emperor. You overestimate yourself. Mo Tianheng said coldly. His figure arrived in an instant and punched towards Commander Xingyan without any fancy moves. His attack was fierce and violent. Commander Xingyan wasn't afraid at all. The power of the wind soul instantly erupted, and a resplendent white light flashed. Immediately after, he didn't want to be outdone and punched back. In that instant, Mo Tianheng's expression suddenly changed. Boom. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided fiercely. With a loud explosion, it shook the heavens and earth. The terrifying collision force swept out without restraint, turning the entire palace into ashes in the blink of an eye. What? Mo Tianheng's expression instantly changed as he looked at Commander Xingyan in shock. As expected of an 8-star ancient immortal emperor. What powerful strength. Commander Xingyan grinned. It was unknown whether he was praising or mocking him. Peak 7-star ancient immortal emperor? What kind of power is this? Mo Tianheng asked in shock. He simply couldn't believe that a 6-star ancient immortal emperor could actually block his power as an 8-star ancient immortal emperor. In other words, the power that Commander Xingyan unleashed instantly increased his battle prowess by nearly 2 stars. Bring out your full strength and fight to your heart's content. I'm already unable to endure the thirst. Commander Xingyan said excitedly as though he was treating Mo Tianheng as a sparring partner. This wind attribute power has an ancient aura and is extremely domineering. Although its power is inferior to mine, it can suppress my power and forcefully break it. I've never seen such a terrifying power before, Mo Tianheng thought with a frown. He instantly stopped underestimating Commander Xing and looks like you're very confident in your own strength. Mo Tianheng frowned slightly as a hint of viciousness flashed past his eyes. Commander Xingyan said excitedly, I don't know either. I'll only know after we fight. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz. After saying that, Commander Xingyan could no longer control himself and immediately took out his ancient immortal artifact. His battle prowess instantly broke through that of an 8-star ancient immortal emperor, and he immediately launched a frenzied and ferocious attack. Mo Tianheng wasn't to be outdone, and an intense battle ensued. The two of them fought directly into the void, shaking the heavens and earth as waves of terrifying power swept out continuously. Facing Commander Xingyan's domineering wind attribute power, Mo Tianheng was suppressed from the start. Even if he used all his strength, it was still difficult for him to resist. In the end, he had no choice but to take out his ancient immortal artifact. Only then could he contend against Commander Xingyan. However, what Mo Tianheng couldn't believe was that even if he used all his strength, his power was constantly suppressed and forcefully broken through. He couldn't contend against the power of the Wind Soul at all, causing Mo Tianheng to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Commander Xingyan mainly cultivated the wind attribute, and his speed was extremely terrifying. Under the situation where his power was suppressed, Mo Tianheng started to panic. In the end, he was powerless to resist and was hit by a few punches from Commander Xingyan consecutively. His body flew out. The short few minutes of hand-to-hand combat had shocked Mo Tianheng beyond belief. One had to know that Mo Tianheng's full strength was equivalent to a peak 8-star ancient immortal emperor. How could Commander Xingyan have such strength? His speed and power aren't inferior to mine. How could a 6-star ancient immortal emperor have such strength? He's just a small commander. How could he have such strength? Mo Tianheng was incomparably shocked. The dozens of experts who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. They never knew that Commander Xingyan's strength had already become so terrifying. What? With your little strength, you want to take over my position? Looking at Mo Tianheng, who was sent flying, Commander Xingyan sneered mockingly. Let's see how capable you are. Mo Tianheng's face turned sinister. He immediately activated his bloodline power and formed a seal with both hands. Finally, he shouted, Immortal Technique. Overflowing Devil Flames. End of chapter. Buzz buzz. Above the void, following Mo Tianheng's shout, a huge sea of flames condensed. The temperature of the surrounding space rose rapidly, and the terrifying power ruthlessly destroyed the void, causing it to tremble non-stop. What a violent fire attribute power, Commander Xingyan said excitedly, his battle intent growing stronger and stronger. Mo Tianheng, it'll be very difficult for you to defeat me in spells, Commander Xingyan said with a laugh. After the intense and high-intensity battle just now, Commander Xingyan was already clear of his own combat power. Commander Xingyan was very confident in facing Mo Tianheng. Of course, this was also under his full strength. This was already the peak of Commander Xingyan's power. Shameless boasting. How can the immortal spells of the Devil Nightmare race be compared to ordinary immortal spells? Mo Tianheng shouted angrily. He then waved his hand, and the huge sea of flames came crashing down like the sky was collapsing. The aura was overflowing, giving people a feeling of despair. Come at me. Commander Xingyan shouted, and the power of the Wind Soul was activated again. His hands formed a mysterious seal, and finally, the power was condensed on his index finger. In the next second, Commander Xingyan's aura was like a volcanic eruption. It was breathtaking and suffocating. What kind of aura is this? Mo Tianheng's expression changed drastically. Just the aura alone was enough to scare Mo Tianheng. It was clear how terrifying the immortal spell was. Ancient immortal spell. Wind soul-breaking firmament. Commander Xingyan shouted and pointed with his index finger. A white pillar of light shot out, bringing with it an ear-piercing sonic boom. The aura was vast, and it felt like an invincible existence. Boom, buzz buzz, the white pillar of light, which was as thick as an arm, instantly pierced through the huge sea of flames. With a boom, the domineering power of the wind attribute burst forth and tore the huge sea of flames into pieces, causing it to dissipate in the void. Rumble. Buzz buzz, the terrifying white pillar of light blasted the void, creating an incomparably huge pitch-black hole. It was terrifying to look at. How is this possible? The terrifying scene left Mo Tianheng dumbstruck. His body couldn't help but tremble. Mo Tianheng simply did not dare to imagine what would happen if this terrifying power were to hit him. How is this possible? Since when did our commander become so terrifying? Mysterious power, mysterious incantation, we've never seen it before. Could it be that the commander has been hiding his strength all this time? I can't believe this. This wasn't an illusion, right? Is he really our commander? The dozens of experts from the Polaris Immortal sect who were watching the battle from afar were all petrified on the spot, their faces filled with disbelief. Mo Tianheng's immortal technique was actually unable to withstand a single blow. How terrifying was that? It was simply unimaginable. Are the spells bestowed by Lord Feng so terrifying? Even Commander Xingyan was shocked. Cold sweat poured down his back, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Shocking. Ecstasy. Exhilaration. This kind of incomparably powerful strength could completely crush Mo Tianheng. What kind of spell is this? He's really a 6-star ancient immortal emperor? Mo Tianheng was incomparably stupefied, and his mind went blank. Mo Tianheng was already shrouded in intense fear. Swish, Commander Xingyan suddenly flashed over and looked at Mo Tianheng, who was incomparably terrified. Mo Tianheng, the demonic mantis race's immortal technique isn't the strongest. I'm very grateful to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that my battle prowess could contend against an 8-star ancient immortal emperor, much less know that ancient immortal techniques are so powerful. I won't kill you, so you can leave, Commander Xingyan said with a faint smile, as if he was shooing away a beggar. If Commander Xingyan really wanted to kill Mo Tianheng, the attack just now would have killed him. The demonic mantis race's strength was terrifying, so Commander Xingyan naturally didn't dare to kill him to avoid bringing trouble to the ancient immortal palace. Commander Xingyan glanced at the palace that had turned into ashes and said helplessly, "Looks like I'll have to stay at Winden for a while." At that moment, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the ancient immortal realm. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying aura instantly covered the entire ancient immortal realm. 7-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Commander Xingyan's expression changed drastically. From today onwards, the ancient immortal realm will be under my control. All the major regions of the ancient immortal realm will be under the control of the demonic mantis race. The demonic mantis ancestors' words were very clear just now, so I don't need to repeat myself. Remember my name, I'm Mo Tua. One of the 3 great protectors of the demonic mantis race. The cold and arrogant voice resounded throughout the ancient immortal realm, filled with deterrence. What? Take over the ancient immortal realm? Commander Xingyan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, preposterous. The demonic mantis race is simply too much. They don't care about the ancient immortal palace at all. Commander Xingyan's fierce and murderous gaze swept towards Mo Tianheng as he shouted angrily, when did the demonic mantis race become so arrogant? Commander Xingyan wanted nothing more than to kill Mo Tianheng at that moment, but he didn't dare to. He had to ask the ancient immortal palace. 7-star ancient immortal venerable expert. Does a protector have such terrifying strength? What a terrifying aura. I'm almost out of breath. The demonic mantis race is too terrifying, right? They directly announced that they are taking over the ancient immortal realm. Aren't they afraid of the ancient immortal palace? What is the background of the demonic mantis race? Isn't this too arrogant? Although a 7-star ancient immortal venerable is very strong, Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable is a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable. Isn't he afraid of being killed? In an instant, countless cultivators in the ancient immortal realm were alarmed and shocked. They didn't understand the demonic mantis race at all. They had never even heard of it. Despicable. This is really infuriating. Protector Tianhen's face was malevolent as he gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had almost lost his mind. He looked extremely terrifying. This is too much. Does the demonic mantis race intend to take over the entire ancient immortal realm? How dare they ignore the existence of our ancient immortal palace? He Qing roared angrily as overflowing killing intent erupted. Isn't the demonic mantis race trying to force us to take action? Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, we can't tolerate it anymore. If we don't take action, won't we become a joke to everyone in the ancient immortal realm? An ancient immortal venerable expert gritted his teeth as blood flowed out from his gums. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen's old face was incomparably gloomy. The anger in his heart was indescribable. Has Lord Feng come out of seclusion? Yan Chen looked at Protector Tianhen and asked. Not yet. Protector Tianhen shook his head. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up and give the order. An Ancient Immortal Venerable couldn't tolerate it any longer. Even if he had to risk his life, he wouldn't hesitate. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, if we don't take action, the demonic mantis race will come to our ancient immortal palace and cause trouble sooner or later. Another ancient immortal venerable expert gritted his teeth and said angrily. Endure it. Everything will wait until Lord Feng comes out of seclusion before we make a decision. Xianxia forcefully endured the overflowing anger in his heart as he gritted his teeth and said gloomily. He had never felt so sullen and helpless before. As an overlord of the ancient immortal world, this feeling was worse than death to Xianxia. End of chapter. This venerable immortal can understand everyone's feelings. This venerable immortal is also extremely furious. I wish I could perish together with them. However, this is a matter of life and death. It's not a game. Attacking in anger will only result in death. Our strength is no match for the Devil Nightmare race. Moreover, the Devil Nightmare race has roped in many major forces. Devil Nightmare Old Monster swallowed my soulless fire and his cultivation increased greatly. I don't have the confidence to defeat him. We can only endure. No matter what happens, we can only wait for Lord Feng to come out of seclusion. Only Lord Feng can suppress the Devil Nightmare race. Ancient immortal venerable Xianxia's words made everyone fall silent. Everyone understood, but they couldn't bear it anymore. The Devil Nightmare race's strength had already surpassed the ancient immortal palace. If they attacked in anger, not only would they not be able to defeat the Devil Nightmare race, but they would also suffer great losses and even be completely wiped out. Ancient immortal venerable Xianxia knew better than anyone how terrifying the Devil Nightmare race's strength was. Now, with a single order from the Devil Nightmare race, the Devil Nightmare race had already taken control of the three major territories of the ancient immortal world. Other than Commander Xingyan, none of the territory controllers resisted. Without the ancient immortal venerable's orders, they could only bide their time. The ancient celestial heavens and the immortal god realm were the same. In just a few days, the ancient immortal world had changed and was completely under the control of the Devil Nightmare race. Of course, this was only taking over and not attacking the major forces of the ancient immortal world. The Devil Nightmare race also didn't need to attack the major forces of the ancient immortal world. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was futile. In front of the strong, the weak could only submit. The major forces that participated in the banquet were secretly glad that they had made the choice back then. There was nothing bad about the Devil Nightmare race. Although they were living under someone else's roof, they had a powerful backer that could at least ensure their safety. Why hasn't the ancient immortal venerable sent anyone to attack? Could it be that we're just going to watch the Nightmare clan take control of the major regions of the three great territories? The Devil Nightmare race is provoking the ancient immortal venerable in front of everyone in the ancient immortal world, and he doesn't even dare to fart. What's going on? Does Guardian Tianhan not care? Does the ancient immortal venerable not care? Why hasn't he sent anyone? The various great realms were controlled by the Nightmare clan. The powers under the ancient immortal palace were all confused and began to panic. Guzun Hall and Heavenly Court Palace were also secretly worried that the Demon Puppet clan would attack them. After all, they had indirectly rejected the Demon Puppet clan during the banquet. In the Devil Puppet Immortal Palace under the huge black hole formation of the ancient immortal domain. Reporting to Nightmare Ancestor, ancient Heavenly Court's great regions have already been taken over by our Nightmare clan. No one resisted, nor were there any experts from ancient immortal palace seen. Within the great hall, a protector appeared with a flash, respectfully kneeling down and reporting. No one resisted? Mo Yen was slightly startled before laughing out coldly, and here your lord had thought that at the very least, Chushi would resist. Old Monster Yanchen is truly someone who can keep his composure. Ancestor's strength has already surpassed that of Old Monster Yanchen. How would he dare to make a move? Besides, he can tell that we're forcing him to make a move. All the more he won't dare to make a move easily. An elder smiled faintly. Mo Yan's old eyes flashed with ferocity as he said coldly, that means we haven't done enough. But that's fine. Your lord isn't in a hurry. Your lord has been sealed for 1,000,000 years, and the Nightmare clan has been sleeping for 1,000,000 years. How could we let them off so easily? Ancestor is right. In the 1,000,000 years of sleeping, hundreds of thousands of our clansmen have already died. We can't let them off. Another elder said fiercely. Whoosh. Just then, another figure appeared with a flash and said respectfully, Ancestor, the immortal god realm's great regions have already been taken over by our nightmare clan. No one in the immortal god realm resisted? Mo Yan asked. No. It seems that old monster Yanchen has given the order. No one resisted. The protector replied respectfully. Ancestor, the next step is for us to make a move. Old monster Yanchen and the rest can't sit still anymore. An ancient immortal supremacy expert said respectfully. Mo Yan placed his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. No hurry. Old monster Yanchen and the rest must be furious and panicked right now. They must be guessing my next move. Let them be furious and panicked for a few more days. Whoosh. A figure appeared in a flash and said respectfully, Ancestor, other than the immortal soul world, the other regions of the ancient immortal realm have already been taken over by our nightmare clan. Immortal soul world? Mo Yan was slightly stunned. Then, he asked curiously, the immortal soul world is just a small place. Who dares to resist? Who did they send? Ancestor, they sent Mo Tianheng. However, he was defeated by a 6-star ancient immortal emperor. This person is the commander of the immortal soul world, Xingyan the protector reported respectfully. What? Mo Tianheng was defeated by a 6-star ancient immortal emperor? An elder's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Another elder said in disbelief, an 8-star ancient immortal emperor can't defeat a 6-star ancient immortal emperor? How is that possible? The protector said respectfully, Mo Tianheng said it himself, so it shouldn't be wrong. Mo Tianheng said that this person's power is an ancient power that is very domineering. Furthermore, the spell technique he used is also very terrifying. It is far above our nightmare clan's immortal spells. Commander Xingyan? Mo Yan had never heard of this person. He asked curiously, ancient power? Powerful spell technique? A 6-star ancient immortal emperor defeated an 8-star ancient immortal emperor. His strength is not to be underestimated. Do you know the origin of this person? I don't know who he is, the protector replied respectfully. Mo Tianheng, come in, Mo Yan said. After a while, Mo Tianheng entered the main hall and said respectfully, Greetings, Ancestor, 3 great elders, and 3 great protectors. You're not injured? Mo Yan asked. He could tell that Mo Tianheng had only suffered some superficial injuries. This made him feel a little strange. Mo Tianheng said respectfully, he didn't want to kill me. He only wanted to destroy my power. What power is that? The great elder asked. I don't know what power it is either. Mo Tianheng shook his head and said, I have never seen such an ancient and domineering power before. It is very terrifying. He relied on this mysterious ancient power to raise his battle prowess by almost 2 stars. Furthermore, he could suppress the bloodline power of our nightmare clan and even forcefully break my power. The wind attribute spell technique he used could instantly increase his power by several times, easily defeating our nightmare clan's immortal spells. Hearing this, Mo Yan, the 3 great elders, and the 3 great protectors were all rather shocked. Suppressing the bloodline power of the nightmare clan? Is this person really so powerful? Mo Yan frowned deeply, somewhat in disbelief. Ancestor, it is absolutely true. This person is indeed very powerful, Mo Tianheng said respectfully. Thinking back, he was still incomparably shocked. He would never forget the terrifying scene of the battle with Commander Xingyan. Mo Yan narrowed his eyes and said, immediately send someone to bring Commander Xingyan back. I want to see what kind of power is so powerful. Swoosh. A figure appeared in the hall and reported respectfully, Ancestor, I didn't see Xianxia and the other 2 races in the depths of the illusion. The strong practitioners of the 4 races aren't here either. Instead, there are some weak clansmen. They're not here? Moing frowned and asked doubtfully, the 4 races never leave the illusion. Did something happen? With that, Moing used his consciousness to investigate, but he couldn't sense the auras of the 4 races. I can't sense the auras of Xianxia and the rest. It seems like they've hidden themselves. Send someone to investigate the whereabouts of the 4 races. Their clansmen must know, Moing said coldly. The 4 races had sent a clansman of the ancient immortal emperor to the banquet. It was obvious that they were humiliating the Moing clan. Moing had to ask for an explanation, right? Understood, the clansman said respectfully and disappeared in a flash. Mo Ying's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said coldly, Xianxia, the Mo Ying clan has just appeared, and you've already insulted it. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, don't blame me for wiping out the 4 races. Ancestor, the 4 races won't interfere with the matters of the ancient immortal world. They can ignore it for now, Grand Elder said indifferently. The Mo Ying clan is no longer the Mo Ying clan from 1,000,000 years ago. Whoever insults the Mo Ying clan will have to pay the price, Mo Ying said coldly. Polaris Immortal Sect. A figure appeared silently in a flash and glanced at the palace that had long been reduced to ashes. It's here. There's also Mo Tianhing's remnant aura and the ancient and mysterious aura. It seems weak, but it's very terrifying. Looks like Mo Tianhing was right, a Mo Ying clan member muttered to himself. However, the palace that no longer existed was empty. Commander Xingyan's aura is over there. The Mo Ying clan member looked to the right and disappeared. Windy Fire City's phone restaurant. Commander Supreme, a 4-star ancient immortal venerable has come to the immortal soul world. The Mo Ying clan is heading to the Shinra temple, Qiu Tian said respectfully. Commander Xingyan just defeated Mo Tianhing, yet he sent someone over so quickly. Furthermore, it's a 4-star ancient immortal venerable. It seems like he's determined to obtain the immortal soul world. Jianzhou frowned deeply, his expression extremely solemn. Commander Supreme Being, Commander Xingyan just left Wind Restaurant for Shinra Temple. This person is definitely going to deal with Commander Xingyan. Do you want me to get rid of him? Lust Python asked respectfully. Don't make a move for now. Dragon Soul, don't fight with the Nightmare Clan for now. Let Elder Guyu go. Jianzhou transmitted his voice and looked at Elder Guyu. Elder Guyu, may I trouble you to make a trip to Shinra Temple and protect Commander Xingyan? This elder will rush over now. Guyu Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, and her figure immediately disappeared. Shinra Temple. The ancient immortal venerables of the demonic Mantis clan appeared in a flash, and an extremely terrifying aura enveloped the Shinra Temple. All the disciples were scared out of their wits and collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. A 4-star ancient immortal venerable. You're here so quickly? Commander Xingyan frowned deeply as he felt an irresistible and terrifying pressure that made it hard for him to move. You've come with ill intentions, Dongfeng Wushan said solemnly. Who are you? Commander Xingyan asked solemnly as he sized up the strong practitioner of the Nightmare Clan. My name is Moe. Commander Xingyan, please come with me. The ancestor of the Nightmare Clan wants to see you. Unrelated people shouldn't interfere, or you'll die, the person said coldly. His cold words carried an unquestionable tone. Commander Xingyan stared coldly at Moe and said solemnly, an 8-star ancient immortal emperor can't defeat me, so he sent an ancient immortal venerable? Are you planning to bully the weak? You're not worthy of me making a move, but if you disobey, I don't mind capturing you by force. However, you'll have to suffer a little, Moe said expressionlessly. His voice was cold, and he didn't care about Commander Xingyan at all. Humph. How dare you behave so atrociously in the ancient immortal realm? Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable won't let you off. Commander Xingyan said coldly. Is that so? I don't think old monster Yen-Chen will dare to make a move. Moe's lips curled up in disdain. His body suddenly appeared in front of Commander Xingyan. His speed was so terrifying that no one in the Shinra Temple could react in time. If old monster Yen-Chen dared to make a move, why would he let the Nightmare Clan take over the 3 great domains of the ancient immortal world? Moe's cold and disdainful voice suddenly rang out in Commander Xingyan's ears. What terrifying speed! As expected of a 4-star ancient immortal venerable. Commander Xingyan was so shocked that he didn't react at all. The close contact made Commander Xingyan feel an even more terrifying pressure. It was as if there was a 5-fingered mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Commander Xingyan, your abilities are like an ant in my eyes, Moe said disdainfully. Despicable. Commander Xingyan stared fiercely at Moe and threw a punch forward. The power of the Wind Soul instantly gathered and exploded with an extremely domineering force. However, Moe only used one finger to block Commander Xingyan's attack and dissolve the power of the Wind Soul. No matter how strong an ancient immortal emperor was, he definitely wouldn't surpass an ancient immortal venerable. You used this power to defeat Mo Tianheng, right? This power is indeed not simple. I'll give you a chance. Have you thought it through? Moe stared coldly at Commander Xingyan, looking as if he would attack mercilessly if Commander Xingyan rejected him. If Nightmare Old Monster wants to see me, let him come himself. Commander Xingyan gritted his teeth and said angrily. As a member of the ancient immortal palace, he definitely wouldn't submit to the Nightmare clan. Very good. You have a backbone. Moe's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He blocked Commander Xingyan's finger and started to gather a terrifying force. Commander Xingyan, be careful. Dongfang Wushan was shocked. He hurriedly gathered his strength and rushed forward. Boom. Pfft. Just as Dongfang Wushan finished speaking, the strong practitioner of the Nightmare clan suddenly waved his hand. With a boom, Dongfang Wushan spat out blood and flew out like a cannonball, piercing through a palace. With a wave of his hand, he had severely injured Dongfang Wushan. Palace Master Dongfang. Commander Xingyan cried out in shock. Palace Master. Grandfather. Everyone in Yutianshan cried out in shock and panic. 5-star ancient immortal emperor, your strength is not even comparable to Commander Xingyan's, yet you dare to attack me. Old thing, I admire your courage, Moe said coldly. You bastard. Commander Xingyan was furious. His eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent soared. Boom. Pfft. However, before Commander Xingyan could make a move, a terrifying power burst forth from Moe's finger, causing Commander Xingyan to spit out blood on the spot. You dare to resist in front of an ancient immortal venerable? I really don't understand. Are you all stupid or overconfident? Moe said expressionlessly. Boom. Pfft. Moe punched Commander Xingyan in the chest. The terrifying power caused Commander Xingyan to spit out blood, and his body flew back. Even the bones in his chest were shattered. One finger and one punch had heavily injured Commander Xingyan. Moe grabbed at the air, and Commander Xingyan, who had flown away, flew back at an even faster speed. Moe grabbed Commander Xingyan's throat and said coldly, the difference between you and me isn't something your mysterious power can make up for. You had to force me to make a move and endure the pain of being heavily injured. You are truly hopelessly stupid. After saying that, Moe was about to leave with the heavily injured Commander Xingyan. Just as Moe was about to take Commander Xingyan away, he frowned as he felt a faint aura. This person isn't simple. This faint aura has reached the level of a 5-star ancient immortal venerable. This spiritual essence is no small matter. I didn't expect to meet such a strong person in such a small place, Moe thought to himself. Since you're here, show yourself, Moe said coldly, his expression still unchanged. Just as Moe finished speaking, his expression changed. He suddenly realized that Commander Xingyan, who he had grabbed by the throat, had disappeared into thin air. What a powerful spell to be able to save someone from my hands. Moe frowned as he looked at the Shinra Temple's plaza. His gaze landed on an elder. It was none other than Guyu Immortal Venerable. This is the ancient immortal emperor grade 3 Lives Yang restoration pill. Venerable refined it for me. Its healing effect is very strong, Guyu Immortal Venerable said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Guyu Immortal Venerable. Commander Xingyan thanked her gratefully. Guyu's appearance meant that the dragon's soul was about to make a move. Thank you, Senior Guyu. Dongfang Wushan also thanked her with difficulty. Luckily, Guyu had arrived in time. Otherwise, Dongfang Wushan's life would have been in danger. Guyu smiled. Treat your injuries well. Leave the rest to me. Guyu Immortal Venerable's timely arrival made Yu Tianshan and the others feel relieved. They thanked her profusely. Guyu Immortal Venerable was an ancient immortal venerable refinement master. She had an extraordinary status in the ancient immortal realm, and her cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star ancient immortal venerable. Senior, may I know who you are? Moe asked politely. Old man Guyu. Guyu smiled faintly, habitually stroking his white beard. Senior Guyu, I am a clansman of the Devil Nightmare race, and I have been ordered to bring Commander Xingyan back. I hope Senior won't interfere, Moe said politely. Guyu smiled faintly. Old man knows about the devil nightmare race and even knows about devil heavenly monarch. Go back and tell them that old man is protecting Commander Xianxia's life. Hearing that, Moe frowned slightly and asked curiously, I wonder who Commander Xianxia is? Why would Senior Guyu not hesitate to become enemies with the Devil Mantis clan to protect him? Reporting to the Great Elder, do you know a person called Guyu? Moe immediately sent a sound transmission to the Great Elder of the Moke clan. Guyu? In the Devil Mantis Celestial Palace, Devil Heavenly Monarch slowly opened his eyes and sent a sound transmission. Guyu is an ancient immortal venerable realm alchemist in the ancient immortal realm. He is quite famous in the ancient immortal realm and even the ancient immortal world. I see. I met this person in the immortal soul realm, and he said that he would protect Commander Xianxia's life, Moe said. Oh? Guyu is coming personally? Who is this Commander Xianxia? To be able to make him come personally, Devil Heavenly Monarch said in surprise. I don't know, but this person is indeed very powerful. I have never seen such power before. Furthermore, to be able to make such a powerful alchemist come personally, his status must not be low. Great Elder, I am confident that I can bring Commander Xianxia back. Do you want me to help? Moe asked. With Guyu's status, he didn't dare to offend him. Bring him back, Devil Heavenly Monarch said decisively. Understood. Moe replied respectfully. His aura changed instantly, and his gaze became sharp. Senior Guyu, forgive me for not agreeing, Moe said coldly. He flew into the void, and the bloodline power in his body burst forth. His terrifying aura rose rapidly. Weng Weng. The destructive power of a 4-star ancient immortal venerable was fully activated, and a resplendent purple light shot into the sky. Moe's combat power rose rapidly, and in an instant, the entire immortal soul realm shook violently as layers of the void collapsed. In an instant, Moe's combat power rose to the peak of a 4-star ancient immortal venerable. Moe waved his hand and took out a grade 7 ancient immortal long spear. His combat power instantly broke through to the level of a 5-star ancient immortal venerable. Guyu immortal venerable slowly rose into the sky. His expression didn't change, and he still had a faint smile on his face. Moe frowned, and his eyes flashed with ferocity. He put his palms together and shouted, Ancient immortal technique. Heaven sacrifice. Weng Weng. Moe shouted, and his combat power rose again. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of a 5-star ancient immortal venerable, and his aura became even more terrifying. As expected of a strong practitioner of the Devil Nightmare race. Your abilities are indeed extraordinary. Guyu smiled, and his old face became more serious. Since Senior Guyu insists on protecting him, I have no choice but to offend you, Moe said ferociously. He immediately attacked with all his might, and he shot out like a bolt of purple lightning. Guyu didn't dare to be careless. He used all his strength and took out a powerful ancient immortal weapon. Then, he blasted out a palm, and a huge palm print slammed towards Moe. Break! Moe shouted and stabbed out with his spear, bringing with it the power to pierce through heaven and earth. A destructive spear light shot out, bringing with it an ear-piercing sonic boom. Rumble. Weng Weng. In the blink of an eye, the two destructive forces collided and exploded. The energy ripples that were enough to destroy the entire immortal soul realm swept out like a tsunami. Both of them were sent flying by their respective forces. Guyu is indeed very strong. Moe frowned. In an instant, all the forces and cultivators in the immortal soul realm felt despair, and a large number of cultivators fled frantically. It has begun. Xianxia frowned. Commander Supreme, this person's abilities are very strong. Elder Guyu might not be his match, Yanhu said respectfully. Commander Supreme, may I make a move? Guesu said respectfully. Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work out, our dragon soul will have to wait and see, Xianxia said. No matter what, Commander Xianxia had helped them a lot and was willing to work hard without complaint. Now that he was in trouble, the dragon soul would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Guyu's abilities are definitely not simple. I have to give it my all. There's only one chance, Moe thought to himself. He bent his hand into a claw and frantically gathered a terrifying power. What terrifying power? His attack power is quite strong. Guyu frowned slightly, and his old face became serious. He felt a strong sense of danger. Ancient immortal spells. Life Spirit Battle God Spear. Moe shouted, and the spear in his hand transformed into a bolt of purple lightning that shot out with an invincible aura. It's an ancient immortal technique. No wonder it has such a terrifying attack power. Guyu frowned, his old face solemn. Whoosh, Moe turned into a bolt of purple lightning, and the dark void was covered in purple light. Moe's spear was undoubtedly his strongest attack. What a terrifying power. Can Senior Guyu block it? Commander Xianxia was worried, and his palms were sweating. Moe is very confident in his own strength. He plans to use all his strength in an instant. With the support of a Grade 7 ancient immortal artifact, his attack power is beyond imagination, Dongfeng Wuxian said solemnly. He was also worried. After all, Guyu Immortal Venerable's strength was only at the peak of a 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable, while Moe had broken through to a 6-star Ancient Immortal Venerable. Qiu Bufan and the other disciples of Shenluo Immortal Palace were all dumbfounded. Their pale faces were filled with horror. Moe had poured all his strength into the spear, so he only had one chance. If this spear couldn't defeat Guyu, Moe would definitely lose. Guyu didn't have time to think. His aura suddenly changed, and the primordial fire in his body was activated. It fused with his spiritual source and quickly formed a seal. Demonic fire! Dongfeng Wuxian exclaimed. It's even stronger than Old Man's demonic fire. Ancient immortal technique. Fire Spirit Divine Sword. Guyu roared, and a huge flaming energy sword tens of thousands of feet long condensed in the void, exuding a terrifying power. Whoosh, weng weng, Guyu Immortal Venerable waved her hand, and the huge fire sword, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, suddenly flew out with the power to pierce through the heaven and earth. The dazzling fire seemed to burn the void, and brought with it a sharp and ear-piercing sound of explosion. The immortal soul world and even the entire southern immortal realm shook violently. Guyu's attack power was extremely terrifying. It's actually a demonic fire. It's not simple, Moe thought. Luckily, he hadn't underestimated his opponent. Boom, puff puff, weng weng, in the next second, Moe stabbed out with his spear. All of his power exploded out in that instant, colliding with the gigantic flaming energy sword. With a boom, an extremely destructive shockwave rippled outwards, causing the two of them to cough up blood. After a fierce head-on collision, the injuries of both of them were extremely serious, and their faces were extremely pale. The destructive power that erupted from the all-out collision had already exceeded the limits of what they could endure. As expected of an ancient immortal technique. The power of his entire body exploding in an instant is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid Old Man's flaming sword won't be able to hold on for long. Guyu thought to himself. He hadn't expected Moe to be so strong. Senior Guyu, Commander Xianxia, Dongfeng Wuxian, and the rest were filled with worry. So strong. Moe was secretly shocked. At the same time, he was glad that he had used this move. Under the frenzied attacks, cracks began to appear on Guyu's fire energy sword, and they quickly spread across the entire sword. It was clear that Guyu was at a disadvantage. The fire sword that was covered with cracks could shatter at any moment. Not good. Senior Guyu's power can't hold on for much longer. Qiu Bufan exclaimed, his expression filled with panic. Moe's abilities are actually so strong that even the demonic fire's power can't block it? Yu Tianshan exclaimed, not daring to believe it. I can't hold on for much longer. Guyu gritted his teeth, and his aged face was incomparably distorted. Crack. Pfft. Under the impact of Moe's terrifying and violent spear light, Guyu's flaming sword completely shattered. The terrifying energy once again caused Guyu to spit out blood, and his injuries instantly worsened. Swish, the flaming sword shattered, and Moe shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. With a sharp, ear-piercing sound, he was unstoppable. In this battle, Moe had won. Moe's speed was as fast as lightning. Even though the impact had weakened quite a bit of the spear light's power, the heavily injured Guyu definitely couldn't avoid it. Senior Guyu. I won. Moe grinned coldly. Even though he had won, this spear strike had exhausted a huge amount of his power. Senior Guyu! Commander Xingyan and Dongfang Wushan shouted in panic. Commander Xingyan shouted angrily, "Moe! Stop!" Everyone from the Shinra temple held their breaths at this moment, and pairs of eyes widened in fear as they looked into the void. Swish! Ding! Just as everyone was extremely worried, a black figure suddenly appeared. Immediately after, he tapped the tip of Moe's spear with a single finger and easily dispelled the terrifying spear light's power. The person who had come was Dragon Soul Battle God Guesu. A 6-star ancient immortal venerable. Moe's pale face changed slightly, and the terrifying pressure caused his heart to tremble. Who exactly was Commander Xingyan? To capture a 6-star ancient immortal emperor had actually attracted 2 strong ancient immortal venerables. Why did you have to kill him? Did you really think you had won? Senior Guyu was merciful, Guesu said coldly as he stared coldly at Moe. Guesu flicked his finger and hit the tip of the spear, forcefully pushing Moe back dozens of meters. Merciful? Moe frowned. Guesu said coldly, Senior Guyu is an ancient immortal venerable refinement master. Demonic fire is just one of his flames. Moe's pale face darkened as he sized up Guesu with a cold gaze. Seeing Guesu appear, Commander Xingyan and Dongfang Wushan were completely relieved, as if they had been pardoned. A 6-star ancient immortal venerable. Qiu Bufan was greatly shocked. Big senior brother, who is he? Ziyun asked in shock, her beautiful face frozen on the spot. When did the Immortal Soul Empire have such a terrifying strong practitioner? Luo Susu and the other disciples were stunned. They had never seen Guesu before, so they didn't know his identity. Who are you? Moe asked with a frown. He had never expected an even stronger ancient immortal venerable to appear in the Immortal Soul Empire. Moe had used up a lot of energy, and with his serious injuries, he probably couldn't even defeat a 1-star ancient immortal venerable. Guesu slowly retracted his hand and said coldly, seeing that you are heavily injured and have used up a lot of energy, I won't take advantage of you. Scram. You. Moe was furious, but he didn't dare to do anything because he was heavily injured and had used up a lot of energy. Glaring fiercely at Guesu, Moe said coldly, although your strength is above mine, if you meddle in the affairs of the Devil Mantis clan, you will offend the Devil Nightmare clan. You should think carefully. The Devil Nightmare race may be strong, but not the strongest in the ancient immortal world. Not everyone is afraid of your race. Go back and tell the Devil Nightmare race to stop, Guesu said coldly. I admit that I am not your match. Even at my peak, I am no match for you. However, I must tell you that a 6-star ancient immortal venerable is nothing in the Devil Nightmare clan. I hope you will not regret your decision today, Moe said coldly before flying away. I'm afraid the one who will regret it will be you. Or the Devil Nightmare race. Guesu said coldly, not afraid of Moe's threat. Supreme Commander, the people of the Devil Nightmare race have left. Elder Guyu's injuries are serious, Guesu reported to Jianzhou immediately. Bring Elder Guyu back, Jianzhou said. Understood. Guesu replied respectfully and left with Guyu Immortal Venerable. Guesu had offended the Devil Nightmare race when he came out of seclusion. The Devil Nightmare race would definitely not let this matter rest and would definitely investigate this matter. Commander Xingyan, do you know who he is? Dongfang Wushan asked curiously. He had seen Guesu in Firestorm City but didn't know his identity. I'm not sure. Commander Xingyan shook his head slightly. If it was really Guesu, he wouldn't dare to reveal it. Dragon Soul has interfered and offended the Devil Nightmare race. Does Lord Feng have a solution? Dongfang Wushan asked. Lord Feng doesn't know about this matter. Lord Feng has been in seclusion all this time. I hope Lord Feng can come out soon. Commander Xingyan shook his head again. Dongfang Wushan was stunned and asked in astonishment, Lord Feng doesn't know about the Devil Nightmare race? Commander Xingyan said solemnly, Lord Feng knows about the Devil Nightmare race, but he doesn't know that they have revived. Palace Master Dongfang, the Devil Nightmare race is powerful and not below the Ancient Immortal Palace. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable didn't give any orders because he was afraid of the Devil Nightmare race's abilities. I can't implicate you all. I'll go to the Ancient Immortal Palace to report to Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable first, Commander Xianxia said before leaving in a flash. With the help of powerful pills, Commander Xianxia's injuries had recovered by more than half. I wonder if Feng Wuchen has the ability to fight against the Devil Nightmare race, Dongfeng Wushan said worriedly. Wind Restaurant Palace. Elder Guyu, how do you feel? Xianqiu asked. I've taken the pills and will recover in a few days. It's no big deal. Guyu Immortal Venerable smiled indifferently. Mo Yi's strength is indeed not weak. This elder originally thought that he would retreat in the face of difficulties and did not want to involve the dragon soul. Unfortunately, I underestimated his strength. Guyu Immortal Sovereign sighed and shook her head. For the sake of the immortal soul plane, would the Nightmare Clan need to send an Ancient Immortal Venerable? Ning Tiancheng was puzzled. Xianqiu shook his head. When this person made a move, he probably wasn't just trying to get back the face of Devil Mantis race. He probably came for the power of Commander Xianxia's Wind Soul. This is a power bestowed by High Lord, and it's supreme. Commander Zhizun is right. I think so too. Commander Xianxia defeated Mo Tianheng and used the power of the Wind Soul. The Devil Nightmare race is definitely here for the power of the Wind Soul, Battle Emperor said with certainty. You have guts, daring to take the power bestowed by the High Lord. Ning Tiancheng said gloomily and angrily, clenching his fists. The Devil Nightmare Clan is powerful, so there's nothing they don't dare to do. The Devil Nightmare Clan will definitely not let this matter rest. Our dragon soul has been targeted by them instead. They will definitely investigate this matter, Guyu Immortal Venerable said. Gue Su, who was at the side, said respectfully, as long as our dragon soul doesn't appear, it won't be easy for them to investigate. Furthermore, we can hide our auras and have our spatial rings. Gue Su is right. It won't be easy to investigate the dragon soul. Xianqiu nodded slightly. Commander Zhizun, I just received news that the Devil Nightmare Clan has set their eyes on the 4 big races and has sent many strong practitioners. Our 4 big races need to return to the illusory realm immediately. If the High Lord comes out of seclusion, please report to him. Qiu Tian's respectful voice traveled over. All right. Be careful. No matter what happens, report to me immediately. Xianqiu transmitted his voice, his expression becoming incomparably solemn. Before Feng Wuchen came out of seclusion, Xianqiu did not want the Dragon Soul to fight with the Devil Nightmare Clan. However, the Devil Nightmare Clan came knocking on their door. Understood. Qiu Tian replied respectfully. The appearance of the Devil Nightmare Clan in the illusory realm made the 4 big races worried. High Lord, when will you come out of seclusion? I can't make such an important decision, Xianqiu thought to himself. The Devil Nightmare Clan was stronger than the Ancient Immortal Palace, so Xianqiu could not help but worry. Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace. In the main hall, the heavily injured Moe had already reported the matter to Moe, the 3 great elders, and the 3 great protectors. How can a small immortal soul world have an ancient immortal venerable strong practitioner? Why did that old thing Guyu protect Commander Xianxia? Who is this Commander Xianxia? What's the relationship between them and a 6-star ancient immortal venerable? Moe frowned and had many doubts. Moe did not believe that Gue Su was passing by coincidentally. Even if he was, he would not be so nosy, right? I have never seen this person and do not know his identity. However, he is very strong, Moe reported respectfully. Commander Xianxia is in charge of the immortal soul world, so he must be from the ancient immortal palace. The ancient immortal palace must know his identity, a protector said. Protector, you are right. Moe nodded. Mo Tianjuan's old face was serious as he said, Ancestor, this immortal soul world is probably not that simple. With Guyu's identity, he would definitely not appear in such a small place. Send someone to investigate. Moe narrowed his old eyes as killing intent surged. He said coldly, how dare he make an enemy out of my Devil Nightmare Clan? He must be tired of living. Moe was very strong and had the support of an ancient god. He was not afraid of anyone in the ancient immortal world. Swish. A figure appeared and reported respectfully, Ancestor, the strong practitioners of the 4 great races have been discovered in the illusion. They seem to have suddenly appeared in the depths of the illusion. They have indeed appeared. I will personally make a trip to the illusion, Moe said coldly as a hint of viciousness flashed through his old eyes. With that, Moe's figure disappeared. When Moe appeared again, he was already in the depths of the illusion. They are here. Xiao Tian frowned, his old face extremely serious. He had already sensed Moe's terrifying aura. Swish, swish, swish. The clan leaders, elders, and higher-ups of the four great races rushed over and looked at Moe, who was high in the sky. Clan leaders, we finally meet. Moe smiled coldly. In a few flashes, he had already arrived in front of Xianxia and the other three. What is up with the bloodline power of the four great races? How did they become so terrifying? Moe was shocked and confused. Old monster Moe, why have you come to the illusion? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. I have set up a banquet and sincerely invited the four great races. I did not expect you to send a member of the ancient immortal emperor clan to the banquet and humiliate my devil nightmare clan. What is your intention? If you do not give me a satisfactory answer, I will not forgive the four great races, Moe said coldly. I believe all the major forces know the intention of the devil nightmare clan. You don't have to pretend. We have already given you face by sending a member of our clan to the banquet, Shuai said coldly. Boom. Pfft. The moment Shuai finished speaking, Moe suddenly attacked. The terrifying power shook Shuai and made him spit out blood. His body shot back. Shui Python. Patriarch. Grandfather. Mo Yan's sudden attack was so fast that Xianxia and the rest did not have time to react. Mo Yan's attack was fierce, and his palm had severely injured the Shui Python. Old monster Mo Yan. You've gone too far. Xianxia roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Gone too far? Humph. You humiliated my Mo Yan clan first, and now you dare to speak rudely in front of me. You're simply courting death. Mo Yan said coldly, not putting the four great clans in his eyes. Xianxia stared at Mo Yan with a fierce and bloodthirsty gaze and said, Mo Yan. How dare you not put the four great clans in your eyes? So what? Mo Yan's face was full of disdain. Buzz buzz. The bloodthirsty python exploded with terrifying power, and its battle strength instantly soared to the level of a 7-star ancient immortal venerable. The illusory realm shook violently, and a storm of death swept out. An extremely terrifying power spread out from the deepest part of the illusory realm, and the cultivators in the illusory realm fled in fear. Countless immortal beasts fled in panic. They could all see the terrifying energy beam in the deepest part of the illusory realm, and it directly blasted a huge black hole in the void. The monstrous killing intent shook their souls. You dare to hurt my grandfather, I'll definitely not forgive you. The bloodthirsty python roared furiously and shot out madly. Bloodthirsty python, stop. Xiao Tian shouted, but it was too late to stop it. A 6-star ancient immortal venerable actually dares to attack me. You've got guts. Mo Yan said coldly, and then swept his gaze over. Pfft. A surging aura shook the bloodthirsty python, causing it to vomit blood and fall at Mo Yan's feet. Bloodthirsty python. Xiao Tian and the rest were shocked. Young patriarch. The bloodthirsty python clansman cried out in fear. Mo Yan stepped on the bloodthirsty python's head and sneered, who do you think you are? Even your grandfather is not my match, and you want to deal with me with your little ability? What a joke, even if you cultivate for 1,000,000 years, you won't be my match. Bang! With that, Devil Nightmare sent the python flying with a kick. Xiao Tian swiped his claw across the air, and a powerful suction force pulled the heavily injured python back. Xianxia, the bloodlines of your four great races are much stronger than before. This sovereign is very curious as to how you managed to do it. Devil Nightmare sneered. The matters of the four major races have nothing to do with you. The Sky Spider shouted angrily, his old face extremely gloomy. It doesn't matter. I will find out sooner or later. Mo Yan sneered. His surging aura immediately spread out. His body floated into the sky as he sneered, looks like you don't intend to give me a satisfactory explanation today. All of you can come at me together. Let me see exactly what kind of strength you have to dare to humiliate my Mo Yen clan. As he spoke, Nightmare waved his hand and a terrifying dark purple barrier enveloped the depths of the illusion. The Nightmare Devil sneered and said, "If you think that you can fight against the Nightmare Devil race just because of this little increase in bloodline power, then you are too naive and too stupid." The bloodline power of the four great races was indeed very terrifying. However, Xianxia and the others did not have a 5 times spatial ring. It was impossible for them to control this supreme bloodline power in a short time. Only Qiu Tian and the others who had joined the Dragon Soul could control this powerful bloodline power. However, they still needed more time to fully control it. Attack! Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared. The terrifying power of a 9-star ancient immortal venerable erupted. The powerful bloodline power instantly caused Xianxia's combat strength to soar to the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable level. With such terrifying strength, there were less than 5 people in the entire ancient immortal world who could defeat Xianxia. Buzz buzz. The Sky Spider, Xianming Tiger, Qiu Tian and the other ancient immortal venerables erupted with their full strength. The destructive energy was beyond imagination. The space within the barrier shook violently. Towering mountains collapsed one after another, and the mountains were torn apart. The scene was spectacular and visually shocking. Boom! Xianxia stomped on the ground, and his body turned into a ray of green lightning and soared into the sky. His attacks were ruthless and murderous. Xianxia arrived in a flash and punched Devil Nightmare ruthlessly. Boom! Buzz buzz. Devil Nightmare sneered and countered with a punch. A deafening explosion resounded. The destructive energy of the collision swept out violently, causing the barrier to shake violently. A peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable. Your strength is not simple. Compared to old monster Yan Chen, you're only slightly weaker. However, compared to me, you're still far behind. Devil Nightmare said in shock. However, there was no fear on his face. No matter how terrifying Xianxia's strength was, he was unable to push Devil Nightmare back. Immortal beasts possessed powerful physical strength. Even with Xianxia's terrifying strength, he was still unable to move Devil Nightmare. This showed how terrifying Devil Nightmare's strength was. Boom boom boom. In the territory, the Sky Spider, Xianming Tiger and the other terrifying experts soared into the sky. Anger and hatred were written all over their faces. The strength of the four great races is indeed not weak. There are also many top geniuses. It's a pity that you're not willing to submit to me. You're really stubborn. Even so, I'll destroy you all. Devil Nightmare said fiercely. Boom. After saying that, Devil Nightmare's fist shook violently. With a loud explosion, it forced Xianxia to retreat. Devil Nightmare's strength is so terrifying. Xianxia was secretly shocked. He could not believe that Devil Nightmare, who had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, was actually stronger than before. Shoo shoo shoo. Boom boom boom. Pft, pft, pft. Devil Nightmare's figure flashed and disappeared. Immediately after, a series of explosions rang out. The Xianming Tiger, Qiu Tian and the rest spat out blood as their bodies flew out like cannonballs. This old monster's strength is really terrifying. It's not even the same level of strength. The Xianming Tiger was extremely shocked. Too fast. I didn't even notice it. Qiu Tian was also extremely shocked. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of terrifying experts from the four great races were severely injured by Devil Nightmare. In front of Devil Nightmare, they did not even have the chance to react, let alone attack. The people of the four great races were terrified. Their pale faces were filled with fear as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Devil Nightmare's strength was beyond their imagination. You dare to humiliate my Devil Nightmare race with such strength? If I want to destroy you, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Devil Nightmare sneered disdainfully. The four great races were just a joke in Devil Nightmare's eyes. Devil Nightmare! Xianxia roared crazily. Both of his palms struck out a terrifying force that carried with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Devil Nightmare sneered disdainfully. He immediately stretched out his palm and a black-purple barrier formed in front of him. It actually repelled all of Xianxia's attacks. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Xianxia's terrifying power was repelled by the black barrier, and the illusions exploded continuously. Xianxia, even if you attack me 1,000,000 times, you won't be able to break through my power. Mo Yan sneered as he was very confident in his own power. My attacks didn't even touch his power, but they were all repelled. Xianxia frowned as he had never seen such a powerful energy barrier. As a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable, Xianxia's terrifying attacks were completely useless. How is this possible? Our clan leader's attacks can't even break through Mo Yan's power. Our clan leader is a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable. Even if he isn't as strong as Mo Yan, he shouldn't be unable to move Mo Yan, right? Even our clan leader can't defeat Mo Yan. The other clan leaders and young clan leaders are all heavily injured. What should we do? The 4 great clans were in a panic. If Xianxia couldn't defeat Mo Yan, who else could? Mo Yan's power isn't ordinary. It completely ignores attack power. It's different from an ordinary defensive shield. Xiao Tian frowned, but he couldn't figure it out. It's not that our clan leader can't move Mo Yan, but his technique is very strange. Xiao Feng frowned. If this continues, grandfather's power will be greatly depleted. By then, we won't be able to deal with old monster Mo Yan. Xiao Tian said worriedly as he clenched his fists. Xiao Tian, why don't we try the sovereign's technique? Our bloodline power is stronger, we might be able to break through Mo Yan's power. Yanhu suggested. Yanhu is right. Xiao Tian, let's try. Ao Zhu agreed. Lord Feng's technique? Tian Zhu, Xianming Tiger, and Xiao Feng looked over in surprise. Grandfather, elder, we joined the Dragon Soul and cultivated the Dragon Soul's unique primordial codex and powerful movement techniques, but we haven't tried it yet. Yanhu explained. I see. Xiao Feng quickly said, Xiao Tian, the 4 great clans' survival. Quickly try it. All right. Xiao Tian nodded as his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Xiao Tian and the other 3 were already heavily injured, but their combined power couldn't be underestimated. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Buzz. Xiao Tian and the other 3 appeared in a flash. They took out their ancient immortal weapons and activated their bloodline power. Yanhu and the other 2 even poured their power into Xiao Tian's body. An unparalleled bloodline power burst out crazily. The aura was so strong that it was suffocating. In an instant, Xiao Tian's combat strength broke through the peak 8-star ancient immortal venerable realm. If it weren't for their injuries, the fusion of their bloodlines would definitely allow them to break through the 9-star ancient celestial venerate level. Prisoner Tian, what are you doing? Quickly retreat. Xianxia shouted and immediately stopped attacking. Let them try. Xiao Feng hurriedly transmitted his voice. Lord Feng taught them a powerful spell. Perhaps it can break through the power of the demonic nightmare. Lord Feng's spell? Xianxia was shocked as he looked at Xiao Tian and the other 3. The 4 of you have stronger bloodlines. Unfortunately, your cultivations are too weak. Even if the 4 of you combine your powers, you will not be able to do anything to me. Your powers are not even comparable to Xianxia's. Mo Yan said arrogantly as he glanced at Xiao Tian and the other 3 with disdain. Is that so? Xiao Tian said fiercely as he formed a seal with his hands. His aura surged again as he shouted, Primeval Codex. Primeval Soul-Severing Sword. Buzz buzz, as Xiao Tian shouted, a huge energy sword instantly formed in the void. It exuded an extremely terrifying power. Its aura was domineering and its attack power was terrifying. It was completely invincible. What a terrifying aura. What kind of spell is that? Mo Qiao frowned. Even he felt threatened. Is that Lord Feng's spell? The power it contains is very strong. This terrifying aura makes me feel a strong sense of danger. Xianxiao looked at the terrifying energy sword in shock. What a terrifying spell. Xianming Tiger and Shui Python widened their eyes in disbelief. Xiao Tian and the other 3 were severely injured, but they could still use such a terrifying spell. Whoosh, buzz buzz, Xiao Tian suddenly waved his hand, and a terrifying energy sword tens of thousands of meters long shot out with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. The domineering power instantly multiplied by several times, causing the black and purple barrier to shake violently. Its power increased. Xianxia and Xianming Tiger exclaimed as their hearts beat wildly. What kind of spell was that? Its power increased several times in an instant. What? Its power increased several times in an instant. And their bloodline power is suppressing my bloodline power. Mo Chio's old face was also filled with shock. Everyone present was dumbstruck by the aura and terrifying power of Qiu Tian's spell. After a moment of shock, Mo Chio's old face became ferocious. He activated his power and the dark purple energy barrier expanded instantly. Boom boom boom, buzz buzz, in the blink of an eye, the tyrannical energy sword ruthlessly and mercilessly collided with the Nightmare Devil's energy barrier. The barrier shook violently and large cracks appeared on it. The tyrannical power directly destroyed the Nightmare Devil's energy barrier. Impossible. Mo Chio's shocked voice came from the domineering energy ripples. After a while, Mo Chio's figure flew out from the energy ripples. His old face was filled with shock and disbelief. Mo Chio said in shock, "This is Pengu spell?" Such domineering power completely surpassed the existence of ancient immortal spells. Mo Chio immediately thought of the Pengu spell. But what made Mo Chio even more shocked was that where did Qiu Tian and the others get the Pengu spell? The Pengu spell did not exist in the ancient immortal world. How is this possible? It actually broke Mo Chio's power. Xianxia was extremely shocked, and his old face was filled with shock. Lord Feng's spell has such unimaginable power. Xianming Tiger's eyes almost fell out. What a domineering spell. Even Mo Chio's power can't block it. Sky Spider said in horror. Grandfather! Do it! Qiu Tian suddenly shouted. The combined power of the four had been exhausted. Immortal spell. Invincible heavenly bowl. Xianxia roared. A large amount of energy bowls condensed in the void and rushed toward Mo Chio. Humph. Xianxia, I don't care about your power. Mo Chio snorted fiercely. He was more concerned about Qiu Tian. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Mo Chio's palms blasted out continuously. The terrifying energy bowls shot out and were all forcefully shattered. Old monster Mo Chio. I want to see if you can really withstand my power. Xianxia shouted angrily. He had already condensed an extremely terrifying power and his might was monstrous. Ancient immortal spell. Heavenly Bull God's Fury. Xianxia flashed above Mo Chio and roared. A terrifying energy tens of thousands of feet long condensed and suppressed Mo Chio. This is an ancient immortal spell. Mo Chio's old face darkened. The invincible Heavenly Bull was just a small demonstration. The Heavenly Bull God's Fury was the real attack. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Terrifying energy smashed down with a deafening explosion, not giving Nightmare Fiend a chance to dodge. The terrifying energy ripples instantly engulfed Nightmare Fiend. The entire illusory realm shook violently as towering mountains collapsed one after another. The destructive power was terrifying. Ka-cha. The destructive energy ripples swept out crazily, and the huge barrier that was filled with cracks instantly crumbled. The extremely destructive power instantly spread throughout the entire ancient immortal world. The space collapsed instantly, and the entire ancient immortal world turned dark. For a time, countless factions and cultivators in the ancient immortal world looked at the illusory realm in horror. Ancient Immortal Palace. Nightmare Fiend and Xianxia's aura. Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen's face shook as he frowned. Nightmare Fiend is attacking the four major races. He Qing frowned and said gloomily, Nightmare Fiend wants to subdue the four major races? Isn't his ambition too big? Isn't it enough to subdue so many major factions? Clan leader Xianxia has already broken through to the 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm? What terrifying power! Lui Wuxian was shocked. Gu Sovereign Palace. Shi Xianming frowned slightly and said solemnly, the four major races sent one of their people to the Nightmare Fiend clan's banquet. This is undoubtedly a humiliation to the Nightmare Fiend clan. Nightmare Fiend will naturally not let the four major races off. I didn't expect Xianxia's strength to have become so powerful. This aura is not inferior to the palace master. An elder frowned. As expected of the four major races. They are indeed powerful. Gu Sovereign Palace's current strength is indeed inferior to the four major races. Shi Tianfeng exclaimed. Heavenly Court Palace. In the palace, Heavenly Court Palace Master Yin said in shock, Nightmare Fiend and clan leader Chonyo are fighting? He actually went to the Immortal Shadow Illusory Realm personally. Nightmare Fiend isn't trying to subdue the four major races by force, right? Grand Elder said in shock. The Nightmare Fiend clan even dares to touch the four major races. I'm afraid the next one will be us. Second Elder said worriedly as he panicked. Wind Restaurant. Gue Su, what's the situation? Jian Chou asked through voice transmission. Sensing this terrifying power, he guessed that the battle had already begun. Reporting to the Supreme Commander, the situation is not optimistic. Many experts of the four races have been severely injured, including Qiu Tian and the others. Now, only clan leader Chonyo is fighting Mo Yen alone. Gue Su said respectfully. What? Jian Chao's expression changed drastically. Commander, how is it? Gu Yu hurriedly asked. The experts of the four great clans have all been injured by Mo Yen. Only clan leader Chonyo is left to fight Mo Yen. Jian Chao's face was filled with worry and anxiety. Elder Gu Yu furrowed her brows and said solemnly, with Devil Nightmare Old Monster's strength, he is indeed capable of severely wounding the experts of the four great races. Can Patriarch Chonyo defeat Devil Nightmare? Ning Tiancheng asked anxiously. I don't know yet. Jian Chou shook his head worriedly. His sight returned to the illusion. Patriarch Chiu succeeded. Yenhu was overjoyed. Proud Spider had an agitated look as he said, Clan Head Chiu is indeed formidable. Devil Nightmare Old Monster, do you know how powerful he is now? Without that strange power, Grandfather's attack, with such terrifying power, will definitely work. Qiu Tian said excitedly. He was confident in Chonyo's strength. Even if Clan Head Chiu can't defeat Devil Nightmare with his full strength, he will definitely be able to injure him. Xianming Tiger vented his anger and said, if we can control an even stronger bloodline power, Devil Nightmare Old Monster will be nothing. The four great clans cheered loudly. At least they didn't lose the prestige of the four great clans. Chonyo's full strength attack was absolutely terrifying. Even if he couldn't defeat Devil Nightmare, he would at least be able to injure him. Devil Nightmare's aura didn't weaken at all. What's going on? Chonyo frowned as he thought to himself. His old face became even more solemn as he stared at the center of the energy ripple. Just as the four great clans were cheering excitedly, Devil Nightmare's cold laughter came from the void, as expected of clan head Chonyo, your strength is indeed formidable. It was unknown whether Devil Nightmare's words were praise or mockery. With that, a gust of wind swept out and the terrifying energy ripple instantly dissipated. Devil Nightmare's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Devil Nightmare Old Monster isn't injured? How is this possible? Xianming Tiger's eyes widened in shock as his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Not injured at all? Clan Head Chiu's strength is so terrifying. How can Devil Nightmare be unharmed after taking a direct hit? Wasn't his strange power destroyed by young Master Chiu? Shui Python exclaimed in disbelief. Grandfather's attack still can't injure him? Is Devil Nightmare Old Monster really that powerful? Qiu Tian was also in disbelief. How is this possible? Yenhu was petrified as he said in shock, did that old monster dodge? That's impossible. Everyone saw the scene clearly. Devil Nightmare didn't even have the chance to dodge and took the attack head-on. Chonyo's ancient immortal technique was terrifyingly powerful and he had used his full strength. In the face of such terrifying power, Devil Nightmare was unharmed, who would dare to believe it? With my strength, there aren't many in the entire ancient immortal world who are a match for me. It's impossible that the attack just now couldn't injure him. Chonyo was also extremely shocked. He knew better than anyone how powerful he was. Clan Head Chonyo, the attack just now was not bad, but it's a pity that it's still too weak. Devil Nightmare sneered in disdain. Both of them were peak 9-star ancient immortal venerables. Why was the difference in strength so huge? As he spoke, Devil Nightmare slowly raised his arm and pointed his palm at Chonyo. Clan Head Chonyo, I'll show you the difference in strength between us now. Devil Nightmare said arrogantly. An unimaginably violent aura surged wildly. Boom. In the next second, an unimaginable destructive force exploded. With a sudden explosion, Xianxia's body was sent flying. How is this possible? Just the force alone can send me flying. Xianxia's heart shook. He was extremely shocked. Boom. Pfft. While Xianxia was shocked, there was another explosion. Devil Nightmare had already punched Xianxia's chest. The terrifying force caused Xianxia to spit out blood. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. Impossible. Xianxia was even more shocked. He couldn't detect Devil Nightmare's attack. Devil Nightmare's speed was terrifying to such an extent. Whoosh. In an instant, Devil Nightmare had already grabbed Xianxia's throat. His speed was unimaginably fast. Xianxia couldn't fight back against Devil Nightmare. Before anyone could react, Xianxia's throat was already grabbed by Devil Nightmare. Grandfather. Xiao Tian was shocked. The people of the 4 great races were scared out of their wits. They were all dumbfounded and petrified. Now do you know my strength? I'm only slightly serious. You can't do it, Devil Nightmare said arrogantly. Nightmare Devil could easily injure Xianxia with a single punch. Now that Xianxia's throat was gripped, he could not break free at all. It was obvious that Nightmare Devil had not been serious in the previous battle. Nightmare Devil. Let go of my grandfather. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and glared at Nightmare Devil. Nightmare Devil. Let him go. Xianming Tiger roared and rushed over with his injuries. I was wondering how strong the 4 great clans were. They actually dared to send someone from the ancient Immortal Emperor clan to the banquet and sincerely humiliate the Devil Nightmare clan. Unexpectedly, they are so weak. Devil Nightmare said disdainfully. The claw that grabbed Xianxia's throat tightened. Xianxia struggled violently and was almost out of breath. Stop it. Xiao Feng roared in panic. Xiao Tian roared, Nightmare Devil, how dare you kill my grandfather? I won't let you off. Nightmare Devil. How dare you kill clan leader Qiu? Our 4 races will fight to the death with your Nightmare Devil race. Xianming roared with murderous intent. Fight to the death? A wisp of a cold smile curled up on the corners of Nightmare Devil's mouth, and he said with disdain, you actually dare speak arrogant words with just this little bit of strength of yours and intend to fight my Nightmare Devil clan to the death? Even I don't care about Yanchen. Do you think you are worthy? The 4 races were terrifyingly strong. Not many transcendental forces in the ancient immortal world could stand up to them. But such a terrifying transcendental force was worthless in Nightmare Devil's eyes. Xianxia, do you see that? The 4 races are only SOSO. Nightmare Devil mocked. Nightmare Devil, what do you want? Xianxia asked in a low voice. His throat was gripped tightly and it was difficult for him to speak. I don't want anything. I just want you to know the consequences of humiliating the Nightmare Devil race. Nightmare Devil said coldly and increased his grip. Xianxia could no longer breathe. Grandfather. Xiao Tian shouted anxiously. He was terrified and worried. Nightmare Devil, stop. Xiao Feng and Xianming Tiger roared. They could feel the killing intent in Nightmare Devil's eyes. Mo Yan's mouth parted into a smile. Immediately, he forcefully twisted his hand and broke Xianxia's neck in front of the 4 great clans. Xianxia's aura disappeared. Everyone from the 4 major races was petrified on the spot. For a moment, the deepest part of the dreamland was dead silent. It was the quietest moment in the history of the illusion. His eyes were filled with panic, anger, and grief. Mo Yan actually killed Patriarch Xianxia. The moment Xianxia's aura disappeared, all the experts from the ancient immortal world were shocked. Supreme Commander. Something has happened. Guisu sent a voice transmission to Jianchou in a panic. Guisu. What the hell happened? Why did clan leader Xianxia's aura disappear? Hurry up and tell me. Jianchou immediately roared. He had already guessed the result, but he couldn't accept it. Supreme Commander, clan leader Xianxia was killed by Mo Yan. Guisu's sorrowful voice sounded. Jianchou plopped down on the ground, looking as if he had lost his soul. Clan leader Chionyo's aura has disappeared. Elder Guyu was shocked. Commander Jizun, what is going on? What happened? The battle emperor asked anxiously. Clan leader Chionyo was killed. Jiancho said blankly. What? The battle emperor and Ming Tianqing's expressions changed. Ancient Immortal Palace. Clan leader Chionyo was killed by Mo Yen. Ancient Immortal Master Yan Chen's face was filled with disbelief. Elder He Qing's face was filled with disbelief. Mo Yen actually killed Chionyo. What the hell is going on? Why did Mo Yen attack the four major races? Why did he kill Chionyo? He has angered the four major races, and the ancient immortal world will fall into chaos. Second elder was worried. It's over. It's completely over. The four major races are Lord Feng's people. Mo Yen killed Chionyo, and Lord Feng will definitely be furious. The Dragon Soul and Mo Yen will definitely fight to the death. Protector Tian Hen was filled with fear. He didn't dare to imagine such a terrifying scene. Ancient Sovereign Palace. Shi Xianming and the rest were also stunned. They were all shocked by Mo Yan's ruthless methods. Mo Yan really killed Chionyo. Shi Xianming was extremely shocked. Mo Yan dared to kill Chionyo, which meant that Mo Yan dared to kill anyone from any transcendental faction. The elders were speechless. Their faces were filled with shock and fear, and they were also panicking. The transcendental factions and experts of the ancient immortal world were all scared out of their wits. In the deepest part of the illusion, the deathly silence was quickly broken by endless roars of grief and anger. Grandfather! Qiu Tian roared madly. He was filled with grief and anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. Clan leader! Clan leader Qiu! The people of the four major races all roared with grief and anger. That endless grief and anger was like a volcanic eruption. Mo Yan, old monster! How dare you kill my grandfather? I, Qiu Tian, will not let you go even if I die. I want all of your Mo Yan clan to die with my grandfather. Qiu Tian roared madly. He had already lost his mind, and a terrifying killing intent swept out. Unforgivable! Mo Yan, old monster! I'll kill you! Xianming Tiger roared with grief and anger. He was filled with killing intent as he charged out madly. Boom! Puff! Mo Yan waved his hand, and a terrifying force sent the severely injured Xianming Tiger flying. He spat out blood, and his injuries worsened. Clan leader! The clansmen were even more furious. Who else wants to die? Go ahead. Mo Yan sneered arrogantly. Damn it! The four major races will not rest until we destroy your Mo Yan clan. Shui Python roared. Avenge our clan leader. Fight the Mo Yan clan to the death. Destroy the Mo Yan clan. Destroy the Mo Yan clan. The clansmen of the four major races roared madly. Extremely terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. The terrifying killing intent in the deepest part of the illusion swept out like a tsunami. Looking at the members of the four great races who had gone mad in an instant, Mo Qing sneered and said, "That's right, that's how it is. Be angry. Show me your most terrifying side. Mo Yan, old monster. How many immortal beasts can you kill in the illusion?" Qiu Tian roared madly. Just a bunch of ants. I don't care about them. Mo Yan said disdainfully. All immortal beasts in the illusion listen to my order. The ban is lifted. Destroy the Mo Yan clan at all costs. Destroy the Mo Yan clan at the cost of your last drop of blood. Avenge the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull clan leader. Qiu Tian roared madly, and a monstrous killing intent erupted. Ancient immortal beasts of the ancient immortal world, listen up. I am the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull Qiu Tian. I command you with my supreme bloodline to destroy the Mo Yan clan. Qiu Tian then used the power of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull bloodline to order all the ancient immortal beasts of the ancient immortal world. The terrifying bloodline suppression suppressed all the ancient immortal beasts of the ancient immortal world. It was an order that they could not resist. The ancient immortal world was shaken. At that moment, countless factions in the 3 major lands of the ancient immortal world heard Qiu Tian's voice. Everyone was shocked, including ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen. The immortal shadow illusory realm was in an uproar. With the ban lifted, millions of immortal beasts roared and charged out from the illusory realm. This was just the vanguard. The immortal shadow illusory realm was vast and there were countless immortal beasts. Batches of immortal beasts charged out from the illusory realm. Immortal beasts that were as strong as ancient immortal reverends and as weak as ancient immortal kings were all mobilized. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. Furious roars and stomping sounds shook the void. Countless immortal beasts charged towards the palaces of the nightmare race in the three territories. The scene was spectacular and shocking. This battle was definitely going to be terrifying. No one could imagine how many casualties there would be. Roar! Roar! Ancient immortal beasts from various regions of the ancient immortal world and even the mounts of experts from various factions were mobilized. Especially the ancient immortal beasts. Their cultivation was extremely high and their combat strength was at the ancient immortal reverend realm. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Wherever the immortal beasts passed, no one from the various factions dared to stop them. Even the major factions had to avoid them. No one dared to offend the four great races when they were enraged. Not only did they not dare to stop the immortal beasts, they were also shocked. After living for so many years, they had never seen such a horrifying scene. Countless immortal beasts in the illusory realm were mobilized. They split into three groups and headed towards the palaces of the nightmare race in the three territories. The immortal beasts that had reached the ancient immortal reverend and ancient immortal emperor realm had already transformed into their human form and led the immortal beast army. Each group had millions of immortal beasts and they were pulling a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see. Who had ever seen such a horrifying scene? The expressions of the cultivators were as though they had seen a ferocious tiger galloping in the city. They were all scared out of their wits. The nightmare race is seeking their own deaths. No matter how strong the nightmare race is, they can't stop all the immortal beasts in the illusory realm, right? This battle is unavoidable. No matter how strong the nightmare race is, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. This is too terrifying. I didn't know that there were so many immortal beasts in the illusory realm. The nightmare race has completely enraged the immortal beasts in the illusory realm. Wherever the immortal beasts passed, all the various factions and cultivators felt their hearts tremble. At this moment, many experts from the major forces in the three major territories had already rushed to the Devil Puppet Celestial Palace in the three major territories. Everyone wanted to witness such a horrifying battle. Ancient Immortal Palace. The war is unavoidable. Protector Tianheng was shocked. Prisoner Heaven really lifted the ban. Ancient Immortal Venerate Yan Chen's old face was incomparably solemn. Once the ban was lifted, the immortal beasts of the illusory realm would step into the three great lands of the ancient immortal world. Many innocent cultivators would definitely be harmed. Xianxia has been killed. The ban is no longer important. He Qing shook his head. What is Nightmare Old Monster trying to do? Let the immortal beasts wage war against the human cultivators? What's in it for him? Lu Yuashan asked doubtfully. With the ban lifted, the ancient immortal world will descend into chaos. The various major powers will definitely put pressure on the ancient immortal palace. Mo Yan is simply trying to force me to take action, ancient immortal sovereign Yanshin said gloomily. Supreme Commander, Qiu Tian has lifted the ban and declared war on the Nightmare Clan. All the immortal beasts in the fantasy realm have left their nests and are rushing towards the Nightmare Palace in the three great territories. They are unable to stop the war. Guesu transmitted his voice was filled with panic. Even without Guesu's transmission, Jian Chou and the rest could already hear Qiu Tian's furious and murderous voice. The immortal beasts of the fantasy realm are going to war with the Nightmare Clan. There will definitely be heavy casualties. It might even cause the various factions in the ancient immortal world to panic, Elder Guyu said solemnly. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. All the immortal beasts are on the move. How many immortal beasts are there? Li Yuntian's face was filled with fear. He did not dare to imagine. Supreme Commander, even the immortal beasts of the fantasy realm are on the move. Should our dragon soul join in as well? War Emperor asked solemnly. After all, the four major races were Feng Wuchen's people. Xianxiao's face was extremely solemn. He said, let's wait and see. Ancient Sovereign Palace. Isn't the Nightmare Clan too arrogant? They don't care about the consequences. Is this the result they want? In the main hall of the Ancient Sovereign Palace, the Grand Elder was shocked. What is Nightmare Old Monster trying to do? The second elder was both frightened and confused. Shi Tianfeng smiled. Isn't this good? Weakening the strength of the Nightmare Clan is beneficial to us. Shi Xianming frowned and said solemnly, although there are many immortal beasts of the fantasy realm, it won't be easy to attack the Nightmare Palace. It's not that Nightmare Old Monster doesn't know the consequences of killing Chonyo, but he still did it. It's really unbelievable. I don't know what he's trying to do. The various factions of the ancient immortal world did not know what Nightmare Old Monster was trying to do. In the deepest part of the fantasy realm. Nightmare Old Monster. There are more than 100,000 members of the Nightmare Clan. Kill all the immortal beasts if you can. Otherwise, your Nightmare Clan will suffer heavy casualties. Xiao Tian roared crazily. Is that so? Nightmare Old Monster sneered. There was no change in his expression, and there was no worry in his eyes. With Nightmare Old Monster's terrifying strength, he could have stopped the immortal beasts of the fantasy realm. He only needed a barrier to seal the entire fantasy realm. However, Nightmare Old Monster did not do that. He allowed the immortal beasts to attack the ancient immortal world. Stop talking nonsense with him. Let's fight it out with him. Sky Spider shouted angrily. He ignored his injured body and forcefully activated his strength. Regardless of whether it was the injured clansman or the clansman with weaker cultivations, at this moment, they all attacked one after another out of grief and indignation. Buzz. Buzz, waves of terrifying energy exploded one after another. The space shook violently. Monstrous killing intent had already spread to the three major worlds of the ancient immortal world. The experts of the four major races were all fighting with their lives on the line. You overestimate yourselves. Nightmare Old Monster sneered mockingly. He did not take Xianming Tiger and the others seriously. Chonyo did not even have the strength to fight back. Moreover, the cultivation of these people was not as strong as Chonyo. Many of them were injured by Nightmare Old Monster. They were no threat at all. In Nightmare Old Monster's eyes, they were just ants. Humph. Nightmare Old Monster snorted coldly. An unparalleled terrifying aura burst out. Puff. Puff. Puff, Qiu Tian and the others who were charging over spat out blood from the impact of Nightmare Old Monster's terrifying aura. The weaker ones fell directly. Shoo. Shoo. Shoo, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, Nightmare Old Monster suddenly flashed out. His figure flickered continuously. The experts of the four major races were ruthlessly injured and their bodies were sent flying. No one noticed Nightmare Old Monster's attack. Didn't you want to take revenge for Chonyo? You can't take it anymore? Nightmare Old Monster sneered disdainfully. No matter how many immortal beasts there are in the illusion, they are just sending themselves to their deaths. Moreover, this is what I want to see. Nightmare Old Monster sneered. Nightmare Old Monster grabbed the air. Qiu Tian, Yanhu, Ao Zhu, and Xiongmeng were all sucked into Nightmare Old Monster. The four of them were seriously injured and could not break free. Nightmare Old Monster. What are you doing? Xiongmeng roared while enduring his injuries. Let them see how the immortal beasts die. Nightmare Old Monster sneered. Then, he disappeared with the four. End of chapter. When Nightmare Devil appeared again, he had already brought Qiu Tian and the other three back to the Devil Puppet Palace. Welcome, Ancestor Nightmare. The members of the Nightmare Devil race knelt down respectfully. One of them reported respectfully, Ancestor, the Immortal Beast army has split into 3 groups, led by ancient immortal sovereigns and ancient immortal emperors. They are about to arrive at our Devil Puppet Palace. No need to worry. Nightmare Devil chuckled, not taking it to heart. He waved his hand, trapping Qiu Tian and the other 3 in the air above the palace. He then laughed. The 3 devil puppet palaces of the ancient immortal world are no different. Take a good look at how the immortal beasts of the illusion realm died in the Devil Puppet Palace. Qiu Tian and the other three were severely injured, unable to resist at all. Young Master Qiu Tian, Young Master Yanhu, and the others have been captured by Nightmare Old Monster. Is Nightmare Old Monster planning to use the 4 young masters to threaten us? The ban has been lifted, and the order has been given. The 4 young masters can't threaten the immortal beasts of the illusion realm. The 4 young masters are severely injured, and Xianxia has been killed. The experts of the 4 races are most likely dead as well. Seeing Qiu Tian trapped in the palace with 4 times the number of immortal beasts, the spectating cultivators were all frightened to the point of panic. Not far from the Devil Puppet Palace of the 3 territories, a large number of experts had already gathered. Nightmare Devil's figure appeared in the palace. Greetings, Ancestor. The elders, protectors, and upper echelons all bowed respectfully. The upper echelons of the Devil Puppet Palace were not worried at all, ignoring the immortal beast army of the illusion realm. Is there any movement from the ancient immortal palace? Nightmare Devil asked. Protector Mo Tua said respectfully, Ancestor, there is still no movement from the ancient immortal palace. Oh? With so many immortal beasts of the illusion realm invading the 3 territories of the ancient immortal world, old monster Yan Shen is still able to remain calm? The ancient immortal world is in chaos, and as the overlord of the ancient immortal world, he is still not doing anything? Nightmare Devil sneered in surprise. The Demon Heaven Lord smiled faintly. Ancestor, we have taken over the various regions of the ancient immortal world. The fact that old monster Yan Chen did not make a move had already caused the various factions of the ancient immortal world to be displeased. Now that the ban has been lifted and the immortal beasts of the illusory realm have stepped into the ancient immortal world, old monster Yan Chen did not make a move either. It won't be long before his position as the overlord of the ancient immortal world is no longer guaranteed. Ancestor, the first elder is right. The ancient immortal world is in chaos. If old monster Yan Chen still doesn't make a move, the cultivators of the ancient immortal world will definitely be disappointed. When the time comes for Ancestor to make a move and stabilize the ancient immortal world, the various major factions will naturally slowly support Ancestor. The second elder smiled happily. Mo Yen shook his head gently. Indeed, it is your lord's wish to have old monster Yan Chen's reputation destroyed. However, that is only one of the reasons. Elders, after so many years, do you still not understand my grandfather? I don't care about being the overlord of the ancient immortal world. I just want to take my clan to Panga realm. A lazy voice suddenly sounded in the hall. In the hall, a white light flashed and transformed into a white-clothed young man. Greetings, young master. The upper echelons bowed respectfully. The white-clothed young man was the young master of the Nightmare clan, Mo Xianxia. His cultivation was as high as an 8-star ancient immortal venerable, and his strength was absolutely terrifying. Young master, you mean? The second elder, Mo Tianji, frowned and asked. Everyone looked at Mo Xianxiao. Mo Xianxiao shrugged and said indifferently, Grandfather has been sealed for 1,000,000 years, and the entire Nightmare clan has been in hibernation for 1,000,000 years. This is a great humiliation to our clan. Do any of the major factions of the ancient immortal world remember us? At this point, he glanced at Nightmare Devil and continued, what Grandfather wants to do the most right now is to make all the forces of the ancient immortal world pay the price. The immortal beasts of the illusion realm are undoubtedly the best choice, and the only way to remove the ban is to kill Xianxia. Make all the forces of the ancient immortal world pay the price? Mo Tianjun and the others were shocked. Xianxiao knows Grandfather best. Nightmare Devil smiled faintly and said, back then, the Nightmare clan did not offend the ancient immortal palace. But in the end, because old monster Yan Shen wanted to dominate the ancient immortal world, did any of the major and minor factions of the ancient immortal world help the Nightmare clan? Being sealed for 1,000,000 years. That feeling is unimaginable, but this lord will never forget it. This lord wants everyone in the ancient immortal world to pay the price. At the end, Nightmare Devil's tone turned extremely cold, and carried a terrifying murderous aura that was filled with sorrow. The hall was dead silent. Everyone could feel the endless hatred and anger in Nightmare Devil's heart. The current Nightmare clan was no longer the Nightmare clan of 1,000,000 years ago. Ancestor, the immortal beasts of the illusion realm have arrived. The immortal beasts of the ancient heavenly court and immortal god realm have also arrived. A clansman entered the hall and reported respectfully, breaking the dead silence. It's time to let the ancient immortal world see the power of the Nightmare clan. Nightmare Devil smiled coldly and disappeared. Mo Xianxia, Mo Tianjun, and the others flashed out. In the blink of an eye, Nightmare Devil, Mo Tianjun, and the other top experts of the Nightmare clan appeared in the sky above the palace. In the next second, many cultivators who were watching from afar had a look of horror on their faces. There was originally some noise, but now there was absolute silence. For young lords, do you see the immortal beasts of the illusion realm? Nightmare Devil sneered. Open your eyes and watch carefully. See how you are going to kill them. Xiao Tian and the other three glared at Nightmare Devil with fierce eyes. They looked like they wanted to swallow Nightmare Devil alive. As he spoke, Nightmare Devil formed a seal with his hands and shouted coldly. Ancient Immortal Technique. Doomsday Thunder Curse. The ancient immortal technique was used. A huge black-purple heavenly thunder curse seal appeared above the huge palace, enveloping the entire palace. The curse seal emitted an extremely terrifying power. For young lords, this lord's Doomsday Thunder Curse is invincible. The immortal beasts of the illusion realm can't even get close to the Doomsday Thunder Curse, let alone break through it. The ancient heavenly court and immortal god realm's Nightmare Immortal Palace also have the Doomsday Thunder Curse. Nightmare Devil sneered. The terrifying curse seal that appeared quickly disappeared. In a short while, the immortal beasts of the illusion realm charged over, crazily charging towards Nightmare Devil clan's palace. The scene was extremely spectacular, causing people to tremble in fear. In the next second, a scene that caused people to feel endless fear appeared. A large number of immortal beasts charging towards the palace. Before they could even get close, they triggered the terrifying power of the curse seal and were instantly turned into ashes. Each batch numbered in the tens of thousands. They came one after another, charging crazily at all costs. In just a few seconds, hundreds of thousands of immortal beasts had died tragically under the power of the curse seal. They couldn't even shake the curse seal in the slightest. Many cultivators who were watching not far away were so scared that their faces turned green. They were extremely terrified. Xiao Tian and the other three were also dumbfounded. With such a terrifying curse seal power, the immortal beasts of the illusion realm couldn't break through it at all. They were undoubtedly courting death. The ancient heavenly court and immortal god realm were the same. Countless cultivators were scared into vegetative states. How is it? Now you know how stupid your decision is, right? Nightmare Devil sneered. Stop now. Seeing the immortal beast charging at all costs without any fear, Xiao Tian and the other three shouted crazily. Young lord? The ancient immortal supremacy clansman leading the immortal beast army was shocked when he heard Xiao Tian and the other three. Young lord, why are they in Devil Puppet Palace? Were they captured by Devil Nightmare Old Monster? Another ancient immortal supremacy clansman was shocked. Stop now. Stop now. The ancient immortal supremacy clansman shouted at the immortal beast army. Millions of immortal beasts stopped charging, but the ancient heavenly court and immortal god domain's immortal beast army were still charging. Millions of immortal beasts had already died. What? Didn't you ask me how many immortal beasts I can kill? Why did you ask them to stop? Don't you want to know? Devil Nightmare sneered. Devil Nightmare. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth in anger and murderous aura. Yan Hu and the other two were enraged, their eyes were filled with flames of fury, as if they were about to burst out from their eyes. A bunch of rabble dares to attack the Devil Puppet Immortal Palace? Xiao Tian, aren't you a little too stupid? Mo Xianxia's mocking voice rang out. Xiao Tian and the others didn't expect Devil Nightmare to have such a terrifying curse seal. They miscalculated. Without the curse seal, Devil Nightmare clan would have suffered heavy casualties no matter how strong they were. What a pity. Mob? Ao Zhu shouted angrily, try removing the curse seal if you have the guts. Isn't Devil Nightmare clan very powerful? What kind of ability is it to use a curse seal to stop the immortal beast army? Mo Xianxiao, go and try if you have the guts. Xiao Tian glanced at Mo Xianxiao coldly. Mo Xianxiao's expression didn't change as he shrugged and smiled, you don't have to provoke me, no one is that stupid. But strength is strength, it's a waste of breath to talk about those useless things. The reason why the 4 major clans ended up like this is because you dared to humiliate my Devil Nightmare clan in front of so many major forces of the ancient immortal world. You should have thought of the consequences. Xianxia, since young Master Qiu Tian has already made the request, let's go and give it a try. Grandpa will fight by your side. There are so many people in the ancient immortal realms watching, we can't lose the face of our Nightmare Devil race. A large number of immortal beasts are rushing over, enough for us to kill to our heart's content. Nightmare Devil coldly laughed, his old eyes flashed with ruthlessness. As soon as Mo Yan said this, the expressions of Qiu Tian and the others instantly changed greatly. If the Devil Nightmares attacked together, then it would be a different story. The millions of immortal beasts in the fantasy realm couldn't do anything to Devil Nightmare. Even the millions of immortal beasts couldn't do anything to Devil Nightmare. Since Grandpa wants to try, then let's try. Mo Qianxiao said indifferently without any fear. For young masters, watch carefully. Mo Yan sneered. Then, he and Mo Qianxiao left in a flash. Swish. Buzz. Devil Nightmare pointed a finger in the air. Instantly, an extremely terrifying black-purple energy beam shot out. With a sharp and ear-piercing sound, the space exploded and collapsed. Everywhere it passed, tens of thousands of immortal beasts were killed. Swish. Swish. Buzz. At the same time, Mo Qianxiao activated the power of an 8-star ancient immortal venerable and condensed tens of thousands of terrifying ice attribute energy swords. With a light wave of his hand, the terrifying energy swords were shot out mercilessly. Everywhere they passed, a large number of immortal beasts were instantly frozen and turned into countless ice cubes. Not even a corpse was left behind. The two of them killed close to 100,000 immortal beasts with just one attack. Gulp. The cultivators nearby all swallowed their saliva in fear. Their faces were as pale as paper. The terrifying power had scared them out of their wits. Mo Yan and Mo Qianxiao attacked consecutively. In less than half a minute, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts were killed mercilessly. Whether it was the ancient immortal venerables or ancient immortal emperors, they were all killed mercilessly. Facing the terrifying power of Mo Yan and Mo Qianxiao, the immortal beasts were all frightened. Looking at the brutal massacre, Qiu Tian gritted his teeth and said angrily, Mo Yan. Mo Qianxiao. You will all die a horrible death. Even if I, Qiu Tian, become a ghost, I won't let you off. I will kill you all. Yanhu roared crazily, his eyes bloodshot. Back off. Back off. Ao Zhu roared at the immortal beast army. Don't go to your deaths. Back off. An ancient immortal sovereign clansman shouted. His face was incomparably gloomy as he blocked the illusory realm immortal beasts. At the same time, the illusory realm immortal beasts of the ancient heavenly court and immortal god realm also stopped attacking. Your young master has given the order to eliminate the Mo Yan clan at all costs. If you don't attack, you will be disobeying the order. Mo Qianxiao sneered as he continued to control the terrifying ice attribute energy sword to attack. Qianxiao, stop. Mo Yan said indifferently. His figure flashed in front of Qiu Tian and the other three. Mo Yan. I won't let you off. Staring at Mo Yan fiercely, Qiu Tian gritted his teeth and roared. He couldn't wait to tear Mo Yan apart. Young Master Qiu Tian, if you are willing to hand over the powerful cultivation technique, this lord may consider letting these immortal beasts leave alive. Eliminating these immortal beasts is as easy as flipping my hand. Don't be in a hurry to reject this lord. I will make a decision after looking at them. Mo Yan sneered. Humph. So you want to threaten us to hand over the powerful cultivation technique? Bah. Shameless. Yanhu roared. Powerful cultivation technique? Mo Tianjun and the other elders and protectors looked over in surprise. What powerful cultivation technique? Mo Qianxiao looked at Mo Yan curiously. A cultivation technique that Mo Yan wanted was naturally very powerful. Mo Qianxiao and the others didn't have any doubts. That's right. This lord is indeed after the powerful cultivation technique. Mo Yan sneered. The four major clans definitely don't have a cultivation technique that can break through this lord's power. This lord is not afraid to tell you that the cultivation technique you are using is the Panga technique. Although I don't know where you got it, the Panga technique cannot be used to its full potential in your hands. What? Panga technique? Mo Xianxia and Mo Tianjuan's expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. Qiu Tian actually had the Panga technique. Panga technique? Qiu Tian and the other three were also extremely shocked. They didn't expect the Dragon Soul's cultivation technique to be the Panga technique. Hand over the Panga technique and this lord can let you go. I can also let the immortal beasts of the illusion realm safely return to the illusion realm. Mo Yan smiled faintly. As he spoke, he formed a seal with one hand. He bent his hand and a drop of essence blood appeared in his palm. Mo Yan continued with a smile. This is the essence blood of the ancient ferocious beasts of the Panga realm that my master gave me last time. You should know the bloodline suppression of the immortal beasts. This lord can use this essence blood to control all the immortal beasts of the illusion realm. Hearing this, Qiu Tian completely understood. He gritted his teeth and said gloomily, so you planned all of this from the start. You're not too stupid. Mo Yan sneered. Then, he injected his power into the essence blood. A terrifying bloodline power erupted wildly. In the next moment, the millions of immortal beasts of the immortal soul realm all knelt down in fear. End of chapter. Seeing millions of immortal beasts kneeling in the void, Qiu Tian and the other three widened their eyes in disbelief. Other than Feng Wuchen, there was also a terrifying bloodline power that could make immortal beasts kneel. What's going on? Why are millions of immortal beasts kneeling? They are kneeling? What's with that terrifying bloodline aura? Immortal beasts kneeling? What's going on? Did young Master Qiu Tian and the others kneel? The onlooking cultivators were shocked and confused, their eyes widened. Not only were millions of immortal beasts kneeling, even the immortal beasts of the ancient heavenly court and immortal god realm were kneeling. The onlooking cultivators didn't know what was going on. Looking at the shocked four, Devil Nightmare smiled faintly. Don't worry, I won't suppress your bloodline. I hope you can think about it carefully. Suppress? You have to be able to suppress it. Feng Wuchen had raised the bloodline of the four major races. Devil Nightmare could only suppress other immortal beasts. Suppressing the four major races? Dream on. Fortunately, Devil Nightmare didn't try to suppress Qiu Tian and the others. Otherwise, Devil Nightmare would think that the bloodline essence in his hand was malfunctioning. Devil Nightmare, old monster. What are you trying to do by controlling them? Proud Spider asked angrily, his face hideous. Devil Nightmare used the terrifying blood essence to control millions of immortal beasts. He must have another goal. What do you think will happen if the immortal beasts of the illusion realm start a war with human cultivators? Think carefully before you answer me. Devil Nightmare smiled. What? Qiu Tian and the other three's faces changed. Devouring Python said ferociously, you bastard. Do you want to plunge the ancient immortal world into misery and suffering? Plunge the ancient immortal world into misery and suffering? Devil Nightmare sneered. What does that have to do with me? Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The immortal beasts of the ancient heavenly court and immortal god realm are also under my control. Millions of immortal beasts attacking the major forces of the ancient immortal world, what will happen? Just who will win? Mo Qian said with a grin, looking very expectant. Young Master Qiu Tian, you are a smart person. Once the immortal beasts start a war with the various forces, regardless of the outcome, the immortal beasts will no longer be able to exist in the ancient immortal world. Such a crime will be borne by your four great clans. Mo Yan sneered. Soon after, he waved his hand and withdrew the power that trapped Qiu Tian. Do you mean what you say? Qiu Tian asked darkly. Prisoner Heaven, you can't give it to him. At that time, no one will be a match for him. Yanhu hastily shouted. Lust Python also said anxiously, Prisoner Heaven, don't listen to him. Don't give it to him. Do we have a choice? Qiu Tian said in a low voice. He was unwilling to hand it over, but he had no choice. If he didn't hand over the Pengu incantation, Devil Nightmare would definitely order the immortal beasts to attack the various factions in the ancient immortal world. Qiu Tian did not doubt this at all. You're right, you have no choice. Devil Nightmare said with a faint smile. I hope you can keep your promise. Qiu Tian said coldly. Then, with a flick of his finger, a ray of golden light shot out and sent the primeval soul-severing sword's incantation into Devil Nightmare's forehead. Qiu Tian had only given the primeval soul-severing sword to Devil Nightmare. He didn't give the primeval codex or any other incantations. He wasn't that stupid. As the information entered his mind, Devil Nightmare said excitedly, it really is the Pengu incantation. I was right. What a domineering incantation. Old monster Yanchen, when I've mastered it, I'll personally destroy your ancient immortal palace even if you don't do anything. Looking at the ecstatic Devil Nightmare, Lust Python shouted angrily, let us go. Don't be hasty. Devil Nightmare sneered, looking as if his evil plan had succeeded. Then, he ordered, attack the various factions in the ancient immortal world. Roar. Roar, roar. Millions of immortal beasts suddenly roared and charged in all directions. Their bloodthirsty killing intent surged and shook the heavens and earth. The human cultivators who were watching all had a change in expression. What's wrong with these immortal beasts? Why are they suddenly attacking us? Humph. You're courting death. How dare you attack me? Not good. Something big has happened. Spread the news quickly. The illusory realm immortal beasts are attacking us. Many cultivators shouted. Most of the cultivators who came to watch were powerful cultivators. Many of them charged at the immortal beasts. The war broke out without any warning. At the same time, millions of immortal beasts in the ancient heavenly court and immortal god realm went crazy. They spread out and attacked the various factions in the ancient immortal world. What? Hearing Devil Nightmare's order, Qiu Tian and the other three were shocked. Devil Nightmare was indeed up to no good. He went back on his word. You went back on your word. Qiu Tian roared and charged at Devil Nightmare. Boom! Pft, all of a sudden, Xianxia arrived in a flash and swept out with his leg. With a boom, Qiu Tian was sent flying and smashed into a stone pillar. The show is about to begin. Xianxia sneered. The news of the illusory realm immortal beasts attacking the various factions in the ancient immortal world spread quickly. The war had already begun. Many factions were fighting the illusory realm immortal beasts with their lives. The army of millions of immortal beasts spread to the three major regions of the ancient immortal world and launched a merciless attack. The war of the ancient immortal world had broken out, facing the large number of immortal beasts. Many factions had already been wiped out and suffered heavy casualties. This is bad. The illusory realm immortal beasts are attacking our factions. Send someone to report to the ancient immortal sovereign. What's wrong with the illusory realm immortal beasts? Why are they suddenly attacking the various factions? Is this Devil Nightmare's doing? Report to Guardian Tianhen. Report to the ancient immortal sovereign. For a time, the various factions in the ancient immortal realm were in chaos. The weaker factions suffered heavy casualties and fled in panic. The powerful factions were leaving their experts to kill the immortal beasts. Ancient Immortal Palace. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen and the rest had already received the news. They were furious and anxious. The war had broken out in the three major regions of the ancient immortal world. If they did not show up now, who knew how many cultivators would die? The ancient immortal world would be flooded with blood. Devil Nightmare. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen was furious. He could no longer bear it. Ancient Immortal Sovereign. Make your move. Great Elder He Qing said in a deep voice. He could no longer bear it. Pass down this immortal sovereign's order. All factions under the ancient immortal palace are to attack immediately. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen shouted furiously. Monstrous killing intent and surging aura erupted. Wait. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Then, a voice appeared out of nowhere. The envoy of the Order of Heaven and Earth. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen and the rest were shocked. The envoy said calmly, if you attack, you will only cause more casualties. The war has just begun. While the casualties are still low, send people to the sacred world. Lord Feng is there. What? In the sacred world? Yan Chen and the rest were shocked. Guardian Tianhen. Quick! Go to the sacred world and look for Lord Feng. Yan Chen shouted anxiously. Lord Messenger, how did you know that Lord Feng is in the sacred world? After Tianhen rushed to the sacred world, ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen asked respectfully. The messenger said indifferently, when the titled ancient god appeared in the Pangu world, Lord Feng had already gone to the sacred world. Lord Feng's wife and daughter are both in the sacred world. The titled ancient god in the Pangu world has already been scared away by Lord Feng. He shouldn't dare to return in a short period of time. Previously, I was heavily injured, so I couldn't inform you in time. When I arrived in the sacred world, I discovered that something had happened. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. The titled ancient god was scared away by Lord Feng? That's great. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen and the others were overjoyed when they heard that. They were completely relieved. It's my duty to not interfere with the matters of the various worlds. This matter concerns Lord Feng, so I came specially. The rest is up to you, the messenger said indifferently. Then, he disappeared. That's great. The titled ancient god was scared away by Lord Feng. As long as Lord Feng returns, he will definitely be able to deal with the nightmare race. Elder Hiqing said with joy. That's right. Lord Feng is in the sacred world. He definitely doesn't know that the nightmare race has broken out of the seal. Lord Feng can even scare away a titled ancient god. The nightmare race is nothing. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen said excitedly. He had been on tenterhooks all this time. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. The nightmare race touched Lord Feng's people. Lord Feng definitely won't let the nightmare race off easily. That arrogant nightmare race's good days are coming to an end, Yang Yuashan said excitedly. His old face beamed with joy. Swish! In the sacred world's temple of Rakshasa, Protector Tianhen appeared. His expression was filled with joy and anxiety. Who are you? Report your name. A guard appeared in a flash and stopped Protector Tianhen. I have an important matter to discuss with Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen quickly cupped his fists. And said. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. Protector Tianhen appeared in a flash. The first thing he saw was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen really was in the saint's world, and there was a baby sitting on his shoulder. To think that you would dare to block an expert from the ancient immortal world. You are even stronger than me. The Crimson Emperor appeared in a flash and said with a joking expression. Experts from the ancient immortal world? Big brother Crimson Emperor, don't scare me. The guard broke out in cold sweat as he looked at Protector Tianhen in shock. It really is an expert from the ancient immortal world. Back off for now. He gestured for the guard to leave and then said with a polite smile, Sir, please follow me. The alliance leader is accompanying the young master. Protector Tianhen quickly cupped his fists and thanked, Thank you. As they passed by the plaza, Lu Qingyang and company swept their gazes over. They had never seen Protector Tianhen before, but from the aura that Protector Tianhen was emitting, they could guess that he was from the ancient immortal world. Crimson Emperor brought Protector Tianhen into the hall and said respectfully, Alliance head, an expert from the ancient celestial world wishes to meet you. Expert from the ancient celestial world? Long Tianzhou and company all looked over in shock. Greetings, Lord Feng. Protector Tianhen bowed respectfully. So it is Protector Tianhen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and passed Xiaoxiao to Ling Xiaoxiao. He then asked, What is the matter? Lord Feng, this matter is really serious. Protector Tianhen said solemnly. His tone was filled with anxiousness. Since the words really serious came from Protector Tianhen's mouth, it meant that it was really serious. Let's talk after we head out. Feng Wuchen nodded. He then waved his hand and disappeared with Protector Tianhen. When they appeared once more, they were already at the peak of a mountain. Protector Tianhen said anxiously, Lord Feng, Demon Nightmare broke out of the seal a few days ago and the Demon Nightmare race has awakened. They forcefully took over the various territories of the ancient celestial world. The head of the four races, Xianxia, was killed and many of the strong races were injured. Because of this, Qiu Tian removed the restriction of the illusion realm and led millions of beasts to attack the demon nightmare race. However, they suffered heavy casualties and the four young masters of Qiu Tian were captured. Demon Nightmare used its strong bloodline power to suppress the beasts and ordered them to attack the various factions of the ancient celestial world. After hearing Protector Tian Hen's words, Feng Wuchen's face turned colder and colder. Do the four races have animosity with the Demon Nightmare race? Why did Demon Nightmare want to kill Chief Xianxia? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. His cold eyes flashed with killing intent. Protector Tian Hen then told Feng Wuchen everything that happened. That old thing, Nightmare Demon, must be pretty hot-tempered after being sealed for 1,000,000 years. He stirred up the ancient immortal world the moment he awoke. I'd like to see if the Nightmare Demon race is really that powerful. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Protector Tian Hen, you go back first. I will go back and inform my wife and the others. Yes. Lord Feng. Protector Tian Hen was delighted and immediately disappeared. Demon Nightmare race, you are quite bold. You took over my territory and even dared to touch my people. I hope that your anger is scarier than mine. Feng Wuchen said fiercely and then disappeared. After returning to the temple of Rakshasa, Feng Wuchen gave a simple explanation and ordered the messenger to bring him back to the ancient celestial world. In the entire ancient celestial domain, the immortal soul world was the safest place. Not a single immortal beast dared to charge in. This was because Xianxia's dragon gods had terrifying bloodline power. As for the other regions, there were many immortal beasts roaring and attacking the human cultivators. The battle was extremely tragic. Windin. Reporting to Supreme Commander, all regions in the ancient celestial domain are under attack by immortal beasts. Other than the major factions, the other factions are in a serious situation. A Dragon Soul Sovereign appeared and reported respectfully. Supreme Commander, should the Dragon Soul take action? War Emperor asked respectfully with a serious expression. Jianqiu didn't know if he should take action or not. After all, it was an immortal beast from the illusion realm and the Dragon Soul had people from the four major races. Is it hard to decide? Just as Jianqiu couldn't decide, Feng Wuchen's voice rang out. Lord! Jianqiu, Ning Tianqing, and the others were overjoyed. Lord is out of seclusion. War Emperor was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen was finally here. On the balcony of the 6th floor, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared. Jianqiu and the others knelt down respectfully. Lord, the Nightmare Clan. Jianqiu reported respectfully. But before he could finish, Feng Wuchen interrupted him. I already know, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The Nightmare Clan is quite bold. They actually dared to touch my people. With that, Feng Wuchen activated the Ancestor of Soul power. His palm formed a claw and Xianxia's soul form instantly. Seeing this, Elder Guyu was shocked again. This is Lord Feng? Could it be? Xianxia was shocked and confused. He was killed by the Nightmare Clan. How did he revive? When he saw Feng Wuchen, he understood everything. Feng Wuchen revived him. We'll talk later. The Dragon God's bloodline power was activated. Feng Wuchen shouted, all immortal beasts, return to the illusion realm immediately. With Feng Wuchen's order, the immortal beast army of the illusion realm retreated quickly. What's going on? The immortal beasts are all running away. What's going on? Why are these immortal beasts suddenly so scared? They're all running away. The immortal beasts in the illusion realm are running away? What's going on? Seeing so many immortal beasts running away in fear, the major forces were all dumbfounded. Were these immortal beasts playing around? There were immortal beasts in all three domains of the ancient immortal world. When they heard Feng Wuchen's shout and felt the terrifying suppression of the bloodline, they all ran back to the illusion realm in fear. Even when the forces were about to be destroyed, the immortal beasts still ran away. Countless cultivators were looking at this spectacular scene. The sky was densely packed with immortal beasts that were fleeing in fear. What's going on with the immortal beasts in the illusion realm? They could have dealt with us, but they seemed to be very scared and ran away suddenly. Yi Hongyun was shocked and puzzled. Manor Lord, did something happen? These immortal beasts were attacking us in a frenzy. Why did they suddenly run away? An elder was puzzled. Yi Haozong frowned deeply and shook his head. I'm not sure either. After the immortal beasts left, everyone in the heavenly illumination immortal abode was completely relieved, as if they had been pardoned. Not only that, but the major forces in the heaven immortal world also felt the same. Guzun's palace. I thought they were very powerful. They ran away so quickly. You brought shame to the four major races. An ancient immortal lord sneered disdainfully. Guzun's palace was very powerful. Even if there were many immortal beasts attacking wildly, they could not threaten Guzun's palace. The immortal beasts are not scared because of us. The 6 ancient immortal beasts are very powerful. They won't be afraid of us. Shi Xianming frowned deeply and said seriously, with the ban lifted, the 4 major races will not order the immortal beasts to deal with the forces of the ancient immortal world. This may have something to do with the Nightmare Clan. But I'm also curious why they ran away in fear. Could it be that the 4 major races gave the order? Shi Tianfeng guessed. Impossible. They want to deal with the Nightmare Clan. Even if they gave the order, they would only attack the Nightmare Clan. The Great Elder shook his head and said seriously. Shi Xianming frowned and said, it's not that simple. I have a feeling that the ancient immortal world is going to change. Heavenly Court. Manor Head, how did the immortal beast break through and run away? Strange, dozens of ancient immortal venerables immortal beasts with such terrifying strength, why did they suddenly become frightened? These immortal beasts went berserk and attacked us. Now, they are running away in fear. What is going on? Everyone from the heavenly court was shocked and confused. Father, who could make so many immortal beasts so terrified? Yi Xian asked with a frown. The Lord of the heavenly court said solemnly, I don't know either. I'm afraid an extremely terrifying figure has appeared in the ancient immortal world. Lord Ancient Celestial Venerable, the immortal beasts have all retreated. Lord Feng made his move. Lord Feng has returned to the ancient celestial world. Protector Tianhen said excitedly. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanchen said excitedly, as expected of the Lord Feng. He was able to make the immortal beast army retreat with just one move. This is great. The ancient immortal world is saved. Lord Feng is back. The good days of the Nightmare Clan are coming to an end. He Qing said excitedly, and a smile finally appeared on his old face. That's right. The Nightmare Clan is too arrogant. Lord Feng will definitely not let them off. The upper echelons were excited, and they were all looking forward to Feng Wuchen making his move. Nightmare Palace. The immortal beasts of the various factions have all retreated. What is going on? Grand Elder Mo Tianjun asked with a frown. The Nightmare Clan was also confused. Whoosh, a clansman appeared and said respectfully, Ancestor, it is the same in all 3 lands. I don't know what has happened, but all the immortal beasts have retreated. Nightmare Clan frowned as he looked at the power of the essence blood in his palm. He was confused. The immortal beasts are no longer under my control. Their bloodline and essence blood have no effect at all. What is going on? Grandpa, what is going on? You didn't give the order for them to retreat. Mo Qianxiao asked in confusion. The immortal beasts were under Nightmare Clan's control. If Nightmare Clan did not give the order, why did the immortal beasts retreat? Young master, the immortal beasts did not retreat. Instead, they were scared away by something, the clansman reported. Scared away? Mo Tianjun frowned as he felt that something was amiss. Could there be someone in the ancient immortal world who can control the immortal beasts? Nightmare Clan guessed with a frown. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out who it was. Mo Qianxiao shook his head. Impossible. Without a strong enough bloodline power, it is impossible to control the immortal beasts. Moreover, there are ancient immortal beasts. There is no one in the ancient immortal world who can control them. Things are not that simple. Nightmare Clan frowned. For some reason, a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Nightmare Clan and the others were confused. However, Prisoner Sky and the other 3 were smiling excitedly. This was because they had heard Feng Wuchen's voice and felt an incomparably terrifying bloodline power. My lord has come out of seclusion. The end of the Nightmare clan has arrived. Prisoner Sky was overjoyed. In just half an hour, the chaotic ancient immortal realm fell into silence. With the immortal beast army retreating, the ancient immortal world seemed to have regained its peace. However, all the transcendental forces and major factions knew that something even more terrifying was about to happen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the deepest part of the illusory realm through the teleportation array. Looking at the messy illusion realm and the four races that had suffered great losses, the fury in Feng Wuchen's heart burned even more fiercely. Greetings, Lord Feng. The heavily injured Shui Python and the rest of the experts of the four major races knelt down respectfully. Clan leader. Clan leader Qiao. When everyone saw Qiao Niu's soul, their eyes widened and they exclaimed as though they had seen a ghost. Lord Feng has resurrected me, Qiao Niu said. Resurrected? Sky Spider and the others were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and Qiao Niu's corpse flew over and recovered in an instant. Feng Wuchen waved his hand again and merged Qiao Niu's soul into his body. In just a few seconds, Qiao Niu was resurrected. The four major races were dumbfounded by such a terrifying power. Thank you, Lord Feng, for saving my life. Qiao Niu knelt down to express his gratitude. The power of the immortal realm was activated and spread out. Everywhere it passed, the injuries of the four major races healed at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they were fully recovered. The experts of the four major races were shocked. They couldn't believe it and were petrified. Even Jianchou, Gui Su, and the others were stunned. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen? Clan leader Qiao Niu, great nightmare. Feng Wuchen looked at Qiao Niu and said. Yes, Lord Feng. Qiao Niu replied respectfully. Then, he activated his power and shouted, Nightmare old monster. The four major races will fight to the death with your Nightmare clan. Clan leader Qiao Niu. Qiao Niu's angry roar resounded throughout the ancient immortal world. All the transcendental forces and experts of major factions exclaimed in horror. Qiao Niu's angry roar shocked countless forces in the ancient immortal world. Countless top experts were petrified. Clan leader Qiao Niu? Palace master, this can't be real, right? Qiao Niu's aura. That's right, it's Qiao Niu's aura. What's going on? Wasn't Qiao Niu killed? How did he come back to life? In the ancient sovereign palace, Shi Xianming stood up abruptly, his face full of shock and disbelief. Impossible. Qiao Niu has been killed by Devil Nightmare old monster, and his aura has completely disappeared. How can he still be alive? What's going on? This is indeed Qiao Niu's aura, and it's a peak aura. In the Supreme Palace, the Palace Master and the upper echelons were dumbfounded. Clan leader Qiao Niu's voice. That's right. It's clan leader Qiao Niu's voice. Has clan leader Qiao Niu come back to life? What the hell, this aura is indeed clan leader Qiao Niu's. What's going on? In the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace, the Palace Master and the upper echelons exclaimed as they looked in the direction of the illusion. All the transcendental forces in the ancient immortal world were shocked. Qiao Niu had clearly been killed by Devil Nightmare, so how did he come back to life? Qiao Niu? How is this possible? In the Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace, his face was full of disbelief as his old face stiffened. Devil Nightmare had the final say on whether Qiao Niu was dead or not. After all, he was the one who broke Qiao Niu's neck. The person he killed had actually come back to life. Was this an illusion? Grandpa, didn't you kill Qiao Niu? What's going on? Mo Qianxiao asked in shock, his face full of disbelief. Grand Elder Mo Tianjun also said in shock, when Qiao Niu died, all the major forces should have sensed that his aura had disappeared. How did he suddenly come back to life? In the illusion, I definitely killed Qiao Niu. There's no way he's still alive. Otherwise, Qiao Tian wouldn't have lifted the ban and sent the illusion immortal beasts to attack our Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace. Mo Yan frowned deeply. He felt that something was wrong, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. The illusion immortal beasts were clearly under his control, but they suddenly fled in fear. Yen was already very puzzled. Now that Xianxia had strangely revived, Devil Nightmare was even more confused. Master gave me the essence and blood of the ancient fierce beasts of the Panga realm, which is more than enough to suppress the immortal beasts of the fantasy land. But now, I can't control them at all. I can't even suppress them. The essence and blood seem to have lost their effect. Now, Xianxia is resurrected. What is going on? Who is supporting the four great clans? Devil Nightmare was puzzled. Qiu Tian, what exactly is going on? Devil Nightmare asked in a deep voice as he looked at Qiu Tian with a ferocious gaze. How would I know? Qiu Tian sneered. Qiu Tian and the other three had been trapped in the Devil Puppet Immortal Palace, so they naturally didn't know. Clan leader Xianxia has revived. Isn't Lord Feng too scary? And the art of resurrection? Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen, Grand Elder He Qing, and the other higher-ups were extremely shocked. The first person they thought of was Feng Wuchen. Other than Feng Wuchen, who else had the ability to revive the dead? Resurrection techniques were extremely rare. Even Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen did not possess such a technique. That's right. It was Lord Feng who revived him. Lord Feng used heaven-defying reincarnation to revive clan leader Xianxia. Guardian Tianhen laughed excitedly. What did you say? Heaven-defying reincarnation? Grand Elder He Qing's expression changed drastically as he asked with his eyes wide open. Heaven-defying reincarnation? Could it be? Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen and the others seemed to have guessed something. Their expressions were shocked and stiff as they looked at Guardian Tianhen. That's right. Grand Elder, Lord Feng used the legendary heaven-defying reincarnation. In the field of alchemists, Lord Feng is extremely terrifying. He is much more terrifying than Grand Elder and has exceeded Grand Elder's imagination. Now, Guyu has followed Lord Feng. Unfortunately, Lord Feng did not accept Guyu as his disciple. Guardian Tianhen laughed. Life and death. Eternal life. Lord Feng actually comprehended heaven-defying reincarnation. Grand Elder He Qing was shocked and excited. He was even more excited than if he had won the 500 billion lottery. Grand Elder He Qing was the strongest ancient immortal venerable alchemist in the ancient immortal world. Moreover, he was a level 3 alchemist with extremely high talent. Life and death. Eternal life. Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen and the others were shocked again. They felt as if they could not breathe. This elder wants to be his disciple. This elder wants to be his disciple. He Qing said excitedly. He looked as if no one could stop him. In the depths of the illusory realm. Reporting to Lord Feng, the immortal beasts have returned to the illusory realm. A clansman flashed over and reported respectfully. Jian Chou said respectfully, Lord, Qiu Tian and the others are still in the Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace. Don't worry, they are still alive. They can't die even if they want to. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, pass down the order, order the illusory realm immortal beasts to attack the Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace again. This time, only attack the ancient immortal domain's Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace. I want to see what kind of curse is so powerful. The 4 major races and illusory realm immortal beasts, listen up. Immediately follow this patriarch to the ancient immortal domain's Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace. Xianxia immediately gave the order. His majestic voice resounded in every corner of the illusory realm. Roar! Roar! After the order was given, the illusory realm immortal beasts roared loudly. Their auras shook the sky and surged. The various forces around the immortal shadow illusory realm were scared out of their wits once again. Boom! Boom! The illusory realm immortal beast army of 10 million was led by the 4 patriarchs of the 4 major races. It was earth-shattering. Waves of destructive aura swept across the entire ancient immortal world. The 4 major races have made their move. The 4 patriarchs are leading the immortal beast army personally. What terrifying strength! They are going to fight to the death with the Devil Nightmare clan. The terrifying aura is accompanied by a terrifying bloodthirsty murderous aura. This is the true strength of the illusory realm. The 4 major races led the immortal beast army of 10 million. Their terrifying aura and murderous aura shocked countless forces in the ancient immortal world. What is going on? How did the patriarchs and experts of the four major races recover their peak aura? The experts of Guzun Hall, Heavenly Illumination Immortal Manor, Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace, Heavenly Court Immortal Palace, and Supreme Divine Hall were all shocked. When the Devil Nightmare clan attacked, they could feel that the aura of the patriarchs and experts of the four major races was extremely weak. Not long after, they had all recovered to their peak condition. The most terrifying thing was that Xianxia had come back from the dead. In the Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace, Missouri Tianjun, and the others were also shocked. They could not believe it. No one knew what had happened to the four major races. Under the leadership of the four major races, the illusory realm Immortal Beast army of 10 million had arrived at the ancient Immortal Domain's Devil Nightmare Immortal Palace once again. As far as the eye could see, the dense mass of immortal beasts made one feel despair. Devil Nightmare Old Monster. Today, I will make your Devil Nightmare clan suffer heavy casualties. The four major races and the illusory realm immortal beasts will disappear. Xianxia's angry roar resounded throughout the ancient immortal world. Millions of immortal beasts descended upon the ancient Immortal Domain's Nightmare Immortal Palace. Looking at the huge army of immortal beasts, the Nightmare Immortal race's clansmen turned pale and trembled. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid of the army of millions. Even the elders and protectors had a serious look on their faces. With the impending war, the Nightmare Immortal race's clansmen rushed over from the ancient Heavenly Court and the Immortal God Domain's Nightmare Immortal Palace. A large number of clansmen rushed down from the black hole. Roar. Millions of immortal beasts roared crazily. The deafening roar swept across the Nightmare Immortal Palace as if they were demonstrating their might. What's that black hole above the palace? Feng Wuchen asked curiously as he looked at the huge black hole. Xianxia said respectfully, Lord, the Nightmare Immortal Palace came out from the black hole. All the Nightmare Immortal Palaces in the three great domains have a huge black hole like a teleportation array. I see. No wonder I saw the Nightmare Immortal race coming out from the black hole. Feng Wuchen nodded. Lord Feng, there's an invisible curse seal above the Nightmare Immortal Palace. When we get close, the power of the curse seal will be activated. The previous attack killed hundreds of thousands of immortal beasts. An ancient immortal supremacy immortal beast said respectfully. Thunder Elemental Curse. Feng Wuchen sneered. In front of the ancient demon eyes, anything that couldn't be seen couldn't be hidden. Feng Wuchen didn't care about a mere lightning attribute curse seal. Feng Wuchen only glanced at it and the lightning attribute power in the curse seal instantly withered. Nightmare Old Monster, you're finished today. Seeing the army of millions of immortal beasts and Feng Wuchen's figure, Qiu Tian couldn't help but sneer. Nightmare Immortal race frowned as a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. However, he didn't know where this uneasiness came from. Nightmare Old Monster. You controlled the immortal beasts to attack the major forces of the ancient immortal world and ruined the reputation of our four races. You wanted to plunge the ancient immortal world into misery and suffering. I won't let you go today. Xianxia shouted angrily. His old face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Qiu Tian, have you forgotten how hundreds of thousands of immortal beasts died just now? Even your grandfather can't break the power of the Doomsday Thunder Curse. Don't forget that you're still in our hands. Mo Qianxiao glanced coldly at Qiu Tian. Is that so? Qiu Tian smiled coldly and ignored him. What's going on? Qiu Tian SSSSS Lords? Lord Tian Lord frowned as he couldn't lords his Lord couldn't lords Lord couldn't figures Lord. Why are there humans? Mo Qianxiao frowned when he saw Feng Wuchen, Jianqiu, and the others. Qiu Immortal Race Lords Qiu SSS. He S Nightmare TS Immortal SSS, wait until I destroy your Nightmare clan, then I'll tell you. Xianxia shouted angrily. Instantly, he unleashed a ferocious aura. The killing intent of millions of immortal beasts soared. Devil Nightmare's old face sank. His old eyes narrowed and flickered with ruthless killing intent. Exterminate my Nightmare clan? Mo Qianxiao sneered disdainfully, Patriarch Qianxia, do you have the ability to do so? Even the ancient immortal palace doesn't dare to make a move, so the four great clans are nothing. You can't even break my grandfather's curse imprint. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, Devil Nightmare's gaze landed on Feng Wuchen. But when he looked at Feng Wuchen, a strong sense of unease instantly erupted in his heart. It's him. Devil Nightmare's heart was greatly shaken as he said in shock, impossible. My uneasiness can't possibly come from him. This brat is just a junior. Although he said that, the feeling in his heart was not wrong. Stinking brat, who are you? Mo Xianxia asked coldly, his face full of disdain. It's just a lightning attribute curse seal, it's nothing. Feng Wuchen sneered, you can start now. Xianxia suddenly shouted angrily, immortal beasts of illusion, listen to my orders. Kill all of the Devil Nightmare clan at all costs. Kill. Roar. Buzz. The army of millions of immortal beasts roared crazily and erupted with terrifying power. With the ancient immortal venerables and ancient immortal emperors as the leaders, they took the lead and shot out with monstrous momentum. The army of millions swarmed over. The scene was extremely spectacular and shocking. It was a great visual impact. The hundreds of thousands of clansmen of the Devil Nightmare clan became extremely nervous at this moment, their faces pale. Of course, they were only nervous and not afraid at all. After all, the curse power of the Devil Nightmare clan was extremely terrifying. Humph. You're courting death. Devil Nightmare said fiercely, his old eyes filled with disdain. However, as soon as Devil Nightmare's words fell, the next scene immediately caused everyone of the Devil Nightmare clan to become extremely panic-stricken. When the army of immortal beasts approached the curse imprint, the pattern of the curse imprint instantly appeared. The moment the terrifying lightning attribute power erupted, it strangely disappeared. What? Devil Nightmare's old face suddenly changed, his face full of disbelief. The power of my curse imprint actually disappeared. What's going on? Oh no. The curse imprint did not stop them. Mo Tianjuan's old face changed drastically, and he suddenly roared, fight the enemy. Quickly attack. Kill without mercy. Mo Tianjun erupted with terrifying power and immediately launched an attack. How is this possible? Mo Xianxia's eyes almost popped out, his shocked gaze immediately swept towards Feng Wuchen. Mo Xianxia's first suspect was Feng Wuchen. Stinking brat. You're the one who did this. Mo Xianxia said malevolently. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, didn't I say just now? The curse imprint is nothing. Who is this stinking brat? The intense uneasiness in Devil Nightmare's heart became even more intense, and he was very curious about Feng Wuchen's background. Devil Nightmare clan, listen to my order. Kill without mercy. Second Elder immediately roared, his terrifying power erupting madly. The failure of the Doomsday Thunder Curse was undoubtedly a blow to the Devil Nightmare clan. How could hundreds of thousands of clansmen deal with the army of millions of immortal beasts? The Devil Nightmare clan could be said to be scared out of their wits, and they were extremely panic-stricken. Kill to your heart's content. Yanhu roared, venting his hatred, looking incomparably crazy. That's right. Kill to your heart's content. Let the Devil Nightmare clan see the consequences of offending us. Haha. Aozhu laughed wildly in excitement. Roar roar roar. Boom boom boom. Ah ah ah. A huge number of immortal beasts crazily rushed up, roaring non-stop. The sheer number of immortal beasts directly covered the entire majestic palace, and then immediately began a ruthless massacre. Miserable screams continued, and the palace collapsed one after another, violently shaking. The Devil Nightmare Palace was a tragic sight. Facing the terrifying army of immortal beasts, the weak clansmen were simply unable to resist. Xianxia ruthlessly roared, kill to your heart's content. Let the Devil Nightmare clan regret it. End of this chapter. Buzz buzz, the immortal beasts attacked crazily, and their huge bodies were heavily armored. The palaces of the demonic nightmare Immortal Palace collapsed one after another, turning into ruins. Many of the clansmen were mercilessly slaughtered. Hundreds of thousands of clansmen were scattered across the void, and millions of immortal beasts charged forward crazily, not caring about their lives at all. The elders of the 4 clans and ancient immortal venerables also joined the battle. This was definitely the largest battle in the last million years. Boom boom boom, buzz buzz, Mo Tianjun, the three elders, and the three protectors led the top experts of the demonic nightmare race to attack fiercely. Explosions rang out continuously, and everywhere they passed, immortal beasts were turned into dust. The tragic battle caused heavy casualties on both sides. Corpses fell one after another, and blood rained down from the sky. The dirty smell of blood was nauseating. Grand Elder, kill the immortal beasts with all your might. I will deal with Xianxia and the rest. Mo Tianjun shouted angrily. His old face was extremely gloomy as he shot out crazily. How could Mo Tianjun endure seeing his clansmen being slaughtered? For clan leaders, I will raise your battle strength. Go all out and fight with your lives. Fight however you want. If you die, I will revive. Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he formed a seal with one hand and shouted, Shadowless Gale Formation. Activate. Mysterious Heaven War God Formation. Activate. Formations were formed one after another, and Xianxia and the other three clan leaders' battle strength rose crazily. Xianxia's battle strength had already broken through the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerables, and no one knew what realm he had reached. The Xianming Tiger clan leader's battle strength rose to the 9-star ancient immortal venerables realm, while the other three clan leaders had also reached the peak 8-star ancient immortal venerables realm. The four clan leaders' battle strength was extremely terrifying, enough to crush any transcendental force in the ancient immortal world. Xianxia and the rest's battle strength has increased. Mo Tianjuan's expression changed as he looked at the formation under their feet in shock. What kind of formation is this? It can increase battle strength? Mo Tianjun was shocked. He had never heard of such a thing before. Mo Qianxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and said, This brat's array can actually raise one's battle strength. Who exactly is he? Xianxia's aura has already surpassed old monster Yan Qin. The blood python's battle prowess has also increased by quite a bit. Mo Tianjun also cast an astonished gaze. Xianxia and the other three family patriarchs' combat power skyrocketed. All the top experts in the ancient immortal realm were shocked. They were all dumbfounded. Even ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen's old face was filled with disbelief. Nightmare old monster. Come on. Xianxia shouted angrily and shot out like a bolt of lightning. His battle intent soared to the heavens and his terrifying aura shook the hearts and souls of people. Nightmare old monster. Today, either you die or we die. The blood python roared angrily. The three patriarchs also shot out fiercely. Humph. So what if his combat prowess had increased? With your bit of ability, this Empyrean still doesn't place you in my sights. Devil Nightmare said disdainfully, his old face scarily malevolent. Boom boom boom. Buzz. A fierce battle broke out. The Nightmare Demon was fighting against four people at the same time. Deafening explosions were heard as the destructive force of the collision rolled out like a tsunami, destroying the void mercilessly. The entire ancient immortal world was in a state of great shock. Countless cultivators in the ancient immortal world were scared out of their wits by the unimaginably terrifying power. The four of them attacked crazily without any regard for their lives. They even gave up on defense and unleashed their full power. The four family patriarchs were actually able to contend against Nightmare Old Monster. Guisu, quickly go and save them. Taking advantage of the fact that the Nightmare Clan's elders, protectors, and experts were fighting, Jianzhou hastily ordered. All right. Guisu immediately shot out. You want to save them? Wishful thinking. Mo Qianxiao roared. Mo Yangtian. Stop him. Yes. Young lord. Mo Yangtian charged at Guisu with all his might. Young lord? No wonder your cultivation is so strong. Feng Wuchen grinned and glanced at Mo Qianxiao. After Mo Qianxiao repelled an elder, he immediately flashed down and placed a sword on Qiu Tian's neck. He said coldly, Qianxia, let the immortal beasts retreat immediately. Otherwise, I will kill Qiu Tian. Kill. Qianxia replied angrily, completely ignoring him. Qianxia's reply stunned Mo Qianxiao and the rest of the Nightmare Clan. He doesn't care about the life and death of his own grandson? What? You think I don't dare? Mo Xianxia's face darkened. Try me if you dare. Qiu Tian sneered. Facing death, Qiu Tian wasn't afraid at all. Mo Qianxiao glanced at Qiu Tian and said coldly, Qiu. I'll say it again, order the immortal beasts to retreat or I will kill Qiu Tian. You talk a lot of nonsense. If you want to kill, then hurry up. Xianxia roared. Xianxia's reply shocked the Nightmare Clan once again. Seems like you know you're going to die today, so you're too lazy to save them? Nightmare Old Monster sneered. In a situation of 1 against 4, Nightmare Old Monster didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Don't regret it. Mo Qianxiao gritted his teeth. His killing intent soared and he was about to kill Qiu Tian. However, the moment Mo Qianxiao made his move, his expression changed drastically. Qiu Tian and the other 3 had disappeared into thin air. What? Mo Qianxiao was shocked. Qiu Tian and the other 3 had mysteriously disappeared without him noticing. Mo Qianxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and was shocked to find that Qiu Tian and the other 3 were beside Feng Wuchen. He said in disbelief, impossible. However, what shocked Mo Qianxiao even more was that Qiu Tian and the other 3 had recovered from their serious injuries in an instant. How is this possible? Mo Qianxiao was completely dumbfounded and petrified on the spot. What's going on? How did they recover in an instant? Mo Tianjun and Mo Tuo were also dumbfounded. What kind of superpower was that, even with such a serious injury, he had recovered in an instant after being rescued? Don't waste time with him. Just use the strongest ancient immortal technique. Xianxia roared and gave up on close combat without hesitation. He quickly gathered his strength and used the technique. Ancient immortal technique. Divine Wrath of the Heavenly Bull. Xianxia roared as his aura soared. Ancient immortal technique. 9 Underworld Xianming Claw. The Xianming tiger roared as a gust of wind swept across. He formed sharp claws on his hands and attacked repeatedly. Streaks of destructive energy claws shot out in an extremely violent manner. Ancient immortal technique. Violent demonic energy. The sky spider roared and formed a terrifying energy that was 100,000 feet long. It was suffocating. Ancient immortal technique. Heavenly Python life-seeking slash. The crimson python roared as countless terrifying energy slashes formed in the void. Under the crimson python's control, they charged mercilessly at Mo Yen. Buzz. Buzz, an unimaginably terrifying energy covered the entire ancient immortal world. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. Looking at the terrifying ancient immortal technique, Mo Yen said coldly, "Humph. Is that all you've got? You're nothing to me." End of chapter. Ancient immortal technique. Demonic chaos bell. Demonic terror clasped his hands together and roared. In the void above his head, a huge blackish-purple energy bell appeared, exuding a terrifying power that made people feel despair. Looking at the huge blackish-purple energy bell, everyone was terrified. Boom. Buzz buzz. Xianxio's heavenly bull god's wrath hit the huge energy bell first. With an earth-shattering explosion, the destructive power of the collision swept out uncontrollably. Xianxia, even with the help of the array, your combat power has increased. You are still no match for me. Get lost. Demonic terror roared, completely disregarding Xianxia's power. As he roared, the blackish-purple energy bell suddenly released an even more terrifying power, forcibly dispersing the power of the heavenly bull god's wrath. Xianxia was also sent flying a few thousand meters away. What a terrifying power. With the help of Lord Feng's array, my combat power has increased a lot, but I am still no match for him. Xianxia was shocked, but fortunately, he was not injured. Shoo. Shoo. Shoo, boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz. At the same time, the Xianming tiger released tens of thousands of terrifying energy claws and bombarded the energy bell. The sky spider's terrifying power and the blood python's countless energy slashes followed. The 3 of you are not worthy of being my match. Demonic terror said proudly. Break. Demonic terror roared, followed by an unimaginable sound wave from the huge energy bell. The wind howled, and the heaven and earth shook. The terrifying sound wave reverberated throughout the ancient immortal world. Everyone, be careful. This is a sound wave technique. Xianxia roared at the people below. But the sound wave was too fast, and it was too late. The cultivators and the army of immortal beasts were shocked by the sound wave, and their heads buzzed. Many immortal beasts roared in fear, and the people present could not help but cover their ears. Their faces were twisted in pain. Many of the cultivators and immortal beasts were unable to withstand the impact of the sound wave and fell. Sound wave technique. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Ning Tiancheng covered his ears and gritted his teeth. My ears hurt. I can't take it anymore. What a terrifying sound wave. Jianchao's face contorted in pain. It was fortunate that the distance between them was rather far, and it wasn't a direct hit. Otherwise, who knew how many people and immortal beasts would have died from the terrifying sound waves? Facing the extremely terrifying sound wave power, the terrifying energy attacks of the three patriarchs were actually dispersed by the violent Yinba energy. They were completely powerless. Ah! The three patriarchs were struck by the sound waves. Their minds were scattered, and their eardrums hurt. They couldn't help but scream. Swish! Boom boom boom! PFFF! PFFF! Mo Yan's figure instantly turned into a bolt of black lightning and shot over. In the blink of an eye, he severely injured the three clan leaders, causing them to spit out blood and be sent flying. In the face of Devil Nightmare's terrifying strength, they were powerless to resist. Mo Yan sneered disdainfully, you don't even have the strength of a 9-star ancient immortal venerable, yet you dare to attack me? You overestimate yourself. Aside from the Dark Xian Tiger, the other two patriarchs had yet to become 9-star ancient celestial venerables. Their strength was far inferior to Mo Yan's. Grandfather! Yan Hu and the other two turned pale with fright, their faces filled with worry. Bastard! It's actually a sound wave technique. Shui Python gritted his teeth and cursed. Old monster Mo Yan's strength is indeed terrifying. We can't withstand it at all. Tianzhu said with great difficulty. His injuries were extremely serious. Damn it. Seeing the three patriarchs being injured so easily, Xianxia gritted his teeth and shot out madly. Mo Yan's eyes narrowed when he noticed Xianxia shooting over explosively, and his killing intent surged as he said in a ghastly voice, Fine, I'll kill you first before killing the other three. I don't believe that you'll be able to revive once more. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. An intense hand-to-hand battle unfolded, and a series of earth-shattering collision sounds came from the void. As if the heavens were angry, the space of the ancient immortal world shook violently, and the bodies of countless cultivators swayed along with it. In a one-on-one situation, Mo Yan had absolute confidence in killing Xianxia. Jianchou frowned deeply and said, Old monster Mo Yan's strength is truly terrifying. His cultivation realm is far above that of a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable. Sovereign, Patriarch Xianxia and the rest might not be able to defeat Mo Yan. The difference in strength is still too great. Ning Tiancheng said worriedly, looking extremely anxious. Don't worry, they won't die. Feng Wuchen said indifferently without the slightest worry. Feng Wuchen originally wanted them to risk their lives. After all, they could resurrect instantly after death. He was just afraid that Mo Yan wouldn't be able to kill them all. Glancing at Qiu Tian, Feng Wuchen said, Qiu Tian, you guys go out as well. Mo Qianxiao is about to go crazy. The array can increase your battle strength and speed. With your strength, it should be easy to deal with him. The three of you go and support the elders. The three elders and three protectors of Mo Yan's clan were extremely powerful. Even if the elders of the four clans worked together, it would still be difficult to contend against them. Yes, Sovereign. The three of them said respectfully and immediately soared into the sky. Qiu Tian looked at Mo Qianxiao with a cold and vicious gaze and said, I'll deal with him. Buzz buzz. The strength of a peak 7-star ancient immortal venerable erupted. The terrifying bloodline power instantly allowed Qiu Tian to break through to the 8-star ancient immortal venerable realm. The array immediately increased Qiu Tian's battle strength. The terrifying and intimidating aura instantly surpassed Mo Qianxiao. Qiu Tian could already control a lot of the bloodline that Feng Wuchen enhanced for them. If he could control more of it, the increase in his battle strength would be more than just that. Mo Xianxia, didn't you want to kill me just now? I'll give you the chance now. Qiu Tian said coldly. His cold-killing intent locked onto Mo Xianxia as he stepped on the void and shot out. Come. Don't think that you can deal with me just because your battle strength has increased. This young master can also increase his battle strength. Mo Xianxia said ruthlessly. He was very confident in his own strength. Boom. Mo Xianxia soared into the sky with a loud boom. His figure turned into a bolt of white lightning as he shot towards Qiu Tian. His aura was berserk, giving people a feeling that he was undefeatable. Ghostly shadow. Qiu Tian shouted coldly. His figure that had shot out suddenly disappeared. When Qiu Tian reappeared, he was already above Mo Xianxia. His palm ferociously slammed down. The attack was fierce and violent, not giving his opponent any chance to retaliate. Humph. Mo Xianxia snorted coldly and met the attack with his palm without any fear. Boom. Buzz buzz. Mo Xianxia was actually able to withstand Qiu Tian's berserk power after a fierce exchange of blows. The destructive energy swept out in all directions like an avalanche. Qiu Tian was a little surprised and said coldly, an instant increase in strength. Seems like it has something to do with your ancient immortal tool. You can control your strength as you wish. End of chapter 3096. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.